three-act tragedy, a Hercule Poirot mystery. First act, Suspicion. Chapter 1. Crow's Nest. Mr. Satterthwaite sat on the terrace of Crow's Nest and watched his host, Sir Charles Cartwright, climbing up the path from the sea. Crow's Nest was a modern bungalow of the better type. It had no half-timbering, no gables, no excrescences dear to a third-class builder's heart. It was a plain, white, solid building, deceptive as to size, since it was a good deal bigger than it looked. It owed its name to its position high up overlooking the harbour of Loomuth. Indeed, from one corner of the terrace, protected by a strong balustrade, there was a sheer drop to the sea below. By road, Crow's Nest was a mile from the town. The road ran inland and then zigzagged high up above the sea. On foot it was accessible in 7 minutes by the steep fisherman's path that Sir Charles Cartwright was ascending at this minute. Sir Charles was a well-built, sunburnt man of middle age. He wore old grey flannel trousers and a white sweater. He had a slight rolling gait, and carried his hands half-closed as he walked. 9 people out of 10 would say, "Retired naval man, can't mistake the type." The 10th and more discerning would have hesitated, puzzled by something indefinable that didn't ring true. And then perhaps a picture would rise unsought. The deck of a ship, but not a real ship. A ship curtailed by hanging curtains of thick, rich material. A man, Charles Cartwright, standing on that deck, light that was not sunlight streaming down on him, the hands half clenched, the easy gait, and a voice, the easy, pleasant voice of an English sailor and gentleman, a great deal magnified in tone. "No, sir," Charles Cartwright was saying, "I'm afraid I can't give you any answer to that question." And swish fell the heavy curtains, up sprang the lights, an orchestra plunged into the latest syncopated measure, girls with exaggerated bows and their hair said chocolates, lemonade. The first act of The Call of the Sea, with Charles Cartwright as Commander Vanstone, was over. From his post of vantage, looking down, Mr. Satterthwaite smiled. A dried-up little pipkin of a man, Mr. Satterthwaite, a patron of art and the drama, a determined but pleasant snob, always included in the more important house parties and social functions. The words, "and Mr. Satterthwaite," appeared invariably at the tail of the list of guests. Withal, a man of considerable intelligence and a very shrewd observer of people and things. He murmured now, shaking his head, "I wouldn't have thought it. No, really, I wouldn't have thought it." A step sounded on the terrace, and he turned his head. The big grey-haired man who drew a chair forward and sat down had his profession clearly stamped on his keen, kindly, middle-aged face. Doctor and Harley Street. Sir Bartholomew Strange had succeeded in his profession. He was a well-known specialist in nervous disorders and had recently received a knighthood in the birthday honours list. He drew his chair forward beside that of Mr. Satterthwaite and said, "What wouldn't you have thought, huh? Let's have it." With a smile, Mr. Satterthwaite drew attention to the figure below, rapidly ascending the path. "I shouldn't have thought Sir Charles would have remained contented so long in, exile. By Jove, no more should I." The other laughed, throwing back his head. "I've known Charles since he was a boy. We were at Oxford together. He's always been the same, a better actor in private life than on the stage. Charles is always acting. Can't help it. Second nature to him. Charles doesn't go out of a room, he makes an exit, and he usually has to have a good line to make it on. All the same, he likes a change of part, none better. 2 years ago he retired from the stage, said he wanted to live a simple country life, out of the world, and indulge his old fancy for the sea. He comes down here and builds this place, his idea of a simple country cottage. 3 bathrooms and all the latest gadgets. I was like you, Satterthwaite. I didn't think it would last. After all, Charles is human. He needs his audience. 2 or 3 retired captains, a bunch of old women, and a parson's not much of a house to play to. I thought the simple fellow with his love of the sea would run for 6 months. And then, frankly, I'm fully tired of the part. I thought the next thing to fill the bill would be the weary man of the world at Monte Carlo, or possibly a laird in the Highlands. Very versatile, Charles is. The doctor stopped. It had been a long speech. His eyes were full of affection and amusement as he watched the unconscious man below. In a couple of minutes he would be with them. "However," Sir Bartholomew went on, "it seems we were wrong. The attraction of the simple life holds." "A man who dramatizes himself is sometimes misjudged," pointed out Mr. Satterthwaite. "One does not take his sincerity seriously." The doctor nodded. "Yes," he said thoughtfully. "That's true." With a cheerful "Halloo!" Charles Cartwright ran up the steps onto the terrace. "Mirabelle surpassed herself," he said. "You ought to have come, Satterthwaite." Mr. Satterthwaite shook his head. He'd suffered too often crossing the Channel to have any illusions about the strength of his stomach afloat. He'd observed the Mirabelle from his bedroom window that morning. There'd been a stiff sailing breeze, and Mr. Satterthwaite had thanked heaven devoutly for dry land. Sir Charles went to the drawing-room window and called for drinks. "You ought to have come, Tolly," he said to his friend. "Don't you spend half your life sitting in Harley Street telling your patients how good life on the ocean wave would be for them?" "The great merit of being a doctor," said Sir Bartholomew, "is that you're not obliged to follow your own advice." Sir Charles laughed. He was still unconsciously playing his part, the bluff, breezy naval man. He was an extraordinarily good-looking man, beautifully proportioned, with a lean, humorous face, and the touch of grey at his temples gave him a kind of added distinction. He looked what he was, a gentleman first, and an actor second. "Did you go alone?" asked the doctor. "No." Sir Charles turned to take his drink from a smart parlour-maid who was holding a tray. I had a hand, the girl Egg, to be exact." There was some faint trace of self-consciousness in his voice which made Mr. Satterthwaite look up sharply. "Miss Lytton Gore? Oh, she knows something about sailing, doesn't she?" Sir Charles laughed rather ruefully. "She succeeds in making me feel a complete landlubber. But I'm coming on, thanks to her." Thoughts slipped quickly in and out of Mr. Satterthwaite's mind. "I wonder, Egg Lytton Gore. Perhaps that's why he hasn't tired. The age, a dangerous age. It's always a young girl at that time of life." Sir Charles went on. "The sea, there's nothing like it. Sun and wind and sea and a simple shanty to come home to." And he looked with pleasure at the white building behind him, equipped with 3 bathrooms, hot and cold water in all the bedrooms, the latest system of central heating, the newest electrical fittings, and a staff of parlour-maid, housemaid, chef, and kitchen-maid. Sir Charles' interpretation of simple living was, perhaps, a trifle exaggerated. A tall and exceedingly ugly woman issued from the house and bore down upon them. "Oh, good morning, Miss Milray." "Good morning, Sir Charles. Good morning." The slight inclination of the head towards the other two. "This is the menu for dinner. I don't know whether you'd like it altered in any way." Sir Charles took it and murmured, "Let's see, melon cantaloupe, borscht soup, fresh mackerel, grouse soufflé surprise, canapé Lyon. No, I think that'll do excellently, Miss Milray. Everyone's coming by the 4:30 train. I've already given Holgate his orders. By the way, Sir Charles, if you'll excuse me, it would be better if I dined with you tonight." Sir Charles looked startled, but said courteously, "Oh, delighted, I'm sure, Miss Milray, but, Miss Milray proceeded calmly to explain. "Otherwise, Sir Charles, it would make 13 at table, and so many people are superstitious." From her tone it could be gathered that Miss Milray would have sat down 13 to dinner every night of her life without the slightest qualm. She went on, "I think everything is arranged. I've told Holgate the cars to fetch Lady Mary and the Babingtons. Is that right?" "Oh, and absolutely. Just what I was going to ask you to do." With a slightly superior smile on her rugged countenance, Miss Milray withdrew. "That," said Sir Charles reverently, "is a very remarkable woman. I'm always afraid she'll come and brush my teeth for me." "Efficiency personified," said Strange. "She's been with me for 6 years, said Sir Charles. "First as my secretary in London, and here, I suppose, she's a kind of glorified housekeeper. Runs this place like clockwork. And now, if you please, she's going to leave." "Why?" "Oh, she says—" Sir Charles rubbed his nose dubiously. "She says she's got an invalid mother. Personally, I don't believe it. That kind of woman never had a mother at all, spontaneously generated from a dynamo. No, there's something else there." "But quite probably," said Sir Bartholomew, "people have been talking." "Talking?" The actor stared. "Talking about what?" My dear Charles, you know what talking means. What, you mean talking about her and me? Ha! With that face? And at her age? She's probably under 50. Yes, I suppose she is. Sir Charles considered the matter. But seriously, Tolly, have you noticed her face? Well, it's got 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, but it's not what you'd call a face, not a female face. Oh, the most scandal-loving old cat in the neighbourhood couldn't seriously connect sexual passion with a face like that. You underrate the imagination of the British spinster. Sir Charles shook his head. I don't believe it. There's a kind of hideous respectability about Miss Milray that even a British spinster must recognise. She's virtue and respectability personified, and a damn useful woman. I always choose my secretaries plain as Sim. Wise man. Sir Charles remained deep in thought for some minutes. To distract him, Sir Bartholomew asked, who's coming this afternoon? Angie, for one. Angela Sutcliffe. Oh, that's good. Mr. Satterthwaite leaned forward interestedly, keen to know the composition of the house party. Angela Sutcliffe was a well-known actress, no longer young, but with a strong hold on the public, and celebrated for her wit and charm. She was sometimes spoken of as Ellen Terry's successor. Then there are the Dacres. Again Mr. Satterthwaite nodded to himself. Mrs. Dacres was Ambrosine Limited, that successful dressmaking establishment. You saw it on programmes. Miss Blank's dresses in the first act by Ambrosine Limited, Brook Street. Her husband, Captain Dacres, was a dark horse in his own racing parlance. He spent a lot of time on racecourses, had ridden himself in the Grand National years gone by. There had been some trouble, nobody knew exactly, though rumours had been spread about. There had been no inquiry, nothing overt, but somehow at mention of Freddie Dacres, people's eyebrows went up a little. Then there's Anthony Astor, the playwright. Of course, said Mr. Satterthwaite. She wrote One-Way Traffic. I saw it twice. It made a great hit. He rather enjoyed showing that he knew that Anthony Astor was a woman. Yes, that's right, said Sir Charles. I forget what her real name is. Wills, I think. Yes, I've only met her once. I asked her to please Angela. Well, that's the lot. Of the house party, I mean. And the locals? Asked the doctor. Oh, the locals. I know the Babingtons. He's the parson. Oh, quite a good fella. Not too parsonical. And his wife's a really nice woman. Lectures me on gardening. They're coming. And, Lady Mary. And Egg. That's all. Oh, yes, there's a young fellow called Manders, a journalist or something. Good-looking young fellow. Well, that completes the party. Mr. Satterthwaite was a man of methodical nature. He counted heads. Miss Sutcliffe, 1, the Dacres, 3, Anthony Astor, 4, Lady Mary and her daughter, 6, the parson and his wife, 8, the young fellow, 9, ourselves, 12. Either you or Miss Milray must have counted wrong, Sir Charles. Couldn't be Miss Milray, said Sir Charles with assurance. That woman's never wrong. Let me see, Oh, yes, by Jove, you're right. I have missed out one guest. You'd slipped my memory. He chuckled. Wouldn't be best pleased at that either, and the fellow's the most conceited little devil I ever met. Mr. Satterthwaite's eyes twinkled. He'd always been of the opinion that the vainest men in creation were actors. He didn't exempt Sir Charles Cartwright. This instance of the pot calling the kettle black amused him. Who is the egoist? He asked. Oh, rum little beggar, said Sir Charles. Rather a celebrated little beggar, though. You may have heard of him. Hercule Poirot. He's a Belgian. The detective, said Mr. Satterthwaite. I have met him. Rather a remarkable personage. He's a character, said Sir Charles. I've never met him, said Sir Bartholomew, but I've heard a good deal about him. He retired some time ago, though, didn't he? Probably most of what I've heard is legend. Well, Charles, I hope we shan't have a crime this weekend. Why? Because we've got a detective in the house? Oh, rather putting the cart before the horse, aren't you, Tolly? Well, it's just by way of being a theory of mine. What is your theory, Doctor? Asked Mr. Satterthwaite. That, events come to people, not people to events. Why do some people have exciting lives, and other people dull ones? Because of their surroundings? Not at all. One man may travel to the ends of the earth and nothing will happen to him. There'll be a massacre a week before he arrives, and an earthquake the day after he leaves, and The boat that he nearly took will be shipwrecked, and another man may live at Balham and travel to the city every day, and things will happen to him. He'll be mixed up with blackmailing gangs and beautiful girls and motor bandits. Yes, there are people with a tendency to shipwrecks. Even if they go on a boat on an ornamental lake, something will happen to it. In the same way, men like your Hercule Poirot don't have to look for crime, it comes to them. In that case, said Mr. Satterthwaite, perhaps it is as well that Miss Milray is joining us, and that we are not sitting down 13 to dinner. Well, said Sir Charles handsomely, you can have your murder, Tolly, if you're so keen on it. I make only one stipulation, that I shan't be the corpse. And, laughing, the three men went into the house. Chapter 2. Incident before dinner. The principal interest of Mr. Satterthwaite's life was people. He was on the whole more interested in women than men. For a manly man, Mr. Satterthwaite knew far too much about women. There was a womanish strain in his character which lent him insight into the feminine mind. Women all his life had confided in him, but they'd never taken him seriously. Sometimes he felt a little bitter about this. He was, he felt, always in the stalls watching the play, never on the stage taking part in the drama. But in truth, the role of onlooker suited him very well. This evening, sitting in the large room giving onto the terrace, cleverly decorated by a modern firm to resemble a ship's cabin deluxe, he was principally interested in the exact shade of hair dye attained by Cynthia Dacres. It was an entirely new tone, straight from Paris, he suspected, a curious and rather pleasing effect of greenish bronze. What Mrs. Dacres really looked like it was impossible to tell. She was a tall woman, with a figure perfectly disciplined to the demands of the moment. Her neck and arms were her usual shade of summer tan for the country. Whether naturally or artificially produced, it was impossible to tell. The greenish-bronze hair was set in a clever and novel style that only London's best hairdresser could achieve. Her plucked eyebrows, darkened lashes, exquisitely made-up face, and mouth lipstick to a curve that its naturally straight line did not possess, seemed all adjuncts to the perfection of her evening gown, of a deep and unusual blue, cut very simply, it seemed, though this was ludicrously far from the case, and of an unusual material, dull but with hidden lights in it. "That's a clever woman," said Mr. Satterthwaite, eyeing her with approval. "I wonder what she's really like." But this time he meant in mind, not in body. Her words came drawlingly, in the mode of the moment. "My dear, it wasn't possible. I mean, things either are possible or they're not. This wasn't. It was simply penetrating." That was the new word just now. Everything was penetrating. Sir Charles was vigorously shaking cocktails and talking to Angela Sutcliffe, a tall grey-haired woman with a mischievous mouth and fine eyes. Dacres was talking to Bartholomew Strange. "Everyone knows what's wrong with old Lady Spawn. The whole stable knows." He spoke in a high, clipped voice, a little red, foxy man with a short moustache and slightly shifty eyes. Beside Mr. Satterthwaite sat Miss Wills, whose play, One-Way Traffic, had been acclaimed as one of the most witty and daring seen in London for some years. Miss Wills was tall and thin, with a receding chin and very badly waved fair hair. She wore pince-nez, and was dressed in exceedingly limp green chiffon. Her voice was high and undistinguished. "I went to the south of France," she said, "but really I didn't enjoy it very much, not friendly at all. But of course it's useful to me in my work, to see all the goings-on, you know." Mr. Satterthwaite thought, poor soul, cut off by success from her spiritual home, a boarding-house in Bournemouth. That's where she'd like to be. He marvelled at the difference between written works and their authors. That cultivated man-of-the-world tone that Anthony Astor imparted to his plays, what faintest spark of it could be perceived in Miss Wills? Then he noticed that the pale blue eyes behind the pince-nez were singularly intelligent. They were turned on him now with an appraising look that slightly disconcerted him. It was as though Miss Wills were painstakingly learning him by heart. Sir Charles was just pouring out the cocktails. "Let me get you a cocktail," said Mr. Satterthwaite, springing up. Miss Wills giggled. "I don't mind if I do," she said. The door opened, and Temple announced Lady Mary Lytton Gore and Mr. and Mrs. Babington and Miss Lytton Gore. Mr. Satterthwaite supplied Miss Wills with a cocktail, and then sidled into the neighbourhood of Lady Mary Lytton Gore. As has been stated before, he had a weakness for titles. Also, apart from snobbishness, he liked a gentlewoman, and that Lady Mary most undeniably was. Left as a widow very badly off with a child of 3, she'd come to Loomuth and taken a small cottage where she'd lived with one devoted maid ever since. She was a tall, thin woman, looking older than her 55 years. Her expression was sweet and rather timid. She adored her daughter, but was a little alarmed by her. Hermione Lytton Gore, usually known for some obscure reason as Egg, bore little resemblance to her mother. She was of a more energetic type. She was not, Mr. Satterthwaite decided, beautiful, but she was undeniably attractive. And the cause of that attraction, he thought, lay in her abounding vitality. She seemed twice as alive as anyone in that room. She had dark hair and grey eyes, and was of medium height. It was something in the way the hair curled crisply on her neck, in the straight glance of the grey eyes, in the curve of the cheek, in the infectious laugh that gave one that impression of riotous youth and vitality. She stood talking to Oliver Manders, who had just arrived. "I can't think why sailing bores you so much. You used to like it." "Egg, my dear, one grows up." He drawled the words, raising his eyebrows. "A handsome young fellow, 25 at a guess. Something perhaps a little sleek about his good looks. Something else, something, was it foreign? Something un-English about him." Somebody else was watching Oliver Manders. A little man with an egg-shaped head and very foreign-looking moustaches. Mr. Satterthwaite had recalled himself to Monsieur Hercule Poirot's memory. The little man had been very affable. Mr. Satterthwaite suspected him of deliberately exaggerating his foreign mannerisms. His small twinkly eyes seemed to say, "You expect me to be the buffoon, to play the comedy for you? Bien, it shall be as you wish." But there was no twinkle now in Hercule Poirot's eyes. He looked grave, and a little sad. The Reverend Stephen Babington, rector of Loomuth, came and joined Lady Mary and Mr. Satterthwaite. He was a man of 60-odd, with kind, faded eyes and a disarming, diffident manner. He said to Mr. Satterthwaite, "We are very lucky to have Sir Charles living among us. He's been most kind, most generous. Very pleasant neighbour to have. Lady Mary agrees, I am sure?" Lady Mary smiled. "Oh, I like him very much. His success hasn't spoiled him. In many ways he is, her smile deepened, a child still." The parlour-maid approached with a tray of cocktails, as Mr. Satterthwaite reflected how unendingly maternal women were. Being of the Victorian generation, he approved that trait. "You can have a cocktail, Mums," said Egg, flashing up to them, glass in hand. "Just one." "Thank you, dear," said Lady Mary meekly. "I think," said Mr. Babington, "that my wife would allow me to have one." And he laughed a little gentle clerical laugh. Mr. Satterthwaite glanced over at Mrs. Babington, who was talking earnestly to Sir Charles on the subject of manure. "She's got fine eyes," he thought. Mrs. Babington was a big, untidy woman. She looked full of energy and likely to be free from petty-mindedness. As Charles Cartwright had said, a nice woman. "Tell me," Lady Mary leaned forward, "who is the young woman you were talking to when we came in, the one in green?" "Oh, that's the playwright, Anthony Astor." "What? That anemic-looking young woman? Oh!" She caught herself up. "Oh, how dreadful of me. But it was a surprise. She doesn't look, she looks exactly like an inefficient nursery governess." It was such an apt description of Miss Wills's appearance that Mr. Satterthwaite laughed. Mr. Babington was peering across the room with amiable, short-sighted eyes. He took a sip of his cocktail and choked a little. He was unused to cocktails, thought Mr. Satterthwaite amusedly. Probably they represented modernity to his mind, but he didn't like them. Mr. Babington took another determined mouthful with a slightly wry face and said, "Is it the lady over there? Oh dear." His hand went to his throat. Egg Lytton Gore's voice rang out, "Oliver, you slippery Shylock." Of course, thought Mr. Satterthwaite. That's it. Not foreign. Jew. What a handsome pair they made. Both so young and good-looking. And quarrelling, too, always a healthy sign. He was distracted by a sound at his side. Mr. Babington had risen to his feet and was swaying to and fro. His face was convulsed. It was Egg's clear voice that drew the attention of the room, though Lady Mary had risen and stretched out an anxious hand. "Look," said Egg's voice. "Mr. Babington is ill." Sir Bartholomew Strange came forward hurriedly, supporting the stricken man and half lifting him to a couch at one side of the room. The others crowded round, anxious to help, but impotent. 2 minutes later, Strange straightened himself and shook his head. He spoke bluntly, aware that it was no use to beat about the bush. "I'm sorry," he said. "He's dead." Chapter 3. Sir Charles Wonders. "Come in here a minute, Satterthwaite, will you?" Sir Charles poked his head out of the door. An hour and a half had passed. To confusion had succeeded peace. Lady Mary had led the weeping Mrs. Babington out of the room, and had finally gone home with her to the vicarage. Miss Milray had been efficient with the telephone. The local doctor had arrived and taken charge. A simplified dinner had been served, and by mutual consent the house party had retired to their rooms after it. Mr. Satterthwaite had been making his own retreat when Sir Charles had called to him from the door of the ship-room where the death had taken place. Mr. Satterthwaite passed in, repressing a slight shiver as he did so. He was old enough not to like the sight of death, for soon perhaps he himself. But why think of that? "I'm good for another 20 years, said Mr. Satterthwaite robustly to himself. The only other occupant of the ship-room was Bartholomew Strange. He nodded approval at the sight of Mr. Satterthwaite. "Good man," he said. "We can do with Satterthwaite. He knows life." A little surprised, Mr. Satterthwaite sat down in an armchair near the doctor. Sir Charles was pacing up and down. He had forgotten the semi-clenching of his hands and looked definitely less naval. "Charles doesn't like it," said Sir Bartholomew. "Poor old Babington's death, I mean." Mr. Satterthwaite thought the sentiment ill-expressed. Surely nobody could be expected to like what had occurred. He realized that Strange had quite another meaning from the bald one the words conveyed. "It was very distressing," said Mr. Satterthwaite, cautiously feeling his way. "Very distressing indeed," he added with a reminiscent shiver. Yes, it was rather painful," said the physician, the professional accent creeping for a moment into his voice. Cartwright paused in his pacing. "Ever see anyone die quite like that before, Trolly?" "No," said Sir Bartholomew thoughtfully. "Can't say that I have. But, he added in a moment or two, I haven't really seen as many deaths as you might suppose. A nerve specialist doesn't kill off many of his patients. He keeps them alive and makes his income out of them. McDougal has seen far more deceases than I have, I don't doubt." Dr. McDougal was the principal doctor in Loomuth, whom Miss Milray had summoned. "But Dougal didn't see this man die. He was dead when he arrived. There was only what we could tell him, what you could tell him. He said it was some kind of seizure. Said Babington was elderly, and his health was none too good." "Oh, it doesn't satisfy me." "Probably didn't satisfy him," grunted the other. "But a doctor has to say something. Seizure's a good word, means nothing at all, but satisfies the lay mind. And after all, Babington was elderly, and his health had been giving him trouble lately, his wife told us so. There may have been some unsuspected weakness somewhere." "Was that a typical fit or seizure, or whatever you call it?" "Typical of what?" "Of any known disease." "If you'd ever studied medicine," said Sir Bartholomew, "you'd know that there's hardly any such thing as a typical case." "What precisely are you suggesting, Sir Charles?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite. Cartwright didn't answer. He made a vague gesture with his hand. Strange gave a slight chuckle. "Charles doesn't know himself," he said. "It's just his mind turning naturally to the dramatic possibilities." Sir Charles made a reproachful gesture. His face was absorbed, thoughtful. He shook his head slightly in an abstracted manner. An elusive resemblance teased Mr. Satterthwaite. Then he got it. Aristide Duval, the head of the Secret Service, unravelling the tangled plot of underground wires. In another minute he was sure. Sir Charles was limping unconsciously as he walked. Aristide Duval had been known as the man with a limp. Sir Bartholomew continued to apply ruthless common sense to Sir Charles's unformulated suspicions. "Yes? Well, what do you suspect, Charles? Suicide? Murder? Huh? Who wants to murder a harmless old clergyman? Fantastic. Suicide? Well, I suppose that's the point. Yes. One might perhaps imagine a reason for Babington wanting to make away with himself." "What reason?" Sir Bartholomew shook his head gently. "How can we tell the secrets of the human mind, eh? Just, one suggestion. Suppose, that Babington had been told he suffered from an incurable disease, such as cancer. Something of that kind might supply motive. He might wish to spare his wife the pain of watching his own long-drawn-out suffering. Useful sort of suggestion, of course. There's nothing on earth to make us think that Babington did want to put an end to himself." "I wasn't thinking so much of suicide," began Sir Charles. Bartholomew Strange again gave his low chuckle. "Exactly. You're not out for probability. You want sensation, new and untraceable poison and the cocktails." Sir Charles made an expressive grimace. "I'm not so sure I do want that. Damn it all, Tolly. Remember, I mix those cocktails." "Oh, a sudden attack of homicidal mania, eh? I suppose the symptoms are delayed in our case, but we'll all be dead before morning." "Damn it all, you joke, but—" Sir Charles broke off irritably. "Well, I'm not really joking," said the physician. His voice had altered. It was grave, and not unsympathetic. "I'm not joking about poor old Babington's death. I'm casting fun at your suggestions, Charles, because I don't want you thoughtlessly to do harm." "Harm?" demanded Sir Charles. "Perhaps you understand what I'm driving at, Mr. Satterthwaite?" "I think perhaps I can guess," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Don't you see, Charles," went on Sir Bartholomew, "that those idle suspicions of yours might be definitely harmful? Huh? These things get about. A vague suggestion of foul play, totally unfounded, might cause serious trouble and pain to Mrs. Babington. I've known things of that kind happen once or twice. A sudden death, a few idle tongues wagging, rumours flying all round the place. Rumours that go on growing, and that no one can stop. Damn it all, Charles, do you see how cruel and unnecessary it'd be? You'll merely indulge your vivid imagination in a gallop over a wholly speculative course." A look of irresolution appeared on the actor's face. "I hadn't thought of it like that," he admitted. "You're a thundering good chap, Charles, but you do let your imagination run away with you. Come now. You seriously believe anyone at all, would want to murder that perfectly horrendous old man?" "I suppose not," said Sir Charles. "No. As you say, it's ridiculous. Sorry, Tolly, but it wasn't really a mere stunt on my part. I did genuinely have a hunch that something was wrong." Mr. Satterthwaite gave a little cough. "May I make a suggestion? Mr. Babington was taken ill a very few moments after entering the room, and just after drinking his cocktail. Now, I did happen to notice he made a wry face when drinking. I imagine because he was unused to the taste. But supposing that Sir Bartholomew's tentative suggestion is correct, that Mr. Babington may for some reason have wished to commit suicide, that does strike me as just possible, whereas the suggestion of murder seems quite ridiculous. I feel that it is possible, though not probable, that Mr. Babington introduced something into that glass unseen by us. Now, I see that nothing has yet been touched in this room. The cocktail glasses are exactly where they were. This is Mr. Babington's. Now, I know because I was sitting here talking to him. I suggest that Sir Bartholomew should get the glass analysed. That can be done quite quietly without causing any talk." Sir Bartholomew rose and picked up the glass. "Right," he said. "I'll humour you so far, Charles, and I'll bet you £10 to 1 that there's nothing in it but honest-to-God gin and vermouth." "Done," said Sir Charles. Then he added with a rueful smile, "You know, Tolly, you are partly responsible for my flights of fancy." "I?" "Yes, with your talk of crime this morning. You said this man, Hercule Poirot, was a kind of stormy petrel, that where he went, crimes followed. No sooner does he arrive than we have a suspiciously sudden death. Of course my thoughts fly to murder at once." "I wonder," said Mr. Satterthwaite, and stopped. "Yes," said Charles Cartwright, "I thought of that. What do you think, Tolly? Could we ask him what he thinks of it all? Is it etiquette, I mean?" "A nice point," murmured Mr. Satterthwaite. "Well, I know medical etiquette, but I'm hanged if I know anything about the etiquette of detection." "You can't ask a professional singer to sing," murmured Mr. Satterthwaite. "Can one ask a professional detective to detect?" "Yes, a very nice point." "Just an opinion," said Sir Charles. There was a gentle tap on the door, and Hercule Poirot's face appeared, peering in with an apologetic expression. "Come in, man," cried Sir Charles, springing up. "We were just talking of you." "I thought perhaps I might be intruding." "Not at all. Have a drink." "Oh, thank you, no. I seldom drink the whiskey. A glass of syrup now." But syrup was not included in Sir Charles's conception of drinkable fluids. Having settled his guest in a chair, the actor went straight to the point. "I'm not going to beat about the bush," he said. "We were just talking of you, Monsieur Poirot, and of what happened tonight. Look here, do you think there's anything wrong about it?" Poirot's eyebrows rose. He said, "Wrong? How do you mean that, wrong?" Bartholomew Stain said, "My friend's got an idea into his head that old Babington was murdered." "And you do not think so, huh?" "Well, we'd like to know what you think." Poirot said thoughtfully, "He was taken ill, of course. Very suddenly?" "Very suddenly indeed." "Just so." Mr. Satterthwaite explained the theory of suicide and his own suggestion of having a cocktail glass analyzed. Poirot nodded approval. "That, at any rate, can do no harm. As a judge of human nature, it seems to me unlikely in the extreme that anyone could wish to do away with a charming and harmless old gentleman. Still less does the solution of suicide appeal to me. However, the cocktail glass will tell us one way or another, and the result of the analysis you think will be, what?" Poirot shrugged his shoulders. "Me? Oh, I can only guess. You asked me to guess what will be the result of the analysis." "Guess? Then I guess that they will find only the remains of a very excellent dry martini." He bowed to Sir Charles. "To poison a man in a cocktail, one of many, handed round on a tray, well, it would be a technique very difficult. And if that charming old clergyman wanted to commit suicide, I think he would do it at a party. That would show a very decided lack of consideration for others. And Mr. Babington struck me as a very considerate person." He paused. "That, since you ask me, is my opinion." There was a moment's silence, and Sir Charles gave a deep sigh. He opened one of the windows and looked out. "Wind's gone round the point," he said. The sailor had come back, and the Secret Service detective had disappeared. But to the observant Mr. Satterthwaite, it seemed as though Sir Charles hankered slightly after the part he was not, after all, to play. Chapter 4. A Modern Elaine. "Yes, but what do you think, Mr. Satterthwaite? Really think?" Mr. Satterthwaite looked this way and that. There was no escape. Egg-Lytton Gore had got him securely cornered on the fishing quay. Merciless, these modern young women, and terrifyingly alive. "Sir Charles has put this idea into your head," he said. "No, he hasn't. It was there already. It's been there from the beginning. It was so frightfully sudden." "Well, he was an old man, and his health wasn't very good." Egg cut the recital short. "That's all tripe. He had neuritis and a touch of rheumatoid arthritis. That doesn't make a fall down in a fit. He never had fits. He was a sort of gentle, creaking gait that would have lived to be 90. But what do you think of the inquest?" "Well, it all seemed quite, normal." "What do you think of Dr. McDougall's evidence? Frightfully technical and all that. A close description of the organs. But didn't it strike you that behind all that bombardment of words he was hedging? Well, what he said amounted to this, that there was nothing to show death had not arisen from natural causes. He didn't say it was the result of natural causes." "Well, aren't you splitting hairs a little, my dear?" "The point is that he did. He was puzzled, but he had nothing to go upon, so he had to take refuge in medical caution." "Well, what did Sir Bartholomew Strange think?" Mr. Satterthwaite repeated some of the physician's dictums. "Pooh-poohed it, did he?" said Egg thoughtfully. "Of course he's a cautious man. I suppose a Harley Street big bug has to be." "There was nothing in the cocktail glass but gin and vermouth," Mr. Satterthwaite reminded her. "Well, it seems to settle it. All the same, something that happened after the inquest made me wonder." "Was something Sir Bartholomew said to you?" Mr. Satterthwaite began to feel a pleasant curiosity. "No, not to me, to Oliver Manders. He was at dinner that night, but perhaps you don't remember him?" Oh, yes, I remember him very well. Is he a great friend of yours? Oh, used to be. Now we scrap most of the time. He's gone into his uncle's office in the city, and he's getting, well, a bit oily, if you know what I mean. Always talks of chucking it and being a journalist. Well, he writes rather well, but I don't think it's any more than talk now. He wants to get rich. Why, I think everybody's rather disgusting about money, don't you, Mr. Satterthwaite? A youth came home to him then, the crude, arrogant childishness of her. My dear, he said, so many people are disgusting about so many things. Most people are swine, of course, agreed Egg cheerfully. That's why I'm really cut up about old Mr. Babington. Because, you see, he really was rather a pet. He prepared me for confirmation and all that, and though, of course, a lot of that business is all bunkum, he really was rather sweet about it. You see, Mr. Satterthwaite, I really believe in Christianity. Not like Mother does, with little books and early service and things, but intelligently and as a matter of history. The church is all clotted up with a Pauline tradition. In fact, the church is a mess. But Christianity itself is all right. That's why I can't be a communist like Oliver. In practice, our beliefs would work out much the same. Things in common and ownership by all, but the difference, well, I needn't go into that. But the Babingtons really were Christians. They didn't poke and pry and condemn, and they were never unkind about people or things. They were pets. And there was Robin. Robin? Their son. He was out in India and got killed. Oh, I had rather a pash on Robin. Egg blinked. Her gaze went out to sea. Then her attention returned to Mr. Satterthwaite and the present. So you see, I feel rather strongly about this. Supposing it wasn't a natural death. My dear child. Well, it's damned odd. You must admit it's damned odd. That surely you yourself have just practically admitted that the Babingtons hadn't an enemy in the world. Well, that's what's so queer about it. I can't think of any conceivable motive. Fantastic. There was nothing in the cocktail. Perhaps someone jabbed him with a hypodermic. Containing the arrow poison of the South American Indians, suggested Mr. Satterthwaite, gently ridiculing. Egg grinned. That's it. The good old untraceable stuff. Well, you're all very superior about it. Someday perhaps you'll find out we are right. We? Sir Charles and I. She flushed slightly. Mr. Satterthwaite thought, in the words and metre of his generation, when quotations for all occasions was to be found in every bookcase, of more than twice her years, seamed with an ancient sword cut on the cheek, and bruised and bronzed, she lifted up her eyes and loved him with that love which was her doom. He felt a little ashamed of himself for thinking in quotations. Tennyson, too, was very little thought of nowadays. Besides, though Sir Charles was bronzed, he was not scarred, and Egg-Lytton Gore, though doubtless capable of a healthy passion, didn't look at all likely to perish of love and drift about rivers on a barge. There was nothing of the lily maid of Astolat about her. Except, thought Mr. Satterthwaite, a youth. Girls were always attracted to middle-aged men with interesting pasts. Egg seemed to be no exception to this rule. Why hasn't he ever married? She asked abruptly. Well, Mr. Satterthwaite paused. His own answer, put bluntly, would have been caution, but he realized that such a word would be unacceptable to Egg-Lytton Gore. Sir Charles Cartwright had had plenty of affairs with women, actresses, and others, but he'd always managed to steer clear of matrimony. Egg was clearly seeking for a more romantic explanation. That girl who died of consumption, some actress, a name began with an M. Wasn't he supposed to be very fond of her? Mr. Satterthwaite remembered the lady in question. Rumour had coupled Charles Cartwright's name with hers, but only very slightly, and Mr. Satterthwaite did not for a moment believe that Sir Charles had remained unmarried in order to be faithful to her memory. He conveyed as much tactfully. I suppose he's had lots of affairs, said Egg. Probably, said Mr. Satterthwaite, feeling Victorian. I like men to have affairs, said Egg. It shows they're not queer or anything. Mr. Satterthwaite's Victorianism suffered a further pang. He was at a loss for a reply. Egg didn't notice his discomfiture. She went on musingly. You know, Sir Charles is really cleverer than you'd think. He poses a lot, of course, dramatizes himself, but behind all that he's got brains. He's far better sailing a boat than you'd ever think to hear him talk. You'd think to listen to him that it was all pose, but it isn't. It's the same about this business. You think it's all done for effect, that he wants to play the part of the great detective. Well, all I say is, I think he'd play it rather well. Possibly, agreed Mr. Satterthwaite. The inflection of his voice showed his feelings clearly enough. Egg pounced on them and expressed them in words. But your view is that Death of a Clergyman isn't a thriller. It's merely regrettable incident at a dinner party. Purely a social catastrophe? What did Monsieur Poirot think? He ought to know. Monsieur Poirot advised us to wait for the analysis of the cocktail, but in his opinion everything was quite all right. Oh, well, said Egg. He's getting old. He's a back number. Mr. Satterthwaite winced. Egg went on, unconscious of brutality. Come home and have tea with Mother. She likes you. She said so. Delicately flattered, Mr. Satterthwaite accepted the invitation. On arrival, Egg volunteered to ring up Sir Charles and explain the non-appearance of his guest. Mr. Satterthwaite sat down in the tiny sitting-room with its faded chintzes and its well-polished pieces of old furniture. It was a Victorian room, what Mr. Satterthwaite called in his own mind a lady's room, and he approved of it. His conversation with Lady Mary was agreeable, nothing brilliant, but pleasantly chatty. They spoke of Sir Charles. Did Mr. Satterthwaite know him well? Not intimately, Mr. Satterthwaite said. He had a financial interest in one of Sir Charles's plays some years ago. They've been friends ever since. He has great charm, said Lady Mary, smiling. I feel it as well as Egg. I suppose you've discovered that Egg is suffering badly from hero worship? Mr. Satterthwaite wondered if, as a mother, Lady Mary was not made slightly uneasy by that hero worship. But it didn't seem so. Egg sees so little of the world, she said, sighing. Is so badly off. One of my cousins presented her and took her to a few things in town. But since then she's hardly been away from here, except for an occasional visit. Young people, I feel, should see plenty of people and places, especially people. Otherwise, well, propinquity is sometimes a dangerous thing. Mr. Satterthwaite agreed, thinking of Sir Charles and the sailing, but that this was not what was in Lady Mary's mind she showed a moment or two later. Sir Charles's coming has done a lot for Egg. It's widened her horizon. You see, there are very few young people down here, especially men. I've always been afraid that Egg might marry someone simply from being thrown with one person only and seeing no one else. Mr. Satterthwaite had a quick intuition. Are you thinking of young Oliver Manders? Lady Mary blushed in ingenuous surprise. Oh, Mr. Satterthwaite, I don't know how you knew. I was thinking of him. He and Egg were together a lot at one time, and I know I'm old-fashioned, but I don't like some of his ideas. Youth must have its fling, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Lady Mary shook her head. I've been so afraid. But it's quite suitable, of course. I know all about him, and his uncle, who's recently taken him into his firm, is a very rich man. It's not that. It's silly of me, but... She shook her head, unable to express herself further. Mr. Satterthwaite felt curiously intimate. He said quietly and plainly, All the same, Lady Mary, you wouldn't like your girl to marry a man twice her own age. Her answer surprised him. It might be safer so. If you do that, at least you know where you are. At that age, a man's follies and sins are definitely behind him. They are not, still to come. Before Mr. Satterthwaite could say any more, Egg rejoined them. Oh, you've been a long time, darling, said her mother. I was talking to Sir Charles, my sweet. He's all alone in his glory. She turned reproachfully to Mr. Satterthwaite. You didn't tell me the house party had flitted. Oh, they went back yesterday, all but Sir Bartholomew Strange. He was staying till tomorrow, but he was recalled to London by an urgent telegram this morning. One of his patients was in a critical condition. That's a pity, said Egg, because I meant to study the house party. I might have got a clue. A clue to what, darling? Mr. Satterthwaite knows. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oliver's still here. We'll rope him in. He's got brains when he likes. When Mr. Satterthwaite arrived back at Crow's Nest, he found his host sitting on the terrace overlooking the sea. Hello, Satterthwaite. Been having tea with the Lytton Gores? Yes, you don't mind? Of course not. Egg telephoned. Odd sort of girl, Egg. Attractive, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Yes, I suppose she is." He got up and walked a few aimless steps. "I wish to God," he said suddenly and bitterly, "that I'd never come to this cursed place." Chapter 5. Flight from a Lady. Mr. Satterthwaite thought to himself, "He's got it badly." He felt a sudden pity for his host. At the age of 52, Charles Cartwright, the gay debonair breaker of hearts, had fallen in love. And, as he himself realized, his case was doomed to disappointment. Youth turns to youth. Girls don't wear their hearts on their sleeves, thought Mr. Satterthwaite. Egg makes a great parade of her feelings for Sir Charles. She wouldn't if it really meant anything. Young Manders is the one. Mr. Satterthwaite was usually fairly shrewd in his assumptions. Still, there was probably one factor that he didn't take into account because he was unaware of it himself. That was the enhanced value placed by age on youth. To Mr. Satterthwaite, an elderly man, the fact that Egg might prefer a middle-aged man to a young one was frankly incredible. Youth was to him so much the most magical of all gifts. He felt strengthened in his beliefs when Egg rang up after dinner and demanded permission to bring Oliver along and have a consultation. Certainly a handsome lad, with his dark, heavy-lidded eyes and easy grace of movement. He had, it seemed, permitted himself to be brought, a tribute to Egg's energy, but his general attitude was lazily sceptical. "Can't you talk her out of it, sir?" he said to Sir Charles. "It's this appallingly healthy bucolic life she leads that makes her so energetic. You know, Egg, you really are detestably hearty, and your tastes are childish, crime, sensation, and all that bunk." "You're a sceptic, Manders?" "Well, sir, really, that dear old bleating fellow. It's fantastic to think of anything else but natural causes." "I expect you're right," said Sir Charles. Mr. Satterthwaite glanced at him. What part was Charles Cartwright playing tonight? Not the ex-naval man, not the international detective. No, some new and unfamiliar role. It came as a shock to Mr. Satterthwaite when he realized what that role was. Sir Charles was playing second fiddle. Second fiddle to Oliver Manders. He sat back with his head in shadow watching those two, Egg and Oliver, as they disputed. Egg hotly, Oliver languidly. Sir Charles looked older than usual, old and tired. More than once Egg appealed to him, hotly and confidently, but his response was lacking. It was 11 o'clock when they left. Sir Charles went out on the terrace with them and offered the loan of an electric torch to help them down the stony path. But there was no need of a torch. It was a beautiful moonlit night. They set off together, their voices growing fainter as they descended. Moonlight or no moonlight, Mr. Satterthwaite was not going to risk a chill. He returned to the ship-room. Sir Charles stayed out on the terrace a little while longer. When he came in, he latched the window behind him and, striding to a side table, poured himself out a whisky and soda. "Satterthwaite," he said, "I'm leaving here tomorrow for good." "What?" cried Mr. Satterthwaite, astonished. A kind of melancholy pleasure at the effect he had produced showed for a minute on Charles Cartwright's face. "It's the only thing to do," he said, obviously speaking in capital letters. "I shall sell this place. What it has meant to me no one will ever know." His voice dropped lingeringly, effectively. After an evening of second fiddle, Sir Charles's egoism was taking its revenge. This was the great renunciation scene, so often played by him in sundry and diverse dramas. Giving up the other man's wife, renouncing the girl he loved. There was a brave flippancy in his voice as he went on. "Cut your losses, it's the only way. Youth to youth. They're made for each other, those two. I shall clear out." "Where to?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite. The actor made a careless gesture. "Anywhere. What does it matter?" he added with a slight change of voice. "Probably Monte Carlo." And then, retrieving what his sensitive taste could not but feel to be a slight anticlimax, "In the heart of the desert or the heart of the crowd, what does it matter? The inmost core of man is solitary, alone. I've always been a lonely soul." It was clearly an exit line. He nodded to Mr. Satterthwaite and left the room. Mr. Satterthwaite got up and prepared to follow his host to bed. But it won't be the heart of the desert, he thought to himself with a slight chuckle. On the following morning, Sir Charles begged Mr. Satterthwaite to forgive him if he went up to town that day. "Don't cut your visit short, my dear fellow. You were staying till tomorrow, and I know you're going on to the Halbertons at Tavistock. The car will take you there. What I feel is that, having come to my decision, I mustn't look back. No, I mustn't look back." Sir Charles squared his shoulders with manly resolution, wrung Mr. Satterthwaite's hand with fervour, and delivered him over to the capable Miss Milray. Miss Milray seemed prepared to deal with the situation as she had dealt with any other. She expressed no surprise or emotion at Sir Charles's overnight decision, nor could Mr. Satterthwaite draw her out on the point. Neither sudden deaths nor sudden changes of plan could excite Miss Milray. She accepted whatever happened as a fact, and proceeded to cope with it in an efficient way. She telephoned to the house agents, dispatched wires abroad, and wrote busily on her typewriter. Mr. Satterthwaite escaped from the depressing spectacle of so much efficiency by strolling down to the quay. He was walking aimlessly along when he was seized by the arm from behind, and turned to confront a white-faced girl. "What's all this?" demanded Egg fiercely. "All what?" parried Mr. Satterthwaite. "It's all over the place that Sir Charles is going away. He's going to sell Crow's Nest." "Quite true." "He is going away?" "He's gone." "Oh!" Egg relinquished his arm. She looked suddenly like a very small child who's been cruelly hurt. Mr. Satterthwaite didn't know what to say. "Where's he gone?" "Abroad, the south of France." "Oh!" Still he didn't know what to say, for clearly there was more than hero worship here. Pitying her, he was turning over various consolatory words in his mind when she spoke again, and startled him. "Which of those damned bitches is it?" asked Egg fiercely. Mr. Satterthwaite stared at her, his mouth fallen open in surprise. Egg took him by the arm again and shook him violently. "You must know," she cried. "Which of them, the grey-haired one or the other?" Dear, I don't know what you're talking about." "You do, you must. Of course it's some woman. He liked me. I know he liked me. One of those women the other night must have seen it too, and determined to get him away from me. I hate women as I hate cats. Did you see her clothes? That one with the green hair? Oh, they make me gnash my teeth with envy. A woman who has clothes like that has a pull. You can't deny it. She's quite old and ugly as sin, really, but what's it matter? She makes everyone else look like a dowdy curate's wife. Is it her? Or is it the other one with the grey hair? She's amusing, you can see that. She's got masses of S.A., and he called her Angie. But it can't be the one like a wilted cabbage. Is it the smart one, or is it Angie?" "Dear, you've got the most extraordinary ideas into your head. He, Charles Cartwright, isn't the least interested in either of those women." "I don't believe you. They're interested in him anyway." No. "You're making a mistake. This is all imagination." "Bitches," said Egg. "That's what they are." "You mustn't use that word, my dear." "I can think of a lot worse things to say than that." Possibly, but pray don't do so. I can assure you that you are labouring under a misapprehension." "Then why has he gone away, like this?" Mr. Satterthwaite cleared his throat. I fancy he thought it best." Egg stared at him piercingly. "Which, do you mean, pics of me?" "Well, something of the kind, perhaps." "So he's laked it." "Ah. I suppose I did show my hand a bit plainly. Men do hate being chased, don't they? Thumbs is right after all. You've no idea how sweet she is when she talks about him. Always in the third person, so Victorian and polite. A man hates being run after. A girl should always let the man make the running. Okay, don't you think it's a sweet expression, make the running? Sounds the opposite of what it means. Actually, that's just what Charles has done, made the running. He's running away from me. He's afraid. And the devil of it is, I can't go after him. If I did, I suppose he'd take a boat to the wilds of Africa or somewhere." "Hermione," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "are you serious about Sir Charles?" The girl flung him an impatient glance. "Of course I am." "But what about Oliver Manders?" Egg dismissed Oliver Manders with an impatient whisk of the head. She was following out a train of thought of her own. "Do you think I might write to him? Nothing alarming, just chatty, girlish stuff, you know. Put him at his ease, so that he'd get over his scare." She frowned. "Oh, what a fool I've been. Mums would have managed it much better. They knew how to do the trick, those Victorians, all blushing retreat. I've been all wrong about it. I I actually thought he needed encouraging. He seemed, well, he seemed to need a bit of help. Tell me," she turned abruptly on Mr. Satterthwaite, "did he see me do my kissing act with Oliver last night?" Uh, Not that I know of. When? All in the moonlight. As we were going down the path, I thought he was still looking from the terrace. I thought perhaps if he saw me and Oliver, well, I thought it might wake him up a bit. Because he did like me. I could swear he liked me. Wasn't that a little hard on Oliver? Egg shook her head decisively. Not in the least. Oliver thinks it's an honour for any girl to be kissed by him. It was damn bad for his conceit, of course, but one can't think of everything. I wanted to ginger up Charles. He's been different lately, more standoffish. My dear child, said Mr. Satterthwaite, I don't think you realise quite why Sir Charles went away so suddenly. He thought that you cared for Oliver. He went away to save himself further pain. Egg whisked round. She caught hold of Mr. Satterthwaite by the shoulders and peered into his face. Is that true? Is that really true? Come back. The boob. Oh! She released Mr. Satterthwaite suddenly and moved along beside him with a skipping motion. Then he'll come back, she said. He'll come back. If he doesn't... Well, if he doesn't? Egg laughed. I'll get him back somehow. You see if I don't. It seemed as though, allowing for difference of language, Egg and the Lily Maid of Astolat had much in common. But Mr. Satterthwaite felt that Egg's methods would be more practical than those of Elaine, and the dying of a broken heart would form no part of them. Second Act. Certainty. Chapter 1. Sir Charles receives a letter. Mr. Satterthwaite had come over for the day to Monte Carlo. His round of house parties was over, and the Riviera in September was rather a favourite haunt of his. He was sitting in the gardens, enjoying the sun and reading a 2-days-old Daily Mail. Suddenly a name caught his attention. Strange. Death of Sir Bartholomew Strange. He read the paragraph through. We much regret having to announce the death of Sir Bartholomew Strange, the eminent nerve specialist. Sir Bartholomew was entertaining a party of friends at his house in Yorkshire. Sir Bartholomew appeared to be in perfect health and spirits, and his demise occurred quite suddenly at the end of dinner. He was chatting with his friends and drinking a glass of port when he had a sudden seizure and died before medical aid could be summoned. Sir Bartholomew will be deeply regretted. He was... Here followed a description of Sir Bartholomew's career and work. Mr. Satterthwaite let the paper slip from his hand. He was very disagreeably impressed. A vision of the physician as he had seen him last flashed across his mind, big, jocund, in the pink of condition. And now, dead. Certain words detached themselves from their context and floated about disagreeably in Mr. Satterthwaite's mind. Drinking a glass of port. Sudden seizure. Died before medical aid could be summoned. Port, not a cocktail, but otherwise curiously reminiscent of that death in Cornwall. Mr. Satterthwaite saw again the convulsed face of the mild old clergyman. Supposing that after all... He looked up to see Sir Charles Cartwright coming towards him across the grass. Satterthwaite, oh, that's wonderful, just the man I'd have chosen to see. Have you seen about poor old Tolly? I was just reading it now. Sir Charles dropped into a chair beside him. He was immaculately got up in yachting costume. No more grey flannels and old sweaters. He was the sophisticated yachtsman of the south of France. Listen, Satterthwaite, Tolly was as sound as a bell. Never had anything wrong with him. Am I being a complete fanciful ass, or does this business remind you of that business at Loomuth? Yes, it does. But of course we may be mistaken. The resemblance may be only superficial. After all, sudden deaths occur the whole time from a variety of causes. Sir Charles nodded his head impatiently. Then he said, Have you got a letter from Egglet & Gore? Mr. Satterthwaite concealed a smile. The first you've had from her? Sir Charles was unsuspecting. No, I had a letter soon after I got here. It followed me about a bit, just giving me the news and all that. I didn't answer it. Dash it all, Satterthwaite, I didn't dare answer it. The girl had no idea, of course, but I didn't want to make a fool of myself. Mr. Satterthwaite passed his hand over his mouth where the smile still lingered. And this one? He asked. This is different. It's an appeal for help. Help? Mr. Satterthwaite's eyebrows went up. "She was there, you see, in the house when it happened." You mean she was staying with Sir Bartholomew Strange at the time of his death?" "Yes." "What did she say about it?" Sir Charles had taken a letter from his pocket. He hesitated for a moment, then he handed it to Mr. Satterthwaite. "You'd better read it for yourself." Mr. Satterthwaite opened out the sheet with lively curiosity. "Dear Sir Charles, I don't know when this will get to you. I do hope soon. I'm so worried I don't know what to do. You'll have seen, I expect, in the papers that Sir Bartholomew Strange is dead. Well, he died just the same way as Mr. Babington. It can't be a coincidence. It can't. It can't. I'm worried to death. Look here, can't you come home and do something? It sounds a bit crude put like that, but you did have suspicions before, and nobody would listen to you, and now it's your own friend who's been killed, and perhaps if you don't come back nobody will ever find out the truth, and I'm sure you could. I feel it in my bones. And there's something else. I'm worried, definitely, about someone. He had absolutely nothing to do with it, I know that, but things might look a bit odd. Oh, I can't explain in a letter, but once you come back, you could find out the truth. I know you could. Yours in haste, Egg." "Well," demanded Sir Charles impatiently. "Bit incoherent, of course. She wrote it in a hurry, but what about it?" Mr. Satterthwaite folded the letter slowly to give himself a minute or two before replying. He agreed that the letter was incoherent, but he didn't think it had been written in a hurry. It was, in his view, a very careful production. It was designed to appeal to Sir Charles's vanity, to his chivalry, and to his sporting instincts. From what Mr. Satterthwaite knew of Sir Charles, that letter was a certain draw. "Who do you think she means by someone and he?" he asked. "Amanda's, I suppose." "Was he there, then?" "Must have been. I don't know why. Tolly never met him except on that one occasion at my house. Why you should ask him to stay, I can't imagine." "Did he often have those big house parties?" 3 or 4 times a year. Always one for the St. Ledger." "Did he spend much time in Yorkshire?" "And a big sanatorium, nursing home, whatever you like to call it. He bought Milford Abbey. It's an old place, restored it and built a sanatorium in the grounds." "I see." Mr. Satterthwaite was silent for a minute or two. Then he said, "I wonder who else there was in the house party." Sir Charles suggested that it might be in one of the other newspapers, and they went off to institute a newspaper hunt. "Here we are," said Sir Charles. He read aloud. "Sir Bartholomew Strange is having his usual house party for the St. Ledger. Amongst the guests are Lord and Lady Eden, Lady Mary Lytton Gore, Sir Jocelyn and Lady Campbell, Captain and Mrs. Dacres, and Miss Angela Sutcliffe, the well-known actress." He and Mr. Satterthwaite looked at each other. "The Dacres and Angela Sutcliffe," said Sir Charles. "Nothing about Oliver Manners." "Let's get today's Continental Daily Mail," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "There might be something in that." Sir Charles glanced over the paper. Suddenly he stiffened. "Why, God, Satterthwaite, listen to this. Sir Bartholomew Strange. At the inquest today on the late Sir Bartholomew Strange, a verdict of death by nicotine poisoning was returned, there being no evidence to show how or by whom the poison was administered." He frowned. "Nicotine poisoning? Sounds mild enough, not the sort of thing to make a man fall down in a fit. I don't understand all this." "What are you going to do?" "Do? I'm going to book a berth on the Blue Train tonight." "Well," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "I might as well do the same." "You?" Sir Charles wheeled round on him, surprised. "This sort of thing is rather in my line," said Mr. Satterthwaite modestly. "I've had a little experience. Besides, I know the chief constable in that part of the world rather well, Colonel Johnson. That will come in useful." "Good man!" cried Sir Charles. "Let's go round to the Wagon-Lit offices." Mr. Satterthwaite thought to himself, "The girl's done it. She's got him back. She said she would. I wonder just exactly how much of her letter was genuine." Decidedly, Egg Lytton Gore was an opportunist. When Sir Charles had gone off to the Wagon-Lit offices, Mr. Satterthwaite strolled slowly through the gardens. His mind was still pleasantly engaged with the problem of Egg Lytton Gore. He admired her resource and her driving power, and stifled that slightly Victorian side of his nature which disapproved of a member of the fairer sex taking the initiative in affairs of the heart. Mr. Satterthwaite was an observant man. In the midst of his cogitations on the female sex in general, and Eglet and Gore in particular, he was unable to resist saying to himself, "Now, where have I seen that particular shaped head before?" The owner of the head was sitting on a seat gazing thoughtfully ahead of him. He was a little man whose moustaches were out of proportion to his size. A discontented-looking English child was standing nearby, standing first on one foot, then the other, and occasionally meditatively kicking the lobelia edging. "Don't do that, darling," said her mother, who was absorbed in a fashion paper. "I haven't anything to do," said the child. The little man turned his head to look at her, and Mr. Satterthwaite recognized him. "Monsieur Poirot," he said, "this is a very pleasant surprise." End of Disc 1. Disc 2. Monsieur Poirot rose and bowed. "Enchanté, monsieur." They shook hands, and Mr. Satterthwaite sat down. "Everyone seems to be in Monte Carlo. Not half an hour ago I ran across Sir Charles Cartwright, and now you." "Sir Charles? He's also here." "Yes, he's been yachting. You know that he gave up his house at Loomuth?" "Ah, no. I did not know it. I am surprised." "I don't know that I am. I don't think Cartwright is really the kind of man who likes to live permanently out of the world." "I know, no, I agree with you there. I was surprised for another reason. It seemed to me that Sir Charles had a particular reason for staying in Loomuth. A very charming reason, huh? Am I not right? The little demoiselle who calls herself so amusingly the Egg?" His eyes were twinkling gently. "Oh, so you noticed that?" "Oh, surely I noticed. I have the heart very susceptible to lovers. You too, I think. And la jeunesse, it's always touching." He sighed. "I think," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "that actually you've hit on Sir Charles's reason for leaving Loomuth. He was running away." "For Mademoiselle Egg? But it is obvious that he adores her. Why then run?" "Ah," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "you don't understand our Anglo-Saxon complexes." Monsieur Poirot was following his own line of reasoning. "Of course," he said, "it is a good move to pursue. Run from a woman, immediately she follows. Doubtless Sir Charles, a man of much experience, knows that." Mr. Satterthwaite was rather amused. "I don't think it was quite that way," he said. Tell me, what are you doing out here? A holiday?" My time is all holiday nowadays. I have succeeded. I'm rich. I retire. Now I travel about seeing the world." "Splendid," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "N'est-ce pas?" "Mammy," said the English child, "isn't there anything to do?" "Darling," said her mother reproachfully, "isn't it lovely to have come abroad and to be in the beautiful sunshine?" "Yes, but there's nothing to do. Run about, amuse yourself, go and look at the sea." "Maman," said a French child suddenly appearing, "joue avec moi." A French mother looked up from her book. "Amuse-toi avec ta balle, Marcel." Obediently the French child bounced her ball with a gloomy face. "Je m'amuse," said Hercule Poirot, and there was a very curious expression on his face. Then, as if in answer to something he read in Mr. Satterthwaite's face, he said, "But yet you have the quick perceptions. It is as you think." He was silent for a minute or two. Then he said, "See you, as a boy I was poor. There were many of us. We had to get on in the world. I entered the police force. I worked hard. Slowly I rose in that force. I began to make a name for myself. I made a name for myself. I began to acquire an international reputation. At last I was due to retire. There came the war. I was injured. I came, a sad and weary refugee, to England. A kind lady gave me hospitality. She died. Not naturally. No, she was killed. Eh bien, I set my wits to work. I employed my little grey cells. I discovered her murderer. I found that I was not yet finished. No, indeed, my powers were stronger than ever. I then began my second career, that of a private inquiry agent in England. I solved many fascinating and baffling problems. Oh, monsieur, I have lived. The psychology of human nature, it is wonderful. I grew rich. Some day I said to myself, I will have all the money I need. I will realize all my dreams. He laid a hand on Mr. Satterthwaite's knee. My friend, beware of the day when your dreams come true. That child near us, doubtless she too has dreamt of coming abroad, of the excitement, of how different everything would be, you understand? I understand, said Mr. Satterthwaite, that you are not amusing yourself. Poirot nodded. Exactly. There were moments when Mr. Satterthwaite looked like Puck. This was one of them. His little wrinkled face twitched impishly. He hesitated. Should he? Should he not? Slowly he unfolded the newspaper he was still carrying. Have you seen this, Monsieur Poirot? With his forefinger he indicated the paragraph he meant. The little Belgian took the paper. Mr. Satterthwaite watched him as he read. No change came over his face, but the Englishman had the impression that his body stiffened, as does that of a terrier when it sniffs a rat-hole. Hercule Poirot read the paragraph twice, then he folded the paper and returned it to Mr. Satterthwaite. That is, interesting, he said. Yes. It looks, does it not, as though Sir Charles Cartwright had been right, and we had been wrong. Yes, said Poirot. It seems as though we had been wrong. I will admit it, my friend. I could not believe that so harmless, so friendly an old man could have been murdered. Well, it may be that I was wrong. Although, you see, this other death may be coincidence. Coincidences do occur, the most amazing coincidences. I, Hercule Poirot, have known coincidences that would surprise you. He paused and went on. Sir Charles Cartwright's instinct may have been right. He's an artist, sensitive, impressionable. He feels things rather than reasons about them. Such a method in life is often disastrous, but is sometimes justified. I wonder where Sir Charles is now. Mr. Satterthwaite smiled. I can tell you that. He's in the office of the Wagon Lee Company. He and I are returning to England tonight. Aha! Poirot put immense meaning into the exclamation. His eyes, bright, inquiring, roguish, asked a question. What zeal he has of Sir Charles. He is determined then to play this role, the role of the amateur policeman? Or is there another reason? Mr. Satterthwaite did not reply, but from his silence Poirot seemed to deduce an answer. I see, he said. The bright eyes of Mademoiselle are concerned in this. It is not only crime that calls? She wrote to him, said Mr. Satterthwaite, begging him to return. Poirot nodded. I wonder now, he said. I do not quite understand. Mr. Satterthwaite interrupted. You do not understand the modern English girl? Well, that's not surprising. I do not always understand them myself. A girl like Miss Lytton Gore. In his turn, Poirot interrupted. Pardon, you have misunderstood me. I understand Miss Lytton Gore very well. I have met such another, many such others. You call the type modern, but it is, how shall I say, age-long. Mr. Satterthwaite was slightly annoyed. He felt that he, and only he, understood Hegg. This preposterous foreigner knew nothing about young English womanhood. Poirot was still speaking. His tone was dreamy, brooding. A knowledge of human nature, what a dangerous thing it can be. A useful thing, corrected Mr. Satterthwaite. Perhaps it depends upon the point of view. Well, Mr. Satterthwaite hesitated, got up. He was a little disappointed. He'd cast the bait, and the fish had not risen. He felt that his own knowledge of human nature was at fault. I will wish you a pleasant holiday. I thank you. I hope that when you are next in London you will come and see me. He produced a card. This is my address. You're most amiable, Mr. Satterthwaite. I shall be charmed. Goodbye for the present, then. Goodbye, and bon voyage. Mr. Satterthwaite moved away. Poirot looked after him for a moment or two, then once more he stared straight ahead of him, looking out over the blue Mediterranean. So he sat for at least 10 minutes. The English child reappeared. I've looked at the sea, Mummy. What shall I do next? An admirable question, said Hercule Poirot under his breath. He rose and walked slowly away, in the direction of the Wagon-Lit offices. Chapter 2. The Missing Butler. Sir Charles and Mr. Satterthwaite were sitting in Colonel Johnson's study. The chief constable was a big red-faced man with a barrack-room voice and a hearty manner. He greeted Mr. Satterthwaite with every sign of pleasure and was obviously delighted to make the acquaintance of the famous Charles Cartwright. "Why, miss, is a great player going up. She was one of your, what the Americans call it, fans. That's it, fans, yeah. I like a good play myself. Good clean stuff, that is. Some of the things they put on the stage nowadays. Phew." Sir Charles, conscious of rectitude in this respect, he never put on daring plays, responded suitably with all his easy charm of manner. When they came to mention the object of their visit, Colonel Johnson was only too ready to tell them all he could. "Friends of yours, you say? Oh, too bad, too bad. Yes, she was very popular round here. That sanatorium of his is very highly spoken of. By all accounts, Sir Bartholomew was a first-rate fellow, as well as being at the top of his profession. Kind, generous, popular all round. Last man in the world you'd expect to be murdered, and murder is what it looks like. There's nothing to indicate a suicide, and anything like accident seems out of the question." "Satterthwaite and I have just come back from abroad," said Sir Charles. "We've only seen snippets here and there in the papers." "And naturally you want to know all about it, eh? Well, I'll tell you exactly how the matter stands. I think there's no doubt the butler's the man we've got to look for. He was a new man. Sir Bartholomew had only had him a fortnight, and the moment after the crime he disappears. Vanishes into thin air. Looks a bit fishy, doesn't it, eh? Huh? You've no notion where he went?" Colonel Johnson's naturally red face got a little redder. "Negligence on our part, you think? Oh, I admit it damn well looks like it. Naturally, the fellow was under observation, just the same as everyone else. He answered our questions quite satisfactorily. Gave the London agency which obtained him the place, past employer. Sir Horace Bird, all very civil-spoken, no signs of panic. Next thing was he'd gone, and the house under observation. I've hauled my men over the coals, but they swear they didn't bat an eyelid." "Very remarkable," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Apart from everything else," said Sir Charles thoughtfully, "seems a damn fool thing to do. As far as he knew, the man wasn't suspected. By bolting, he draws attention to himself." "Exactly. And not a hope of escape. His description's been circulated. It's only a matter of days before he's pulled in." "Very odd," said Sir Charles. "I don't understand it." "Oh, the reason's clear enough. He lost his nerve, got the wind up suddenly. Wouldn't a man who had the nerve to commit murder have the nerve to sit still afterwards?" "Now, depends. I know criminals. Chicken-livered, most of them. He thought he was suspected, and he bolted." "Have you verified his own account of himself?" "Naturally, Sir Charles. That's plain routine work. London agency confirms his story. He had a written reference from Sir Horace Bird recommending him warmly. Sir Horace himself is in East Africa." "So the reference might have been forged?" "Exactly," said Colonel Johnson, beaming upon Sir Charles, with the air of a schoolmaster congratulating a bright pupil. "We've wired to Sir Horace, of course, but it may be some little time before we get a reply. He's on safari." "When did the man disappear?" "Morning after the death. There was a doctor present at the dinner, Sir Jocelyn Campbell, bit of a toxicologist, I understand. He and Davis, a local man, agreed over the case, and our people were called in immediately. We interviewed everybody that night. Ellis, like the butler, went to his room as usual and was missing in the morning. His bed hadn't been slept in." "He slipped away under cover of the darkness?" "Seems so. One of the ladies staying there, Miss Sutcliffe, the actress, you know her, perhaps?" "Very well indeed." "Miss Sutcliffe has made a suggestion to us. She suggested that the man had left the house through a secret passage." He blew his nose apologetically. "Sounds rather Edgar stuff, but it seems there was such a thing. Sir Bartholomew was rather proud of it. He showed it to Miss Sutcliffe. The end of it comes out among some fallen masonry about half a mile away." "That would be a possible explanation, certainly," agreed Sir Charles. "Only, would the butler know of the existence of such a passage?" "That's the point, of course. My missus always says servants know everything. Dare say she's right." "I understand the poison was nicotine," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "That's right. Most unusual stuff to use, I believe. Comparatively rare. I understand if a man's a heavy smoker, such as the doctor was, it would tend to complicate matters. I mean, he might have died of nicotine poisoning in a natural way, only, of course, this business was too sudden for that." How was it administered? We don't know, admitted Colonel Johnson. That's going to be the weak part of the case. According to medical evidence, it could only have been swallowed a few minutes previous to death. They were drinking port, I understand. Exactly. Seems as though the stuff was in the port. But it wasn't. We analysed his glass. That glass had contained port, and nothing but port. The other wine glasses had been cleared, of course, but they were all on the tray in the pantry, unwashed, and not one of them contained anything he shouldn't. As for what he ate, it was the same as everybody else had. Soup, grilled sole, pheasant and chipped potatoes, chocolate souffle, soft rolls on toast. His cook's been with him 15 years. No, there doesn't seem to be any way he could have been given the stuff, and yet there it is, in the stomach. Oh, it's a nasty problem. Sir Charles wheeled round on Mr. Satterthwaite. The same thing, he said excitedly, exactly the same as before. He turned apologetically to the chief constable. I must explain. The death occurred at my house in Cornwall. Colonel Johnson looked interested. I think I've heard about that. From a young lady, Miss Lytton Gore. Yes, she was there. She told you about it. She did. She was very set on her theory. But you know, Sir Charles, I can't believe there's anything in that theory. It doesn't explain the flight of the butler. Your man didn't disappear by any chance. Haven't got a man, only a parlour maid. No, she couldn't have been a man in disguise. Thinking of the smart and obviously feminine temples, Sir Charles smiled. Colonel Johnson also smiled apologetically. Just an idea, he said. No, I can't say I put much reliance in Miss Lytton Gore's theory. I understand the death in question was an elderly clergyman. No, who would want to put an old clergyman out of the way? That's just the puzzling part of it, said Sir Charles. I think you'll find it's just coincidence. Depend on it, the butler's our man. Very likely he's a regular criminal. Unluckily, we can't find any of his fingerprints. We had a fingerprint expert go over his bedroom and the butler's pantry, but he had no luck. If it was the butler, what motive can you suggest? That, of course, is one of our difficulties, admitted Colonel Johnson. The man might have been there with intent to steal, and Sir Bartholomew might have caught him out. Both Sir Charles and Mr. Satterthwaite remained courteously silent. Colonel Johnson himself seemed to feel that the suggestion lacked plausibility. Fact of the matter is, one can only theorize. Once we've got John Ellis on the lock and key and have found out who he is, and whether he's ever been through our hands before, well, the motive may be as clear as day. You've been through Sir Bartholomew's papers, I suppose? Naturally, Sir Charles. We've given that side of the case every attention. I must introduce you to Superintendent Crossfield, who has charge of the case, a most reliable man. I pointed out to him, and he was quick to agree with me, that Sir Bartholomew's profession might have had something to do with the crime. A doctor knows many professional secrets. Sir Bartholomew's papers were all neatly filed and docketed. His secretary, Miss Linden, went through them with Crossfield. And there was nothing at all suggestive, Sir Charles. Was anything missing from the house? Silver, jewellery, anything like that? Nothing whatsoever. Who exactly was staying in the house? No, I've got a list. Where is it? I think Crossfield has it. You must meet Crossfield. As a matter of fact, I'm expecting him any minute now to report. As the bell went. That's probably the man now. Superintendent Crossfield was a large, solid-looking man, rather slow of speech, but with a fairly keen blue eye. He saluted his superior officer, and was introduced to the two visitors. It is possible that had Mr. Satterthwaite been alone, he would have found it hard to make Crossfield unbend. Crossfield didn't hold with gentlemen from London, amateurs coming down with ideas. Sir Charles, however, was a different matter. Superintendent Crossfield had a childish reverence for the glamour of the stage. He had twice seen Sir Charles act, and the excitement and rapture of seeing this hero of the footlights in a flesh-and-blood manner made him as friendly and loquacious as could be wished. I saw you in London, sir. I did. I was up with the wife. Lord Aintrey's Dilemma. That's what the play was. In the pit I was. And the house was crowded out. We had to stand 2 hours beforehand. But nothing else would do for the wife. I must see Sir Charles Cartwright in Lord Aintrey's Dilemma, she said. At the Pall Mall Theatre it was. Well, said Sir Charles, I retired from the stage now, as you know, but they still know my name at the Pall Mall." He took out a card and wrote a few words on it. "You give this to the people at the box office next time you and Mrs. Crossfield are having a jaunt to town, and they'll give you a couple of the best seats going." "I take that very kindly of you, Sir Charles, very kindly indeed. My wife will be all worked up when I tell her about this." After this, Superintendent Crossfield was as wax in the ex-actor's hands. "It's an odd case, sir. Never come across a case of nicotine poisoning before in all my experience. No more has our Dr. Davis. I always thought it was a kind of disease you got from over-smoking." "To tell the truth, so did I, sir. But the doctor says that the pure alkaloid is an odorless liquid, and that a few drops of it are enough to kill a man almost instantaneously." Sir Charles whistled. "Potent stuff." "As you say, sir. And yet it's in common use, as you might say. Solutions are used to spray roses with, and of course it can be extracted from ordinary tobacco." "Roses?" said Sir Charles. "Now where have I heard—" He frowned, then shook his head. "Anything fresh to report, Crossfield?" asked Colonel Johnson. "Nothing definite, sir. We've had reports that our man Ellis has been seen at Durham, at Ipswich, at Down, at Land's End, and a dozen other places. That's all got to be sifted out for what it's worth." He turned to the other two. "The moment a man's description is circulated as wanted, he's seen by someone all over England." "What is the man's description?" asked Sir Charles. Johnson took up a paper. "John Ellis, medium height, say 5'7", stoops slightly, grey hair, small side whiskers, dark eyes, husky voice, tooth missing in upper jaw, visible when he smiles, no special marks or characteristics." Said Sir Charles. "Very nondescript bar the side whiskers and the tooth, and the first would be off by now, and you can't rely on his smiling." "The trouble is," said Crossfield, "that nobody observes anything. The difficulty I had in getting anything but the vaguest descriptions out of the maze of the Abbey. It's always the same. I've had descriptions of one of the same man, and he's been called tall, thin, short, stout, medium height, thick-set, slender. Not 1 in 50 really uses their eyes properly." "You're satisfied in your own mind, Superintendent, that Ellis is the man?" "Why else did he bowl, sir? You can't get away from that." "That's the stumbling block," said Sir Charles thoughtfully. Crossfield turned to Colonel Johnson and reported the measures that were being taken. The colonel nodded approval and then asked the superintendent for the list of inmates of the Abbey on the night of the crime. This was handed to the two new inquirers. It ran as follows: Martha Lecky, cook; Beatrice Church, upper housemaid; Doris Coker, under housemaid; Victoria Ball, between maid; Alice West, parlour maid; Violet Bassington, kitchen maid. Above have all been in service of deceased for some time and bear good character. Mrs. Lecky has been there for 15 years. Gladys Linden, secretary, 33, has been secretary to Sir Bartholomew Strange for 3 years, can give no information as to likely motive. Guests: Lord and Lady Eden, 187 Cadogan Square; Sir Jocelyn and Lady Campbell, 1256 Harley Street; Miss Angela Sutcliffe, 28 Cantrell Mansions, SW3; Captain and Mrs. Dacres, 3 St. John's House, West 1. Mrs. Dacres carries on business as Ambrosine Limited, Brook Street; Lady Mary and Miss Hermione Lytton Gore, Rose Cottage, Loomuth; Miss Muriel Wills, 5 Upper Cathcart Road, Tooting; Mr. Oliver Manders, Messrs. Spire and Ross, Old Broad Street, EC2. Said Sir Charles. "The Tooting touch was omitted by the papers. I see young Manders was there too." "That's by way of being an accident, sir," said Superintendent Crossfield. "The young gentleman ran his car into a wall just by the Abbey, and Sir Bartholomew, who I understood was slightly acquainted with him, asked him to stay the night." "Careless thing to do," said Sir Charles cheerfully. "It was that, sir," said the superintendent. "In fact, I fancy myself the young gentleman must have had one over the 8, as the saying goes. What made him ram the wall just where he did I can't imagine, if he was sober at the time." "Ah, just high spirits, I expect," said Sir Charles. "Spirits it was, in my opinion, sir." "Well, thank you very much, Superintendent. Any objection to our going and having a look at the Abbey, Colonel Johnson?" "Of course not, my dear sir, though I'm afraid you won't learn much more than I can tell you." "Anybody there?" "Only the domestic staff, sir," said Crossfield. "The house party left immediately after the inquest, and Miss Linden has returned to Harley Street." "We might perhaps see Dr. Davis, too," suggested Mr. Satterthwaite. "Good idea." They obtained the doctor's address, and having thanked Colonel Johnson warmly for his kindness, they left. Chapter 3. Which of them? As they walked along the street, Sir Charles said, "Any ideas, Satterthwaite?" "What about you?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite. He liked to reserve judgment until the last possible moment. Not so Sir Charles. He spoke emphatically. "They're wrong, Satterthwaite. They're all wrong. They've got the butler on the brain. The butler's done a bunk, ergo the butler's the murderer. It doesn't fit. No, it doesn't fit. You can't leave that other death out of account. The one done in my place." "You're still of the opinion that the two are connected?" Mr. Satterthwaite asked the question, though he had already answered it in the affirmative in his own mind. "Mind, they must be connected. Everything points to it. We've got to find the common factor, someone who was present on both occasions." "Yes," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "and that's not going to be as simple a matter as one might think on the face of it. We've got too many common factors. You do realize, Cartwright, that practically every person who was present at the dinner at your house was present here?" Sir Charles nodded. "Of course I realize that, but do you realize what deduction one can draw from it?" I don't quite follow you, Cartwright." "Dash it all, man, do you suppose that's coincidence? No, it was meant. Why are all the people who were at the first death present at the second? Accident? Not on your life. It was plan. Design. Tolly's plan." "Oh," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Yes, it's possible." "It's certain. You didn't know Tolly as well as I did, Satterthwaite. He was a man who kept his own counsel, and a very patient man. In all the years I've known him, I've never known Tolly give utterance to a rash opinion or judgment. Look at it this way. Babington's murdered. Yes, murdered. I'm not going to budge or mince terms. Murdered one evening in my house. Tolly ridicules me gently for my suspicions in the matter, but all the time he's got suspicions of his own. He doesn't talk about them. That's not his way. But quietly, in his own mind, he's building up a case. I don't know what he had to build upon. It can't, I think, be a case against any one particular person. He believed that one of those people was responsible for the crime, and he made a plan, a test of some kind to find out which person it was." "But what about the other guests, the Edens and the Campbells?" "Camouflage. It made the whole thing less obvious." "What do you think the plan was?" Sir Charles shrugged his shoulders, an exaggerated foreign gesture. He was Aristide Duval, that mastermind of the Secret Service. His left foot limped as he walked. "How can we know? I am not a magician. I cannot guess. But there was a plan. It went wrong because the murderer was just 1 degree cleverer than Tolly thought. He struck first." "He?" "Or she. Poison is as much a woman's weapon as a man's, more so." Mr. Satterthwaite was silent. Sir Charles said, "Come now, don't you agree? Or are you on the side of public opinion? The butler's the man. He done it." "What's your explanation of the butler?" "I haven't thought about him. In my view, he doesn't matter. I could suggest an explanation." "Such as?" "Well, say that the police are right so far. Ellis is a professional criminal working in, shall we say, with a gang of burglars. Ellis obtains this post with false credentials. Then Tolly is murdered. What is Ellis's position? A man is killed, and in the house is a man whose fingerprints are at Scotland Yard, and who is known to the police. Naturally gets the wind up and bolts." "By the secret passage?" "Oh, secret passage be damned. He dodged out of the house while one of the fat-headed constables who were watching the house was taking 40 winks." "It certainly seems more probable." "No, Satterthwaite, what's your view?" "Mine," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Oh, it's much the same as yours. It has been all along. The butler seems to me a very clumsy red herring. I believe that Sir Bartholomew and poor old Babington were killed by the same person." "One of the house party?" "One of the house party." There was silence for a minute or two, and then Mr. Satterthwaite asked casually, "Which of them do you think it was?" "God, Satterthwaite, how can I tell?" "You can't tell, of course," said Mr. Satterthwaite mildly. I just thought you might have some idea, nothing scientific or reasoned, just an ordinary guess. Well, I haven't. He thought for a minute and then burst out, Satterthwaite, the moment you begin to think, it seems impossible that any of them did it. I suppose your theory is right, mused Mr. Satterthwaite, as to the assembling of the suspects, I mean. We've got to take it into account that there were certain definite exclusions. Yourself, and myself, and Mrs. Babington, for instance. Young Manders, too, he was out of it. Manders? Yes. His arrival on the scene was an accident. He wasn't asked or expected. That lets him out of the circle of suspects. The dramatist woman, too, Anthony Astor. No, she was there, Miss Muriel Wills of Tooting. So she was. I had forgotten that woman's name was Wills. He frowned. Mr. Satterthwaite was fairly good at reading people's thoughts. He estimated with fair accuracy what was passing through the actor's mind. When the other spoke, Mr. Satterthwaite mentally patted himself on the back. Satterthwaite, you're right. I don't think it was definitely suspected people that he asked, because after all Lady Mary and Egg were there. No, he wanted to stage some reproduction of the first business, perhaps. He suspected someone, but he wanted other eyewitnesses there to confirm matters. It's something of that kind. Something of the kind, agreed Mr. Satterthwaite. One can only generalize at this stage. Very well, the Lytton Gores are out of it. You and I, and Mrs. Babington, and Oliver Manders are out of it. Who's left? Angela Sutcliffe? Angie? Oh, my dear fellow, she's been a friend of Tolly's for years. Then it boils down to the Dacres. In fact, Cartwright, you suspect the Dacres. You might just as well have said so when I asked you. Sir Charles looked at him. Mr. Satterthwaite had a mildly triumphant air. I suppose, said Cartwright slowly, that I do. At least I don't suspect them. They just seem rather more possible than anyone else. I don't know them very well, for one thing, but for the life of me I can't see why Freddie Dacres, who spends his life on the racecourse, or Cynthia, who spends her time designing fabulously expensive clothes for women, should have any desire to remove a dear, insignificant old clergyman. He shook his head. Then his face brightened. There's the Wills woman. I forgot her again. What is there about her that continually makes you forget her? She's the most damnably nondescript creature I've ever seen. Mr. Satterthwaite smiled. I rather fancy she might embody Burns's famous line, "At Shields among ye taking notes." I rather fancy that Miss Wills spends her time taking notes. There are sharp eyes behind that pair of glasses. I think you'll find that anything worth noticing in this affair has been noticed by Miss Wills. Do you? Said Sir Charles doubtfully. The next thing to do, said Mr. Satterthwaite, is to have some lunch. After that we'll go out to the Abbey and see what we can discover on the spot. You seem to be taking very kindly to this, Satterthwaite, said Sir Charles, with a twinkle of amusement. The investigation of crime is not new to me, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Once when my car broke down, and I was staying at a lonely inn— He got no further. I remember, said Sir Charles in his high, clear, carrying actor's voice, when I was touring in 1921. Sir Charles won. Chapter 4. The Evidence of the Servants. Nothing could have been more peaceful than the grounds and the building of Melford Abbey as the two men saw it that afternoon in the September sunshine. Portions of the Abbey were 15th century. It had been restored and a new wing added onto it. The new sanatorium was out of sight of the house, with grounds of its own. Sir Charles and Mr. Satterthwaite were received by Mrs. Lecky, the cook, a portly lady, decorously gowned in black, who was tearful and voluble. Sir Charles she already knew, and it was to him she addressed most of her conversation. You'll understand, I'm sure, sir, what it's meant to me. The master's death and all. Policemen all over the place poking their noses here and there. Would you believe it? Even the dustbins there to have their noses in, and questions. Oh, they wouldn't have done with asking questions. Oh, that I should have lived to see such a thing. The doctor, such a quiet gentleman as he always was, and made Sir Bartholomew too. Oh, which a proud day it was to all of us, as Beatrice and I well remember, though she's been here 2 years less than I have. And such questions as that police fella, for gentlemen I will not call him, having been accustomed to gentlemen and their ways and knowing what's what. Fellow, I say, whether or not he is a superintendent." Mrs. Lecky paused, took breath, and extricated herself from this somewhat complicated conversational morass into which she had fallen. "Questions, that's what I say, about all the maids in the house, and good girls they are, every one of them. Not that I'd say that Doris gets up when she should do in the morning. I have to speak about it at least once a week, and Vicky, she's inclined to be impertinent, but there, with the young ones you can't expect the training. The mothers don't give it to them nowadays. But good girls they are, and no police superintendent shall make me say otherwise. Oh, yes, I said to him, you needn't think I'm going to say anything against my girls. They're good girls, they are. And as to having anything to do with murder, why, it's right down wicked to suggest such a thing." Mrs. Lecky paused. "Mr. Ellis now, oh, that's different. I don't know anything about Mr. Ellis, and couldn't answer for him in any way. He having been brought from London, and strange to the place, while Mr. Baker was on holiday." "Baker?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite. "Mr. Baker had been Sir Bartholomew's butler for the last 7 years, sir. He was in London most of the time in Harley Street. You remember him, sir?" She appealed to Sir Charles, who nodded. "Sir Bartholomew used to bring him up here when he had a party. But he hadn't been so well in his health, so Sir Bartholomew said, and he gave him a couple of months' holiday. Paid for him, too, in a place near the sea down near Brighton. Oh, a real kind gentleman, the doctor was. And he took Mr. Ellis on temporary for the time being, and so, as I said to that superintendent, I can't say anything about Mr. Ellis, though from all he said himself, he seems to have been with the best families, and he certainly had a gentlemanly way with him." "You didn't find anything unusual about him?" asked Sir Charles hopefully. "Well, it's odd you're saying that, sir, because, if you know what I mean, I did and I didn't." Sir Charles looked encouraging, and Mrs. Lecky went on. "I couldn't exactly say what it was, sir, but there was something." "There always is, after the event," thought Mr. Satterthwaite to himself grimly. However much Mrs. Lecky had despised the police, she was not proof against suggestion. If Ellis turned out to be the criminal, well, Mrs. Lecky would have noticed something. For one thing, he was standoffish. Oh, it's quite polite, quite the gentleman, as I said. He'd been used to good houses, but he kept himself to himself, spent a lot of time in his own room, and he was, well, I don't know how to describe it, I'm sure. He was, well, there was something. "You didn't suspect he wasn't, not really a butler?" suggested Mr. Satterthwaite. "Oh, he'd been in service right enough, so the things he knew, and about well-known people in society, too." "Such as?" suggested Sir Charles gently. But Mrs. Lecky became vague and non-committal. She was not going to retail servants' hall gossip. Such a thing would have offended her sense of fitness. To put her at her ease, Mr. Satterthwaite said, "Perhaps you could describe his appearance." Mrs. Lecky brightened. "Oh, yes, indeed, sir. He was a very respectable-looking man. Side whiskers and grey hair, stooped a little, and he was growing stout. It worried him, that did. He had a rather shaky hand, too, but not from the cause you might imagine. No, he was a most abstemious man, not like many I've known. His eyes were a bit weak, I think, sir. The light hurt them, especially a bright light. Used to make them water something cruel. Out with us he wore glasses, but not when he was on duty." "No special distinguishing marks?" asked Sir Charles. "No scars, or broken fingers, or birthmarks?" "Oh, no, sir, no, nothing of that kind." "How superior detective stories are to life," sighed Sir Charles. "In fiction there is always some distinguishing characteristic." "He had a tooth missing," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "I believe so, sir. I never noticed it myself." "What was his manner on the night of the tragedy?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite in a slightly bookish manner. "Well, really, sir, I couldn't say. I was busy, you see, in the kitchen. I hadn't time for noticing things." No, quite so." "When the news came out that the master was dead, we were struck all of a heap. I cried. I couldn't stop. So did Beatrice. The young ones, of course, were excited like, though very upset. Mr. Ellis naturally wasn't so upset as we were, he being new, but he behaved very considerate, and insisted on Beatrice and me taking a little glass of port to counteract the shock. And to think that all the time it was he, the villain, Words failed Mrs. Lecky. Her eyes shone with indignation. He, disappeared that night, I understand. Well, sir, went to his room like the rest of us, and in the morning he wasn't there. That's what set the police on him, of course. Yes, it's very foolish of him. Have you any idea how he left the house? Not the slightest. Seems the police were watching the house all night, and they never saw him go. But that's what the police are, human like anyone else, in spite of the airs they give themselves, coming into a gentleman's house and nosing around. I hear there's some question of a secret passage, Sir Charles said. Mrs. Lecky sniffed. That's what the police say. Is there such a thing? But I've heard mention of it, Mrs. Lecky agreed cautiously. Do you know where it starts from? No, I don't, sir. Secret passages are all very well, but they're not things to be encouraged in the servants' hall. Gives the girls ideas. They might think of slipping out that way. My girls go out by the back door and in by the back door and let me know where we are. Splendid, Mrs. Lecky. I think you're very wise. Mrs. Lecky bridled in the sun of Sir Charles's approval. I wonder, he went on, if we might just ask a few questions of the other servants. Of course, sir. But they can't tell you anything more than I can. Oh, I know. I didn't mean so much about Ellis as about Sir Bartholomew himself. His manner that night and so on. You see, he was a friend of mine. I know, sir. I quite understand. There's Beatrice and there's Alice. She waited at table, of course. Yes, I'd like to see Alice. Mrs. Lecky, however, had a belief in seniority. Beatrice Church, the upper housemaid, was the first to appear. She was a tall, thin woman with a pinched mouth who looked aggressively respectable. After a few unimportant questions, Sir Charles led the talk to the behaviour of the house party on the fatal evening. Had they all been terribly upset? What had they said or done? A little animation entered into Beatrice's manner. She had the usual ghoulish relish for tragedy. Miss Sutcliffe, she quite broke down. A very warm-hearted lady, she'd stayed here before. I suggested bringing her a little drop of brandy or a nice cup of tea, but she wouldn't hear of it. She took some aspirins, though, said she was sure she couldn't sleep. But she was sleeping like a little child the next morning when I brought her early tea. And Mrs. Dacres? I don't think anything would upset that lady much. From Beatrice's tone, she had not liked Cynthia Dacres. Just anxious to get away, she was. Said her business would suffer. She's a big dressmaker in London, so Mr. Ellis told us. The big dressmaker to Beatrice meant trade, and trade she looked down upon. And her husband? Beatrice sniffed. Steadied his nerves with brandy, he did, or unsteadied them, some would say. What about Lady Mary Lytton Gore? A very nice lady, said Beatrice, her tone softening. My great-aunt was in service with her father at the castle. A pretty young girl she was, I've always heard. Poor she may be, but you can see she's someone. And so considerate, never giving trouble and always speaking so pleasant. Her daughter's a nice young lady, too. They didn't know Sir Bartholomew well, of course, but they were very distressed. Miss Wills. Some of Beatrice's rigidity returned. I am sure I couldn't say, sir, what Miss Wills thought about it. Or what you thought about her? Asked Sir Charles. Come now, Beatrice, be human. An unexpected smile dinted Beatrice's wooden cheeks. There was something appealingly schoolboyish in Sir Charles's manner. She was not proof against the charm that nightly audiences had felt so strongly. Really, sir, I don't know what you want me to say. Just what you thought and felt about Miss Wills. Nothing, sir. Nothing at all. She wasn't, of course, Beatrice hesitated. Go on, Beatrice. Well, she wasn't quite the class of the others, sir. Well, she couldn't help it, I know, went on Beatrice kindly, but she did things a real lady wouldn't have done. She pried, if you know what I mean, sir. Poked and pried about. Sir Charles tried hard to get this statement amplified, but Beatrice remained vague. Miss Wills had poked and pried, but asked to produce a special instance of the poking, Beatrice seemed unable to do so. She merely repeated that Miss Wills pried into things that were no business of hers. They gave it up at last, and Mr. Satterthwaite said, Young Mr. Manders arrived unexpectedly, didn't he? Yes, sir. He had an accident with his car, just by the lodge gates it was, sir. He said it was a bit of luck, its happening just here. The house was full, of course, but Miss Linden had a bed made up for him in the little study. Was everyone very surprised to see him? Oh, yes, sir. Naturally, sir. Asked her opinion of Ellis, Beatrice was non-committal. She'd seen very little of him. Going off the way he did looked bad, though why he should want to harm the master she couldn't imagine. Nobody could. What was he like, the doctor, I mean? Did he seem to be looking forward to the house party? Had he anything on his mind? He seemed perfectly cheerful, sir. Smiled to himself, he did, as though he had some joke on. I even heard him make a joke with Mr. Ellis, a thing he'd never done with Mr. Baker. He was usually a bit brusque with the servants, kind always, but not speaking to them much. What did he say? Asked Mr. Satterthwaite eagerly. Well, I forget exactly now, sir. Mr. Ellis had come up with a telephone message, and Sir Bartholomew asked him if he was sure he'd got the names right. And Mr. Ellis said, quite sure, speaking respectful, of course. And the doctor, he laughed, and he said, you're a good fellow, Ellis, first-class butler. Beatrice, what do you think? I was so surprised, sir, at the master speaking like that, quite unlike his usual self, that I didn't know what to say. And Ellis? He looked kind of disapproving, sir, as though it was the kind of thing he hadn't been used to, stiff-like. What was the telephone message? Asked Sir Charles. The message, sir? Oh, it was from the sanatorium, about a patient who had arrived there and had stood the journey well. Do you remember the name? It is a queer name, sir. Beatrice hesitated. Mrs. de Rushbridger, something like that. Ah, yes, said Sir Charles soothingly. Not an easy name to get right on the telephone. Well, thank you very much, Beatrice. Perhaps we could see Alice now. When Beatrice had left the room, Sir Charles and Mr. Satterthwaite compared notes by an interchange of glances. Miss Wills poked and pried. Captain Dacres got drunk. Mrs. Dacres displayed no emotion. Anything there? Precious little. Very little indeed, agreed Mr. Satterthwaite. Let's pin our hopes on Alice. Alice was a demure, dark-eyed young woman of 30. She was only too pleased to talk. She herself didn't believe Mr. Ellis had anything to do with it. He was too much the gentleman. The police had suggested he was just a common crook. Alice was sure he was nothing of the sort. You're quite certain he was an ordinary, honest-to-God butler? Asked Sir Charles. Not ordinary, sir. He wasn't like any butler I've ever worked with before. He arranged the work different. But you don't think he poisoned your master? Oh, sir, I don't see how he could have done. I was waiting at table with them, and he couldn't have put anything in the master's food without my seeing him. And the drink? He went round with the wine, sir. Sherry first, with the soup, and then hock and claret. But what could he have done, sir? If there'd been anything in the wine, he'd have poisoned everybody, or all those who took it. It's not as though the master had anything that nobody else had. The same thing with the port. All the gentlemen had port, and some of the ladies. The wine glasses were taken out on a tray? Yes, sir. I held the tray, and Mr. Ellis put the glasses on it, and I carried the tray out to the pantry, and there they were, sir, when the police came to examine them. The port glasses were still on the table, and the police didn't find anything. You're quite sure that the doctor didn't have anything to eat or drink at dinner that nobody else had? Not that I saw, sir. In fact, I'm sure he didn't. Nothing that one of the guests gave him? Oh, no, sir. Do you know anything about a secret passage, Alice? One of the gardeners told me something about it. Comes out in the wood, where there's some old walls and things tumbled down. But I've never seen any opening to it in the house. Alice never said anything about it? No, sir. He wouldn't know anything about it, I'm sure. Who do you really think killed your master, Alice? Why, I don't know, sir. I can't believe anyone did. I feel it must have been some kind of accident. Thank you, Alice. If it wasn't for the death of Babington, said Sir Charles as the girl left the room, we could make her the criminal. She's a good-looking girl, and she waited at table. Now, it won't do. Babington was murdered. And anyway, Tolly never noticed good-looking girls. He wasn't made that way. But he was 55, said Mr. Satterthwaite thoughtfully. Why do you say that? It's the age a man loses his head badly about a girl, even if he hasn't done so before. Dash it all, Satterthwaite, I'm getting on for 55. I know, said Satterthwaite. And before his gentle twinkling gaze, Sir Charles's eyes fell. Unmistakably, he blushed. Chapter 5. In the butler's room. How about an examination of Ellis's room? Asked Mr. Satterthwaite, having enjoyed the spectacle of Sir Charles's blush to the full. The actor seized at the diversion. Oh, excellent, excellent, just what I was about to suggest myself. Of course, the police have already searched it thoroughly. The police? Alistair Duval waved the police away scornfully. Anxious to forget his momentary discomfiture, he flung himself with renewed vigour into his part. The police are blockheads, he said sweepingly. What have they looked for in Ellis's room? Evidences of his guilt. We shall look for evidences of his innocence, an entirely different thing. You are completely convinced of Ellis's innocence? If we're right about Babington, he must be innocent. Yes. Besides, Mr. Satterthwaite did not finish his sentence. He'd been about to say that if Ellis was a professional criminal who had been detected by Sir Bartholomew and had murdered him in consequence, the whole affair would become unbearably dull. Just in time he remembered that Sir Bartholomew had been a friend of Sir Charles Cartwright's, and was duly appalled by the callousness of the sentiments he had nearly revealed. At first sight, Ellis's room didn't seem to offer much promise of discovery. The clothes in the drawers and hanging in the cupboard were all neatly arranged. They were well cut and bore different tailor's marks, clearly cast-offs given him in different situations. The underclothing was on the same scale. The boots were neatly polished and arranged on trees. Mr. Satterthwaite picked up a boot and murmured, "Nines. Just so, nines." But since there were no footprints in the case, that didn't seem to lead anywhere. It seemed clear from its absence that Ellis had departed in his butler's kit, and Mr. Satterthwaite pointed out to Sir Charles that seemed rather a remarkable fact. Any man in his senses would have changed into an ordinary suit. Yes, it's odd that. Looks almost, though that's absurd, as if he hadn't gone at all. And it's nonsense, of course. They continued their search. No letters, no papers, except a cutting from a newspaper regarding a cure for corns, and a paragraph relating to the approaching marriage of a duke's daughter. There was a small blotting book and a penny bottle of ink on a side table. No pen. Sir Charles held up the blotting book to the mirror, but without result. One page of it was very much used, a meaningless jumble, and the ink looked to both men old. Either he hasn't written any letters since he was here, or he hasn't blotted them, deduced Mr. Satterthwaite. This is an old blotter. Ah, yes. With some gratification he pointed to a barely decipherable L. Baker amidst the jumble. I should say Ellis hadn't used this at all. That's rather odd, isn't it? Said Sir Charles slowly. What do you mean? Well, a man usually writes letters. Not if he's a criminal. No, perhaps you're right. There must have been something fishy about him to make him bolt as he did. All we say is that he didn't murder Tolly. They hunted round the floor, raising the carpet, looking under the bed. There was nothing anywhere, except a splash of ink beside the fireplace. The room was disappointingly bare. They left it in a somewhat disconcerted fashion. Their zeal as detectives was momentarily damped. Possibly the thought passed through their minds that things were arranged better in books. They had a few words with the other members of the staff, scared-looking juniors in awe of Mrs. Lecky and Beatrice Church, but they elicited nothing further. Finally, they took their leave. "Well, Satterthwaite," said Sir Charles as they strolled across the park. Mr. Satterthwaite's car had been instructed to pick them up at the lodge. "Anything strike you? Anything at all?" Mr. Satterthwaite thought. He wasn't to be hurried into an answer, especially as he felt something ought to have struck him. To confess that the whole expedition had been a waste of time was an unwelcome idea. He passed over in his mind the evidence of one servant after another. The information was extraordinarily meagre. As Sir Charles had summed it up just now, Miss Wills had poked and pried, Miss Sutcliffe had been very upset, Mrs. Dacres hadn't been upset at all, and Captain Dacres had got drunk. Very little air, unless Freddie Dacre's indulgence showed the deadening of a guilty conscience. But Freddie Dacre's, Mr. Satterthwaite knew, quite frequently got drunk. "Well?" repeated Sir Charles impatiently. "Nothing," confessed Mr. Satterthwaite reluctantly, "except, well, I think we are entitled to assume from the clipping we found that Ellis suffered from corns." Sir Charles gave a wry smile. "That seems quite a reasonable deduction. Does it get us anywhere?" Mr. Satterthwaite confessed that it did not. "The only other thing," he said, and then stopped. "Why, yes? Go on, man, anything may help." "It struck me as a little odd the way that Sir Bartholomew chaffed his butler. You know what the housemaid told us. It seemed somehow uncharacteristic." "It was uncharacteristic," said Sir Charles with emphasis. "I knew Tolly well, better than you did, and I can tell you that he wasn't a facetious sort of man. He'd never have spoken like that unless for some reason he wasn't quite normal at the time. You're right, Satterthwaite, that is a point. Now, where does it get us?" "Well," began Mr. Satterthwaite, but it was clear that Sir Charles's question had been merely a rhetorical one. He was anxious not to hear Mr. Satterthwaite's views, but to air his own. "You remember when that incident occurred, Satterthwaite? Just after Ellis had brought him a telephone message. I think it's a fair deduction to assume that it was that telephone message which was the cause of Tolly's sudden unusual hilarity. You may remember I asked the housemaid woman what that message had been." Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. "It was to say that a woman named Mrs. de Rushbridger had arrived at the sanatorium," he said, to show that he too had paid attention to the point. "It doesn't sound particularly thrilling." "It doesn't sound so. Totally. But, if our reasoning is correct, there must be some significance in that message." "Yes," said Mr. Satterthwaite doubtfully. "Indubitably," said Sir Charles. "We've got to find out what that significance was. It just crosses my mind that it may have been a code message of some kind, a harmless-sounding natural thing, but which really meant something entirely different. If Tolly had been making inquiries into Babington's death, this may have had something to do with those inquiries. Say even that he employed a private detective to find out a certain fact. He may have told him, in the event of this particular suspicion being justified, to ring up and use that particular phrase, which would convey no hint of the truth to anyone taking it. That would explain his jubilation. It might explain his asking Ellis if he was sure of the name, he himself knowing well there was no such person really. In fact, the slight lack of balance a person shows when they've brought off what can be described as a long shot." "You think there's no such person as Mrs. de Rushbridger?" "Well, I think we ought to find out for certain." "How?" "We might run along to the sanatorium now and ask the matron." "But she may think it rather odd." Sir Charles laughed. "You leave it to me," he said. They turned aside from the drive and walked in the direction of the sanatorium. Mr. Satterthwaite said, "What about you, Cartwright? Does anything strike you at all, arising out of our visit to the house, I mean?" Sir Charles answered slowly. "Yes, there is something. The devil of it is, I can't remember what." Mr. Satterthwaite stared at him in surprise. The other frowned. "How can I explain? There's something which at the moment struck me as wrong, as unlikely, only I hadn't the time to think about it then. I put it aside in my own mind." "And now you can't remember what it was?" "No, only that at some moment I said to myself, 'That's odd.'" "Was it when we were questioning the servants? Which servant?" "I tell you I can't remember, and the more I think the less I shall remember. If I leave it alone, it may come back to me." They came into view of the sanatorium, a big white modern building divided from the park by palings. There was a gate through which they passed, and they rang the front door bell and asked for the matron. The matron, when she came, was a tall, middle-aged woman with an intelligent face and a capable manner. Sir Charles she clearly knew by name as a friend of the late Sir Bartholomew Strange. Sir Charles explained that he had just come back from abroad, had been horrified to hear of his friend's death and of the terrible suspicions entertained, and had been up to the house to learn as many details as he could. The matron spoke in moving terms of the loss Sir Bartholomew would be to them, and of his fine career as a doctor. Sir Charles professed himself anxious to know what was going to happen to the sanatorium. The matron explained that Sir Bartholomew had had two partners, both capable doctors. One was in residence at the sanatorium. "Bartholomew was very proud of this place, I know," said Sir Charles. "Yes, his treatments were a great success. Mostly nerve cases, isn't it?" "Yes." "That reminds me, the fellow I met out at Monty had some kind of relation coming here. I forget her name now. What sort of name? Rushbridger, something like that?" "Mrs. de Rushbridger, you mean?" "Oh, yeah, that's it. Is she here now?" "Oh, yes, but I'm afraid she won't be able to see you. Not for some time yet. She's having a very strict rest cure." The matron smiled just a trifle archly. "No letters. No exciting visitors." "I say, she's not very bad, is she?" "Rather a bad nervous breakdown. Lapses of memory and severe nervous exhaustion. Oh, we shall get her right in time." The matron smiled reassuringly. "Let me see, haven't I heard Tolly, Sir Bartholomew, speak of her? She was a friend of his as well as a patient, wasn't she?" "I don't think so, Sir Charles. At least the doctor never said so. She has recently arrived from the West Indies. Really, it was very funny, I must tell you. Rather a difficult name for a servant to remember. The parlour-maid here is rather stupid. She came and said to me, 'Mrs. West India has come.' And of course, I suppose Rushbridger does sound rather like West India, but it was rather a coincidence, her having just come from the West Indies." "Rather, oh, rather, most amusing. Her husband over, too?" "He's still out there." "Ah, quite. I must be mixing her up with someone else. It was a case the doctor was especially interested in?" "Cases of amnesia are fairly common, but they're always interesting to a medical man. The variations, you know. Two cases are seldom alike. Seems all very odd to me. Well, thank you, matron. I'm glad to have had a little chat with you. I know how much Tolly thought of you. He often spoke about you," finished Sir Charles mendaciously. "Oh, I'm glad to hear that." The matron flushed and bridled. "Such a splendid man, such a loss to us all. We were absolutely shocked. Well, stunned would describe it better. Murder. Whoever would murder Dr. Strange? I said. It's incredible. That awful butler. Oh, I hope the police catch him. Had no motive or anything." Sir Charles shook his head sadly, and they took their departure, going round by the road to the spot where the car awaited them. In revenge for his enforced quiescence during the interview with the matron, Mr. Satterthwaite displayed a lively interest in the scene of Oliver Mander's accident, plying the lodge-keeper, a slow-witted man of middle age, with questions. Yes, that was the place where the wall was broken away. On a motorcycle the young gentleman was. No, he didn't see it happen. He heard it, though, and come out to see. The young gentleman was standing there, just where the other gentleman was standing now. He didn't seem to be hurt, just looking rueful-like at his bike, and a proper mess that was. Just asked what the name of the place might be, and when he heard it was Sir Bartholomew Strange's, he said, 'That's a piece of luck,' and went on up to the house. A very calm young gentleman he seemed to be, tired-like. How he come to have such an accident, the lodge-keeper couldn't see, but he supposed them things went wrong sometimes." "It was an odd accident," said Mr. Satterthwaite thoughtfully. He looked at the wide, straight road. No bends, no dangerous crossroads, nothing to cause a motorcyclist to swerve suddenly into a 10-foot wall. Yes, an odd accident. "What's in your mind, Satterthwaite?" asked Sir Charles curiously. "Nothing," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Nothing." "Well, it's odd, certainly," said Sir Charles, and he too stared at the scene of the accident in a puzzled manner. They got into the car and drove off. Mr. Satterthwaite was busy with his thoughts. Mrs. de Rushbridger, Cartwright's theory wouldn't work. It wasn't a code message. There was such a person. But could there be something about the woman herself? Was she perhaps a witness of some kind? Or was it just because she was an interesting case that Bartholomew Strange had displayed this unusual elation? Was she perhaps an attractive woman? To fall in love at the age of 55 did, Mr. Satterthwaite had observed it many a time, change a man's character completely. It might perhaps make him facetious, where before he had been aloof. His thoughts were interrupted. Sir Charles leant forward. "Scatterthwaite," he said, "do you mind if we turn back?" Without waiting for a reply, he took up the speaking tube and gave the order. The car slowed down, stopped, and the chauffeur began to reverse into a convenient lane. A minute or two later they were bowling along the road in the opposite direction. "What is it?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite. "I remembered," said Sir Charles, "what struck me as odd. It was the ink stain on the floor in the butler's room." Chapter 6. Concerning an ink stain. Mr. Satterthwaite stared at his friend in surprise. "The ink stain? What do you mean, Cartwright? You remember it?" "I remember there was an ink stain, yes." "You remember its position?" "Well, not exactly. It was close to the skirting board near the fireplace." "Yes, sir, it was. I remember now. How do you think that stain was caused, Satterthwaite?" "It wasn't a big stain," he said at last. "It couldn't have been an upset ink bottle. I should say, in all probability, that the man dropped his fountain pen there. There was no pen in the room, to remember." "He shall see I notice things just as much as he does," thought Mr. Satterthwaite. "So it seems clear the man must have had a fountain pen if he ever wrote at all, and there's no evidence that he ever did." "Yes, there is, Satterthwaite. There's the ink stain." "He mayn't have been writing," snapped Satterthwaite. "He may have just dropped the pen on the floor. But there wouldn't have been a stain unless the top had been off the pen." "I dare say you're right," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "but I can't see what's odd about it." "Perhaps there isn't anything odd," said Sir Charles. "I can't tell till I get back and see for myself." They were turning in at the lodge gates. A few minutes later they had arrived at the house, and Sir Charles was allaying the curiosity caused by his return by inventing a pencil left behind in the butler's room. "And now," said Sir Charles, shutting the door of Ellis's room behind them, having with some skill shaken off the helpful Mrs. Lecky, "let's see if I'm making an infernal fool of myself, or whether there's anything in my idea." In Mr. Satterthwaite's opinion, the former alternative was by far the more probable, but he was much too polite to say so. He sat down on the bed and watched the other. "Here's our stain," said Sir Charles, indicating the mark with his foot, "right up against the skirting board at the opposite side of the room to the writing table. Under what circumstances would a man drop a pen? Just there." "You can drop a pen anywhere," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "You could hurl it across the room, of course," agreed Sir Charles, "but one doesn't usually treat one's pen like that. I don't know, though. Fountain pens are damned annoying things, dry up and refuse to write just when you want them to. Perhaps that's the solution of the matter. Ellis lost his temper, said damn the thing, and hurled it across the room." "I think there are plenty of explanations," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "He may have simply laid the pen on the mantelpiece and it rolled off." Sir Charles experimented with a pencil. He allowed it to roll off the corner of the mantelpiece. The pencil struck the ground at least a foot from the mark and rolled inwards towards the gas fire. "Well," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "what's your explanation?" "I'm trying to find one." From his seat on the bed, Mr. Satterthwaite now witnessed a thoroughly amusing performance. Sir Charles tried dropping the pencil from his hand as he walked in the direction of the fireplace. He tried sitting on the edge of the bed and writing there, and then dropping the pencil. To get the pencil to fall on the right spot, it was necessary to stand or sit jammed up against the wall in a most unconvincing attitude. "That's impossible," said Sir Charles aloud. He stood considering the wall, the stain, and the prim little gas fire. "If you were burning papers now," he said thoughtfully, "but one doesn't burn papers in a gas fire." Suddenly he drew in his breath. A minute later Mr. Satterthwaite was realizing Sir Charles's profession to the full. Charles Cartwright had become Ellis the butler. He sat writing at the writing table. He looked furtive. Every now and then he raised his eyes, shooting them shiftily from side to side. Suddenly he seemed to hear something. Mr. Satterthwaite could even guess what that something was. Footsteps along the passage. The man had a guilty conscience. He attached a certain meaning to those footsteps. He sprang up, the paper on which he had been writing in one hand, his pen in the other. He darted across the room to the fireplace, his head half turned, still alert, listening, afraid. He tried to shove the papers under the gas fire. In order to use both hands, he cast down the pen impatiently. Sir Charles's pencil, the pen of the drama, fell accurately on the ink stain. "Bravo!" said Mr. Satterthwaite, applauding generously. So good had the performance been that he was left with the impression that so, and only so, could Ellis have acted. You see, said Sir Charles, resuming his personality and speaking with modest elation, if the fellow heard the police, or what he thought was the police, coming, and had to hide what he was writing, well, where could he hide it? Not in a drawer or under the mattress. If the police searched the room, that would be found at once. You hadn't time to take up a floorboard? No, behind the gas fire was the only chance. For the next thing to do, said Mr. Satterthwaite, is to see whether there is anything hidden behind the gas fire. Exactly. Of course, there may have been a false alarm, and he may have got the things out again later, but we'll hope for the best. Removing his coat and turning up his shirt sleeves, Sir Charles lay down on the floor and applied his eye to the crack under the gas fire. There's something under there, he reported. Something white. How can we get it out? We want something like a woman's hatpin. Women don't have hatpins any more, said Mr. Satterthwaite sadly. Perhaps a penknife? But a penknife proved unavailing. In the end, Mr. Satterthwaite went out and borrowed a knitting needle from Beatrice. Though extremely curious to know what he wanted it for, her sense of decorum was too great to permit her to ask. The knitting needle did the trick. Sir Charles extracted 6 sheets of crumpled writing paper, hastily crushed together and pushed in. With growing excitement, he and Mr. Satterthwaite smoothed them out. They were clearly several different drafts of a letter, written in a small, neat, clerkly handwriting. This is to say, began the first, that the writer of this does not wish to cause unpleasantness, and may possibly have been mistaken in what he thought he saw tonight, but— Here the writer had clearly been dissatisfied and had broken off to start afresh. John Ellis, butler, presents his compliments and would be glad of a short interview touching the tragedy tonight before going to the police with certain information in his possession. Still dissatisfied, the man had tried again. John Ellis, butler, has certain facts concerning the death of the doctor in his possession. He has not yet given these facts to the police. In the next one, the use of the third person had been abandoned. I am badly in need of money. £1,000 would make all the difference to me. There are certain things I could tell the police but do not want to make trouble. The last one was even more unreserved. I know how the doctor died. I haven't said anything to the police yet. If you will meet me— This letter broke off in a different way. After the me, the pen had tailed off in a scrawl, and the last 5 words were all blurred and blotchy. Clearly it was when writing this that Ellis had heard something that alarmed him. He had crumpled up the papers and dashed to conceal them. End of Disc 2. Disc 3. Mr. Satterthwaite drew a deep breath. I congratulate you, Cartwright, he said. Your instinct about that ink stain was right. Good work. Now, let's see exactly where we stand. He paused for a minute. Ellis, as we thought, is a scoundrel. He wasn't the murderer, but he knew who the murderer was, and he was preparing to blackmail him. Or her. Him or her, interrupted Sir Charles. Annoying, we don't know which. Why couldn't the fellow begin one of his effusions, sir, or madam? Then we'd know where we are. Ellis seems to have been an artistic sort of fellow. He was taking a lot of trouble over his blackmailing letter. If only he'd given us one clue as to whom that letter was addressed. Never mind, said Mr. Satterthwaite. We are getting on. You remember you said that what we wanted to find in this room was a proof of Ellis's innocence. Well, we found it. These letters show that he was innocent. Of the murder, I mean. He was a thorough-paced scoundrel in other ways, but he didn't murder Sir Bartholomew Strange. Somebody else did that. Someone who murdered Babington also. I think even the police will have to come round to our view now. You're going to tell them about this? Sir Charles's voice expressed dissatisfaction. I don't see that we can do otherwise. Why? Well, Sir Charles sat down on the bed. His brow furrowed itself in thought. How can I put it best? At the moment, we know something that nobody else does. The police are looking for Ellis. They think he's the murderer. Everyone knows that they think he's the murderer, so the real criminal must be feeling pretty good. He, or she, will be not exactly off his or her guard, but feeling, well, comfortable. Isn't it a pity to upset that state of things? Isn't that just our chance? I mean, our chance of finding a connection between Babington and one of these people. They don't know that anyone has connected this death with Babington's death. They'll be unsuspicious. It's a chance in 100. I see what you mean, said Mr. Satterthwaite, and I agree with you. It is a chance. But all the same, I don't think we can take it. It is our duty as citizens to report this discovery of ours to the police at once. We have no right to withhold it from them. Sir Charles looked at him quizzically. You're the pattern of a good citizen, Satterthwaite. I've no doubt the orthodox thing must be done, but I'm not nearly such a good citizen as you are. I should have no scruples in keeping this fine to myself for a day or two, only a day or two. Huh? No? Oh, well, yes, let us be pillars of law and order. You see, explained Mr. Satterthwaite, Johnson is a friend of mine, and he was very decent about it all. Let us into all the police were doing, gave us full information and all that. Oh, you're right, sighed Sir Charles, quite right. Only after all, no one but me thought of looking under that gas stove. The idea never occurred to one of those thick-headed policemen. But have it your own way. I say, Satterthwaite, where do you think Ellis is now? I presume, said Mr. Satterthwaite, that he got what he wanted. He was paid to disappear, and he did disappear, most effectually. Yes, said Sir Charles. I suppose that is the explanation. He gave a slight shiver. I don't like this room, Satterthwaite. Come out of it. Chapter 7. Plan of Campaign. Sir Charles and Mr. Satterthwaite arrived back in London the following evening. The interview with Colonel Johnson had to be very tactfully conducted. Superintendent Crossfield had not been too pleased that mere gentlemen should have found what he and his assistants had missed. He was at some pains to save his face. Very creditable indeed, sir. I confess I never thought of looking under the gas fire. As a matter of fact, it beats me what set you looking there. The two men had not gone into a detailed account of how theorizing from an inkblot had led to the discovery. Oh, just nosing around, was how Sir Charles had put it. Still, look you did, continued the superintendent, and were justified. Not that what you found is much surprise to me. You see, it stands to reason that if Ellis wasn't the murderer, he must have disappeared for some reason or other, and it's been in the back of my mind all along that blackmail might have been his line of business. One thing did arise from their discovery. Colonel Johnson was going to communicate with the Loomuth police. The death of Stephen Babington ought certainly to be investigated. And if they find he died from nicotine poisoning, even Crossfield will admit the two deaths are connected, said Sir Charles when they were speeding towards London. He was still a little disgruntled at having had to hand over his discovery to the police. Mr. Satterthwaite had soothed him by pointing out that the information was not to be made public or given to the press. The guilty person will have no misgivings. The search for Ellis will still be continued. Sir Charles admitted that that was true. On arrival in London, he explained to Mr. Satterthwaite, he proposed to get in touch with Eglett & Gore. Her letter had been written from an address in Belgrave Square. He hoped that she might still be there. Mr. Satterthwaite gravely approved this course. He himself was anxious to see Egg. It was arranged that Sir Charles should ring her up as soon as they reached London. Egg proved to be still in town. She and her mother were staying with relatives and were not returning to Loomuth for about a week. Egg was easily prevailed upon to come out and dine with the two men. She can't come here very well, I suppose, said Sir Charles, looking round his luxurious flat. Her mother mightn't like it, eh? Of course, we could have Miss Milray, too, but I'd rather not. To tell the truth, Miss Milray cramps my style a bit. She's so efficient that she gives me an inferiority complex. Mr. Satterthwaite suggested his house. In the end, it was arranged to dine at the Berkeley. Afterwards, if Egg liked, they could adjourn elsewhere. Mr. Satterthwaite noticed at once that the girl was looking thinner. Her eyes seemed larger and more feverish, her chin more decided. She was pale and had circles under her eyes. But her charm was as great as ever, her childish eagerness just as intense. She said to Sir Charles, "I knew you'd come." Her tone implied, "Now that you've come, everything will be all right." Mr. Satterthwaite thought to himself, but she wasn't sure he'd come. She wasn't sure at all. She's been on tenterhooks, she's been fretting herself to death. And he thought, doesn't the man realize? Actors are usually vain enough. Doesn't he know the girl's head over heels in love with him? It was, he thought, an odd situation. That Sir Charles was overwhelmingly in love with the girl, he had no doubt whatever. She was equally in love with him. And the link between them, the link to which each of them clung frenziedly, was a crime, a double crime of a revolting nature. During dinner little was said. Sir Charles talked about his experiences abroad. Egg talked about Loomuth. Mr. Satterthwaite encouraged them both whenever the conversation seemed likely to flag. When dinner was over, they went to Mr. Satterthwaite's house. Mr. Satterthwaite's house was on Chelsea Embankment. It was a large house, and contained many beautiful works of art. There were pictures, sculpture, Chinese porcelain, prehistoric pottery, ivories, miniatures, and much genuine Chippendale and Hepplewhite furniture. It had an atmosphere about it of mellowness and understanding. Egg Littengore saw nothing, noticed nothing. She flung off her evening coat onto a chair and said, "At last, now tell me all about it." She listened with vivid interest whilst Sir Charles narrated their adventures in Yorkshire, drawing in her breath sharply when he described the discovery of the blackmailing letters. "What happened after that we can only conjecture," finished Sir Charles. "Presumably Ellis was paid to hold his tongue, and his escape was facilitated." But Egg shook her head. "Oh, no," she said. "Which was he? Ellis is dead." Both men were startled, but Egg reiterated her assertion. "Of course he's dead. That's why he disappeared so successfully that no one can find a trace of him. He knew too much, so he was killed. Ellis is the third murder." Although neither of the two men had considered the possibility before, they were forced to admit that it did not entirely ring false. "But look here, my dear girl," argued Sir Charles. "It's all very well to say Ellis is dead. Where's the body? There's 12 stone or so of solid butler to be accounted for." "I don't know where the body is," said Egg. "There must be lots of places." "Hardly," murmured Mr. Satterthwaite. "Hardly." "Lots," reiterated Egg. Let me see." She paused for a moment. "Yeah, the attics? There are masses of attics that no one ever goes into. He's probably in a trunk in the attic." "Rather unlikely," said Sir Charles, "but possible, of course. It might evade discovery for a time." It was not Egg's way to avoid unpleasantness. She dealt immediately with the point in Sir Charles's mind. "Smell goes up, not down. You'd notice a decaying body in the cellar much sooner than in the attic, and anyway, for a long time people would think it was a den rat. If your theory were correct, it would point definitely to a man as a murderer. A woman couldn't drag a body round the house. In fact, it would be a pretty good feat for a man." "Well, there are other possibilities. There's a secret passage there, you know. Miss Sutcliffe told me so, and Sir Bartholomew told me he showed to me. The murderer might have given Ellis the money and shown him the way to get out of the house, gone down the passage with him, and killed him there. A woman could do that. She could stab him, or something, from behind. Then she'd just leave the body there and go back, and no one would ever know." Sir Charles shook his head doubtfully, but he no longer disputed Egg's theory. Mr. Satterthwaite felt sure that the same suspicion had come to him for a moment in Ellis's room when they'd found the letters. He remembered Sir Charles's little shiver. The idea that Ellis might be dead had come to him then. Mr. Satterthwaite thought, if Ellis is dead, then we're dealing with a very dangerous person. Yes, a very dangerous person. And suddenly he felt a cold chill of fear down his spine. A person who had killed 3 times wouldn't hesitate to kill again. They were in danger, all 3 of them, Sir Charles and Egg and he. If they found out too much. He was recalled by the sound of Sir Charles's voice. "There's one thing I didn't understand in your letter, Egg. You spoke of Oliver Manders being in danger, of the police suspecting him. I can't see that they attached the least suspicion to him." It seemed to Mr. Satterthwaite that Egg was very slightly discomposed. He even fancied that she blushed. "Aha," said Mr. Satterthwaite to himself. "Let's see how you get out of this, young lady." It was silly of me," said Egg. I got confused. I thought that Oliver arriving as he did, with what might have been a trumped-up excuse, well, I thought the police were sure to suspect him. Sir Charles accepted the explanation easily enough. Yes, he said. I see. Mr. Satterthwaite spoke. Was it a trumped-up excuse? He said. Egg turned on him. What do you mean? It was an odd sort of accident, said Mr. Satterthwaite. I thought if it was a trumped-up excuse, you might know. Egg shook her head. I don't know. I never thought about it. But why should Oliver pretend to have an accident if he didn't? They might have had reasons, said Sir Charles. Quite natural ones. You're smiling at her. Egg blushed crimson. Oh, no, she said. No. Sir Charles sighed. It occurred to Mr. Satterthwaite that his friend had interpreted that blush quite wrongly. Sir Charles seemed a sadder and older man when he spoke again. Well, he said, if our young friend's in no danger, where do I come in? Egg came forward quickly and caught him by the coat sleeve. You're not going away again. You're not going to give up. You're going to find out the truth. The truth. I don't believe anybody but you could find out the truth. You can. You will. She was tremendously in earnest. The waves of her vitality seemed to surge and eddy in the old-world air of the room. You believe in me, said Sir Charles. He was moved. Yes. We're going to get at the truth, you and I together. And Satterthwaite. No, of course, and Mr. Satterthwaite, said Egg without interest. Mr. Satterthwaite smiled covertly. Whether Egg wanted to include him or not, he had no intention of being left out. He was fond of mysteries, and he liked observing human nature, and he had a soft spot for lovers. All three tastes seemed likely to be gratified in this affair. Sir Charles sat down. His voice changed. He was in command, directing a production. First of all, we've got to clarify the situation. Do we or do we not believe that the same person killed Babington and Bartholomew Strange? Yes, said Egg. Yes, said Mr. Satterthwaite. Do we believe that the second murder sprang directly from the first? Do we believe that Bartholomew Strange was killed in order to prevent his revealing the fact of the first murder, or his suspicion about it? Yes, said Egg and Mr. Satterthwaite again, but in unison this time. Then it is the first murder we must investigate, not the second. Egg nodded. In my mind, until we discover the motive for the first murder, we can hardly hope to discover the murderer. The motive presents extraordinary difficulty. Babington was a harmless, pleasant, gentle old man without, one would say, an enemy in the world. Yet he was killed, and there must have been some reason for the killing. We've got to find that reason. He paused and then said in his ordinary everyday voice, Let's get down to it. What reasons are there for killing people? First, I suppose, gain. Revenge, said Egg. Homicidal mania, said Mr. Satterthwaite. The crime passionnel would hardly apply in this case. But there's fear. Charles Cartwright nodded. He was scribbling on a piece of paper. That about covers the ground, he said. First, gain. Does anyone gain by Babington's death? Has he any money, or expectation of money? I should think it very unlikely, said Egg. So should I. But we'd better approach Mrs. Babington on the point. Then there's revenge. Did Babington do any injury to anyone? Perhaps in his young days? Did he marry the girl that some other man wanted? They'll have to look into that too. And then homicidal mania. Were both Babington and Tolly killed by a lunatic? I don't think that theory will hold water. Even a lunatic has some kind of reasonableness in his crimes. A lunatic might think himself divinely appointed to kill doctors or to kill clergymen, but not to kill both. I think we can wash out the theory of homicidal mania. There remains fear. Now, frankly, that seems to me far the most likely solution. Babington knew something about somebody, or he recognized somebody. He was killed to prevent him telling what that something was. I can't see what someone like Mr. Babington could know that was damaging about anybody who was there that night. Perhaps, said Sir Charles, it was something that he didn't know that he knew. He went on, trying to make his meaning clear. It's difficult to say just what I mean. Suppose, for instance, this is only an instance, that Babington saw a certain person in a certain place at a certain time. As far as he knows, there's no reason why that person shouldn't be there. But suppose also that that person had concocted a very clever alibi for some reason, showing that at that particular time he was somewhere else, 100 miles away. Well, at any minute, old Babington, in the most innocent way in the world, might give the show away. I see, said Egg. Say there's a murder committed in London, and Babington sees the man who did it at Paddington Station, but the man has proved that he didn't do it by having an alibi showing that he was at Leeds at the time. Then Babington might give the whole show away. Now, that's what I mean exactly. Of course, that's only an instance. It might be anything. Someone he saw that evening whom he'd known under a different name. It might be something to do with a marriage, said Egg. The clergymen do lots of marriages. Somebody who had committed bigamy. Or it might have to do with a birth or a death, suggested Mr. Satterthwaite. It's a very wide field, said Egg, frowning. We'll have to get at it the other way. Work back from the people who were there. Let's make a list. Who was at your house and who was at Sir Bartholomew's? She took the paper and pencil from Sir Charles. The Dacres, they were at both. That woman like a wilted cabbage, what's her name? Wills. Miss Sutcliffe? You can leave Angela out of it, said Sir Charles. I've known her for years. Egg frowned mutinously. We can't do that sort of thing, she said. Leave people out because we know them. We've got to be businesslike. Besides, I don't know anything about Angela Sutcliffe. She's just as likely to have done it as anyone else, as far as I can see. More likely. All actresses have parts. I think, on the whole, she's the most likely person. She gazed defiantly at Sir Charles. There was an answering spark in his eyes. In that case, we mustn't leave out Oliver Manders. How could it be Oliver? He'd met Mr. Babington ever so many times before. He was at both places, and his arrival is a little open to suspicion. Oh, so very well, said Egg. She paused and then added, In that case, I'd better put down Mother and myself as well. That makes 6 aspects. Well, I don't think we'll do it properly or not at all. Her eyes flashed. Mr. Satterthwaite made peace by offering refreshment. He rang for drinks. Sir Charles strolled off into a far corner to admire a head of Negro sculpture. Egg came over to Mr. Satterthwaite and slipped a hand through his arm. Stupid of me to have lost my temper, she murmured. I am stupid, but why should the woman be accepted? Why is he so keen she should be... Oh, dear, why the devil am I so disgustingly jealous? Mr. Satterthwaite smiled and patted her hand. Jealousy never pays, my dear, he said. If you feel jealous, don't show it. By the way, did you really think young Manders might be suspected? Egg grinned, a friendly, childish grin. Hell, of course not. I put that in so as not to alarm the man. She turned her head. Sir Charles was still moodily studying Negro sculpture. You know, I didn't want him to think I really have a passion for Oliver, because I haven't. How difficult everything is. He's gone back now to his guess you my children attitude. I don't want that at all. Have patience, counselled Mr. Satterthwaite. Everything comes right in the end, you know. I'm not patient, said Egg. I want to have things at once, or even quicker. Mr. Satterthwaite laughed, and Sir Charles turned and came towards them. As they sipped their drinks, they arranged a plan of campaign. Sir Charles should return to Crow's Nest, for which he had not yet found a purchaser. Egg and her mother would return to Rose Cottage rather sooner than they'd meant to do. Mrs. Babington was still living in Loomuth. They would get what information they could from her, and then proceed to act upon it. We'll succeed, said Egg. I know we'll succeed. She leaned forward to Sir Charles, her eyes glowing. She held out her glass to touch his. Drink to our success, she commanded. Slowly, very slowly, his eyes fixed on hers, he raised his glass to his lips. To success, he said, and to the future. Third Act. Discovery. Chapter 1. Mrs. Babington. Mrs. Babington had moved into a small fisherman's cottage not far from the harbour. She was expecting a sister home from Japan in about 6 months. Until her sister arrived, She was making no plans for the future. The cottage chanced to be vacant, and she took it for 6 months. She felt too bewildered by her sudden loss to move away from Loomuth. Stephen Babington had held the living of St. Petrock, Loomuth, for 17 years. They had been, on the whole, 17 happy and peaceful years, in spite of the sorrow occasioned by the death of her son Robin. Of her remaining children, Edward was in Ceylon, Lloyd was in South Africa, and Stephen was third officer on the Angolia. They wrote frequently and affectionately, but they could offer neither a home nor companionship to their mother. Margaret Babington was very lonely. Not that she allowed herself much time for thinking. She was still active in the parish. The new vicar was unmarried, and she spent a good deal of time working in the tiny plot of ground in front of the cottage. She was a woman whose flowers were part of her life. She was working there one afternoon when she heard the latch of the gate click and looked up to see Sir Charles Cartwright and Egg Lytton Gore. Margaret was not surprised to see Egg. She knew that the girl and her mother were due to return shortly, but she was surprised to see Sir Charles. Rumour had insisted that he had left the neighbourhood for good. There had been paragraphs copied from other papers about his doings on the south of France. There had been a board to be sold stuck up in the garden of Crow's Nest. No one had expected Sir Charles to return. Yet return he had. Mrs. Babington shook the untidy hair back from her hot forehead and looked ruefully at her earth-stained hands. "I am not fit to shake hands," she said. "I ought to garden in gloves, I know. I do start in them sometimes, but I always tear them off sooner or later. One can feel things so much better with bare hands." She led the way into the house. The tiny sitting room had been made cosy with chintz. There were photographs and bowls of chrysanthemums. "It's a great surprise seeing you, Sir Charles. I thought you'd given up Crow's Nest for good." "I thought I had," said the actor frankly. "But sometimes, Mrs. Babington, our destiny is too strong for us." Mrs. Babington did not reply. She turned towards Egg, but the girl forestalled the words on her lips. "Look here, Mrs. Babington, this isn't just a call. Sir Charles and I have got something very serious to say, only I should hate to upset you." Mrs. Babington looked from the girl to Sir Charles. Her face had gone rather grey and pinched. "First of all," said Sir Charles, "I would like to ask you if you've had any communication from the Home Office." Mrs. Babington bowed her head. "I see. Well, perhaps that makes what we are about to say easier." Is that what you've come about? This exhumation order?" "Yes, it is. I'm afraid it must be very distressing to you." She softened to the sympathy in his voice. "Perhaps I do not mind as much as you think. To some people the idea of exhumation is very dreadful, but not to me. It is not the dead clay that matters. My dear husband is elsewhere, at peace, where no one can trouble his rest. No, it's not that. It is the idea that is a shock to me. The idea, a terrible one, that Stephen did not die a natural death. It seems so impossible, utterly impossible." "I'm afraid it must seem so to you. It did to me, to us, at first." "What do you mean by at first, Sir Charles?" "Because the suspicion crossed my mind on the evening of your husband's death, Mrs. Babington. Like you, however, it seemed to me so impossible that I put it aside." "I thought so too," said Egg. "You too?" Mrs. Babington looked at her wonderingly. "You thought someone could have killed Stephen?" The incredulity in her voice was so great that neither of her visitors knew quite how to proceed. At last Sir Charles took up the tale. "As you know, Mrs. Babington, I went abroad. When I was in the south of France, I read in the paper of my friend Bartholomew Stranger's death, in almost exactly similar circumstances. I also got a letter from Miss Lytton Gore." Egg nodded. "I was there, you know, staying with him at the time. Mrs. Babington, it was exactly the same, exactly. He drank some port and his face changed and, well, it was just the same. He died 2 or 3 minutes later." Mrs. Babington shook her head slowly. "I can't understand. Stephen, Sir Bartholomew, a kind and clever doctor. Who could want to harm either of them? It must be a mistake." "Sir Bartholomew was proved to have been poisoned, remember," said Sir Charles. "Then it must have been the work of a lunatic." Sir Charles went on. "Mrs. Babington, I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to find out the truth. And I feel there's no time to lose. Once the news of the exhumation gets about, our criminal will be on the alert. I'm assuming, for the sake of saving time, what the result of the autopsy on your husband's body will be. I'm taking it that he, too, died of nicotine poisoning. To begin with, did you, or he, know anything about the use of pure nicotine?" "I always use a solution of nicotine for spraying roses. I didn't know it was supposed to be poisonous. I should imagine, I was reading up the subject last night, that in both cases the pure alkaloid must have been used. Cases of poisoning by nicotine are most unusual." Mrs. Babington shook her head. "I really don't know anything about nicotine poisoning, except that I suppose inveterate smokers might suffer from it." "Did your husband smoke?" "Yes." "Now tell me, Mrs. Babington, you have expressed the utmost surprise that anyone should want to do away with your husband. Does that mean that, as far as you know, he had no enemies?" "Oh, I'm sure Stephen had no enemies. Everyone was fond of him. People tried to hustle him sometimes." She smiled a little tearfully. "He was getting on, you know, and rather afraid of innovations, but everybody liked him. You couldn't dislike Stephen, Sir Charles." "I suppose, Mrs. Babington, that your husband didn't leave very much money?" "No, next to nothing. Stephen wasn't good at saving. He gave away far too much. I used to scold him about it. I suppose he had no expectations from anyone. He wasn't the heir to any property." "Oh, no. Stephen hadn't many relations. He has a sister who's married to a clergyman in Northumberland, but they're very badly off, and all his uncles and aunts are dead." "Then it does not seem as though there were anyone who could benefit by Mr. Babington's death." "No, indeed." "Well, let us come back to the question of enemies for a minute. Your husband had no enemies, you say, but he may have had as a young man?" Mrs. Babington looked sceptical. "I should think it very unlikely. Stephen hadn't a quarrelsome nature. He always got on well with people." I don't want to sound melodramatic," Sir Charles coughed a little nervously, "but, when he got engaged to you, for instance, there wasn't any disappointed suitor in the offing?" A momentary twinkle came into Mrs. Babington's eyes. "Stephen was my father's curate. He was the first young man I saw when I came home from school. I fell in love with him, and he with me. We were engaged for 4 years, and then he got a living down in Kent, and we were able to get married. Ours was a very simple love story, Sir Charles, and a very happy one." Sir Charles bowed his head. Mrs. Babington's simple dignity was very charming. Egg took up the role of questioner. "Mrs. Babington, do you think your husband had met any of the guests at Sir Charles's that night before?" Mrs. Babington looked slightly puzzled. "Well, there were you and your mother, my dear, and young Oliver Manders. Yes, but any of the others?" "We had both seen Angela Sutcliffe in a play in London 5 years ago. Both Stephen and I were very excited that we were actually going to meet her." "You'd never actually met her before?" "No, we've never met any actresses, or actors for the matter of that, until Sir Charles came to live here. And that," added Mrs. Babington, "was a great excitement. I don't think Sir Charles knows what a wonderful thing it was to us. Quite a breath of romance in our lives." "You hadn't met Captain and Mrs. Dacres?" "Oh, was he the little man, and the woman with the wonderful clothes?" "Yes." No, nor the other woman, the one who wrote plays. Poor thing, she looked rather out of it, I thought." "You're sure you'd never seen any of them before?" "I'm quite sure I hadn't, and so I'm fairly sure Stephen hadn't either. You see, we do everything together." "And Mr. Babington didn't say anything to you, anything at all," persisted Egg, "about the people you were going to meet, or about them when he saw them?" "Nothing beforehand, except that he was looking forward to an interesting evening. And when he got there, well, there wasn't much time." Her face twisted suddenly. Sir Charles broke in quickly. "You must forgive us badgering you like this, but you see, we feel that there must be something, if only we could get at it. There must be some reason for an apparently brutal and meaningless murder." "I see that," said Mrs. Babington. "If it was murder, there must be some reason. I don't know. I can't imagine what that reason could be." There was silence for a minute or two. Then Sir Charles said, "Can you give me a slight biographical sketch of your husband's career?" Mrs. Babington had a good memory for dates. Sir Charles's final notes ran thus: Stephen Babington, born Islington, Devon, 1868, educated St. Paul's School and Oxford, ordained deacon and received a title to the parish of Hoxton, 1891, priested, 1892, was curate Eslington, Surrey, to Reverend Vernon Lorimer, 1894 to 1899, married Margaret Lorimer, 1899, and presented to the living of Gilling, Kent. Transferred to living of St. Petroc, Loomuth, 1916. "That gives us something to go upon," said Sir Charles. "Our best chance seems to me the time during which Mr. Babington was vicar of St. Mary's, Gilling, as earlier history seems rather far back to concern any of the people who were at my house that evening." Mrs. Babington shuddered. "Do you really think that one of them—" "I don't know what to think," said Sir Charles. "Bartholomew saw something or guessed something, and Bartholomew Strange died the same way, and 7, said Egg, of these people were also present. One of them must be guilty." "But why?" cried Mrs. Babington. "Why? What motive could there be for anyone killing Stephen?" "That," said Sir Charles, "is what we are going to find out." Chapter 2. Lady Mary. Mr. Satterthwaite had come down to Crow's Nest with Sir Charles. Whilst his host and Eglinton Gore were visiting Mrs. Babington, Mr. Satterthwaite was having tea with Lady Mary. Lady Mary liked Mr. Satterthwaite. For all her gentleness of manner, she was a woman who had very definite views on the subject of whom she did or did not like. Mr. Satterthwaite sipped China tea from a Dresden cup, and ate a microscopic sandwich, and chatted. On his last visit they had found many friends and acquaintances in common. Their talk today began on the same subject, but gradually drifted into more intimate channels. Mr. Satterthwaite was a sympathetic person. He listened to the troubles of other people and did not intrude his own. Even on his last visit, it had seemed natural to Lady Mary to speak to him of her preoccupation with her daughter's future. She talked now as she would have talked to a friend of many years' standing. "Egg is so headstrong," she said. "She flings herself into a thing heart and soul. You know, Mr. Satterthwaite, I do not like the way she's, mixing herself up in this distressing business. Egg would laugh at me, I know, but it doesn't seem to be ladylike." She flushed as she spoke. Her brown eyes, gentle and ingenuous, looked with childish appeal at Mr. Satterthwaite. "I know what you mean," he said. "I confess that I don't quite like it myself. I know that it's simply an old-fashioned prejudice, but there it is. All the same," he twinkled at her, "we can't expect young ladies to sit at home and sew and shudder at the idea of crimes of violence in these enlightened days." "I don't like to think of murder," said Lady Mary. "I never dreamed that I should be mixed up in anything of that kind. It was dreadful," she shivered. "Poor Sir Bartholomew." "You didn't know him very well?" hazarded Mr. Satterthwaite. "I think I'd only met him twice. The first time about a year ago, when he came down to stay with Sir Charles for a weekend, and the second time was on that dreadful evening when poor Mr. Babington died. I was really most surprised when his invitation arrived. I accepted because I thought Egg would enjoy it. She hasn't many treats, poor child, and, she'd seemed a little down in the mouth, as though she didn't take any interest in anything. I thought a big house party might cheer her up." Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. "Tell me something about Oliver Manders," she said. "The young fellow rather interests me." "I think he's clever," said Lady Mary. "Of course, things have been difficult for him." She flushed, and then in answer to the plain inquiry of Mr. Satterthwaite's glance, she went on, "You see, his father wasn't married to his mother." "Really? I had no idea of that." "Well, everyone knows about it down here, otherwise I wouldn't have said anything about it. Old Mrs. Manders, Oliver's grandmother, lives at Dunboyne, that biggish house on the Plymouth Road, and her husband was a lawyer down here. Her son went into a city firm and did very well. He's quite a rich man. The daughter was a good-looking girl, and she became absolutely infatuated with a married man. I blame him very much indeed. Anyway, in the end, after a lot of scandal, they went off together. His wife wouldn't divorce him. The girl died not long after Oliver was born. His uncle in London took charge of him. He and his wife had no children of their own, and the boy divided his time between them and his grandmother. He always came down here for his summer holidays. She paused, and then went on. I always felt sorry for him. I still do. I think that terribly conceited manner of his is a good deal put on. I shouldn't be surprised, said Mr. Satterthwaite. It's a very common phenomenon. If I ever see anyone who appears to think a lot of themselves and boasts unceasingly, I always know that there's a secret sense of inferiority somewhere. It seems very odd. An inferiority complex is a very peculiar thing. A Crippen, for instance, undoubtedly suffered from it. It's at the back of a lot of crimes, the desire to assert one's personality. Seems very strange to me, murmured Lady Mary. She seemed to shrink a little. Mr. Satterthwaite looked at her with an almost sentimental eye. He liked her graceful figure with the sloping shoulders, the soft brown of her eyes, her complete absence of makeup. He thought, she must have been a beauty when she was young. Not a flaunting beauty, not a rose. No, a modest, charming violet, hiding its sweetness. His thoughts ran serenely in the idiom of his young days. He remembered incidents in his own youth. Presently he found himself telling Lady Mary about his own love affair, the only love affair he had ever had. Rather a poor love affair by the standards of today, but very dear to Mr. Satterthwaite. He told her about the girl, and how pretty she was, and of how they'd gone together to see the bluebells at Kew. He had meant to propose to her that day. He had imagined, so he put it, that she reciprocated his sentiments. And then, as they were standing looking at the bluebells, she had confided in him. He had discovered that she loved another, and he had hidden the thought surging in his breast, and had taken up the role of the faithful friend. It was not perhaps a very full-blooded romance, but it sounded well in the dim faded chintz and eggshell china atmosphere of Lady Mary's drawing-room. Afterwards, Lady Mary spoke of her own life, of her married life, which had not been very happy. I was such a foolish girl. Girls are foolish, Mr. Satterthwaite. They're so sure of themselves, so convinced they know best. People write and talk a lot of woman's instinct. I don't believe, Mr. Satterthwaite, that there is any such thing. There doesn't seem to me to be anything that warns girls against a certain type of man. Nothing in themselves, I mean. Their parents warn them, but that's no good. One doesn't believe. It seems dreadful to say so, but there is something attractive to a girl in being told anyone is a bad man. She thinks at once that her love will reform him. Mr. Satterthwaite nodded gently. One knows so little. When one knows more, it's too late. She sighed. It was all my fault. It was all my own fault. People didn't want me to marry Ronald. He was well born, but he had a bad reputation. My father told me straight out that he was a wrong 'un. I didn't believe it. I believed that, for my sake, he would turn over a new leaf. She was silent a moment or two, dwelling on the past. Ronald was a very fascinating man. My father was quite right about him. I soon found that out. It's an old-fashioned thing to say, but he broke my heart. Yes, he broke my heart. I was always afraid of what might come out next. Mr. Satterthwaite, always intensely interested in other people's lives, made a cautious, sympathetic noise. It may seem a very wicked thing to say, Mr. Satterthwaite, but it was a relief when he got pneumonia and died. Not that I didn't care for him. I loved him up to the end, but I had no illusions about him any longer. And there was Egg. Her voice softened. Such a funny little thing she was. A regular little roly-poly, tried to stand up and falling over, just like an egg. That's how that ridiculous nickname started. She paused again. Some books that I've read these last few years have brought a lot of comfort to me. Books on psychology. Seems to show that in many ways people can't help themselves. A kind of kink. Sometimes in the most carefully brought-up families you get it. As a boy, Ronald stole money at school, money that he didn't need. I could feel now that he couldn't help himself. He was born with a kink. Very gently, with a small handkerchief, Lady Mary wiped her eyes. It wasn't what I was brought up to believe, she said apologetically. I was taught that everyone knew the difference between right and wrong, but somehow I don't always think that is so. The human mind is a great mystery, said Mr. Satterthwaite gently. As yet we're groping our way to understanding. Without acute mania, it may nevertheless occur that certain natures lack what I should describe as breaking power. If you or I were to say, I hate someone, I wish he were dead, the idea would pass from our minds as soon as the words were uttered. The brakes would work automatically. But in some people, the idea or obsession holds. They see nothing but the immediate gratification of the idea formed. I'm afraid, said Lady Mary, that that's rather too clever for me. I apologize. I was talking rather bookishly. Did you mean that young people have too little restraint nowadays? It sometimes worries me. No, I didn't mean that at all. Less restraint is, I think, a good thing, wholesome. I suppose you're thinking of Miss Egg. I think you'd better call her Egg, said Lady Mary, smiling. Thank you. Miss Egg does sound rather ridiculous. Egg's very impulsive, and once she set her mind on a thing, nothing will stop her. But as I said before, I hate her mixing herself up in all this. But she won't listen to me. Mr. Satterthwaite smiled at the distress in Lady Mary's tone. He thought to himself, I wonder if she realizes for 1 minute that Egg's absorption in crime is neither more nor less than a new variant of that old game, the pursuit of the male by the female. No, she'd be horrified at the thought. Egg says that Mr. Babington was poisoned also. Do you think that's true, Mr. Satterthwaite, or do you think it's just one of Egg's sweeping statements? We shall know for certain after the exhumation. There is to be an exhumation, then? Lady Mary shivered. How terrible for poor Mrs. Babington. I can imagine nothing more awful for any woman. You knew the Babingtons fairly intimately, I suppose, Lady Mary? Yes, indeed. They were very dear friends of ours. Do you know of anyone who could possibly have had a grudge against the vicar? No, indeed. He never spoke of such a person? No. And they got on well together? Oh, they were perfectly mated, happy in each other and in their children. They were badly off, of course, and Mr. Babington suffered from rheumatoid arthritis. Those were their only troubles. How did Oliver Manders get on with the vicar? Well, Lady Mary hesitated. They didn't hit it off very well. The Babingtons were sorry for Oliver, and he used to go to the vicarage a good deal in the holidays to play with the Babington boys, though I don't think he got on very well with them. Oliver wasn't exactly a popular boy. He boasted too much of the money he had, and the tuck he took back to school, and all the fun he had in London. Boys are rather merciless about that sort of thing. Yes, but later, since he's been grown up. I don't think he and the vicarage people have seen much of each other. As a matter of fact, Oliver was rather rude to Mr. Babington one day, here, in my house. It was about 2 years ago. But what happened? Oliver made a rather ill-bred attack on Christianity. Mr. Babington was very patient and courteous with him. That only seemed to make Oliver worse. He said, that all you religious people look down your noses because my father and mother weren't married. I suppose you'd call me the child of sin. Well, I admire people who have the courage of their convictions and don't care what a lot of hypocrites and parsons think. Mr. Babington didn't answer, but Oliver went on. You won't answer that. It's ecclesiasticism and superstition that's got the whole world into the mess it's in. I'd like to sweep away the churches all over the world. Mr. Babington smiled and said, And the clergy too? I think it was his smile that annoyed Oliver. He felt he wasn't being taken seriously. He said, I hate everything the church stands for. The smugness, security, and hypocrisy. Get rid of the whole canting tribe, I say." And Mr. Babington smiled. He had that sweet smile, and he said, "My dear boy, if you were to sweep away all the churches ever built or planned, you would still have to reckon with God." And what did young Manders say to that? Oh, he seemed taken aback, and then he recovered his temper and went back to his usual sneering, tired manner. He said, I'm afraid the things I've been saying are rather bad form, Padre, and not very easily assimilated by your generation." "You don't like young Manders, do you, Lady Mary?" "I'm sorry for him," said Lady Mary defensively. "But you wouldn't like him to marry Egg?" "Oh, no." "I wonder why, exactly." Because he isn't kind. And because, yes. Because there's something in him somewhere that I don't understand. Something cold." Mr. Satterthwaite looked at her thoughtfully for a minute or two, and then he said, "What did Sir Bartholomew Strange think of him? Did he ever mention him?" "He said, I remember, that he found young Manders an interesting study. He said that it reminded him of a case he was treating at the moment in his nursing home. I said that I thought Oliver looked particularly strong and healthy, and he said, yes, his health's all right, but he's riding for a fall." She paused and then said, "I suppose Sir Bartholomew was a very clever nerve specialist. I believe he was very highly thought of by his own colleagues." "I liked him," said Lady Mary. "Did he ever say anything to you about Babington's death?" "No." "He never mentioned it at all?" "I don't think so." "Do you think, it's difficult for you to tell, not knowing him well, but do you think he had anything on his mind?" "Ah, well, he seemed in very good spirits, even amused by something, some private joke of his own. He told me at dinner that night that he was going to spring a surprise on me." "Oh, he did he?" On his way home, Mr. Satterthwaite pondered that statement. What had been the surprise Sir Bartholomew had intended to spring on his guests? Would it, when it came, have been as amusing as he pretended? Or did that gay manner mask a quiet but indomitable purpose? Would anyone ever know? Chapter 3. Re-enter Hercule Poirot. "Frankly," said Sir Charles, "are we any forwarder?" It was a council of war. Sir Charles, Mr. Satterthwaite, and Eglet Gore were sitting in the ship-room. A fire burned in the grate, and outside an equinoctial gale was howling. Mr. Satterthwaite and Egg answered the question simultaneously. "No," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Yes," said Egg. Sir Charles looked from one to the other of them. Mr. Satterthwaite indicated gracefully that the lady should speak first. Egg was silent a moment or two, collecting her ideas. "We are further on," she said at last. "We are further on because we haven't found out anything. That sounds nonsense, but it isn't. What I mean is that we had certain vague, sketchy ideas. We know now that certain of those ideas are definitely washouts." "Progress by elimination," said Sir Charles. "That's it." Mr. Satterthwaite cleared his throat. He liked to define things. "The idea of game we can now put definitely away," he said. "There doesn't seem to be anybody who, in detective story parlance, could benefit by Stephen Babington's death. Revenge seems equally out of the question. Apart from his naturally amiable and peace-loving disposition, I doubt if he were important enough to make enemies. So we're back at our last rather sketchy idea, fear. By the death of Stephen Babington, someone gains security." "Why, it's rather well put," said Egg. Mr. Satterthwaite looked modestly pleased with himself. Sir Charles looked a little annoyed. His was the style part, not Satterthwaite's. "The point is," said Egg, "what are we going to do next? Actually do, I mean. Are we going to sleuth people or what? Are we going to disguise ourselves and follow them?" "My dear child," said Sir Charles, "I always did set my face against playing old men in beards, and I'm not going to begin now." "Then what—" began Egg, but she was interrupted. The door opened, and Temple announced, Mr. Hercule Poirot." Monsieur Poirot walked in with a beaming face and greeted three highly astonished people. "It is permitted," he said with a twinkle, "that I assist at this conference. I'm right, am I not? It is a conference." "My dear fellow, we are delighted to see you." Sir Charles, recovering from his surprise, shook his guest warmly by the hand and pushed him into a large armchair. "Where have you sprung from so suddenly?" "I went to call upon my good friend Mr. Satterthwaite in London. They tell me he is away in Cornwall. Eh bien, it leaps to the eye where he has gone. I take the first train to Loomuth, and here I am." "Yes," said Egg, "but why have you come? I mean," she went on, flushing a little as she realized the possible discourtesy of her words, "you've come for some particular reason." "I have come," said Hercule Poirot, "to admit an error." With an engaging smile, he turned to Sir Charles and spread out his hands in a foreign gesture. "Monsieur, it was in this very room that you declared yourself not satisfied, and I thought it was your dramatic instinct. I said to myself, he's a great actor. At all costs he must have drama. It seemed, I will admit it, incredible that a harmless old gentleman should have died anything but a natural death. Even now I do not see how poison could have been administered to him, nor can I guess at any motive. It seems absurd, fantastic. And yet, since then there has been another death, a death under similar circumstances. One cannot attribute it to coincidence. No, there must be a link between the two. And so, Sir Charles, I've come to you to apologize. To say I, Hercule Poirot, was wrong, and to ask you to admit me to your counsels." Sir Charles cleared his throat rather nervously. He looked a little embarrassed. "That's extraordinarily handsome of you, Monsieur Poirot. I don't know, taking up a lot of your time. He stopped, somewhat at a loss. His eyes consulted Mr. Satterthwaite. "It is very good of you," began Mr. Satterthwaite. No, it's not good of me. It is the curiosity, and yes, the hurt to my pride. I must repair my fault. My time, that is nothing. Why voyage after all? The language may be different, but everywhere human nature is the same. But, of course, if I am not welcome, if you feel that I intrude—" Both men spoke at once. "No, indeed, rather not." Poirot turned his eyes to the girl. "And mademoiselle?" For a minute or two Egg was silent, and on all three men the same impression was produced. Egg did not want the assistance of Monsieur Poirot. Mr. Satterthwaite thought he knew why. This was the private ploy of Charles Cartwright and Egg Lytton Gore. Mr. Satterthwaite had been admitted on sufferance, on the clear understanding that he was a negligible third party. But Hercule Poirot was different. His would be the leading role. Perhaps even Sir Charles might retire in his favour, and then Egg's plans would come to naught. He watched the girl, sympathizing with her predicament. These men did not understand, but he, with his semi-feminine sensitiveness, realized her dilemma. Egg was fighting for her happiness. What would she say? After all, what could she say? How could she speak the thoughts in her mind? Go away, your coming may spoil everything, I don't want you here. Egg Lytton Gore said the only thing she could say. "Of course," she said with a little smile. "We'd love to have you." Chapter 4. A Watching Brief. "Good," said Poirot. "We're colleagues. Eh bien, you will put me, if you please, au courant of this situation." He listened with close attention whilst Mr. Satterthwaite outlined the steps they had taken since returning to England. Mr. Satterthwaite was a good narrator. He had the faculty of creating an atmosphere, of painting a picture. His description of the abbey, of the servants, of the chief constable was admirable. Poirot was warm in his appreciation of the discovery by Sir Charles of the unfinished letters under the gas fire. "Ah, mais c'est magnifique, ça!" he exclaimed ecstatically. "The deduction, the reconstruction, perfect. Ah, you should have been a great detective, Sir Charles, instead of a great actor." Sir Charles received these plaudits with becoming modesty, his own particular brand of modesty. He had not received compliments on his stage performances for many years without perfecting a manner of acknowledging them. "Your observation, too, it was very just," said Poirot, turning to Mr. Satterthwaite. "For that point of yours about his sudden familiarity with the butler." "Do you think there's anything in this Mrs. de Rushbridge idea?" asked Sir Charles eagerly. "It is an idea. It suggests, it suggests several things, does it not?" Nobody was quite sure about the several things, but nobody liked to say so there was merely an assenting murmur. Sir Charles took up the tale next. He described his and Egg's visit to Mrs. Babington and its rather negative result. "And now you're up to date," he said. "You know what we do. Tell us. How does it all strike you?" He leaned forward, boyishly eager. Poirot was silent for some minutes. The other three watched him. He said at last, "Can you remember at all, mademoiselle, what type of port glass Sir Bartholomew had on his table?" Sir Charles interposed just as Egg was shaking her head vexedly. "I can tell you that." He got up and went to a cupboard, where he took out some heavy cut-glass sherry glasses. "They were a slightly different shape, of course, more rounded, proper port-shaped. He got them at old Lammersfield's sale, a whole set of table glass. I admired them, and as there were more than he needed, he passed some of them on to me. They're good, aren't they?" Poirot took the glass and turned it about in his hand. "Yes," he said, "they're fine specimens. I thought something of that kind had been used." "Why?" cried Egg. Poirot merely smiled at her. "Yes," he went on, "the death of Sir Bartholomew Strange could be explained easily enough, but the death of Stephen Babington is more difficult. If only it had been the other way about." "What do you mean, the other way about?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite. Poirot turned to him. "Consider, my friend. Sir Bartholomew is a celebrated doctor. There might be many reasons for the death of a celebrated doctor. A doctor knows secrets, my friend, important secrets. A doctor has certain powers. Imagine a patient on the borderline of sanity. A word from the doctor, and he will be shut away from the world. What a temptation to an unbalanced brain. A doctor may have suspicions about the sudden death of one of his patients. Oh, yes, we can find plenty of motives for the death of a doctor. And now, as I say, if only it had been the other way about. If Sir Bartholomew Strange had died first, and then Stephen Babington, for Stephen Babington might have seen something, might have suspected something about the first death." He sighed and then resumed, "But one cannot have a case as one would like to have it. One must take a case as it is. Just one little idea I should like to suggest. I suppose it is not possible that Stephen Babington's death was an accident? That the poison, if poison there was intended for Sir Bartholomew Strange, and that, by mistake, the wrong man was killed?" "That's an ingenious idea," said Sir Charles. His face, which had brightened, fell again. "I don't believe it'll work. Babington came into this room about 4 minutes before he was taken ill. During that time, the only thing that passed his lip was half a cocktail. There was nothing in that cocktail." Poirot interrupted him. "That you have already told me. But suppose, for the sake of argument, that there was something in that cocktail. Could it have been intended for Sir Bartholomew Strange, and did Mr. Babington drink it by mistake?" Sir Charles shook his head. "Nobody who knew Tolly at all well would have tried poisoning him in a cocktail." "Why?" "Because he never drank them." "Never?" "Never." Poirot made a gesture of annoyance. This business, it goes all wrong. It does not make sense." "Besides," went on Sir Charles, "I don't see how any one glass could have been mistaken for another, or anything of that kind. Temple carried them round on a tray, and everyone helped themselves to any glass they fancied." "True," murmured Poirot. "One cannot force a cocktail like one forces a card." "What is she like, this Temple of yours? She's the maid who admitted me tonight, yes?" "That's right. I've had her 3 or 4 years. Nice steady gal, knows her work. I don't know where she came from. Miss Murray would know all about that. Miss Murray, that is your secretary. The tall woman, somewhat of a grenadier? Oh, very much of the grenadier, agreed Sir Charles. I have dined with you before on various occasions, but I do not think I met her until that night. No, she doesn't usually dine with us. It was a question of 13, you see. Sir Charles explained the circumstances, to which Poirot listened very attentively. It was your own suggestion that she should be present? I see. He remained lost in thought a minute. Then he said, Might I speak to this parlour-maid of yours, this Temple? Certainly, my dear fellow. Sir Charles pressed a bell. It was answered promptly. You rang, sir? Temple was a tall girl of 32 or 3. She had a certain smartness. Her hair was well brushed and glossy, but she was not pretty. Her manner was calm and efficient. Monsieur Poirot wants to ask you a few questions, said Sir Charles. Temple transferred her superior gaze to Poirot. We are talking of the night when Mr. Babington died here, said Poirot. You remember that night? Oh, yes, sir. I want to know exactly how the cocktails were served. I beg your pardon, sir. I want to know about the cocktails. Did you mix them? No, sir. Charles likes doing that himself. I brought in the bottles, the vermouth, the gin, and all that. Where did you put them? On the table there, sir. She indicated a table by the wall. The tray with the glasses stood here, sir. Sir Charles, when he'd finished mixing and shaking, poured out the cocktails into the glasses, and then I took the tray round and handed it to the ladies and gentlemen. Were all the cocktails on the tray you handed? Sir Charles gave one to Miss Lytton Gore, sir. He was talking to her at the time, and he took his own. And Mr. Satterthwaite, her eyes shifted to him for a moment, came and fetched one for a lady, Miss Wills, I think it was. Quite right, said Mr. Satterthwaite. The others I handed, sir. I think everyone took one, except Sir Bartholomew. Will you be so very obliging, Temple, as to repeat the performance? You let us put cushions for some of the people. I stood here, I remember. Miss Sutcliffe was there. With Mr. Satterthwaite's help, the scene was reconstructed. Mr. Satterthwaite was observant. He remembered fairly well where everyone had been in the room. Then Temple did her round. They ascertained that she had started with Mrs. Dacres, got on to Miss Sutcliffe and Poirot, and had then come to Mr. Babington, Lady Mary, and Mr. Satterthwaite, who'd been sitting together. This agreed with Mr. Satterthwaite's recollection. Finally, Temple was dismissed. "Pah!" cried Poirot. "It does not make sense. Temple is the last person to handle those cocktails, but it was impossible for her to tamper with them in any way. And as I say, one cannot force a cocktail on a particular person." "It's instinctive to take the one nearest to you," said Sir Charles. "Possibly that might work by handing the tray to the person first, but even then it would be very uncertain. The glasses are close together. One does not look particularly nearer than another. No. Such a haphazard method could not be adopted. Tell me, Mr. Satterthwaite, did Mr. Babington put his cocktail down, or did he retain it in his hand?" "He put it down on this table." "Did anyone come near that table after he had done so?" "No. I was the nearest person to him, but I assure you I did not tamper with it in any way, even if I could have done so unobserved." Mr. Satterthwaite spoke rather stiffly. Poirot hastened to apologize. No, I am not making an accusation, quelle idée, but I want to be very sure of my facts. According to the analysis, there was nothing out of the way in that cocktail, and now it seems that, apart from that analysis, there could have been nothing put in it. The same results from two different tests. But Mr. Babington ate or drank nothing else, and if he was poisoned by pure nicotine, death would have resulted very rapidly. You see where that leads us?" "No, damn it all," said Sir Charles. "Oh, I would not say that. No, I would not say that. It suggests a very monstrous idea, to which I hope and trust cannot be true. No, of course it is not true. The death of Sir Bartholomew proves that. And yet— He frowned, lost in thought. The others watched him curiously. He looked up. You see my point, do you not? Mrs. Babington was not at Melfort Abbey, therefore Mrs. Babington is cleared of suspicion. Mrs. Babington? But no one's even dreamed of suspecting her. Poirot smiled beneficently. No? It was a curious thing, that. The idea occurred to me at once, but at once. If the poor gentleman is not poisoned by the cocktail, then he must have been poisoned a very few minutes before entering the house. What way could there be? A capsule? Something perhaps to prevent indigestion? But who then could tamper with that? Only a wife. Who might perhaps have a motive that no one outside could possibly suspect? Again, a wife. But they were devoted to each other, cried Egg indignantly. You don't understand a bit. Poirot smiled kindly at her. No, that is valuable. You know, but I do not. I see the facts unbiased by any preconceived notions. And let me tell you something, mademoiselle. In the course of my experience, I have known 5 cases of wives murdered by devoted husbands, and 22 of husbands murdered by devoted wives. Les femmes, they obviously keep up appearances better. I think you're perfectly horrid, said Egg. I know the Babingtons are not like that. It's monstrous. Murder is monstrous, mademoiselle, said Poirot, and there was a sudden sternness in his voice. He went on in a lighter tone. But I, who see only the facts, agree that Mrs. Babington did not do this thing. You see, she was not at Melfort Abbey. No, as Sir Charles has already said, the guilt must lie on a person who was present on both occasions, one of the 7 on your list. There was a silence. And how do you advise us to act? Asked Satterthwaite. You have doubtless already your plan? Suggested Poirot. Sir Charles cleared his throat. The only feasible thing seems to be a process of elimination, he said. My idea was to take each person on that list and consider them guilty until they're proved innocent. I mean that we're to feel convinced ourselves that there is a connection between that person and Stephen Babington, and we are to use all our ingenuity to find out what that connection can be. If we find no connection, then we pass on to the next person. It is good psychology, that, approved Poirot. And your methods? That we have not yet had time to discuss. We should welcome your advice on that point, Monsieur Poirot. Perhaps you yourself? Poirot held up a hand. My friend, do not ask me to do anything of an active nature. It is my lifelong conviction that any problem is best solved by thought. Let me hold what is called, I believe, the watching brief. Continue your investigations, which Sir Charles is so ably directing. And what about me? Thought Mr. Satterthwaite. These actors, always in the limelight, playing the star part. You will perhaps from time to time require what we may describe as counsel's opinion. Me, I am the counsel. He smiled at Egg. Does that strike you as the sense, mademoiselle? Excellent, said Egg. I'm sure your experience will be very useful to us. Her face looked relieved. She glanced at her watch and gave an exclamation. I must go home. Mother will have a fit. I'll drive you home, said Sir Charles. They went out together. End of Disc 3. Disc 4. Chapter 5. Division of Labor. So you see, the fish has risen, said Hercule Poirot. Mr. Satterthwaite, who had been looking at the door which had just closed behind the other two, gave a start as he turned to Poirot. The latter was smiling with a hint of mockery. Oh, yes, do not deny it. Deliberately you showed me the bait that day in Monte Carlo. Is not so? You showed me the paragraph in the paper. You hoped that it would arouse my interest, that I should occupy myself with the affair. It is true, confessed Mr. Satterthwaite, but I thought that I had failed. No, you did not fail. You are a shrewd judge of human nature, my friend. I was suffering from ennui. I had, in the words of the child who was playing near us, Nothing to do. You came at the psychological moment. And talking of that, how much crime depends too on that psychological moment. The crime, the psychology, they go hand in hand. But let us come back to our muttons. This is a crime very intriguing. It puzzles me completely. Which crime, the first or the second? Oh, there is only one. What you call the first and second murder are only the two halves of the same crime. The second half is simple. The motive, the means adopted. Mr. Satterthwaite interrupted. Surely the means present an equal difficulty? There was no poison found in any of the wine, and the food was eaten by everybody. No, it's quite different. In the first case, it does not seem as though anybody could have poisoned Stephen Babington. As Sir Charles, if he wanted to, could have poisoned one of his guests, but not any particular guest. Temple might possibly have slipped something into the last glass on the tray, but Mr. Babington's was not the last glass. No, the murder of Mr. Babington seems so impossible that I still feel that perhaps it is impossible, that he died a natural death after all. But that we shall soon know. The second case is different. Any one of the guests present, or the butler or parlourmaid, could have poisoned Bartholomew Strange. That presents no difficulty whatever. I don't see, began Mr. Satterthwaite. Poirot swept on. I will prove that to you sometime by a little experiment. Let's pass on to another and most important matter. It is vital, you see, and you will see, I'm sure, you have the sympathetic heart and the delicate understanding, that I must not play the part of what you call the spy spot. You mean, began Mr. Satterthwaite with the beginning of a smile, that Sir Charles must have the star part. He's used to it, and moreover, 'tis expected of him by someone else. Am I not right? It does not please mademoiselle at all that I come to console myself in this matter. You are what we call quick on the uptake, Monsieur Poirot. That it leaps to the eye. I am of a very susceptible nature. I wish to assist a love affair, not to hinder it. You and I, my friend, must work together in this, to the honor and glory of Charles Cartwright. Is it not so, huh? When the case is solved— If, said Mr. Satterthwaite mildly. When? I do not permit myself to fail. Never? Asked Mr. Satterthwaite searchingly. Oh, there have been times, said Poirot with dignity, when for a short time I've been what I suppose you would call slow in the take-up. I have not perceived the truth as soon as I might have done. But you've never failed altogether. The persistence of Mr. Satterthwaite was curiosity, pure and simple. He wondered. Très bien, said Poirot. Once, long ago, in Belgium. We will not talk of it. Mr. Satterthwaite, his curiosity and his malice satisfied, hastened to change the subject. Just so. You were saying that when the case is solved, Sir Charles will have solved it. That is essential. I shall have been a little cog in the wheel. He spread out his hands. Now and then, here and there, I shall say a little word. Just one little word. A hint, no more. I desire no honor, no renown. I have all the renown I need. Mr. Satterthwaite studied him with interest. He was amused by the naive conceit, the immense egoism of the little man. But he didn't make the easy mistake of considering it mere empty boasting. An Englishman is usually modest about what he does well, sometimes pleased with himself over something he does badly. But a Latin has a truer appreciation of his own powers. If he is clever, he sees no reason for concealing the fact. I should like to know, said Mr. Satterthwaite. It would interest me very much. Just what do you yourself hope to get out of this business? Is it the excitement of the chase? Poirot shook his head. No, it's not that. Like the chien de chasse, I follow the scent, and I get excited, and once on the scent, I cannot be called off it. All that is true, but there is more. It is, how shall I put it, a passion for getting at the truth. In all the world there is nothing so curious and so interesting and so beautiful as truth." There was silence for a little while after Poirot's words. Then he took up the paper on which Mr. Satterthwaite had carefully copied out the 7 names and read them aloud. "Mrs. Deckers, Captain Deckers, Miss Wills, Miss Sutcliffe, Lady Mary Littengore, Miss Littengore, Oliver Manders." "Yes," he said. "Suggestive, is it not?" "And what is suggestive about it?" "The order in which the names occur." "Why, I don't think there's anything suggestive about it. We just wrote the names down without any particular order about it." "Exactly. The list is headed by Mrs. Deckers. I deduce from that she is considered the most likely person to have committed the crime." "Not the most likely," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "The least unlikely would express it better." "And a third phrase would express it better still. She's perhaps the person you would all prefer to have committed the crime." Mr. Satterthwaite opened his lips impulsively, then met the gentle, quizzical gaze of Poirot's shining green eyes, and altered what he had been about to say. I wonder, perhaps, Monsieur Poirot, you're right, man. Unconsciously, that may be true. I would like to ask you something, Mr. Satterthwaite." Certainly, certainly," Mr. Satterthwaite answered complacently. "From what you have told me, I gather that Sir Charles and Miss Littengore went together to interview Mrs. Babington?" "Yes." "You did not accompany them?" "No, 3 would have been rather a crowd." Poirot smiled. "And also, perhaps, your inclinations led you elsewhere? You had, as they say, different fish to fry? Where did you go, Mr. Satterthwaite?" "I had tea with Lady Mary Littengore," said Mr. Satterthwaite stiffly. "And what did you talk about?" "She was so good as to confide in me some of the troubles of her early married life." He repeated the substance of Lady Mary's story. Poirot nodded his head sympathetically. "Ah, that is so true to life. The idealistic young girl who marries the bad hat and will listen to nobody. But did you talk of nothing else? Did you, for instance, not speak of Mr. Oliver Manders?" "Well, as a matter of fact, we did." "And you learnt about him—" "What?" Mr. Satterthwaite repeated what Lady Mary had told him. Then he said, "What made you think we had talked of him?" "Because you went there for that reason." Oh, yes, do not protest. You may hope that Mrs. Deckers or her husband committed the crime, but you think that young Manders did." He stilled Mr. Satterthwaite's protests. Yes, you have the secretive nature. You have your ideas, but you like keeping them to yourself. I have sympathy with you. I do the same myself. I don't suspect him. It's absurd. But I just wanted to know more about him. That is, as I say, is your instinctive choice. I, too, am interested in that young man. I was interested in him on the night of the dinner here, because I saw— What did you see? Asked Mr. Satterthwaite eagerly. I saw that there were 2 people at least, perhaps more, who were playing a part. One was Sir Charles. He smiled. He was playing the naval officer, am I not right? That's quite natural. A great actor does not cease to act because he is not on the stage any more. But young Manders, he too was acting. He was playing the part of the bored and blasé young man, but in reality he was neither bored nor blasé. He was very keenly alive, and therefore, my friend, I noticed him. How did you know I'd been wondering about him? Oh, in many little ways. You had been interested in that accident of his that brought him to Melfort Abbey that night. You had not gone with Sir Charles and Miss Littengore to see Mrs. Babington. Why? Because you wanted to follow out some line of your own unobserved. You went to Lady Mary's to find out about someone. Who? It could only be someone local, Oliver Manders. And then, most characteristic, you put his name at the bottom of the list. Who are really the least likely suspects in your mind? Lady Mary and Mademoiselle Egg? But you put his name after theirs because he is your dark horse, and you want to keep him to yourself. Dear me, said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Am I really that kind of man?" "Précisément. Your shrewd judgment and observation, and you like keeping its results to yourself. Your opinions of people are your private collection. You do not display them for all the world to see." "I believe," began Mr. Satterthwaite, but he was interrupted by the return of Sir Charles. The actor came in with a springing, buoyant step. "It's a wild night." He poured himself out a whisky and soda. Mr. Satterthwaite and Poirot both declined. "Well," said Sir Charles, "let's map out our plan of campaign. Where's that list, Satterthwaite? Thanks. Now, Monsieur Poirot, counsel's opinion, if you please. How shall we divide up the spade work?" "How would you suggest yourself, Sir Charles?" "Well, we might divide these people up, division of labour, eh? First there's Mrs. Dacres. Egg seems rather keen to take her on. She seems to think that anyone so perfectly turned out won't get impartial treatment from mere males. It seems quite a good idea to approach her through the professional side. Satterthwaite and I might work the other gambit as well, if it seemed advisable. Then there's Dacres. I know some of his racing pals. I dare say I could pick up something that way. Then there's Angela Sutcliffe." "That also seems to be your work, Cartwright," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "You know her pretty well, don't you?" "Yes, that's why I'd rather somebody else tackled her. Firstly," he smiled ruefully, "I shall be accused of not putting my back into the job. And secondly, well, she's a friend. You understand?" "Parfaitement. Parfaitement. You feel the natural delicacy. 'Tis most understandable. This good Mr. Satterthwaite, he will replace you in the task. Lady Mary and Egg, well, they don't count, of course. What about young Manders? His presence on the night of Tolly's death was an accident. Still, I suppose we ought to include him." "Mr. Satterthwaite will look after young Manders," said Poirot. "But I think, Sir Charles, you have missed out a name on your list. You've passed over Miss Muriel Wills." "So I have. Well, if Satterthwaite takes on Manders, I'll take on Miss Wills. Is that settled? Any suggestions, Monsieur Poirot?" No, I don't think so. I shall be interested to hear your results." "Why, of course, that goes without saying. Another idea. If we procured photographs of these people, we might use them in making inquiries in Gilling." "Excellent," approved Poirot. "There was something. Yes, your friend, Sir Bartholomew. He did not drink cocktails, but he did drink the port." "Yes, he had a particular weakness for port." "It seems odd to me that he did not taste anything unusual. Pure nicotine has a most pungent and unpleasant taste." "You've got to remember," said Sir Charles, "that there probably wasn't any nicotine in the port. The contents of the glass were analysed, remember." "Oh, yes. Foolish of me. But however it was administered, nicotine is a very disagreeable taste." "I don't know that would matter," said Sir Charles slowly. "Tolly had a very bad go of influenza last spring, and it left him with his sense of taste and smell a good deal impaired." Yes," said Poirot thoughtfully, "that might account for it. That simplifies things considerably." Sir Charles went to the window and looked out. "Still blowing a gale. I'll send for your things, Monsieur Poirot. The Rose and Crown is all very well for enthusiastic artists, but I think you prefer proper sanitation and a comfortable bed." "You're extremely amiable, Sir Charles." "Not at all. I'll see to it now." He left the room. Poirot looked at Mr. Satterthwaite. "If I may permit myself a suggestion?" "Yes?" Poirot leaned forward and said in a low voice, "Ask young Manders why he faked an accident. Tell him the police suspect him, and see what he says." Chapter 6. Cynthia Dacres. The showrooms of Ambrosine Limited were very pure in appearance. The walls were a shade just off white. The thick pile carpet was so neutral as to be almost colourless, so was the upholstery. Chromium gleamed here and there, and on one wall was a gigantic geometric design in vivid blue and lemon yellow. The room had been designed by Mr. Sidney Sandford, the newest and youngest decorator of the moment. Egg Lytton Gore sat in an armchair of modern design, faintly reminiscent of a dentist's chair, and watched exquisite snake-like young women with beautiful, bored faces pass sinuously before her. Egg was principally concerned with endeavouring to appear as though £50 or £60 was a mere bagatelle to pay for a dress. Mrs. Dacres, looking as usual marvellously unreal, was, as Egg put it to herself, doing her stuff. "Now, do you like this? Those shoulder knots rather amusing, don't you think? And the waistline's rather penetrating. I shouldn't have the red lead colour, though. I should have in the new colour, Espagnole, most attractive, like mustard with a dash of cayenne in it. How do you like Vin Ordinaire? Rather absurd, isn't it? Yes, quite penetrating and ridiculous. Clothes simply mustn't be serious nowadays." It's very difficult to decide," said Egg. "You see," she became confidential, "I'd never been able to afford any clothes before. We were always so dreadfully poor. I remembered how simply marvellous you looked that night at Crow's Nest, and I thought, now that I've got money to spend, I shall go to Mrs. Dacres and ask her to advise me. I did admire you so much that night. My dear, how charming of you. I simply adore dressing a young girl. So important that girls shouldn't look raw, if you know what I mean." "Nothing raw about you," thought Egg ungratefully. "Cooked to a turn, you are." "You've got so much personality," continued Mrs. Dacres. "You mustn't have anything at all ordinary. Your clothes must be simple and penetrating, and just faintly visible, you understand? Do you want several things?" I thought about 4 evening frocks and a couple of day things and a sports suit or two, that sort of thing." The honey of Mrs. Dacres' manner became sweeter. It was fortunate that she did not know that at that moment Egg's bank balance was exactly £15 12 and that the said balance had got to last her until December. More girls in gowns filed past Egg. In the intervals of technical conversation, Egg interspersed other matters. I suppose you've never been to Crow's Nest since," she said. "No, my dear, I couldn't. It was so upsetting. And anyway, I always think Cornwall is rather terribly artisty. I simply cannot bear artists. Their bodies are always such a curious shape." "It was a shattering business, wasn't it?" said Egg. "Old Mr. Babington was rather a pet, too." "Quite a period piece, I should imagine," said Mrs. Dacres. You'd met him before somewhere, hadn't you? That dear old dugout, had I? I don't remember." "I think I remember his saying so," said Egg. "Not in Cornwall, though. I think it was at a place called Gilling." "Was it?" Mrs. Dacre's eyes were vague. No, Marcel, Petite Scandale is what I want, the Jenny model, and after that blue Patou." "Oh, wasn't it extraordinary," said Egg, "about Sir Bartholomew being poisoned?" "My dear, it's too penetrating for words. It's done me a world of good. All sorts of dreadful women come and order frocks from me just for the sensation. Now, this Patou model would be perfect for you. With that perfectly useless and ridiculous frill, it makes the whole thing adorable. Young without being tiresome. Oh, yes, poor Sir Bartholomew's death has been rather a godsend to me. There's just an off chance, you see, that I might have murdered him. I rather played up to that. Extraordinary fat women come and positively goggle at me, too penetrating. And then you see—" but she was interrupted by the advent of a monumental American, evidently a valued client. While the American was unburdening herself of her requirements, which sounded comprehensive and expensive, Egg managed to make an unobtrusive exit, telling the young lady who had succeeded Mrs. Dacres that she would think it over before making a final choice. As she emerged into Bruton Street, Egg glanced at her watch. It was 20 minutes to 1. Before very long she might be able to put her second plan into operation. She walked as far as Berkeley Square, and then slowly back again. At 1 o'clock she had her nose glued to a window displaying Chinese objets d'art. Miss Doris Sims came rapidly out into Bruton Street and turned in the direction of Berkeley Square. Just before she got there, a voice spoke at her elbow. "Excuse me," said Egg. "Can I speak to you a minute?" The girl turned, surprised. "You're one of the mannequins at Ambrosine's, aren't you? I noticed you this morning. I hope you won't be frightfully offended if I say I think you've got simply the most perfect figure I've ever seen." Doris Sims was not offended. She was merely slightly confused. "But it's very kind of you, I'm sure, madam," she said. "You look frightfully good-natured, too," said Egg. "That's why I'm going to ask you a favour. Will you have lunch with me at the Berkeley or the Ritz and let me tell you about it?" After a moment's hesitation, Doris Sims agreed. She was curious, and she liked good food. Once established at a table and lunch ordered, Egg plunged into explanations. "I hope you'll keep this to yourself," she said. "You see, I've got a job, writing up various professions for women. I want you to tell me all about the dressmaking business." Doris looked slightly disappointed, but she complied amiably enough, giving bald statements as to hours, rates of pay, conveniences and inconveniences of her employment. Egg entered particulars in a little notebook. "It's awfully kind of you," she said. I'm very stupid at this. It's quite new to me. You see, I'm frightfully badly off, and this little bit of journalistic work will make all the difference." She went on confidentially. "It was rather nerve on my part walking into Ambrosine's and pretending I could buy lots of your models. Really, I've got just a few pounds of my dress allowance to last me till Christmas. I expect Mrs. Dacres would be simply wild if she knew." Doris giggled. "I should say she would." "Did I do it well?" asked Egg. "Did I look as though I had money?" "You did it splendidly, Miss Littengore. Madam thinks you're going to get quite a lot of things." "Ah, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed," said Egg. Doris giggled more. She was enjoying her lunch, and she felt attracted to Egg. "She may be a society young lady," she thought to herself, "but she doesn't put on airs. She's as natural as can be." These pleasant relations once established, Egg found no difficulty in inducing her companion to talk freely on the subject of her employer. "I always think," said Egg, "that Miss Dacres looks a frightful cat. Is she?" "None of us like her, Miss Littengore, and that's a fact. But she's clever, of course, and she's got a rare head for business. Not like some society ladies who take up the dressmaking business and go bankrupt because their friends get clothes and don't pay. Or she's as hard as nails, Madam is. Though I will say she's fair enough. And she's got real taste. She knows what's what, and she's clever at getting people to have the style that suits them. I suppose she makes a lot of money." A queer, knowing look came into Doris's eye. "It's not for me to say anything, or to gossip." "Oh, of course not," said Egg. "Go on." "But if you ask me, the firm's not far off Queer Street. There was a Jewish gentleman came to see Madam, and there have been one or two things. It's my belief she's been borrowing to keep going in the hope that trade would revive, and that she's got in deep. Really, Miss Littengore, she looks terrible sometimes, quite desperate. I don't know what she'd look like without her make-up. I don't believe she sleeps of nights." "What's her husband like?" "Oh, he's a queer fish. Bit of a bad lot, if you ask me. Not that we ever see much of him. None of the other girls agree with me, but I believe she's very keen on him still. Of course, a lot of nasty things have been said." "Such as?" asked Egg. "Well, I don't like to repeat things. I never have been one for that." "Oh, of course not. Go on, you were saying." "Well, there's been a lot of talk among the girls about a young fellow, very rich, very soft, but not exactly balmy, if you know what I mean, sort of betwixt and between. Madam's been running him for all she was worth. He might have put things right. He was soft enough for anything. But then he was ordered on a sea voyage, suddenly." "Ordered by whom? A doctor?" "Yes, someone in Harley Street. I believe now that it was the same doctor who was murdered up in Yorkshire. Poisoned, so they said. Sir Bartholomew Strange, that was the name. Madam was at the house party, and we girls said among ourselves, just laughing, you know, well, we said, supposing Madam did him in, out of revenge, you know. Of course, it was just fun." "Oh, naturally," said Egg. "Girlish fun, I quite understand. You know, Mrs. Dacres is quite my idea of a murderess. So hard and remorseless. She's ever so hard. And she's got a wicked temper. When she lets go, there's not one of us dares to come near her. They say her husband's frightened of her, and no wonder." "Have you ever heard her speak of anyone called Abington, or of a place in Kent, Gilling?" "Really, now, I can't call to mind that I have." Doris looked at her watch and uttered an exclamation. "Oh, dear, I must hurry. I shall be late. Goodbye. Thanks so much for coming. Oh, it's been a pleasure, I'm sure. Goodbye, Miss Littengore, and I hope the article will be a great success. I shall look out for it." "You'll look in vain, my girl," thought Egg, as she asked for her bill. Then, drawing a line through the supposed jottings for the article, she wrote in her little notebook, "Cynthia Dacres, believed to be in financial difficulties, described as having a wicked temper. Young man, rich, with whom she was believed to be having an affair, was ordered on sea voyage by Sir Bartholomew Strange, showed no reaction at mention of Gilling or at statement that Babington knew her. "It doesn't seem much there," said Egg to herself. "A possible motive for the murder of Sir Bartholomew, but very thin. Monsieur Poirot may be able to make something of that. I can't." Chapter 7. Captain Dacres. Egg had not yet finished her programme for the day. Her next move was to St. John's House, in which building the Dacres had a flat. St. John's House was a new block of extremely expensive flats. There were sumptuous window boxes and uniformed porters of such magnificence that they looked like foreign generals. Egg didn't enter the building. She strolled up and down on the opposite side of the street. After about an hour of this, she calculated that she must have walked several miles. It was 5:30. Then a taxi drew up at the Mansions, and Captain Dacres alighted from it. Egg allowed 3 minutes to elapse, then she crossed the road and entered the building. Egg pressed the doorbell of number 3. Dacres himself opened the door. He was still engaged in taking off his overcoat. "Oh," said Egg, "how do you do? You do remember me, don't you? We met in Cornwall, and again in Yorkshire." Of course. In at the death both times, weren't we? Come in, Miss Limgore." "I wanted to see your wife. Is she in?" "She's round in Broome Street, at a dressmaking place." "Oh, I know. I was there today. I thought perhaps she'd be back by now, and that you wouldn't mind, perhaps, if I came here. Only, of course, I suppose I'm being a frightful bother." Egg paused appealingly. Freddie Dacres said to himself, "Nice-looking filly. Damn pretty girl, in fact." Aloud, he said, "Cynthia won't be back till, after 6. I've just come back from Newbury. Had a rotten day and left early. Come round to the 72 Club and have a cocktail?" Egg accepted, though she had a shrewd suspicion that Dacres had already had quite as much alcohol as was good for him. Sitting in the underground dimness of the 72 Club and sipping a martini, Egg said, "This is great fun. I've never been here before." Freddie Dacres smiled indulgently. He liked a young and pretty girl, not perhaps as much as he liked some other things, but well enough. "Upsetting sort of time, wasn't it?" he said. "Up in Yorkshire, I mean. Something rather amusing about a doctor being poisoned. See what I mean? Wrong way about. A doctor and a chap who poisons other people. He laughed uproariously at his own remark and ordered another pink gin. "That's rather clever of you," said Egg. "I never thought of it that way before." "Only a joke, of course," said Freddie Dacres. "It's odd, isn't it," said Egg, "that when we meet it's always at a death." "Bit odd," admitted Captain Dacres. "Or you mean the old clergyman chap at, what's his name, the actor fellow's place?" "Yes, it was very queer the way he died so suddenly." "Damn disturbing," said Dacres. "Makes you feel a bit crewy, fellas popping off all over the place. You know, you think, my turn next, gives you the shivers." "You knew Mr. Babington before, didn't you, at Gilling?" "Don't know the place, no. Never set eyes on the old chap before. Funny thing is, he popped off just the same way as old Strange did. Bit odd, though. Can't have been bumped off too, I suppose." "Well, what do you think?" Dacres shook his head. "Can't have been," he said decisively. "Nobody murders parsons. Doctors are different." "Yes," said he. "I suppose doctors are different." "Of course they are, stands to reason. Doctors are interfering devils." He slurred the words a little. He leant forward. "Won't let well alone, understand?" No," said Egg. "They monkey about with fellas' lives. They've got a damn sight too much power. Oughtn't to be allowed." "I don't quite see what you mean." Dear God, I'm telling you. Get a fella shut up, that's what I mean. Put him in hell. Oh, God, they're cruel. Shut him up, keep the stuff from him, and however much you beg and pray, they won't give it you. Don't care a damn what torture you're in. There's doctors for you, I'm telling you. And I know." His face twitched painfully. His little pinpoint pupil stared past her. "It's hell, I tell you. Hell. And they call it curing you. Pretend they're doing a decent action. You swine." "Did Sir Bartholomew Strange—" began Egg cautiously. He took the words out of her mouth. "Sir Bartholomew Strange. Sir Bartholomew Hambach. I'd like to know what goes on in that precious sanatorium of his. Nerve cases, as what they say. You're in there and you can't get out. And they say you've gone of your own free will. Free will? Just because they get hold of you when you've got the horrors." He was shaking now. His mouth drooped suddenly. Oh, I'm all to pieces," he said apologetically. "Oh, all to pieces, ha." He called to the waiter, pressed Egg to have another drink, and when she refused, ordered one himself. "Oh, it's better," he said as he drained the glass. Got my nerve back now. Nasty business losing her nerve. Mustn't make Cynthia angry. She told me not to talk." He nodded his head once or twice. "Wouldn't do to tell the police all this," he said. "They might think I'd bumped old Strange off. You realize, don't you, that someone must have done it? One of us must have killed him. That's a funny thought. Which of us? That's the question." "Perhaps you know which," said Egg. "What would you say that for?" "Well, why should I know?" He looked at her angrily and suspiciously. "I don't know anything about it, I tell you. I wasn't going to take that damnable cure of his. No matter what Cynthia said, I wasn't going to take it. He was up to something. They were both up to something, but they couldn't fool me." He drew himself up. "I'm a strong man, Miss Lippengaw." I'm sure you are," said Egg. "Tell me, do you know anything of a Mrs. de Rushbridger who's at the sanatorium?" Rushbridger. Old Strange said something about her. What was it? I can't remember anything." He sighed, shook his head. "Memories go, that's what it is. I've got enemies. A lot of enemies. They may be spying on me now." He looked round uneasily. Then he leant across the table to Egg. What was that woman doing in my room that day?" "What woman?" Rabbit-faced woman. Writes plays. It was the morning after he died. I'd just come up from breakfast. She came out of my room and went through the baize door at the end of the passage. Went through into the servants' quarters. That's odd, huh? Why did she go into my room? What'd she think she'd find there? What'd she want to go nosing about for, anyway? What's she got to do with her?" He leaned forward confidentially. "Or do you think it's true what Cynthia says?" What does Mrs. Dacre say?" "Says I imagined it. Said I was seeing things." He laughed uncertainly. "Well, I do see things now and again. Pink mice, snakes, all that sort of thing. But seeing a woman's different. I did see her. She's a queer fish, that woman. Nasty sort of eye she's got goes through you." He leaned back on the soft couch. He seemed to be dropping asleep. Egg got up. I must be going. Thank you very much, Captain Dacres. Bah, both had me. Oh, delighted. Absolutely delighted." His voice tailed off. "I'd better go before he passes out altogether," thought Egg. She emerged from the smoky atmosphere of the 72 Club into the cool evening air. Beatrice, the housemaid, had said that Miss Wills poked and pried. Now came this story from Freddie Dacres. What had Miss Wills been looking for? What had she found? Was it possible that Miss Wills knew something? Was there anything in this rather muddled story about Sir Bartholomew Strange? Had Freddie Dacres secretly feared and hated him? It seemed possible. But in all this, no hint of any guilty knowledge in the Babington case. How odd it would be, said Egg to herself, if he wasn't murdered after all. And then she caught her breath sharply as she caught sight of the words on a newspaper placard a few feet away. Cornish exhumation case result. Hastily she held out a penny and snatched the paper. As she did so, she collided with another woman doing the same thing. As Egg apologized, she recognized Sir Charles's secretary, the efficient Miss Milray. Standing side by side, they both sought the stop-press news. Yes, there it was. Result of Cornish exhumation. The words danced before Egg's eyes. Analysis of the organs, nicotine. So he was murdered, said Egg. Oh dear, said Miss Milray. This is terrible, terrible. Her rugged countenance was distorted with emotion. Egg looked at her in surprise. She'd always regarded Miss Milray as something less than human. It upsets me, said Miss Milray in explanation. You see, I've known him all my life. Mr. Babington? Yes. You see, my mother lives in Killing, where he used to be vicar. Naturally, it's upsetting. Of course. In fact, said Miss Milray, I don't know what to do. She flushed a little before Egg's look of astonishment. I'd like to write to Mrs. Babington, she said quickly, only it doesn't seem quite. I don't know what I'd better do about it. Somehow to Egg, the explanation was not quite satisfying. Chapter 8. Angela Sutcliffe. Now, are you friend or are you sleuth? I simply must know. Miss Sutcliffe flashed a pair of mocking eyes as she spoke. She was sitting in a straight-backed chair, her grey hair becomingly arranged, her legs were crossed, and Mr. Satterthwaite admired the perfection of her beautifully shod feet and her slender ankles. Miss Sutcliffe was a very fascinating woman, mainly owing to the fact that she seldom took anything seriously. "Is that quite fair?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite. "My dear man, of course it's fair. Have you come here for the sake of my beautiful eyes, as the French say so charmingly, or have you, you nasty man, come just to pump me about murders?" "Can you doubt that your first alternative is the correct one?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite with a little bow. "I can and I do," said the actress with energy. "You are one of those people who look so mild and really wallow in blood. No, yes. The only thing I can't make up my mind about is whether it's an insult or a compliment to be considered a potential murderess. On the whole, I think it's a compliment." She cocked her head a little on one side and smiled that slow, bewitching smile that never failed. Mr. Satterthwaite thought to himself, adorable creature. Aloud he said, "I will admit, dear lady, that the death of Sir Bartholomew Strange has interested me considerably. I have, as you perhaps know, dabbled in such doings before." He paused modestly, perhaps hoping that Miss Sutcliffe would show some knowledge of his activities. However, she merely asked, "Tell me one thing. Is there anything in what that girl said?" Which girl, and what did she say?" "The Lytton Gore girl, the one who's so fascinated by Charles. What a wretch Charles is. He will do it. She thinks that that nice old man down in Cornwall was murdered too." "And what do you think?" "Well, it certainly happens the same way. She's an intelligent girl, you know. Tell me, is Charles serious?" "I expect your views on the subject are likely to be much more valuable than mine," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "What a tiresomely discreet man you are," cried Miss Sutcliffe. "Now she sighed, "am appallingly indiscreet." She fluttered an eyelash at him. "I know Charles pretty well. I know men pretty well. He seems to me to display all the signs of settling down. There's an air of virtue about him. He'll be handing round the plate and founding a family in record time, that's my view. How dull men are when they decide to settle down. They lose all their charm." "I've often wondered why Sir Charles has never married," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "My dear, he never showed any signs of wanting to marry. He wasn't what they call a marrying man, but he was a very attractive man." She sighed. A slight twinkle showed in her eyes. She looked at Mr. Satterthwaite. "He and I were once, oh, well, why deny what everybody knows? It was very pleasant while it lasted. And we're still the best of friends. I suppose that's the reason the Lytton Gore child looks at me so fiercely. She suspects I still have a tendresse for Charles. Have I? Oh, perhaps I have. But at any rate, I haven't yet written my memoirs describing all my affairs in detail, as most of my friends seem to have done. If I did, you know, the girl wouldn't like it. She'd be shocked. Modern girls are easily shocked. Her mother wouldn't be shocked at all. You can't really shock a sweet mid-Victorian. They say so little, but always think the worst." Mr. Satterthwaite contented himself with saying, "I think you're right in suspecting that Egg Lytton Gore mistrusts you." Miss Sutcliffe frowned. "I'm not at all sure that I'm not a little jealous of her. We women are such cats, aren't we? Scratch, scratch, meow, meow, purr, purr." She laughed. "Why didn't Charles come and catechize me on this business? Too much nice feeling, I suppose. The man must think me guilty." Am I guilty, Mr. Satterthwaite? What do you think now?" She stood up and stretched out a hand. "All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand." She broke off. "No, I'm not Lady Macbeth. Comedy's my line." "There seems also a certain lack of motive," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "True. I like Bartholomew Strange. We were friends. I had no reason for wishing him out of the way. Because we were friends, I'd rather like to take an active part in hunting down his murderer. Tell me if I can help in any way." "I suppose, Miss Sutcliffe, you didn't see or hear anything that might have a bearing on the crime?" Nothing that I haven't already told the police. The house party had only just arrived, you know. His death occurred on that first evening. The butler? Oh, I hardly noticed him. Any peculiar behaviour on the part of the guests? No. Of course that boy, what's his name? Manders, turned up rather unexpectedly. Did Sir Bartholomew Strange seem surprised? Yes, I think he was. He said to me just before we went in to dinner that it was an odd business, a new method of gate crashing, he called it. Only he said, it's my wall he's crashed, not my gate. Sir Bartholomew was in good spirits. Oh, very good spirits. What about this secret passage you mentioned to the police? I believe it led out of the library. Sir Bartholomew promised to show it to me, but of course the poor man died. How did the subject come up? Oh, we were discussing a recent purchase of his, an old walnut bureau. I asked if it had a secret drawer in it. I told him I adored secret drawers. It's a secret passion of mine. He said no. There wasn't a secret drawer that he knew of, but he had got a secret passage in the house. He didn't mention a patient of his, a Mrs. de Rushbridger? No. Do you know a place called Gilling in Kent? Gilling? No, I don't think so. Why? Well, you knew Mr. Babington before, didn't you? Who's Mr. Babington? The man who died, or who was killed, at the Crow's Nest. Oh, the clergyman. Oh, I'd forgotten his name. No, I'd never seen him before in my life. Who told you I knew him? Someone who ought to know, said Mr. Satterthwaite boldly. Miss Sutcliffe seemed amused. Dear old man. Did they think I'd had an affair with him? Archdeacons are sometimes very naughty, aren't they? So why not vicars? Ah, there's the man in the barrel, isn't there? But I must clear the poor man's memory. I'd never seen him before in my life. And with that statement, Mr. Satterthwaite was forced to rest content. Chapter 9. Muriel Wills. 5 Upper Cathcart Road, Tooting, seemed an incongruous home for a satiric playwright. The room into which Sir Charles was shown had walls of a rather drab oatmeal colour with a frieze of laburnum round the top. The curtains were of rose-coloured velvet. There were a lot of photographs and china dogs. The telephone was coyly hidden by a lady with ruffled skirts. There were a great many little tables and some suspicious-looking brass work from Birmingham via the Far East. Miss Wills entered the room so noiselessly that Sir Charles, who was at the moment examining a ridiculously elongated Poirot doll lying across the sofa, did not hear her. Her thin voice saying, "How do you do, Sir Charles? This is really a great pleasure," made him spin round. Miss Wills was dressed in a limp jumper suit which hung disconsolately on her angular form. Her stockings were slightly wrinkled, and she had on very high-heeled patent leather slippers. Sir Charles shook hands, accepted a cigarette, and sat down on the sofa by the Poirot doll. Miss Wills sat opposite him. The light from the window caught her pince-nez and made them give off little flashes. "Fancy you finding me out here," said Miss Wills. "My mother will be ever so excited. She just adores the theatre, especially anything romantic. That play where you were a prince at a university, she's often talked of it. She goes to matinees, you know, and eats chocolates. She's one of that kind, and she does love it." "How delightful," said Sir Charles. "You don't know how charming it is to be remembered. The public memory is short." He sighed. "She'll be thrilled at meeting you," said Miss Wills. "Miss Sutcliffe came the other day, and Mother was thrilled at meeting her. Angela was here." "Yes, she's putting on a play of mine, you know. Little Dog Laughed." "Of course," said Sir Charles. "I've read about it. Rather intriguing title." "I'm so glad you think so. Miss Sutcliffe likes it too. It's a kind of modern version of the nursery rhyme. A lot of froth and nonsense. Hey diddle diddle and the dish and the spoon scandal, and of course it all revolves around Miss Sutcliffe's part. Everyone dances to her fiddling. It's the idea." Sir Charles said, "Oh, not bad. The world nowadays is rather like a mad nursery rhyme, and the little dog laughed to see such sport, eh?" And he thought suddenly, "Of course this woman's the little dog. She looks on and laughs." The light shifted from Miss Will's pince-nez, and he saw her pale blue eyes regarding him intelligently through them. "This woman," thought Sir Charles, "has a fiendish sense of humour." Aloud he said, "I wonder if you can guess what errand has brought me here." "Well," said Miss Wills archly, "I don't suppose it was only to see poor little me." Sir Charles registered for a moment the difference between the spoken and the written word. On paper, Miss Wills was witty and cynical. In speech, she was arch. "It was really Satterthwaite put the idea into my head," said Sir Charles. "He fancies himself as being a good judge of character." "He's very clever about people," said Miss Wills. "It's rather his hobby, I should say. And he's strongly of opinion that if there were anything worth noticing that night at Melford Abbey, you would have noticed it." "Is that what he said?" "Yes." "I was very interested, I must admit," said Miss Wills slowly. "You see, I had never seen a murder at close hand before. A writer's got to take everything as copy, hasn't she? I believe that's a well-known axiom. So naturally," said Miss Wills, "I tried to notice everything I could." This was obviously Miss Wills's version of Beatrice's poking and prying. "About the guests?" "About the guests." "And what exactly did you notice?" The pince nez shifted. "I didn't really find out anything. If I had, I'd have told the police, of course," she added virtuously. "But you noticed things." "I always do notice things. Can't help it. I'm funny that way," she giggled. "And you noticed what?" "Oh, nothing. That is, nothing that you'd call anything, Sir Charles. Just little odds and ends about people's characters. I find people so very interesting. So typical, if you know what I mean." "Typical of what?" Of themselves." "Oh, I can't explain. I'm ever so silly at saying things." She giggled again. "Your pen is deadlier than your tongue," said Sir Charles, smiling. "I don't think it's very nice of you to say deadlier, Sir Charles." "My dear Miss Wills, admit that with a pen in your hand you're quite merciless." "I think you're horrid, Sir Charles. It's you who are merciless to me." "I must get out of this bog of badinage," said Sir Charles to himself. He said aloud, "So you didn't find out anything concrete, Miss Wills?" "No, not exactly. At least there was one thing, something I noticed and ought to have told the police about, only I forgot." "What was that?" "The butler. He had a kind of strawberry mark on his left wrist. I noticed it when he was handing me vegetables. I suppose that's the sort of thing which might come in useful." "I should say very useful indeed. The police are trying hard to track down that man, Ellis. Really, Miss Wills, you are a very remarkable woman. Not one of the servants or guests mentioned such a mark." "Most people don't use their eyes much, do they?" said Miss Wills. "Where exactly was the mark? And what size was it?" If you'll just stretch out your own wrist." Sir Charles extended his arm. "Thank you. It was here." Miss Wills placed an unerring finger on the spot. It was about the size, roughly, of a sixpence, and rather the shape of Australia." "Thank you, that's very clear," said Sir Charles, removing his hand and pulling down his cuffs again. "You think I ought to write to the police and tell them?" "Certainly I do. It might be most valuable in tracing the man." "Dash it all," went on Sir Charles with feeling, "in detective stories there's always some identifying mark on the villain. I thought it was a bit hard that real life should prove so lamentably behindhand." "It's usually a scar in stories," said Miss Wills thoughtfully. "A birthmark's just as good," said Sir Charles. He looked boyishly pleased. "The trouble is," he went on, "most people are so indeterminate, there's nothing about them to take hold of." Miss Wills looked inquiringly at him. "Old Babington, for instance," went on Sir Charles. "He had a curiously vague personality, very difficult to lay hold of." "His hands were very characteristic," said Miss Wills. "What I call a scholar's hands, a little crippled with arthritis, but very refined fingers, and beautiful nails." "What an observer you are! Ah, but of course you knew him before." "Knew Mr. Babington?" "Yes. I remember his telling me so. Where was it he said he had known you?" Miss Wills shook her head decisively. "Not me. You must have been mixing me up with someone else, or he was. I'd never met him before." "It must be a mistake. I thought at Gilling." He looked at her keenly. Miss Wills appeared quite composed. "No," she said. "Did it ever occur to you, Miss Wills, that he might have been murdered too? I know you and Miss Lytton Gore think so, or rather, you think so." "Oh, and what do you think?" "It doesn't seem likely," said Miss Wills. A little baffled by Miss Will's clear lack of interest in the subject, Sir Charles started on another tack. "Did Sir Bartholomew mention a Mrs. de Rushbridger at all?" "No, I don't think so." She was a patient in his home, suffering from nervous breakdown and loss of memory." "He mentioned a case of lost memory," said Miss Wills. "He said you could hypnotize a person and bring their memory back." "Did he now? I wonder, could that be significant?" Sir Charles frowned and remained lost in thought. Miss Wills said nothing. "There's nothing else you could tell me? Nothing about any of the guests?" It seemed to him there was just the slightest pause before Miss Wills answered. "No." "About Mrs. Dacres, or Captain Dacres, or Miss Sutcliffe, or Mr. Manders?" He watched her very intently as he pronounced each name. Once he thought he saw the pince-nez flicker, but he could not be sure. "I'm afraid there's nothing I can tell you, Sir Charles." "Oh, well," he stood up. "Satterthwaite will be disappointed." "I'm so sorry," said Miss Wills primly. "I'm sorry, too, for disturbing you. I expect you were busy writing." "I was, as a matter of fact." "Another play?" "Yes. To tell you the truth, I thought of using some of the characters at the house party at Melford Abbey." "Oh, what about libel?" "That's quite all right, Sir Charles. I find people never recognize themselves," she giggled. "Not if, as you said just now, one is really merciless." "You mean," said Sir Charles, "that we all have an exaggerated idea of our own personalities and don't recognize the truth if it's sufficiently brutally portrayed. I was quite right, Miss Wills. You are a cruel woman." Miss Wills tittered. "Oh, you needn't be afraid, Sir Charles. Women aren't usually cruel to men, unless it's some particular man. They're only cruel to other women." "Meaning you've got your analytical knife into some unfortunate female? Which one?" Well, perhaps I can guess. Cynthia Dacres, not beloved by her own sex." Miss Wills said nothing. She continued to smile, rather a cat-like smile. "Do you write your stuff or dictate it?" "Oh, I write it and send it to be typed." "Well, you ought to have a secretary." "Perhaps. Have you still got that clever Miss Milray, wasn't it?" "Yes, I've got Miss Milray. She went away for a time to look after her mother in the country, but she's back again now. Most efficient woman." "So I should think. Perhaps a little impulsive." "Impulsive? Miss Milray?" Sir Charles stared. Never in his wildest flights of fancy had he associated impulse with Miss Milray. "Only on occasions, perhaps," said Miss Wills. Sir Charles shook his head. "Miss Milray's the perfect robot. Ha! Goodbye, Miss Wills. Forgive me for bothering you, and don't forget to let the police know about that thingamabob." "The mark on the butler's right wrist? No, I won't forget." "Well, goodbye. Have a sec. Did you say right wrist? You said left just now." "Did I? How stupid of me." "Well, which was it?" Miss Wills frowned and half closed her eyes. Let me see. I was sitting so, and he was, would you mind, Sir Charles, handing me that brass plate as though it was a vegetable dish? Left side." Sir Charles presented the beaten brass atrocity as directed. "Cabbage, madam?" "Thank you," said Miss Wills. "I'm quite sure now. It was the left wrist, as I said first. So stupid of me." No, said Sir Charles. "Left and right are always puzzling." He said goodbye for the third time. As he closed the door, he looked back. Miss Wills was not looking at him. She was standing where he had left her. She was gazing at the fire, and on her lips was a smile of satisfied malice. Sir Charles was startled. "That woman knows something," he said to himself. "I'll swear she knows something, and she won't say. But what the devil is it she knows?" Chapter 10. Oliver Manders. At the office of Messrs. Spire and Ross, Mr. Satterthwaite asked for Mr. Oliver Manders and sent in his card. Presently he was ushered into a small room, where Oliver was sitting at a writing table. The young man got up and shook hands. "Good of you to look me up, sir," he said. His tone implied, "I have to say that, but really it's a damn bore." Mr. Satterthwaite, however, was not easily put off. He sat down, blew his nose thoughtfully, and peering over the top of his handkerchief, said, "Seen the news this morning?" "You mean the new financial situation? Well, the dollar—" "Not dollars," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Death. The result of the lumethic exhumation. Babington was poisoned by nicotine." Oh, that, yes, I saw that. Our energetic egg will be pleased. She always insisted it was murder. But it doesn't interest you. My tastes are so crude. After all, murder, he shrugged his shoulders, so violent and inartistic. Not always inartistic, said Mr. Satterthwaite. No? Well, perhaps not. It depends, does it not, on who commits the murder? You, for instance, would, I'm sure, commit a murder in a very artistic manner. Nice of you to say so, drawled Oliver. But frankly, my dear boy, I don't think much of the accident you faked. No more do the police, I understand. There was a moment's silence. Then a pen dropped to the floor. Oliver said, Excuse me, I don't quite understand you. That rather inartistic performance of yours at Melford Abbey. I should be interested to know just why you did it. There was another silence. Then Oliver said, You say the police suspect? Mr. Satterthwaite nodded. It looks a little suspicious, don't you think? He asked pleasantly. But perhaps you have a perfectly good explanation. I've got an explanation, said Oliver slowly. Whether it's a good one or not, I don't know. Will you let me judge? There was a pause. Then Oliver said, I came there, the way I did, at Sir Bartholomew's own suggestion. What? Mr. Satterthwaite was astonished. A bit odd, isn't it? But it's true. I got a letter from him suggesting that I should have a sham accident and claim hospitality. He said he couldn't put his reasons in writing, but he would explain them to me at the first opportunity. And did he explain? No, he didn't. I got there just before dinner. I didn't see him alone. At the end of dinner, he died. The weariness had gone out of Oliver's manner. His dark eyes were fixed on Mr. Satterthwaite. He seemed to be studying attentively the reactions aroused by his words. You've got this letter? No, I tore it up. A pity, said Mr. Satterthwaite dryly. And you said nothing to the police? No. It all seemed, well, rather fantastic. And it is fantastic. Mr. Satterthwaite shook his head. Had Bartholomew Strange written such a letter? It seemed highly uncharacteristic. The story had a melodramatic touch most unlike the physician's cheerful common sense. He looked up at the young man. Oliver was still watching him. Mr. Satterthwaite thought, He's looking to see if I swallow this story. He said, And Sir Bartholomew gave absolutely no reason for his request? None whatever. An extraordinary story. Oliver didn't speak. Yet you obeyed the summons. Something of the weary manner returned. Yes, it seemed refreshingly out of the way to a somewhat jaded palate. I was curious, I must confess. Is there anything else? Asked Mr. Satterthwaite. What do you mean, sir, anything else? Mr. Satterthwaite didn't really know what he meant. He was led by some obscure instinct. I mean, he said, is there anything else that might tell against you? There was a pause. Then the young man shrugged his shoulders. I suppose I might as well make a clean breast of it, and the woman isn't likely to hold her tongue about it. Mr. Satterthwaite looked a question. It was the morning after the murder stuff. I was talking to the Anthony Astor woman. I took out my pocketbook and something fell out of it. She picked it up and handed it back to me. And this something? Unfortunately, she glanced at it before returning it to me. It was a cutting from a newspaper about nicotine, what a deadly poison it was, and so on. How did you come to have such an interest in the subject? I didn't. I suppose I must have put that cutting in my wallet some time or other, but I can't remember doing so. Bit awkward, eh? Mr. Satterthwaite thought. A thin story? I suppose, went on Oliver Manders, she went to the police about it? Mr. Satterthwaite shook his head. I don't think so. I fancy she's a woman who likes, well, to keep things to herself. She's a collector of knowledge. Oliver Manders leaned forward suddenly. I'm innocent, sir. Absolutely innocent. I haven't suggested that you're guilty, said Mr. Satterthwaite mildly. But someone has. Someone must have done. Someone has put the police onto me. Mr. Satterthwaite shook his head. No, no. Then why did you come here today? Partly as the result of my, investigations on the spot. Mr. Satterthwaite spoke a little pompously, and partly at the suggestion of a friend. What friend? Hercule Poirot. fat man." The expression burst from Oliver. "Is he back in England?" "Yes." "Why has he come back?" Mr. Satterthwaite rose. "Why does a dog go hunting?" he inquired. And rather pleased with his retort, he left the room. Chapter 11. Poirot gives a sherry party. Sitting in a comfortable armchair in his slightly florid suite at the Ritz, Hercule Poirot listened. Egg was perched on the arm of a chair. Sir Charles stood in front of the fireplace. Mr. Satterthwaite sat a little farther away, observing the group. "It's fair all along the line," said Egg. Poirot shook his head gently. No, you exaggerate. As regards a link with Mr. Babington, you've drawn the blank, yes, but you've collected other suggestive information." "The Wills woman knows something," said Sir Charles. "I'll swear she knows something." "And Captain Dacres? He too has not the clear conscience. And Mrs. Dacres was desperately in want of money, and Sir Bartholomew spoilt her chance of laying hold of some." "What do you think of young Mander's story?" asked Mr. Satterthwaite. "It strikes me as peculiar, and as being highly uncharacteristic of the late Sir Bartholomew Strange." "You mean it's a lie?" asked Sir Charles bluntly. "There are so many kinds of lies," said Hercule Poirot. He was silent for a minute or two, and then he said, "This Miss Wills, she has written a play for Miss Sutcliffe?" "Yes. The first night is Wednesday next." "Ah." He was silent again. Egg said, "Tell us, of what shall we do now?" The little man smiled at her. "There is only one thing to do. Think." "Think?" cried Egg. Her voice was disgusted. Poirot beamed on her. "But yes, exactly that. Think. With thought, all problems can be solved." "Well, can't we do something?" "For you, the action, mademoiselle. But certainly, there are still things you can do. There is, for instance, this place, Gilling, where Mr. Babington lived for so many years. You can make inquiries there. You say that this Miss Mulray's mother lives at Gilling and is an invalid. An invalid knows everything. She hears everything and forgets nothing. Make your inquiries of her. It may lead to something. Who knows?" "Aren't you going to do anything?" demanded Egg persistently. Poirot twinkled. "You insist that I too shall be active. Eh bien, it shall be as you wish. Only me, I shall not leave this place. I'm very comfortable here, but I will tell you what I will do. I will give the party, the sherry party. That is fashionable, is it not? A sherry party? Précisément. And to it I will ask Mrs. Dacres, Captain Dacres, Miss Sutcliffe, Miss Wills, Mr. Manders, and your charming mother, mademoiselle." "And me?" "Oh, naturally, and you. The present company is included." "Hooray," said Egg. "You can't deceive me, Monsieur Poirot. Something will happen at that party." "It will, won't it?" "We shall see," said Poirot. "But do not expect too much, mademoiselle. Now leave me with Sir Charles, for there are a few things about which I want to ask his advice." As Egg and Mr. Satterthwaite stood waiting for the lift, Egg said ecstatically, "It's lovely, just like detective stories. All the people will be there, and then he'll tell us which of them did it." "I wonder," said Mr. Satterthwaite. The sherry party took place on Monday evening. The invitation had been accepted by all. The charming and indiscreet Miss Sutcliffe laughed mischievously as she glanced around. "Quite the spider's parlour, Monsieur Poirot, and here all we poor little flies have walked in. I'm sure you're going to give us the most marvellous résumé of the case, and then suddenly you'll point at me and say, 'Thou art the woman,' and everyone will say, 'She done it,' and I shall burst into tears and confess, because I'm too terribly suggestive for words. Oh, Monsieur Poirot, I'm so frightened of you." "Quelle histoire!" cried Poirot. He was busy with the decanter and glasses. He handed her a glass of sherry with a bow. "This is a friendly little party. Do not let us talk of murders and bloodshed and poison. La! These things, they spoil the palate." He handed a glass to the grim Miss Mulray, who had accompanied Sir Charles and was standing with a forbidding expression on her face. "Voilà," said Poirot as he finished dispensing hospitality. "Let us forget the occasion on which we first met. Let us have the party spirit. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. Oh, malheur, I have again mentioned death. Madame," he bowed to Mrs. Dacres, "may be permitted to wish you good luck, and congratulate you on your very charming gown." "Here's to you, Ed," said Sir Charles. "Teo," said Freddie Dacres. Everybody murmured something. There was an air of forced gaiety about the proceedings. Everyone was determined to appear gay and unconcerned. Only Poirot himself seemed naturally so. He rambled on happily. "The sherry I prefer to the cocktail, and 1,000 times to the whiskey. Oh, quelle horreur, the whiskey! By drinking the whiskey, you absolutely ruin the palate. The delicate wines of France, to appreciate them, you must never... Ah, qu'est-ce qu'il y a?" A strange sound had interrupted him, a kind of choking cry. Every eye went to Sir Charles as he stood swaying, his face convulsed. The glass dropped from his hand onto the carpet. He took a few steps blindly, and collapsed. There was a moment's stupefied silence. Then Angela Sutcliffe screamed, and Egg started forward. "Charles!" cried Egg. "Charles!" She fought her way blindly forward. Mr. Satterthwaite gently held her back. "Oh, dear God!" cried Lady Mary. "Not another!" Angela Sutcliffe cried out, "He's been poisoned too. Oh, this is awful. Oh, my God, this is too awful." And suddenly collapsing onto a sofa, she began to sob and laugh, a horrible sound. Poirot had taken charge of the situation. He was kneeling by the prostrate man. The others drew back while he made his examination. He rose to his feet, mechanically dusting the knees of his trousers. He looked round at the assembly. There was complete silence except for the smothered sobs of Angela Sutcliffe. "My friends," began Poirot. He got no further, for Egg spat out at him. "You fool, you absurd play-actor, you're a fool, pretending to be so great and so wonderful, and to know all about everything, and now you let this happen, another murder, under your very nose. And if you let the whole thing alone, this wouldn't have happened. It's you who've murdered Charles. You did you. She stopped, unable to get out the words. Poirot nodded his head gravely and sadly. "It is true, mademoiselle. I confess it. It is I who have murdered Sir Charles. But I, mademoiselle, am a very special kind of murderer. I can kill, and I can restore to life." He turned, and in a different tone of voice, an apologetic, everyday voice, he said, "A magnificent performance, Sir Charles. I congratulate you. Perhaps you would now like to take your curtain." With a laugh, the actor sprang to his feet and bowed mockingly. Egg gave a great gasp. Bish, Paul, you beast!" "Charles," cried Angela Sutcliffe, "you complete devil! But why? How? What on earth?" By means of his upraised hand, Poirot obtained silence. "Monsieur, mesdames, I demand pardon of you all. This little farce was necessary to prove to you all, and incidentally to prove to myself, a fact which my reason already told me is true. Listen. On this tray of glasses I placed in one glass a teaspoonful of plain water. That water represented pure nicotine. These glasses are of the same kind as those possessed by Sir Charles Cartwright and by Sir Bartholomew Strange. Owing to the heavy cut glass, a small quantity of a colourless liquid is quite undetectable. Imagine, then, the port glass of Sir Bartholomew Strange. After it was put on the table, somebody introduced into it a sufficient quantity of pure nicotine. That might have been done by anybody, the butler, the parlour-maid, or one of the guests who slipped into the dining-room on his or her way downstairs. The dessert arrived, the port is taken round, the glass is filled, Sir Bartholomew drinks and dies. Tonight we have played a third tragedy, a sad tragedy. I asked Sir Charles to play the part of the victim. This he did magnificently. Now, suppose for a minute that this was not a farce, but truth. Sir Charles is dead. What will be the steps taken by the police?" Miss Sutcliffe cried, "Why, the glass, of course." She nodded to where the glass lay on the floor as it had fallen from Sir Charles's hand. "You only put water in, but if it had been nicotine, let us suppose it was nicotine." Poirot touched the glass gently with his toe. "You're of opinion that the police would analyze the glass, and that traces of nicotine would be found?" "Certainly." Poirot shook his head gently. "You're wrong. No nicotine would be found." They stared at him. You see, he smiled, that is not the glass from which Sir Charles drank. With an apologetic grin, he extended a glass from the tail pocket of his coat. This is the glass he used. He went on. It is, you see, the simple theory of the conjuring trick. The attention cannot be in two places at once. To do my conjuring trick, I need the attention focused elsewhere. Well, there is a moment, a psychological moment, when Sir Charles falls, dead. Every eye in the room is on his dead body. Everyone crowds forward to get near him, and no one at all looks at Hercule Poirot. And in that moment I exchange the glasses, and no one sees. So you see, I prove my point. There was such a moment at Crow's Nest. There was such a moment at Melfort Abbey. And so there was nothing in the cocktail glass, and nothing in the puff glass. Egg cried, Who changed them? Looking at her, Poirot replied, That we have still to find out. You don't know? Poirot shrugged his shoulders. Rather uncertainly, the guests made signs of departure. Their manner was a little cold. They felt they'd been badly fooled. With a gesture of the hand, Poirot arrested them. One little moment, I pray of you. There was one thing more I have to say. Tonight, admittedly, we have played the comedy, but the comedy may be played in earnest. It may become a tragedy. Under certain conditions, the murderer may strike a third time. I speak now to all of you here present. If any one of you knows something that may bear in any way on this crime, I implore that person to speak now. To keep knowledge to oneself at this juncture may be dangerous, so dangerous that death may be the result of silence. Therefore I beg again, if anyone knows anything, let that person speak now. It seemed to Sir Charles that Poirot's appeal was addressed especially to Miss Wills. If so, it had no result. Nobody spoke or answered. Poirot sighed. His hand fell. Be it so then, I've given warning. I can do no more. Remember, to keep silence is dangerous. But still nobody spoke. End of Disc 4. Disc 5. Awkwardly, the guests departed. Egg, Sir Charles, and Mr. Satterthwaite were left. Egg had not yet forgiven Poirot. She sat very still, her cheeks flushed and her eyes angry. She wouldn't look at Sir Charles. That was a damn clever bit of work, Poirot, said Sir Charles appreciatively. Amazing, said Mr. Satterthwaite with a chuckle. I wouldn't have believed that I wouldn't have seen you do that exchange. That is why, said Poirot, I could take no one into my confidence. The experiment could only be fair this way. Was that the only reason you planned this? To see whether it could be done unnoticed? Well, not quite, perhaps. I had one other aim. Yes? I wanted to watch the expression on one person's face when Sir Charles fell dead. Which person's? Said Egg sharply. Ah, that is my secret. And you did watch that person's face? Asked Mr. Satterthwaite. Yes. Well? Poirot didn't reply. He merely shook his head. Won't you tell us what you saw there? Poirot said slowly. I saw an expression of the utmost surprise. Egg drew her breath in sharply. You mean, she said, that you know who the murderer is? You can put it that way if you like, mademoiselle. But then you know everything. Poirot shook his head. No. On the contrary, I know nothing at all. For you see, I do not know why Stephen Babington was killed. Until I know that, I can prove nothing. I can know nothing. It all hinges on that, the motive for Stephen Babington's death. There was a knock at the door, and a page entered with a telegram on a tray. Poirot opened it. His face changed. He handed the telegram to Sir Charles. Leaning over Sir Charles's shoulder, Egg read it aloud. Please come and see me at once. Can give you valuable information as to Bartholomew Stranger's death. Margaret Rushbridger. Mrs. de Rushbridger, cried Sir Charles. We were right after all. She has got something to do with the case. Chapter 12. Day at Gilling. At once an excited discussion sprang up. An ABC was produced. It was decided that an early train would be better than going by car. "At last," said Sir Charles, "we're going to get that particular part of the mystery cleared up." "What do you think the mystery is?" asked Egg. "I can't imagine, but it can't fail to throw some light on the Babington affair. If Tolly got those people together on purpose, as I feel pretty sure he did, then the surprise he talked of springing on them had something to do with this Rushbridger woman. I think we can assume that, don't you, Monsieur Poirot?" Poirot shook his head in a perplexed manner. "This telegram complicates the affair," he murmured, "but we must be quick, extremely quick." Mr. Satterthwaite didn't see the need for extreme haste, but he agreed politely. "Certainly, we will go by the first train in the morning. That is to say, is it necessary for us all to go?" "Sir Charles and I had arranged to go down to Gilling," said Egg. "Oh, we can postpone that," said Sir Charles. "I don't think we ought to postpone anything," said Egg. "There's no need for all four of us to go to Yorkshire. It's absurd. Mass formation. Monsieur Poirot and Mr. Satterthwaite go to Yorkshire, and Sir Charles and I go to Gilling." "I'd rather like to look into this Rushbridger business," said Sir Charles with a trace of wistfulness. "You see, I talked to the matron before, and got my foot in, so to speak." "That's just why you better keep away," said Egg. "You involved yourself in a lot of lies, and now this Rushbridger woman has come to herself. You'll be exposed as a thorough-paced liar. It's far, far more important that you should come to Gilling. If we want to see Miss Milray's mother, she'll open out to you much more than she would to anyone else. You're her daughter's employee, and she'll have confidence in you." Sir Charles looked into Egg's glowing, earnest face. "I'll come to Gilling," he said. "I think you're quite right." "I know I'm right," said Egg. "In my opinion, an excellent arrangement," said Poirot briskly. "As mademoiselle says, Sir Charles is preeminently the person to interview this Mrs. Milray. Who knows, you may learn from her facts of much more importance than those we shall learn in Yorkshire." Matters were arranged on this basis, and the following morning Sir Charles picked up Egg in his car at 10:15. Poirot and Mr. Satterthwaite had already left London by train. It was a lovely crisp morning, with just a touch of frost in the air. Egg felt her spirits rising as they turned and twisted through the various shortcuts which Sir Charles's experience had discovered south of the Thames. At last, however, they were flying smoothly along the Folkestone road. After passing through Maidstone, Sir Charles consulted a map, and they turned off from the main road and were shortly winding through country lanes. It was about 11:45 when they at last reached their objective. Gilling was a village which the world had left behind. It had an old church, a vicarage, 2 or 3 shops, a row of cottages, 3 or 4 new council houses, and a very attractive village green. Miss Milray's mother lived in a tiny house on the other side of the green to the church. As the car drew up, Egg asked, "Does Miss Milray know you're going to see her mother?" "Oh, yes, she wrote to prepare the old lady." "Do you think that was a good thing?" "My dear child, why not?" "Oh, I don't know. You didn't bring her down with you, though. As a matter of fact, I thought she might cramp my style. She's so much more efficient than I am. She probably tried to prompt me." Egg laughed. Mrs. Milray turned out to be almost ludicrously unlike her daughter. Where Miss Milray was hard, she was soft. Where Miss Milray was angular, she was round. Mrs. Milray was an immense dumpling of a woman, immovably fixed in an armchair conveniently placed so that she could, from the window, observe all that went on in the world outside. She seemed pleasurably excited by the arrival of her visitors. "This is very nice of you, I'm sure, Sir Charles. I've heard so much about you from my Violet." Violet, singularly incongruous name for Miss Milray. "You don't know how much she admires you. It's been most interesting for her working with you all these years. Won't you sit down, Miss Littengore? You'll excuse my not getting up. I've lost the use of my limbs for many years now. The Lord's will, and I don't complain. What I say is one can get used to anything. Perhaps you'd like a little refreshment after your drive down?" Both Sir Charles and Egg disclaimed the need of refreshment, but Mrs. Milray paid no attention. She clapped her hands in an oriental manner, and tea and biscuits made their appearance. As they nibbled and sipped, Sir Charles came to the object of their visit. "I expect you heard, Mrs. Milray, all about the tragic death of Mr. Babington, who used to be vicar here." The dumpling nodded its head in vigorous assent. "Oh, yes, indeed. I've read all about the exhumation in the paper, and whoever can have poisoned him, I can't imagine. A very nice man he was. Everyone liked him here, and her too, and the little children and all." "It is indeed a great mystery," said Sir Charles. "We're all in despair about it. In fact, we wondered if you could possibly throw any light upon the matter." Me? But I haven't seen the Babingtons, let me see, it must be over 15 years. I know, but some of us have the idea that there might be something in the past to account for his death. I'm sure I don't know what there could be. They led very quiet lives, very badly off, poor things, with all those children. Mrs. Milray was willing enough to reminisce, but her reminiscences seemed to shed little light on the problem they had set out to solve. Sir Charles showed her the enlargement of a snapshot which included the Dacres, also an early portrait of Angela Sutcliffe, and a somewhat blurred reproduction of Miss Wills cut from a newspaper. Mrs. Milray surveyed them all with great interest, but with no signs of recognition. "I can't say I remember any of them. Of course it's a long time ago, but this is a small place. There's not much coming and going. The Agnew girls, the doctor's daughters, they're all married and out in the world, and our present doctor's a bachelor. He's got a new young partner. Then there were the old Miss Cayleys, sat in the big pew. They're all dead many years back. And the Richardsons, he died and she went to Wales. And the village people, of course. But there's not much change there. Violet, I expect, could tell you as much as I could. She was a young girl then and often over at the vicarage." Sir Charles tried to envisage Miss Milray as a young girl, and failed. He asked Mrs. Milray if she remembered anyone of the name of Rushbridger, but the name failed to evoke any response. Finally, they took their leave. Their next move was a scratch lunch in the baker's shop. Sir Charles had hankerings for flesh-pots elsewhere, but Egg pointed out that they might get hold of some local gossip. "And boiled eggs and scones will do no harm for once," she said severely. "Men are so fussy about their food." "I always find eggs so depressing," said Sir Charles meekly. The woman who served them was communicative enough. She too had read of the exhumation in the paper, and had been proportionately thrilled by its being old Vicar. "I were a child at the time," she explained, "but I remember him." She could not, however, tell them much about him. After lunch they went to the church and looked through the register of births, marriages, and deaths. Here again there seemed nothing hopeful or suggestive. They came out into the churchyard and lingered. Egg read the names on the tombstones. "What queer names there are," she said. "Listen, here's a whole family of stave pennies, and here's a Mary Ann Sticklepath." "Oh, none of them so queer as mine," murmured Sir Charles. "Cartwright? I don't think that's a queer name at all." "I didn't mean Cartwright. Cartwright's my acting name, and I finally adopted a legal name." "Oh, what's your real name?" "I couldn't possibly tell you. It's my guilty secret." "Is it as terrible as all that?" It's not so much terrible as humorous." "Oh, tell it me." "Certainly not," said Sir Charles firmly. "Please." "No." "Why not? You'd laugh." "I wouldn't." "You wouldn't be able to help laughing." "Oh, please tell me, please, please, please." "What a persistent creature you are, Egg. Why do you want to know?" "Because you won't tell me." "You adorable child," said Sir Charles a little unsteadily. "I'm not a child, aren't you?" "I wonder." "Tell me," whispered Egg softly. A humorous and rueful smile twisted Sir Charles's mouth. "Oh, very well. Here goes. My father's name was Mugg." "Really?" "Really and truly." Said Egg. "That is a bit catastrophic, to go through life as Mugg. Wouldn't have taken me far in my career, I agree. I remember," went on Sir Charles dreamily, "I played with the idea, I was young then, of calling myself Ludovic Castiglione. But I eventually compromised on British alliteration as Charles Cartwright." "Are you really Charles?" "Oh, yes. My godfathers and godmothers saw to that." He hesitated, then said, "Why don't you say Charles and drop the sir?" "I might." "Well, you did yesterday, when you thought I was dead." "Oh, then." Egg tried to make her voice nonchalant. Sir Charles said abruptly, "Egg, somehow or other this murder business doesn't seem real any more. Today especially it seems fantastic. I meant to clear the thing up before anything else. I've been superstitious about it. I'm associated success in solving problems with another kind of success. Oh, damn, why do I beat about the bush? I've made love on the stage so often that I'm diffident about it in real life. Is it me, or is it young Mander's, Egg? I must know. Yesterday I thought it was me." "You thought right." "You incredible angel," cried Sir Charles. "Charles, You can't kiss me in a churchyard. I shall kiss you anywhere I please." "We found out nothing," said Egg later as they were speeding back to London. "Nonsense, we've found out the only thing worth finding out. What do I care about dead clergymen or dead doctors? You're the only thing that matters. You know, my dear, I'm 30 years older than you. Are you sure it doesn't matter?" Egg pinched his arm gently. "Don't be silly. I wonder if the others have found out anything." "They're welcome to it," said Sir Charles generously. "Charles, you used to be so keen." But Sir Charles was no longer playing the part of the great detective. "Well, it was my own show. Now I've handed over to Mustachio's. It's his business." "Do you think he really knows who committed the crimes? He said he did." "Probably hasn't the faintest idea. He's got to keep up his professional reputation." Egg was silent. Sir Charles said, "What are you thinking about, darling?" "I was thinking about Miss Milray. She was so odd in her manner that evening I told you about. She just bought the paper about the exhumation, and she said she didn't know what to do." "Nonsense," said Sir Charles cheerfully. "That woman always knows what to do." "Don't do be serious, Charles. She sounded worried." "Egg, my sweet, what do I care for Miss Milray's worries? What do I care for anything but you and me?" "You better pay some attention to the trams," said Egg. "I don't want to be widowed before I'm a wife." They arrived back at Sir Charles's flat for tea. Miss Milray came out to meet them. "There's a telegram for you, Sir Charles." "Thank you, Miss Milray." He laughed, a nervous boyish laugh. "Look here. I must tell you our news. Miss Lytton Gore and I are going to get married." There was a moment's pause, and then Miss Milray said, "Oh, I'm sure you'll be very happy." There was a queer note in her voice. Egg noticed it, but before she could formulate her impression, Charles Cartwright had swung round to her with a quick exclamation. "My God, Egg, look at this. It's from Satterthwaite." He shoved the telegram into her hands. Egg read it, and her eyes opened wide. Chapter 13. Mrs. de Rushbridger. Before catching their train, Hercule Poirot and Mr. Satterthwaite had had a brief interview with Miss Linden, the late Sir Bartholomew Strange's secretary. Miss Linden had been very willing to help, but had had nothing of importance to tell them. Mrs. de Rushbridger was only mentioned in Sir Bartholomew's casebook in a purely professional fashion. Sir Bartholomew had never spoken of her save in medical terms. The two men arrived at the sanatorium about 12 o'clock. The maid who opened the door looked excited and flushed. Mr. Satterthwaite asked first for the matron. "I don't know whether she can see you this morning," said the girl doubtfully. Mr. Satterthwaite extracted a card and wrote a few words on it. "Please take her this." They were shown into a small waiting room. In about 5 minutes the door opened and the matron came in. She was looking quite unlike her usual brisk, efficient self. Mr. Satterthwaite rose. "I hope you remember me," he said. "I came here with Sir Charles Cartwright just after the death of Sir Bartholomew Strange." "Yes, indeed, Mr. Satterthwaite. Of course I remember. And Sir Charles asked after poor Mrs. de Rushbridger then, and it seemed such a coincidence. Let me introduce Monsieur Hercule Poirot." Poirot bowed, and the matron responded absently. She went on, "I can't understand how you can have had a telegram, as you say. The whole thing seems most mysterious. Surely it can't be connected with the poor doctor's death in any way? There must be some madman about. That's the only way I can account for it. Having the police here and everything, it's really been terrible." "The police?" said Mr. Satterthwaite, surprised. "Yes. Since 10 o'clock they've been here." "The police?" said Hercule Poirot. "Perhaps we could see Mrs. de Rushbridger now," suggested Mr. Satterthwaite, "since she asked us to come." The matron interrupted him. "Oh, Mr. Satterthwaite, then you don't know?" "Know what?" demanded Poirot sharply. "Poor Mrs. de Rushbridger. She's dead." "Dead?" cried Poirot. "Mille tonnerre! That explains it. Yes, that explains it. I should have seen—" He broke off. "How did she die?" "It's most mysterious. A box of chocolates came for her. Liqueur chocolates, by post. She ate one. It must have tasted horrible, but she was taken by surprise, I suppose, and she swallowed it. One doesn't like spitting a thing out. Ah, oui, and if a liquid runs suddenly down your throat, it is difficult. So she swallowed it and called out, and nurse came rushing. But we couldn't do anything. She died in about 2 minutes. Then doctor said for the police, and they came and examined the chocolates. All the top layer had been tampered with. The underneath ones were all right. And the poison employed? They think it's nicotine. Yes, said Poirot. Again nicotine. What a stroke! What an audacious stroke! We are too late, said Mr. Satterthwaite. We shall never know now what she had to tell us. Unless she confided in someone? He glanced interrogatively at the matron. Poirot shook his head. There will have been no confidences, you will find. We can ask, said Mr. Satterthwaite. One of the nurses, perhaps? By all means ask, said Poirot, but he did not sound hopeful. Mr. Satterthwaite turned to the matron, who immediately sent for the two nurses, on day and night duty respectively, who had been in attendance on Mrs. de Rushbridger, but neither of them could add any information to that already given. Mrs. de Rushbridger had never mentioned Sir Bartholomew's death, and they didn't even know of the dispatching of the telegram. On a request from Poirot, the two men were taken to the dead woman's room. They found Superintendent Crossfield in charge, and Mr. Satterthwaite introduced him to Poirot. Then the two men moved over to the bed and stood looking down on the dead woman. She was about 40, dark-haired and pale. Her face was not peaceful. It still showed the agony of her death. Mr. Satterthwaite said slowly, "Poor soul." He looked across at Hercule Poirot. There was a strange expression on the little Belgian's face. Something about it made Mr. Satterthwaite shiver. Mr. Satterthwaite said, "Someone knew she was going to speak, and killed her. She was killed in order to prevent her speaking." Poirot nodded. "Yes, that is so. She was murdered to prevent her telling us what she knew, or what she did not know. But let us not waste time. There's much to be done. There must be no more deaths. We must see to that." Mr. Satterthwaite asked curiously, "Does this fit in with your idea of the murderer's identity?" "Yes, it fits. But I realize one thing. The murderer is more dangerous than I thought. We must be careful." Superintendent Crossfield followed them out of the room and learned from them of the telegram which had been received by them. The telegram had been handed in at Melfort Post Office, and on inquiry there it was elicited that it had been handed in by a small boy. The young lady in charge remembered it, because the message had excited her very much, mentioning as it did Sir Bartholomew Strange's death. After some lunch in company with the superintendent, and after dispatching a telegram to Sir Charles, the quest was resumed. At 6 o'clock that evening, the small boy who had handed in the telegram was found. He told his story promptly. He had been given the telegram by a man dressed in shabby clothes. The man told him that the telegram had been given him by a loony lady in the house in the park. She had dropped it out of the window, wrapped round 2 half-crowns. The man was afraid to be mixed up in some funny business, and was tramping in the other direction, so he had given the boy 2 and 6, and told him to keep the change. A search would be instituted for the man. In the meantime, there seemed nothing more to be done, and Poirot and Mr. Satterthwaite returned to London. It was close on midnight when the two men arrived back in town. Egg had gone back to her mother, but Sir Charles met them, and the 3 men discussed the situation. "Mon ami," said Poirot, "be guided by me. Only one thing will solve this case, the little grey cells of the brain. To rush up and down England, to hope that this person and that will tell us what we want to know. All such methods are amateurish and absurd. The truth can only be seen from within." Sir Charles looked slightly sceptical. "What do you want to do, then?" "I want to think. Ask of you 24 hours in which to think." Sir Charles shook his head with a slight smile. "Will thinking tell you what it was this woman could have said if she lived?" "I believe so." "Hardly seems possible. However, Monsieur Poirot, you must have it your own way. If you can see through this mystery, it's more than I can. I'm beaten, and I confess it. In any case, I have other fish to fry." Perhaps he hoped to be questioned, but if so, his expectation was disappointed. Mr. Satterthwaite did indeed look up alertly, but Poirot remained lost in thought. "Well, I must be off," said the actor. "Oh, just one thing. I'm rather worried about, Miss Wells." "What about her?" "She's gone." Poirot stared at him. "Gone? Gone where?" "Nobody knows. I was thinking things over after I got your telegram. As I told you at the time, I felt convinced that that woman knew something she hadn't told us. I thought I'd have a last shot at getting it out of her. I drove out to our house. It was about 9:30 when I got there and asked for her. It appears she left home this morning, went up to London for the day. That's what she said. Her people got a telegram in the evening saying she wasn't returning for a day or so and not to worry. And were they worrying? I gather they were, rather. You see, she hadn't taken any luggage with her. Odd, murmured Poirot. I know. It seems as though, I don't know, I feel uneasy. I warned her, said Poirot. I warned everyone. You remember I said to them, speak now. Yes. Do you think that she, too? I have my ideas, said Poirot. For the moment I prefer not to discuss them. First the butler, Ellis. Then Miss Wills. Where is Ellis? It's incredible that the police have never been able to lay hands on him. They have not looked for his body in the right place, said Poirot. Then you agree with Egg? You think he is dead? Ellis will never be seen alive again. By God, burst out Sir Charles. It's a nightmare. The whole thing is utterly incomprehensible. No, it is sane and logical, on the contrary. Sir Charles stared at him. You say that? Certainly. You see, I have the orderly mind. I don't understand you. Mr. Satterthwaite, too, looked curiously at the little detective. What kind of mind have I? Demanded Sir Charles, slightly hurt. You have the actor's mind, Sir Charles. Creative, original, seeing always dramatic values. Mr. Satterthwaite here, he has the playgoer's mind. He observes the characters. He has the sense of atmosphere. But me, I have the prosaic mind. I see only the facts without any dramatic trappings or footlights. Then we are to leave you to it. That is my idea. For 24 hours. Now, good luck to you then. Good night. As they went away together, Sir Charles said to Mr. Satterthwaite, That chap thinks a lot of himself. He spoke rather coldly. Mr. Satterthwaite smiled. A star apart. So that was it. He said, What do you mean by saying you had other fish to fry, Sir Charles? On Sir Charles's face appeared the sheepish expression that Mr. Satterthwaite knew so well from attending weddings in Hanover Square. Well, as a matter of fact, Egg and I— Oh, I'm delighted to hear it, said Mr. Satterthwaite. My best congratulations. Of course, I'm years too old for her. She doesn't think so, and she's the best judge. That's very nice of you, Satterthwaite. You know, I got it into my head she was fond of young Manders. I wonder what made you think that, said Mr. Satterthwaite innocently. Anyway, said Sir Charles firmly, she isn't. Chapter 14. Miss Milray. Poirot didn't have quite the uninterrupted 24 hours for which he had stipulated. At 11:20 on the following morning, Egg walked in unannounced. To her amazement, she found the great detective engaged in building card-houses. Her face showed such lively scorn that Poirot was impelled to defend himself. It is not, mademoiselle, that I've become childish in my old age, no. But the building of card-houses, I've always found it most stimulating to the mind. It is an old habit of mine. This morning, first thing, I go out and buy the pack of cards. Unfortunately, I make an error. They are not real cards, but they do just as well. Egg looked more closely at the erection on the table. She laughed. Good heavens, they sold you Happy Families. What is that? You say the Happy Family? Yes, a game. Children play it in the nursery. Well, one can compose the houses just in the same manner. Egg had picked up some of the cards from the table and was looking at them affectionately. Master Bun, the baker's son, I always loved him. And here's Mrs. Mugg, the milkman's wife. Oh, dear, I suppose that's me. Why is that funny picture you, mademoiselle? Because of the name. Egg laughed at his bewildered face and then began explaining. When she'd finished, he said, it was that Sir Charles meant last night. I wondered. Mug, yes. One says in slang, does one not? You are a mug, a fool. Naturally, you would change your name. You would not like to be the Lady Mug, Egg laughed. She said, Well, wish me happiness. I do wish you happiness, mademoiselle. Not the brief happiness of youth, but the happiness that endures, the happiness that is built upon a rock. I'll tell Charles you call him a rock, said Egg, And now for what I came to see you about. I've been worrying and worrying about that cutting from the paper that Oliver dropped from his wallet. You know, the one Miss Wills picked up and handed back to him? Seems to me that either Oliver's telling a downright lie when he says he doesn't remember its being there, or else it never was there. He dropped some odd bit of paper, and that woman pretended it was the nicotine cutting. Oof, why should she have done that, mademoiselle? Because she wanted to get rid of it. She planted it on Oliver. You mean she is the criminal? Yes. What was her motive? If they were asking me that, but I can only suggest that she's a lunatic. Clever people often are rather mad. But I can't see any other reason. In fact, I can't see any motive anywhere. Decidedly, that is the impasse. I should not ask you to guess at a motive. It is on myself that I ask that question without ceasing. What was the motive behind Mr. Babington's death? When I can answer that, the case will be solved. You don't think just madness? Suggested Egg. No, mademoiselle, not madness in the sense you mean. There is a reason. I must find out the reason. Oh, well, goodbye, said Egg. I'm sorry to have disturbed you, but the idea just occurred to me. I must hurry. I'm going with Charles to the dress rehearsal of Little Dog Laugh. You know, the play Miss Wills has written for Angela Sactiff. It's the first night tomorrow. Oh, Dieu, cried Poirot. Well, what is it? Has anything happened? Yes, indeed, something has happened. An idea? A superb idea? Oh, but I've been blind. Egg stared at him. As though realizing his eccentricity, Poirot took a hold on himself. He patted Egg on the shoulder. You think I'm mad, not at all. I heard what you said. You go to see The Little Dog Laughed and Miss Sutcliffe acts in it. Go then and pay no attention to what I've said. Rather doubtfully, Egg departed. Left to himself, Poirot strode up and down the room, muttering under his breath. His eyes shone green as any cat's. Oui, that explains everything. A curious motive. A very curious motive. Such a motive as I have never come across before. And yet it is reasonable. And given the circumstances, natural. Altogether, a very curious case. He passed the table where his card-house stool reposed. With a sweep of his hands, he swept the cards from the table. The happy family. I need it no longer, he said. The problem is solved. It only remains to act. He caught up his hat and put on his overcoat. Then he went downstairs, and the commissionaire called him a taxi. Poirot gave the address of Sir Charles's flat. Arrived there, he paid off the taxi and stepped into the hall. The porter was absent, taking up the lift. Poirot walked up the stairs. Just as he arrived on the second floor, the door of Sir Charles's flat opened, and Miss Milray came out. She stared when she saw Poirot. You? Poirot smiled. Me? Or is it I? Enfin, what? Miss Milray said, I'm afraid you won't find Sir Charles. He's gone to the Babylon Theatre with Miss Lytton-Gore. It is not Sir Charles I seek. It is my stick that I think I've left behind one day. Oh, I see. Well, if you'll ring, a Temple will find it for you. I'm sorry I can't stop. I'm on my way to catch a train. I'm going down to Kent, to my mother. I comprehend. Do not let me delay you, mademoiselle. He stood aside, and Miss Milray passed rapidly down the stairs. She was carrying a small attaché case. But when she'd gone, Poirot seemed to forget the purpose for which he had come. Instead of going on up the landing, he turned and made his way downstairs again. He arrived at the front door just in time to see Miss Milray getting into a taxi. Another taxi was coming slowly along the curb. Poirot raised a hand, and it came to rest. He got in and directed the driver to follow the other taxi. No surprise showed on his face when the first taxi went north and finally drew up at Paddington Station, though Paddington is an odd station from which to proceed to Kent. Poirot went to the first-class booking window and demanded a return ticket to Loomuth. The train was due to depart in 5 minutes. Pulling up his overcoat well about his ears, for the day was cold, Poirot ensconced himself in the corner of a first-class carriage. They arrived at Loomuth about 5 o'clock. It was already growing dark. Standing back a little, Poirot heard Miss Milray being greeted by the friendly porter at the little station. "Well, no, miss, we didn't expect you. Sir Charles coming down?" Miss Milray replied, "I've come down here unexpectedly. I shall be going back tomorrow morning. I've just come to fetch some things. No, I don't want a cab, thank you. I'll walk up by the cliff path." The dusk had deepened. Miss Milray walked briskly up the steep zigzag path. A good way behind came Hercule Poirot. He trod softly like a cat. Miss Milray, on arriving at Crow's Nest, produced a key from her bag and passed through the side door, leaving it ajar. She reappeared a minute or two later. She had a rusty door key and an electric torch in her hand. Poirot drew back a little behind a convenient bush. Miss Milray passed round behind the house and up a scrambling, overgrown path. Hercule Poirot followed. Up and up went Miss Milray until she came suddenly to an old stone tower such as is found often on that coast. This one was of a humble and dilapidated appearance. There was, however, a curtain over the dirty window, and Miss Milray inserted her key in the big wooden door. The key turned with a protesting creak. The door swung with a groan on its hinges. Miss Milray and her torch passed inside. With an increase of pace, Poirot caught up. He passed in his turn noiselessly through the door. The light of Miss Milray's torch gleamed fitfully on glass retorts, a Bunsen burner, various apparatus. Miss Milray had picked up a crowbar. She had raised it and was holding it over the glass apparatus when a hand caught her by the arm. She gasped and turned. The green, cat-like eyes of Poirot looked into hers. "You cannot do that, mademoiselle," he said, "for what you seek to destroy is evidence." Chapter 15. Curtain. Hercule Poirot sat in a big armchair. The wall lights had been turned out. Only a rose-shaded lamp shed its glow on the figure in the armchair. There seemed something symbolic about it. He, alone in the light, and the other three, Sir Charles, Mr. Satterthwaite, and Egglet and Gore, Poirot's audience, sitting in the outer darkness. Hercule Poirot's voice was dreamy. He seemed to be addressing himself to space rather than to his listeners. "To reconstruct the crime, that is the aim of the detective. To reconstruct the crime, you must place one fact upon another, just as you place one card on another in building a house of cards. And if the facts will not fit, if the card will not balance, well, you must start your house again, or else it will fall. As I said the other day, there are 3 different types of mind. There is the dramatic mind, the producer's mind, which sees the effect of reality that can be produced by mechanical appliances. There's also the mind that reacts easily to dramatic appearances. And there's the young romantic mind. And finally, my friends, there is the prosaic mind, the mind that sees not blue sea and mimosa trees, but the painted backcloth of stage scenery. So I come, mes amis, to the murder of Stephen Babington in August last. On that evening, Sir Charles Cartwright advanced the theory that Stephen Babington had been murdered. I did not agree with that theory. I could not believe, A, that such a man as Stephen Babington was likely to have been murdered, and B, that it was possible to administer poison to a particular person under the circumstances that had obtained that evening. Now, here I admit that Sir Charles was right and I was wrong. I was wrong because I was looking at the crime from an entirely false angle. It is only 24 hours ago that I suddenly perceived the proper angle of vision, and let me say that from that angle of vision, the murder of Stephen Babington is both reasonable and possible. But I will pass from that point for the moment, and take you step by step along the path I myself have trodden. The death of Stephen Babington I may call the first act of our drama. The curtain fell on that act when we all departed from Crow's Nest. What I might call the second act of the drama began in Monte Carlo. When Mr. Satterthwaite showed me the newspaper account of Sir Bartholomew's death, it was at once clear that I had been wrong and Sir Charles had been right. Both Stephen Babington and Sir Bartholomew Strange had been murdered, and the 2 murders formed part of one and the same crime. Later, a 3rd murder completed the series, the murder of Mrs. de Rushbridger. What we need, therefore, is a reasonable common-sense theory which we link those 3 deaths together. In other words, those 3 crimes were committed by one and the same person, and were to the advantage and benefit of that particular person. Now, I must say at once that the principal thing that worried me was the fact that the murder of Sir Bartholomew Strange came after that of Stephen Babington. Looking at those three murders without distinction of time and place, the probabilities pointed to the murder of Sir Bartholomew Strange being what one might call the central or principal crime, and the other two murders as secondary in character. That is, arising from the connection of those two people with Sir Bartholomew Strange. However, as I remarked before, one cannot have one's crime as one would like to have it. Stephen Babington had been murdered first, and Sir Bartholomew Strange sometime later. It seemed, therefore, as though the second crime must necessarily arise out of the first, and that accordingly it was the first crime we must examine for the clue to the whole. I did indeed so far incline to the theory of probability that I seriously considered the idea of a mistake having arisen. Was it possible that Sir Bartholomew Strange was intended as the first victim, and that Mr. Babington was poisoned by mistake? I was forced, however, to abandon that idea. Anybody who knew Sir Bartholomew Strange with any degree of intimacy knew that he disliked the cocktail habit. Another suggestion. Had Stephen Babington been poisoned in mistake for any other member of the original party? I could not find any evidence of such a thing. I was therefore forced back to the conclusion that the murder of Stephen Babington had been definitely intended, and at once I came up against a complete stumbling block. The apparent impossibility of such a thing having happened. One should always start an investigation with the simplest and most obvious theories. Granting that Stephen Babington had drunk a poisoned cocktail, who had the opportunity of poisoning that cocktail? At first sight, it seemed to me that the only two people who could have done so, for example, who handled the drinks, were Sir Charles Cartwright himself and the parlour-maid Temple. But though either of them could presumably have introduced the poison into the glass, neither of them had had any opportunity of directing that particular glass into Mr. Babington's hand. Temple might have done so by adroit handing of the tray so as to offer him the one remaining glass. Not easy, but it might have been done. Sir Charles could have done so by deliberately picking up the particular glass and handing it to him. But neither of these things had occurred. It looked as though chance, and chance alone, directed that particular glass to Stephen Babington. Sir Charles Cartwright and Temple had the handling of the cocktails. Were either of those two at Melfort Abbey? They were not. Who had the best chance of tampering with Sir Bartholomew's port glass? The absconding butler Ellis, and his helper, the parlour-maid. But here, however, the possibility that one of the guests had done so could not be laid aside. It was risky, but it was possible for any of the house party to have slipped into the dining room and put the nicotine into the port glass. When I joined you at Crow's Nest, you already had a list drawn up of the people who had been at Crow's Nest and at Melfort Abbey. I may say now that the four names which added the list, Captain and Mrs. Deckers, Miss Sutcliffe, and Miss Wills, I discarded immediately. It was impossible that any of those four people should have known beforehand that they were going to meet Stephen Babington at dinner. The employment of nicotine as a poison showed a carefully thought-out plan, not one that could be put into operation on the spur of the moment. There were three other names on that list: Lady Mary Lytton Gore, Miss Lytton Gore, and Mr. Oliver Manders. Although not probable, those three were possible. But they were local people. They might conceivably have motives for the removal of Stephen Babington, and have chosen the evening of the dinner party for putting their plans into operation. On the other hand, I could find no evidence whatsoever that any of them had actually done such a thing. Mr. Satterthwaite, I think, reasoned on much the same lines as I had done, and he fixed his suspicions on Oliver Manders. I may say that young Manders was by far the most possible suspect. He displayed all the signs of high nervous tension on that evening at Crow's Nest. He had a somewhat distorted view of life, owing to his private troubles. He had a strong inferiority complex, which is a frequent cause of crime. He was at an unbalanced age. He had actually had a quarrel, or shall we say, had displayed animosity against Mr. Babington. Then there were the curious circumstances of his arrival at Melford Abbey. And later we had his somewhat incredible story of the letter from Sir Bartholomew Strange and the evidence of Miss Wills as to his having a newspaper cutting on the subject of nicotine poisoning in his possession. Oliver Manders then was clearly the person who should be placed at the head of the list of those 7 suspects. But then, my friends, I was visited by a curious sensation. It seemed clear and logical enough that the person who had committed the crimes must have been a person who had been present on both occasions. In other words, a person on that list of 7. But I had the feeling that that obviousness was an arranged obviousness. It was what any sane and logical person would be expected to think. I felt that I was in fact looking not at reality but at an artfully painted bit of scenery. A really clever criminal would have realized that anyone whose name was on that list would necessarily be suspect, and therefore he or she would arrange for it not to be there. In other words, the murderer of Stephen Babington and Sir Bartholomew Strange was present on both occasions, but was not apparently so. Who had been present on the first occasion and not on the second? Sir Charles Cartwright, Mr. Satterthwaite, Miss Milray, and Mrs. Babington. Could any of those 4 have been present on the second occasion in some capacity other than their own? Sir Charles and Mr. Satterthwaite had been in the south of France. Miss Milray had been in London. Mrs. Babington had been in Plymouth. Of the 4, then, Miss Milray and Mrs. Babington seemed indicated. But could Miss Milray have been present at Melford Abbey unrecognized by any of the company? Miss Milray has very striking features, not easily disguised and not easily forgotten. I decided that it was impossible that Miss Milray could have been at Melford Abbey unrecognized. The same applied to Mrs. Babington. For the matter of that, could Mr. Satterthwaite or Sir Charles Cartwright have been at Melford Abbey and not been recognized? Mr. Satterthwaite, just possibly. But when we come to Sir Charles Cartwright, we come to a very different matter. Sir Charles is an actor accustomed to playing a part, but what part could he have played? And then I came to the consideration of the butler, Ellis. A very mysterious person, Ellis. A person who appears from nowhere a fortnight before the crime and vanishes afterwards with complete success. Why was Ellis so successful? Because Ellis did not really exist. Ellis, again, was a thing of pasteboard and paint and stagecraft. Ellis was not real. But was it possible? After all, the servants at Melford Abbey knew Sir Charles Cartwright, as Sir Bartholomew Strange was an intimate friend of his. The servants I got over easily enough. The impersonation of the butler risked nothing. If the servants recognized him, why, no harm would be done. The whole thing could be passed off as a joke. If, on the other hand, a fortnight passed without any suspicion being aroused, well, the thing was safe as houses. And I recalled what I had been told of the servant's remarks about the butler. He was quite the gentleman, and had been in good houses, and knew several interesting scandals. That was easy enough. But a very significant statement was made by the parlour-maid, Alice. She said, "He arranged the work different from any butler I ever knew before." When that remark was repeated to me, it became a confirmation of my theory. But Sir Bartholomew Strange was another matter. It is hardly to be supposed that his friend could take him in. He must have known of the impersonation. Had we any evidence of that? Yes. The acute Mr. Satterthwaite pounced on one point quite early in the proceedings. The facetious remark of Sir Bartholomew, totally uncharacteristic of his manner to servants. "You are a first-class butler, aren't you, Ellis?" A perfectly understandable remark if the butler were Sir Charles Cartwright and Sir Bartholomew was in on the joke. Because that is undoubtedly how Sir Bartholomew saw the matter. The impersonation of Alice was a joke, possibly even a wager. Its culmination was designed to be the successful spoofing of the house party, and Sir Bartholomew's remark about his surprise and his cheerful humour. Note, too, that there was still time to draw back. If any of the house party have spotted Charles Cartwright that first evening at the dinner table, nothing irrevocable had yet occurred. The whole thing could have been passed off as a joke, but nobody noticed the stooping middle-aged butler, with his belladonna darkened eyes, and his whiskers, and the painted birthmark on his wrist. A very subtle identifying touch that, which completely failed owing to the lack of observation of most human beings. The birthmark was intended to bulk largely in the description of Alice, and in all that fortnight no one noticed it. The only person who did was the sharp-eyed Miss Wills, to whom we shall come presently. What happened next? Sir Bartholomew died. This time the death was not put down to natural causes. The police came. They questioned Alice and the others. Later that night, Alice left by the secret passage, resumed his own personality, and 2 days later was strolling about the gardens at Monte Carlo, ready to be shocked and surprised by the news of his friend's death. This, mind you, was all theory. I had no actual proof. But everything that arose supported that theory. My house of cards was well and truly built. The blackmailing letters discovered in Alice's room, but it was Sir Charles himself who discovered them. And what if the supposed letter from Sir Bartholomew Strange asking young Manders to arrange an accident? Well, what could be easier than for Sir Charles to write that letter in Sir Bartholomew's name? If Manders had not destroyed that letter himself, Sir Charles, in the role of Alice, can easily do so when he valets the young gentleman. In the same way, the newspaper cutting is easily introduced by Alice into Oliver Manders' wallet. And now we come to the third victim, Mrs. de Rushbridger. When do we first hear of Mrs. de Rushbridger? Immediately after that very awkward, chaffing reference to Alice being the perfect butler, that extremely uncharacteristic utterance of Sir Bartholomew Strange. At all costs, attention must be drawn away from Sir Bartholomew's manner to his butler. Sir Charles quickly asks what was the message the butler had brought. It is about this woman, this patient of the doctor's. And immediately Sir Charles throws all his personality into directing attention to this unknown woman and away from the butler. He goes to the sanatorium and questions the matron. He runs Mrs. de Rushbridger for all he is worth as a red herring. We must now examine the part played by Miss Wills in the drama. Miss Wills has a curious personality. She's one of those people who are quite unable to impress themselves on their surroundings. She's neither good-looking, nor witty, nor clever, not even particularly sympathetic. She's nondescript. But she is extremely observant and extremely intelligent. She takes her revenge on the world with her pen. She has the great art of being able to reproduce character on paper. I do not know if there was anything about the butler that struck Miss Wills as unusual, but I do think that she was the only person at the table who noticed him at all. On the morning after the murder, her insatiable curiosity led her to poke and pry, as the housemaid put it. She went into Decker's room. She went through the baize door into the servants' quarters, led, I think, by the mongoose instinct for finding out. She was the only person who occasioned Sir Charles any uneasiness. That is why he was anxious to be the one to tackle her. He was fairly reassured by his interview and distinctly gratified that she had noticed the birthmark. But after that came catastrophe. I don't think that until that minute Miss Wills had connected Alice the butler with Sir Charles Cartwright. I think she had only been vaguely struck by some resemblance to someone in Alice. But she was an observer. When dishes were handed to her, she had automatically noted not the face, but the hands that held the dishes. It did not occur to her that Alice was Sir Charles. But when Sir Charles was talking to her, it did suddenly occur to her that Sir Charles was Alice. and so she asked him to pretend to hand her a dish of vegetables. But it was not whether the birthmark was on the right or left wrist that interested her. She wanted a pretext to study his hands held in the same position as those of Alice the butler. And so she leaped to the truth. But she was a peculiar woman. She enjoyed knowledge for its own sake. Besides, she was by no means sure that Sir Charles had murdered his friend. He had masqueraded as a butler, yes, but that did not necessarily make him a murderer. Many an innocent man has kept silence because speech would place him in an awkward position. So Miss Wills kept her knowledge to herself, and enjoyed it. But Sir Charles was worried. He did not like that expression of satisfied malice on her face that he saw as he left the room. She knew something. What? Did it affect him? He could not be sure. But he felt that it was something connected with Alice the butler. First Mr. Satterthwaite, now Miss Wills. Attention must be drawn away from that vital point. It must be focused definitely elsewhere. And he thought of a plan. Simple, audacious, and as he fancied, definitely mystifying. On the day of my sherry party, I imagine Sir Charles rose very early, went to Yorkshire, and disguised in shabby clothes, gave a telegram to a small boy to send off. Then he returned to town in time to act the party I had indicated in my little drama. He did one more thing. He posted a box of chocolates to a woman he had never seen and of whom he knew nothing. You know what happened that evening. From Sir Charles's uneasiness, I was fairly sure that Miss Wills had certain suspicions. When Sir Charles did his death scene, I watched Miss Wills' face. I saw the look of astonishment that showed on it. I knew then that Miss Wills definitely suspected Sir Charles of being the murderer. When he appeared to die poisoned like the other two, she thought her deductions must be wrong. But if Miss Wills suspected Sir Charles, then Miss Wills was in serious danger. A man who has killed twice will kill again. I uttered a very solemn warning. Later that night I communicated with Miss Wills by telephone, and on my advice she left home suddenly the next day. Since then she has been living here, in this hotel. That I was wise is proved by the fact that Sir Charles went out to Tooting on the following evening after he had returned from Gilling. He was too late. The bird had flown. In the meantime, from his point of view, the plan had worked well. Mrs. de Rushbridger had something of importance to tell us. Mrs. de Rushbridger was killed before she could speak. How dramatic? How like the detective stories, the plays, the films? Again, the cardboard and the tinsel and the painted cloth. But I, Hercule Poirot, was not deceived. Mr. Satterthwaite said to me she was killed in order that she should not speak. I agreed. He went on to say she was killed before she could tell us what she knew. I said, or what she did not know. I think he was puzzled. But he should have seen then the truth. Mrs. de Rushbridger was killed because she could, in actual fact, have told us nothing at all. Because she had no connection with the crime. If she were to be Sir Charles's successful red herring, she could only be so dead. And so Mrs. de Rushbridger, a harmless stranger, was murdered. Yet even in that seeming triumph Sir Charles made a colossal, a childish error. The telegram was addressed to me, Hercule Poirot, at the Ritz Hotel. At Mrs. de Rushbridger had never heard of my connection with the case. No one up in that part of the world knew of it. It was an unbelievably childish error. Eh bien, then I had reached a certain stage. I knew the identity of the murderer, but I did not know the motive for the original crime. I reflected, and once again, more clearly than ever, I saw the death of Sir Bartholomew Strange as the original and purposeful murder. What reason could Sir Charles Cartwright have for the murder of his friend? Could I imagine a motive? I thought I could. There was a deep sigh. Sir Charles Cartwright rose slowly to his feet and strolled to the fireplace. He stood there, his hand on his hip, looking down at Poirot. His attitude, Mr. Satterthwaite could have told you, was that of Lord Eaglemount as he looked scornfully at the rascally solicitor who had succeeded in fastening an accusation of fraud upon him. He radiated nobility and disgust. He was the aristocrat looking down at the ignoble canaille. "You have an extraordinary imagination, Monsieur Poirot," he said. "It's hardly worthwhile saying that there's not a single word of truth in your story. How you have the damned impertinence to dish up such an absurd fandangle of lies I don't know. But go on, I am interested. What was my motive for murdering a man whom I had known ever since boyhood?" Hercule Poirot, the little bourgeois, looked up at the aristocrat. He spoke quickly but firmly. "Sir Charles, we have a proverb that says, 'Cherchez la femme.' It was there that I found my motive. I had seen you with Mademoiselle Littengore. It was clear that you loved her with that terrible absorbing passion that comes to a middle-aged man, and which is usually inspired by an innocent young girl. You loved her. She, I could see, had the hero worship for you. You had only to speak, and she would fall into your arms. But you did not speak. Why? You pretended to your friend, Mr. Satterthwaite, that you were the dense lover who cannot recognize his mistress's answering passion. You pretended to think that Miss Littengore was in love with Oliver Manders. But I say, Sir Charles, that you are a man of the world. You are a man with a great experience of women. You cannot have been deceived. You knew perfectly well that Miss Littengore cared for you. Why then did you not marry her? You wanted to do so? It must be that there was some obstacle. What could that obstacle be? It could only be the fact that you already had a wife. But nobody ever spoke of you as a married man. You passed always as a bachelor. The marriage, then, had taken place when you were very young, before you became known as a rising young actor. And what had happened to your wife? If she was still alive, why did nobody know about her? If you were living apart, there was the remedy of divorce. If your wife was a Catholic, or one who disapproved of divorce, she would still be known as living apart from you. But there are two tragedies where the law gives no relief. The woman you married might be serving a life sentence in some prison, or she might be confined in a lunatic asylum. In neither case could you obtain a divorce. And if it had happened while you were still a boy, nobody might know about it. If nobody knew, you might marry Miss Littengore without telling her the truth. But supposing one person knew, a friend who had known you all your life, so Bartholomew Strange was an honorable, upright physician, he might pity you deeply, he might sympathize with a liaison or an irregular life, but he would not stand by silent and see you enter into a bigamous marriage with an unsuspecting young girl. Before you could marry Miss Littengore, so Bartholomew Strange must be removed." Sir Charles laughed. "And dear old Barrington, did he know all about it too?" "I fancied so at first, but I soon found that there was no evidence to support that theory. Besides, my original stumbling block remained. Even if it was you who put the nicotine into the cocktail glass, you could not have ensured its reaching one particular person. That was my problem. And suddenly a chance word from Miss Littengore showed me light. The poison was not intended especially for Stephen Babington. It was intended for any one of those present, with 3 exceptions. These exceptions were Miss Littengore, to whom you were careful to hand an innocent glass, yourself, and Sir Bartholomew Strange, who, you knew, did not drink cocktails." Mr. Satterthwaite cried out, "But that's nonsense. Well, what's the point of it? There isn't any." Poirot turned towards him. Triumph came into his voice. "Oh, yes, there is. A queer point. A very queer point. The only time I've come across such a motive for murder. The murder of Stephen Babington was neither more nor less than a dress rehearsal." "What?" "Yes. Sir Charles was an actor. He obeyed his actor's instinct. He tried out his murder before committing it. No suspicion could possibly attach to him. Not one of those people's deaths could benefit him in any way. And moreover, as everyone has found, he could not have been proved to have poisoned any particular person. And my friends, the dress rehearsal went well. Mr. Babington dies, and foul play is not even suspected. It is left to Sir Charles to urge that suspicion, and he is highly gratified at our refusal to take it seriously. The substitution of the glass, too, that has gone without a hitch. In fact, he can be sure that when the real performance comes, it will be all right on the night. As you know, the events took a slightly different turn. On the second occasion, a doctor was present who immediately suspected poison. It was then to Sir Charles's interest to stress the death of Babington. Sir Bartholomew's death must be presumed to be the outcome of the earlier death. Attention must be focused on the motive for Babington's murder, not on any motive that might exist for Sir Bartholomew's removal. But there was one thing that Sir Charles failed to realize: efficient watchfulness of Miss Milray. Miss Milray knew that her employer dabbled in chemical experiments in the tower in the garden. Miss Milray paid bills for rose-spraying solution and realized that quite a lot of it had unaccountably disappeared. When she read that Mr. Babington had died of nicotine poisoning, her clever brain leaped at once to the conclusion that Sir Charles had extracted the pure alkaloid from the rose solution. And Miss Milray did not know what to do, for she had known Mr. Babington as a little girl, and she was in love, deeply and devotedly as an ugly woman can be, with her fascinating employer. In the end, she decided to destroy Sir Charles's apparatus. Sir Charles himself had been so cocksure of his success that he had never thought it necessary. She went down to Cornwall, and I followed. Again Sir Charles laughed. More than ever he looked a fine gentleman disgusted by a rat. "Is some old chemical apparatus all your evidence?" he demanded contemptuously. "No," said Poirot. "There's your passport showing the dates when you returned to and left England. And there's the fact that in the Alverton County Asylum there is a woman, Gladys Mary Mugg, the wife of Charles Mugg." Egg had so far sat silent, a frozen figure. But now she stirred. A little cry, almost a moan, came from her. Sir Charles turned superbly. "Egg, you don't believe a word of this absurd story, do you?" He laughed. His hands were outstretched. Egg came slowly forward as though hypnotized. Her eyes, appealing, tortured, gazed into her lover's. And then, just before she reached him, she wavered, a glance fell, went this way and that as though seeking for reassurance. Then, with a cry, she fell on her knees by Poirot. "Is this true? Is this true?" He put both hands on her shoulders, a firm, kindly touch. "It is true, mademoiselle." There was no sound then but Egg's sobs. Sir Charles seemed suddenly to have aged. It was an old man's face, a leering satyr's face. "God damn you all," he said. And never in all his acting career had words come with such utter and compelling malignancy. Then he turned and went out of the room. Mr. Satterthwaite half sprang up from his chair, but Poirot shook his head, his hand still gently stroking the sobbing girl. "But he'll escape," said Mr. Satterthwaite. Poirot shook his head. "No, he will only choose his exit, the slow one before the eyes of the world, or the quick one off stage." The door opened softly and someone came in. It was Oliver Manders. His usual sneering expression was gone. He looked white and unhappy. Poirot bent over the girl. "See, mademoiselle," he said gently. "Here's a friend come to take you home." Egg rose to her feet. She looked uncertainly towards Oliver, then made a step stumblingly towards him. "Oliver, take me to mother. Oh, take me to mother." He put an arm round her and drew her towards the door. "Yes, dear, I'll take you. Come." Egg's legs were trembling so that she could hardly walk. Between them, Oliver and Mr. Satterthwaite guided her footsteps. At the door she took a hold upon herself and threw back her head. I'm all right." Poirot made a gesture, and Oliver Manders came back into the room. "Be very good to her," said Poirot. "I will, sir. She's all I care about in the world. You know that. Love for her made me bitter and cynical, but I shall be different now. I'm ready to stand by. And someday, perhaps—" "I think so," said Poirot. "I think she was beginning to care for you when he came along and dazzled her. Hero worship is a real and terrible danger to the young. Some day Egg will fall in love with a friend and build her happiness upon rock." He looked kindly after the young man as he left the room. Presently Mr. Satterthwaite returned. "Monsieur Poirot," he said, "you've been wonderful, absolutely wonderful." Poirot put on his modest look. "Oh, it is nothing, nothing. A tragedy in 3 acts, and now the curtain has fallen." "You'll excuse me," said Mr. Satterthwaite. "Yes, there's some point you want explained, do you?" "There is one thing I want to know." "Ask then. Why do you sometimes speak perfectly good English and at other times not?" Poirot laughed. "Ah, I will explain. It is true that I can speak the exact, the idiomatic English. But, my friend, to speak the broken English is an enormous asset. It leads people to despise you. They say, 'A foreigner, he can't even speak English properly.' It is not my policy to terrify people. Instead, I invite their gentle ridicule. Also, I boast. An Englishman, he says often, 'A fellow who thinks as much of himself as that cannot be worth much.' That is the English point of view. It is not at all true. And so, you see, I put people off their guard. Besides," he added, "it has become a habit." "Dear me," said Mr. Satterthwaite, "quite the cunning of the serpent." He was silent for a moment or two, thinking over the case. "I'm afraid I have not shone over this matter," he said vexedly. "On the contrary, you appreciated that important point, Sir Bartholomew's remark about the butler. You realize the astute observation of Miss Wills. In fact, you could have solved the whole thing but for your playgoer's reaction to dramatic effect." Mr. Satterthwaite looked cheerful. Suddenly an idea struck him. His jaw fell. "My goodness," he cried, "I've only just realized it. That rascal with his poisoned cocktail. Anyone might have drunk it. It might have been me." "There is an even more terrible possibility that you have not considered," said Poirot. "Eh?" "It might have been me," said Hercule Poirot. Black Coffee, a novel adapted by Charles Osborne from the play by Agatha Christie. Hercule Poirot sat at breakfast in his small but agreeably cosy flat in Whitehall Mansions. He had enjoyed his brioche and his cup of hot chocolate. Unusually, for he was a creature of habit and rarely varied his breakfast routine, he had asked his valet George to make him a second cup of chocolate. While awaiting it, he glanced again at the morning's post which lay on his breakfast table. Meticulously tidy as always, he had placed the discarded envelopes in one neat pile. They had been opened very carefully with the paper knife in the form of a miniature sword which his old friend Hastings had given him for a birthday many years ago. A second pile contained those communications he found of no interest, circulars mostly, which in a moment he would ask George to dispose of. The third pile consisted of those letters which would require an answer of some kind, or at least an acknowledgment. These would be dealt with after breakfast, and in any case not before 10 o'clock. Poirot thought it not quite professional to begin a routine working day before 10. Though when he was on a case, well, of course, that was different. He remembered that once he and Hastings had set out well before dawn in order to... But no, Poirot did not want his thoughts to dwell on the past. The happy past. Their last case, involving an international crime organization known as the Big Four, had been brought to a satisfactory conclusion, and Hastings had returned to the Argentine, his wife, and his ranch. Although his old friend was temporarily back in London on business connected with the ranch, it was highly unlikely that Poirot and he would find themselves working together again to solve a crime. Was that why Hercule Poirot was feeling restless on this fine spring morning in May 1934? Ostensibly retired, he had been lured out of that retirement more than once when an especially interesting problem had been presented to him. He'd enjoyed being on the scent again, with Hastings by his side to act as a kind of sounding board for his ideas and theories. But nothing of professional interest had presented itself to Poirot for several months. Were there no imaginative crimes and criminals any more? Was it all violence and brutality, the kind of sordid murder or robbery which it was beneath his, Poirot's, dignity to investigate? His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival silently at his elbow of George with that second and welcome cup of chocolate. Welcome not only because Poirot would enjoy the rich, sweet taste, but also because it would enable him to postpone for a few more minutes the realization that the day, a fine sunny morning, stretched before him, with nothing more exciting in prospect than a constitutional in the park and a walk through Mayfair to his favourite restaurant in Soho, where he would lunch alone on... what now? Perhaps a little pâté to begin, and then the sole bonne femme, followed by... He became aware that George, having placed the chocolate on the table, was addressing him. The impeccable and imperturbable George, an intensely English, rather wooden-faced individual, had been with Poirot for some time now, and was all that he wished in the way of a valet. Completely incurious, and extraordinarily reluctant to express a personal opinion on any subject, George was a mine of information about the English aristocracy, and as fanatically neat as the great detective himself. Poirot had more than once said to him, "You press admirably the trousers, George, but the imagination, you possess it not." Imagination, however, Hercule Poirot possessed in abundance. The ability to press a pair of trousers properly was, in his opinion, a rare accomplishment. Yes, he was indeed fortunate in having George to look after him. "And so I took the liberty, sir, of promising that you would return the call this morning," George was saying. "Oh, I do beg your pardon, my dear George," replied Poirot. "My attention was wandering. Someone has telephoned, you say?" "Oh, yes, sir. It was last night, sir, while you were out at the theatre with Mrs. Oliver. I had retired to bed before you arrived home and thought it unnecessary to leave a message for you at that late hour." "Who was it who called?" "The gentleman said he was Sir Claude Amory, sir. He left his telephone number, which would appear to be somewhere in Surrey. The matter, he said, was a somewhat delicate one, and when you rang you were not to give your name to anyone else, but were to insist on speaking to Sir Claude himself." "Thank you, George. Leave the telephone number on my desk," said Poirot. "I shall ring Sir Claude after I have perused this morning's Times. It is still a trifle early in the morning for telephoning, even on somewhat delicate matters." George bowed and departed, while Poirot slowly finished his cup of chocolate and then repaired to the balcony with that morning's newspaper. A few minutes later, the Times had been laid aside. The international news was, as usual, depressing. That terrible Hitler had turned the German courts into branches of the Nazi party. The fascists had seized power in Bulgaria, and worst of all, in Poirot's own country, Belgium, 42 miners were feared dead after an explosion at a mine near Mons. The home news was little better. Despite the misgivings of officials, women competitors at Wimbledon were to be allowed to wear shorts this summer. Nor was there much comfort in the obituaries, for people Poirot's age and younger seemed intent on dying. His newspaper abandoned, Poirot lay back in his comfortable wicker chair, his feet on a small stool. Sir Claude Amory, he thought to himself. The name struck a chord, surely. He'd heard it somewhere. Yes, this Sir Claude was well known in some sphere or other, but what was it? Was he a politician? A barrister? A retired civil servant? Sir Claude Amory. Amory. The balcony faced the morning sun, and Poirot found it warm enough to bask in for a moment or two. Soon it would become too warm for him, for he was no sun-worshipper. "When the sun drives me inside," he mused, "then I will exert myself and consult the who's who. If this Sir Claude is a person of some distinction, he will surely be included in that so admirable volume. If he's not... The little detective gave an expressive shrug of his shoulders. An inveterate snob, he was already predisposed in Sir Claude's favour by virtue of his title. If he were to be found in Who's Who, a volume in which the details of Poirot's own career could also be discovered, then perhaps this Sir Claude was someone with a valid claim on his, Hercule Poirot's, time and attention. The quickening of curiosity and a sudden cool breeze combined to send Poirot indoors. Entering his library, he went to a shelf of reference books and took down the thick red volume whose title Who's Who was embossed in gold on its spine. Turning the pages, he came to the entry he sought and read aloud, Amory, Sir Claude Herbert, Night, 1927. Born 24th November 1878. Married 1907, Helen Graham. Deceased 1929. One son. Educated Weymouth Grammar School, King's College, London. Research Physicist, GEC Laboratories, 1905. R.A.E. Founder, Radio Department, 1916. Air Ministry Research Establishment, Swanage, 1921. Demonstrated a new principle for accelerating particles, the Traveling Wave Linear Accelerator, 1924. Awarded Monroe Medal of Physical Society. Publications, papers in the journals. Address, Abbotscleeve near Market Cleeve, Surrey. Telephone, Market Cleeve 314. Club, Athenaeum. Ah, yes, Poirot mused. The famous scientist. He remembered a conversation he had had some months previously with a member of His Majesty's government after Poirot had retrieved some missing documents whose contents could have proved embarrassing to the government. They talked of security, and the politician had admitted that security measures in general were not sufficiently stringent. For instance, he had said, what Sir Claude Amory is working on now is of such fantastic importance in any future war, but he refuses to work under laboratory conditions where he and his invention could be properly guarded. He insists on working alone at his house in the country. No security at all. Frightening. I wonder, Poirot thought to himself as he replaced Who's Who on the bookshelf, I wonder, can Sir Claude want to engage Hercule Poirot to be a tired old watchdog? The inventions of war, the secret weapons, they're not for me. If Sir Claude... The telephone in the next room rang, and Poirot could hear George answering it. A moment later, the valet appeared. It's Sir Claude Amory again, sir, he said. Poirot went to the phone. Hello, it is Hercule Poirot who speaks, he announced into the mouthpiece. Poirot, we've not met, though we have acquaintances in common. My name is Amory, Claude Amory. I have heard of you, of course, Sir Claude, Poirot responded. Now look here, Poirot. I've got a devilishly tricky problem on my hands. Or rather, I might have. I can't be certain. I've been working on a formula to bombard the atom. Now, I won't go into details, but the Ministry of Defence regards it as of the utmost importance. My work is now complete, and I've produced a formula from which a new and deadly explosive can be made. I have reason to suspect that a member of my household is attempting to steal the formula. I can't say any more now, but I should be greatly obliged if you would come down to Abbotscleeve for the weekend as my house guest. I want you to take the formula back with you to London and hand it over to a certain person at the ministry. There are good reasons why a ministry courier can't do the job. I need someone who is ostensibly an unobtrusive, unscientific member of the public, but who is also astute enough. Sir Claude talked on. Hercule Poirot, glancing across at the reflection in the mirror of his bald, egg-shaped head and his elaborately waxed moustache, told himself that he had never before, in a long career, been considered unobtrusive, nor did he so consider himself. But a weekend in the country, and a chance to meet the distinguished scientist could be agreeable, as no doubt could the suitably expressed thanks of a grateful government, and merely for carrying in his pocket from Surrey to Whitehall an obscure if deadly, scientific formula. "I shall be delighted to oblige you, my dear Sir Claude," he interrupted. "I shall arrange to arrive on Saturday afternoon, if that is convenient to you, and return to London with whatever you wish me to take with me on Monday morning. I look forward greatly to making your acquaintance." Curious, he thought, as he replaced the receiver. Foreign agents might well be interested in Sir Claude's formula, but could it really be the case that someone in the scientist's own household? Ah, well, doubtless more would be revealed during the course of the weekend. "George," he called, "please take my heavy tweed suit and my dinner jacket and trousers to the cleaners. I must have them back by Friday, as I am going to the country for the weekend." He made it sound like the steppes of Central Asia and for a lifetime. Then, turning to the phone, he dialed a number and waited for a few moments before speaking. "My dear Hastings," he began, "would you not like to have a few days away from your business concerns in London? Surrey is very pleasant at this time of the year." Sir Claude Amory's house, Abbots Cleeve, stood just on the outskirts of the small town, or rather overgrown village, of Market Cleeve, about 25 miles southeast of London. The house itself, a large but architecturally nondescript Victorian mansion, was set amid an attractive few acres of gently undulating countryside, here and there heavily wooded. The gravel drive from the gatehouse up to the front door of Abbots Cleeve twisted its way through trees and dense shrubbery. A terrace ran along the back of the house, with a lawn sloping down to a somewhat neglected formal garden. On the Friday evening, 2 days after his telephone conversation with Hercule Poirot, Sir Claude sat in his study, a small but comfortably furnished room on the ground floor of the house on the east side. Outside, the light was beginning to fade. Sir Claude's butler, Treadwell, a tall, lugubrious-looking individual with an impeccably correct manner, had sounded the gong for dinner 2 or 3 minutes earlier, and no doubt the family was now assembling in the dining room on the other side of the hall. Sir Claude drummed on the desk with his fingers, his habit when forcing himself to a quick decision. A man in his 50s, of medium height and build, with greying hair brushed straight back from a high forehead and eyes of a piercingly cold blue, he now wore an expression in which anxiety was mixed with puzzlement. There was a discreet knock on the study door, and Treadwell appeared in the doorway. "Excuse me, Sir Claude. I wondered if perhaps you had not heard the gong." "Yes, Treadwell, that's all right. Now, would you tell them I shall be in very shortly? Say I'm caught on the phone. In fact, I am about to make a quick phone call. You may as well begin serving." Treadwell withdrew silently, and Sir Claude, taking a deep breath, pulled the telephone towards himself. Extracting a small address book from a drawer of his desk, he consulted it briefly and then picked up the receiver. He listened for a moment and then spoke. "This is Market Cleeve 314. I want you to get me a London number." He gave the number, then sat back waiting. The fingers of his right hand began to drum nervously on the desk. Several minutes later, Sir Claude Amory joined the dinner party, taking his place at the head of the table around which the 6 others were already seated. On Sir Claude's right sat his niece, Barbara Amory, with Richard, her cousin, and the only son of Sir Claude next to her. On Richard Amory's right was a house guest, Dr. Carelli, an Italian. Continuing round, at the opposite end of the table to Sir Claude sat Caroline Amory, his sister. A middle-aged spinster, she had run Sir Claude's house for him ever since his wife died some years earlier. Edward Raynor, Sir Claude's secretary, sat on Miss Amory's right, with Lucia, Richard Amory's wife, between him and the head of the household. Dinner on this occasion was not at all festive. Caroline Amory made several attempts at small talk with Dr. Carelli, who answered her politely enough without offering much in the way of conversation himself. When she turned to address a remark to Edward Raynor, that normally polite and socially suave young man gave a nervous start, mumbled an apology, and looked embarrassed. Sir Claude was as taciturn as he normally was at meal-times, or perhaps even more so. Richard Amory cast an occasional anxious glance across the table at his wife Lucia. Barbara Amory alone seemed in good spirits and made spasmodic light conversation with her Aunt Caroline. It was while Treadwell was serving the dessert course that Sir Claude suddenly addressed the butler, speaking loudly enough for all at the dinner table to hear his words. "Treadwell," he said, "would you ring Jackson's garage in Market Cleave and ask them to send car and driver to the station to meet the 8:50 from London? The gentleman who is visiting us after dinner will be coming by that train." "Very well, Sir Claude," replied Treadwell as he left. He was barely out of the room when Lucia, with a murmured apology, got up abruptly from the table and hurried out, almost colliding with the butler as he was about to close the door behind him. Crossing the hall, she hurried along the corridor and proceeded to the large room at the back of the house. The library, as it was generally called, served normally as a drawing-room as well. It was a comfortable room rather than an elegant one. French windows opened from it onto the terrace, and another door led to Sir Claude's study. On the mantelpiece, above a large open fireplace, stood an old-fashioned clock and some ornaments, as well as a vase of spills for use in lighting the fire. The library furniture consisted of a tall bookcase with a tin box on the top of it, a desk with a telephone on it, a stool, a small table with a gramophone and records, a settee, a coffee table, an occasional table with bookends and books on it, 2 upright chairs, an armchair, and another table on which stood a plant in a brass pot. The furniture in general was old-fashioned, but not sufficiently old or distinguished to be admired as antique. Lucia, a beautiful young woman of 25, had luxuriant dark hair which flowed to her shoulders, and brown eyes which could flash excitingly, but were now smouldering with a suppressed emotion not easy to define. She hesitated in the middle of the room, then crossed to the French windows, and parting the curtains slightly, looked out at the night. Uttering a barely audible sigh, she pressed her brow to the cool glass of the window and stood lost in thought. Miss Amory's voice could be heard outside in the hall, calling, "Lucia, Lucia, where are you?" A moment later, Miss Amory, a somewhat fussy elderly lady a few years older than her brother, entered the room. Going across to Lucia, she took the younger woman by the arm and propelled her towards the settee. "There, my dear, you sit down here," she said, pointing to a corner of the settee. "You'll be all right in a minute or two." As she sat, Lucia gave a wan smile of gratitude to Caroline Amory. "Yes, of course," she agreed. "It's passing already, in fact." Though she spoke English impeccably, perhaps too impeccably, an occasional inflection betrayed that English was not her native tongue. "I just came over all faint, that's all," she continued. "How ridiculous of me. I've never done such a thing before. I can't imagine why it should have happened. Please go back, Aunt Caroline. I shall be quite all right here." She took a handkerchief from her handbag as Caroline Amory looked on solicitously. Dabbing at her eyes with it, she then returned the handkerchief to her bag and smiled again. "I shall be quite all right," she repeated. "Really, I shall." Miss Amory looked unconvinced. "Oh, you've really not looked well, dear, all the evening, you know," she remarked, anxiously studying Lucia. "Haven't I?" "No, indeed," replied Miss Amory. She sat on the settee close to Lucia. "Perhaps you've caught a little chill, dear," she twittered anxiously. "Our English summers can be rather treacherous, you know, not at all like the hot sun in Italy, which is what you're more used to. So delightful, Italy, I always think." "Italy," murmured Lucia with a faraway look in her eyes, as she placed her handbag beside her on the settee. "Italy. I know, my child, you must miss your own country badly. It must seem such a dreadful contrast. I mean, the weather, for one thing, and the different customs, and we must seem such a cold lot. Now, Italians, no, never." "I never miss Italy," cried Lucia with a vehemence that surprised Miss Amory. "Never." "Oh, come now, child, there's no disgrace in feeling a little homesick, but never," Lucia repeated. "I hate Italy. I always hated it. It is like a heaven for me to be here in England with all you kind people. Absolute heaven." "Oh, it's really very sweet of you to say that, my dear," said Caroline Amory, "though I'm sure you're only being polite. It's true we've all tried to make you feel happy and at home here, but it would be only natural for you to yearn for Italy sometimes, and then not having any mother. Oh, please, please, Lucia interrupted her. Do not speak of my mother. No, of course not, dear, if you'd rather I didn't. I didn't mean to upset you. Oh, shall I get you some smelling salts? I've got some in my room. No, thank you, Lucia replied. Really, I'm perfectly all right now. It's no trouble at all, you know, Caroline Amory persisted. I've got some very nice smelling salts, lovely pink colour, and in the most charming little bottle, and very pungent. Sal ammoniac, you know. Oh, or is it spirits of salts? I can never remember. But anyway, it's not the one you clean the bath with. Lucia smiled gently, but made no reply. Miss Amory had risen and apparently could not decide whether to go in search of smelling salts or not. She moved indecisively to the back of the settee and rearranged the cushions. Yes, I think it must be a sudden chill, she continued. You were looking the absolute picture of health this morning. Perhaps it was the excitement of seeing this Italian friend of yours, Dr. Corelli. He turned up so suddenly and unexpectedly, didn't he? Must have given you quite a shock. Lucia's husband, Richard, had entered the library while Caroline Amory was speaking. Evidently Miss Amory did not notice him, for she could not understand why her words appeared to have upset Lucia, who leaned back, closed her eyes, and shivered. "Oh, my dear, what is it?" asked Miss Amory. "Are you coming over faint again?" Richard Amory closed the door and approached the two women. A conventionally handsome young Englishman of about 30, with sandy hair, he was of medium height, with a somewhat thick-set, muscular figure. "Do go and finish your dinner, Aunt Caroline," he said to Miss Amory. "Lucia will be all right with me. I'll look after her." Miss Amory still appeared irresolute. "Oh, it's you, Richard. Well, perhaps I'd better go back," she said, taking a reluctant step or two in the direction of the door leading to the hall. "You know how your father does hate a disturbance of any kind, and particularly with a guest here. It's not as though it was someone who was a close friend of the family." She turned back to Lucia. "I was just saying, dear, wasn't I? What a very strange thing it was that Dr. Corelli should turn up in the way he did, with no idea that you were living in this part of the world. You simply ran into him in the village and invited him here. Must have been a great surprise for you, my dear, mustn't it?" "It was," replied Lucia. "The world really is such a very small place. I've always said so," Miss Amory continued. "Your friend is a very good-looking man, Lucia." "Do you think so?" "Foreign-looking, of course," Miss Amory conceded, "but distinctly handsome. And he speaks English very well." "Yes, I suppose he does." Miss Amory seemed disinclined to let the topic go. "Do you really have no idea," she asked, "that he was in this part of the world?" "None whatsoever," replied Lucia emphatically. Richard Amory had been watching his wife intently. Now he spoke again. "What a delightful surprise it must have been for you, Lucia," he said. His wife looked up at him quickly, but made no reply. Miss Amory beamed. "Yes, indeed," she continued. Did you know him well in Italy, my dear? Was he a great friend of yours? I suppose he must have been." There was a sudden bitterness in Lucia's voice. "He was never a friend," she said. "Oh, I see. Merely an acquaintance. But he accepted your generous invitation to stay. I often think foreigners are inclined to be a little pushy. Oh, I don't mean you, of course, dear." Miss Amory had the grace to pause and blush. "I mean, well, you're half English in any case." She looked archly at her nephew and continued, "In fact, she's quite English now, isn't she, Richard?" Richard Amory did not respond to his aunt's archness, but moved towards the door and opened it, as though in invitation to Miss Amory to return to the others. "Will," said that lady, as she moved reluctantly to the door, "if you're sure I can't do anything more." "No, no." Richard's tone was as abrupt as his words as he held the door open for her. With an uncertain gesture and a last nervous smile at Lucia, Miss Amory left. Emitting a sigh of relief, Richard shut the door after her and came back to his wife. "Natter, natter, natter," he complained, "for she'd never go." "She was only trying to be kind, Richard. No, I dare say she was. She tries a damn sight too hard." I think she's fond of me, murmured Lucia. What? Oh, of course. Richard Amory's tone was abstracted. He stood observing his wife closely. For a few moments there was a constrained silence. Then, moving nearer to her, Richard looked down at Lucia. You are sure there's nothing I can get you? Lucia looked up at him, forcing a smile. Nothing really, thank you, Richard. But do go back to the dining room. I really am perfectly all right now. No, replied her husband. I'll stay with you. But I'd rather be alone. There was a pause. Then Richard spoke again as he moved behind the settee. Cushions all right? Like another one under your head? I'm quite comfortable as I am, Lucia protested. It would be nice to have some air, though. Could you open the window? Richard moved to the French windows and fumbled with the catch. Oh, damn, he exclaimed. The old boy's locked it with one of those patent catches of his. Can't open it without the key. Lucia shrugged her shoulders. Oh, well, she murmured, it really doesn't matter. Richard came back from the French windows and sat in one of the chairs by the table. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his thighs. Wonderful fellow, the old man. Always inventing something or other. Yes, replied Lucia. He must have made a lot of money out of his inventions. Pots of it, said Richard gloomily. But it isn't the money that appeals to him. They're all the same, these scientists. Always on the track of something utterly impracticable that can be of no earthly interest to anyone other than themselves. Bombarding the atom, for heaven's sake. But all the same, he is a great man, your father. I suppose he's one of the leading scientists of the day, said Richard grudgingly. He can't see any point of view except his own. He spoke with increasing irritation. He's treated me damned badly. I know, Lucia agreed. He keeps you here, chained to this house, almost as though you were a prisoner. Why did he make you give up the army and come to live here? I suppose, said Richard, that he thought I could help him in his work. He ought to have known that I should be of no earthly use to him in that way. Simply haven't got the brains for it. He moved his chair a little closer to Lucia and leaned forward again. My God, Lucia, it makes me feel pretty desperate sometimes. When there he is, rolling in money, and he spends every penny on those damned experiments of his. If he could let me have something of what will be mine some day in any case, and allow me to get free of this place. Lucia sat upright. Money, she exclaimed bitterly. Everything comes round to that. Money. And like a fly caught in a spider's web, Richard continued, helpless, absolutely helpless. Lucia looked at him with an imploring eagerness. Oh, Richard, she exclaimed, so am I. Her husband looked at her with alarm. He was about to speak when Lucia continued, so am I, helpless, and I want to get out. She rose suddenly and moved towards him, speaking excitedly. Richard, for God's sake, before it's too late, take me away. Away? Richard's voice was empty and despairing. Away where? Anywhere, replied Lucia with growing excitement. Anywhere in the world, but away from this house. That's the important thing, away from this house. I am afraid, Richard, I tell you I am afraid. There are shadows. She looked over her shoulder as though she could see them. Shadows everywhere. Richard remained seated. How can we go away without money? He asked. He looked up at Lucia and continued bitterly. A man's not much good to a woman without money, is he, Lucia? Is he? She backed away from him. Why do you say that? She asked. What do you mean? Richard continued to look at her in silence, his face tense yet curiously expressionless. What's the matter with you tonight, Richard? Lucia asked him. You're different somehow. Richard rose from his chair. Am I? Yes. What is it? Well, Richard began and then stopped. Nothing, it's nothing. He started to turn away from her, but Lucia pulled him back and placed her hands on his shoulders. Richard, my dear, she began. He took her hands from his shoulders. "Richard," she said again. Putting his hands behind his back, Richard looked down at her. "Do you think I'm a complete fool?" he asked. "Do you think I didn't see this old friend of yours slip a note into your hand tonight?" "Do you mean you thought that—" He interrupted her fiercely. "Why did you come out from dinner? You weren't feeling faint? That was all a pretense. You wanted to be alone to read your precious note. You couldn't wait. You were nearly mad with impatience because you wouldn't get rid of us. First Aunt Caroline, then me." His eyes were cold with hurt and anger as he looked at her. "Richard," said Lucia, "you're mad. Oh, it's absurd. You can't think I care for Corelli, can you? Can you really? Oh, my dear Richard, my dear, it's you. It's nobody but you. You must know that." Richard kept his eyes fixed on her. "What's in that note?" he asked quietly. "Nothing. Nothing at all. Then show it to me. I can't," said Lucia. "I've destroyed it." A frigid smile appeared and disappeared on Richard's face. "No, you haven't," he said. "Show it to me." Lucia was silent for a moment. She looked at him imploringly. Then, "Richard," she asked, "can't you trust me? I could take it from you by force," he muttered through clenched teeth as he advanced a step towards her. "I've half a mind—" Lucia backed away with a faint cry, her eyes still on Richard's face, as though willing him to believe her. Suddenly he turned away. "No," he said, as though to himself. "I suppose there are some things one can't do." He turned back to face his wife. "But by God, I'll have it out with Corelli." Lucia caught his arm with a cry of alarm. "No, Richard, you mustn't. Don't do that, I beg you. Don't do that." "You're afraid for your lover, are you?" sneered Richard. "He's not my lover," Lucia retorted fiercely. Richard took her by the shoulders. "Perhaps he isn't yet," he said. "Perhaps he—" Hearing voices outside in the hall, he stopped speaking. Making an effort to control himself, he moved to the fireplace, took out a cigarette case and lighter, and lit a cigarette. As the door from the hall opened and the voices grew louder, Lucia moved to the chair Richard had recently vacated and sat. Her face was white, her hands clasped together in tension. Miss Amory entered, accompanied by her niece Barbara, an extremely modern young woman of 21. Swinging her handbag, Barbara crossed the room towards her. "Hello, Lucia. You all right now?" she asked. Lucia forced a smile as Barbara Amory approached her. "Yes, thank you, darling," she replied. "I'm perfectly all right, really." Barbara looked down at her cousin's beautiful black-haired wife. "Not broken any glad tidings to Richard, have you?" she asked. "Is that what it's all about?" "Glad tidings? What glad tidings? I don't know what you mean," protested Lucia. Barbara clasped her arms together and made a rocking motion as though cradling a baby. Lucia's reaction to this pantomime was a sad smile and a shake of the head. Miss Amory, however, collapsed in horror onto a chair. "Really, Barbara," she admonished. "Well," said Barbara, "accidents will happen, you know." Her aunt shook her head vigorously. "I cannot think what young girls are coming to nowadays," she announced to no one in particular. "In my young days we did not speak flippantly of motherhood, and I would never have allowed—" She broke off at the sound of the door opening and looked around in time to see Richard leave the room. "You've embarrassed Richard," she continued, addressing Barbara, "and I can't say I'm at all surprised." "Well, Aunt Caroline," Barbara replied, "you're a Victorian, you know, born when the old Queen still had a good 20 years of life ahead of her. You're thoroughly representative of your generation, and I dare say I am of mine." "I'm in no doubt as to which I prefer," her aunt began, only to be interrupted by Barbara, who chuckled and said, "I think the Victorians were too marvellous. Fancy telling children that babies were found under gooseberry bushes. I think it's sweet." She fumbled in her handbag, found a cigarette and a lighter, and lit the cigarette. She was about to begin speaking again when Miss Amory silenced her with a gesture. "Oh, do stop being silly, Barbara. I'm really very worried about this poor child here, and I wish you wouldn't make fun of me." Lucia suddenly broke down and began to weep. Trying to wipe the tears from her eyes, she said between sobs, "You're all so good to me. No one was ever kind to me until I came here, until I married Richard. It's been wonderful to be here with you. I can't help it. There, murmured Miss Amory, rising and going to Lucia. She patted her on the shoulder. There, my dear. I know what you mean, living abroad all your life, most unsuitable for a young girl. Not the proper kind of upbringing at all, and of course the Continentals have some very peculiar ideas about education. There. Lucia stood up and looked about her uncertainly. She allowed Miss Amory to lead her to the settee and sat at one end while Miss Amory patted cushions around her and then sat next to her. Of course you're upset, my dear, but you must try to forget about Italy. Although, of course, the dear Italian lakes are quite delightful in the spring, I always think. Very suitable for holidays, but one wouldn't want to live there naturally. Now, don't cry, my dear. I think she needs a good stiff drink, suggested Barbara, sitting on the coffee table and peering critically but not unsympathetically into Lucia's face. This is an awful house, Aunt Caroline. Years behind the times. You never see the ghost of a cocktail in it. Nothing but sherry or whiskey before dinner and brandy afterwards. Richard can't make a decent Manhattan, and just try asking Edward Rayner for a whiskey sour. Now, what would really pull Lucia around in no time would be a Satan's whisker. Miss Amory turned a shocked countenance upon her niece. What? She inquired in horrified tones. Might a Satan's whisker be? It's always quite simple to make, if you had the ingredients, replied Barbara. It's merely equal parts of brandy and creme de menthe, but you mustn't forget a shake of red pepper. That's most important. It's absolutely super, and guaranteed to put some pep into you. Barbara, you know I disapprove of these alcoholic stimulants, Miss Amory exclaimed with a shudder. My dear father always said— I don't know what he said, replied Barbara, but absolutely everyone in the family knows that dear old great-uncle Algernon had the reputation of being a three-bottle man. At first Miss Amory looked as if she might explode. Then the slight twitch of a smile appeared on her lips, and all she said was, Gentlemen are different. Barbara was having none of this. They're not in the least different, she said. Or at any rate, I can't imagine why they should be allowed to be different. They simply got away with it in those days. She produced from her handbag a small mirror, a powder puff, and lipstick. Well, how do we look? She asked herself. Oh, my God! And she began vigorously to apply lipstick. Really, Barbara, said her aunt, I do wish you wouldn't put quite so much of that red stuff on your lips. It's such a very bright colour. I hope so, replied Barbara, still completing her makeup. After all, it cost 7 and 6pence. 7 shillings and 6pence. What a disgraceful waste of money just for kiss-proof, Aunt Caroline. I beg your pardon. The lipstick, it's called kiss-proof. Her aunt sniffed disapprovingly. I know, of course, she said, that one's lips are inclined to chap if one has been out in a high wind, and that a little grease is advisable. Melanolin, for instance, I always use. Barbara interrupted her. My dear Aunt Caroline, take it from me, a girl simply can't have too much lipstick on. After all, she never knows how much of it she's going to lose in the taxi coming home. As she spoke, she replaced the mirror, powder puff, and lipstick in her handbag. Miss Amory looked puzzled. What do you mean, in the taxi coming home? She asked. I don't understand. Barbara rose and, moving behind the settee, leaned over to Lucia. Never mind, Lucia understands, don't you, my love? She asked, giving Lucia's chin a little tickle. Lucia Amory looked around blankly. I'm so sorry, she said to Barbara. I haven't been listening. What did you say? Focusing her attention on Lucia again, Caroline Amory returned to the subject of that young lady's health. You know, my dear, she said, I really am worried about you. She looked from Lucia to Barbara. You ought to have something, Barbara. What have we got now? Sal volatile, of course, that would be the very thing. Unfortunately, that careless Ellen broke my bottle this morning when she was dusting in my room. Pursing her lips, Barbara considered for a moment. I know, she exclaimed, the hospital stores. Hospital stores? What do you mean? What hospital stores? Miss Amory asked. Barbara came and sat in a chair close to her aunt. You remember, she reminded her, all of Edna's things. Miss Amory's face brightened. Ah, yes, of course. Turning to Lucia, she said, "I wish you had met Edna, my elder niece, Barbara's sister. She went to India with her husband, it must have been about 3 months before you came here with Richard. Such a capable girl Edna was." "Most capable," Barbara confirmed. "She's just had twins. As there are no gooseberry bushes in India, I think she must have found them under a double mango tree." Miss Amory allowed herself a smile. "Hush, Barbara," she said. Then, turning back to Lucia, she continued, "As I was saying, dear, Edna trained as a dispenser during the war. She worked at a hospital here. We turned the town hall into a hospital, during the war. And then, for some years after the war, until she was married, Edna continued to work in the dispensary at the county hospital. She was very knowledgeable about drugs and pills and that sort of thing. I dare say she still is. That knowledge must be invaluable to her in India. But what was I saying? Oh, yes, when she left. Now, what did we do with all those bottles of hers?" "I remember perfectly well," said Barbara. "A lot of old things of Edna's from the dispensary were bundled into a box. They were supposed to be sorted out and sent to hospitals, but everyone forgot, or at least no one did anything about it. They were put away in the attic, and they only came to light again when Edna was packing to go to India. Then up there—" She gestured towards the bookcase. "And they still hadn't been looked through and sorted out." She rose, taking her chair across to the bookcase, stood on it, and reaching up, lifted the black tin box down from the top. Ignoring Lucia's murmured, "Please don't bother, darling, I really don't need anything," Barbara carried the box over to the table and put it down. "Well," she said, "at least we might as well have a look at the things now that I've got them down." She opened the box. "Oh dear, it's a motley collection," she said, taking out various bottles as she spoke. "Iodine, Friar's balsam, something called tinct card co, castor oil," she grimaced. "Ah, now we're coming to the hot stuff," she exclaimed, as she took out of the box some small brown tubes. "Atropine, morphine, strychnine," she read from the labels. "Now be careful, Aunt Caroline. If you arouse my furious temper, I'll poison your coffee with strychnine, and you'll die in the most awful agony." Barbara made a mock-menacing gesture at her aunt, who waved her away with a snort. "Well, there's nothing here we could possibly try out on Lucia as a tonic, that's for certain," she laughed as she began to pack the bottles and piles back into the tin box. She was holding a tube of morphine aloft in her right hand as the door to the hall opened, and Treadwell ushered in Edward Rayner, Dr. Carelli, and Sir Claude Amory. Sir Claude's secretary, Edward Rayner, entered first, an unremarkable-looking young man in his late 20s. He moved across to Barbara and stood looking at the box. "Hello, Mr. Rayner. Interested in poisons?" she asked him as she continued to pack up the bottles. Dr. Carelli, too, approached the table. A very dark, swarthy individual of about 40, Carelli wore perfectly fitting evening clothes. His manner was suave, and when he spoke, it was with the slightest Italian accent. "What have we here, my dear Miss Amory?" he queried. Sir Claude paused at the door to speak to Treadwell. "You understand my instructions?" he asked, and was satisfied by the reply. "Perfectly, Sir Claude." Treadwell left the room, and Sir Claude moved across to his guest. "I hope you will excuse me, Dr. Carelli," he said, "if I go straight to my study. I have several important letters which must go off tonight. Rayner, will you come with me?" The secretary joined his employer, and they went into Sir Claude's study by the connecting door. As the door closed behind them, Barbara suddenly dropped the tube she had been holding. Dr. Carelli stepped forward quickly and picked up the tube Barbara had dropped. Glancing at it before handing it back to her with a polite bow, he exclaimed, "Hello, what's this? Morphine." He picked up another one from the table. "And strychnine. May I ask, my dear young lady, where you got hold of these lethal little tubes?" He began to examine the contents of the tin box. Barbara looked at the suave Italian with distaste. "The spoils of war," she replied shortly with a tight little smile. Rising anxiously, Caroline Amory approached Dr. Carelli. "They're not really poison, are they, Doctor? I mean, they couldn't harm anyone, could they?" she asked. "That box has been in the house for years. Surely it's harmless, isn't it?" "I should say," replied Corelli dryly, "that with the little lot you have here, you could kill roughly 12 strong men. I don't know what you regard as harmful." "Oh, good gracious!" Miss Amory gasped with horror as she moved back to her chair and sat heavily. "Here, for instance," continued Corelli, addressing the assembled company. He picked up a tube and read slowly from the label, "Strychnine, hydrochloride, 1/16 of a grain. 7 or 8 of these little tablets, and you would die a very unpleasant death indeed, an extremely painful way out of the world." He picked up another tube, "Atropine sulfate. Now, atropine poisoning is sometimes very hard to tell from ptomaine poisoning. It is also a very painful death." Replacing the 2 tubes he had handled, he picked up another. "Now here," he continued, now speaking very slowly and deliberately, "here we have hyoscine hydrobromide, 1/100th of a grain. That doesn't sound very potent, does it? Yet I assure you, you would only have to swallow half of the little white tablets in this tube, and—" he made a graphic gesture. "There would be no pain at all. Just a swift and completely dreamless sleep, but a sleep from which there would be no awakening." He moved towards Lucia and held out the tube to her as though inviting her to examine it. There was a smile on his face, but not in his eyes. Lucia stared at the tube as though she were fascinated by it. Stretching out her hand, she spoke in a voice that sounded almost as though it were hypnotized. "A swift and completely dreamless sleep," she murmured, reaching for the tube. Instead of giving it to her, Dr. Carelli glanced at Caroline Amory with an almost questioning look. That lady shuddered and looked distressed, but said nothing. With a shrug of the shoulders, Carelli turned away from Lucia, still holding the tube of hyoscine hydrobromide. The door to the hallway opened and Richard Amory entered. Without speaking, he strolled across to the stool by the desk and sat down. He was followed into the room by Treadwell, who carried a tray containing a jug of coffee with cups and saucers. Placing the tray on the coffee table, Treadwell left the room as Lucia moved to pour out the coffee. Barbara went across to Lucia, took 2 cups of coffee from the tray, and then moved over to Richard to give him one of them, keeping the other for herself. Dr. Carelli, meanwhile, was busy replacing the tubes in the tin box on the center table. "You know," said Miss Amory to Carelli, "you make my flesh creep, Doctor, with your talk of swift, dreamless sleep and unpleasant deaths. I suppose that being Italian as you are, you know a lot about poisons." "My dear lady," laughed Corelli, "is that not an extremely unjust, what do you say, non sequitur? Why should an Italian know any more about poisons than an Englishman? I have heard it said," he continued playfully, "that poison is a woman's weapon rather than a man's. Perhaps I should ask you—" "No, but perhaps, dear lady, it is an Italian woman you were thinking of. Perhaps you were about to mention a certain Borgia. Is that it, eh?" He took a cup of coffee from Lucia at the coffee table and handed it to Miss Amory, returning to take another cup for himself. "Lucrezia Borgia, oh, that dreadful creature. Yes, I suppose that's what I was thinking of," admitted Miss Amory. "I used to have nightmares about her when I was a child, you know. I imagined her as very pale, but tall, and with jet black hair, just like our own dear Lucia." Dr. Carelli approached Miss Amory with the sugar bowl. She shook her head in refusal, and he took the bowl back to the coffee tray. Richard Amory put his coffee down, took a magazine from the desk and began to browse through it, as his aunt developed her Borgia theme. "Yes, dreadful nightmares I used to have," Miss Amory was saying. "I would be the only child in a room full of adults, all of them drinking out of very elaborate goblets, and then this glamorous woman, and now I come to think of it, dear, she did look remarkably like you, Lucia, dear, would approach me and force a goblet upon me. I could tell by the way she smiled somehow that I ought not to drink, but I knew I wasn't going to be able to refuse, and somehow she hypnotized me into drinking, and then I would begin to feel a dreadful burning sensation in my throat, and I would find myself fighting for breath, and then, of course, I woke up." Dr. Corelli had moved close to Lucia. Standing in front of her, he gave an ironic bow. "My dear Lucrezia Borgia," he implored, "have a mercy on us all." Lucia did not react to Corelli's joke. She appeared not to have heard him. There was a pause. Smiling to himself, Dr. Corelli turned away from Lucia, drank his coffee, and placed his cup on the center table. Finishing her coffee rapidly, Barbara seemed to realize that a change of mood was called for. "What about a little tune?" she suggested, moving across to the gramophone. "Now, what shall we have? There's a marvelous record here that I bought up in town the other day." She began to sing, accompanying her words with a jazzy little dance. "Ikey, oh crikey, what have you got on?" Or what else is there? "Oh, Barbara, dear, not that vulgar song," implored Miss Amory, moving across to her and helping to look through the gramophone records. "There are some much nicer records here. If we must have popular music, there are some lovely songs by John McCormack here somewhere. Or what about The Holy City? I can't remember the soprano's name. Or why not that nice Melba record? Yes, here's Handel's Largo." "Oh, come on, Aunt Caroline, we're not likely to be cheered up by Handel's Largo," Barbara protested. "There's some Italian opera here if we must have classical music. Now come on, Dr. Corelli, this ought to be your province. Come and help us choose." Corelli joined Barbara and Miss Amory around the gramophone, and all three of them began to sort through the pile of records. Richard now seemed engrossed in his magazine. Lucia rose, moved slowly and apparently aimlessly across to the center table, and glanced at the tin box. Then, taking care to establish that the others were not observing her, she took a tube from the box and read the label, Hyoscine Hydrobromide. Opening the tube, Lucia poured nearly all of the tablets into the palm of her hand. As she did so, the door to Sir Claude's study opened, and Sir Claude's secretary, Edward Raynor, appeared in the doorway. Unknown to Lucia, Raynor watched her as she put the tube back into the tin box before moving over to the coffee table. At that moment, Sir Claude's voice was heard to call from the study. His words were indistinct, but Raynor, turning to answer him, said, "Yes, of course, Sir Claude. I'll bring you your coffee now." The secretary was about to enter the library when Sir Claude's voice arrested him. "And what about that letter to Marshall's?" "It went off by the afternoon post, Sir Claude," replied the secretary. "But Raynor, I told you—" "Oh, come back here, man," Sir Claude boomed from his study. "I'm sorry, sir," Raynor was heard to say as he retreated from the doorway to rejoin Sir Claude Amory in his study. Lucia, who had turned to watch the secretary at the sound of his voice, seemed not to realize that he had been observing her movements. Turning, so that her back was to Richard, she dropped the tablet she had been holding into one of the coffee cups on the coffee table and moved to the front of the settee. The gramophone suddenly burst into life with a quick foxtrot. Richard Amory put down the magazine he had been reading, finished his coffee quickly, placed the cup on the center table, and moved across to his wife. "I'll take you at your word. I've decided. We'll go away together." Lucia looked up at him in surprise. "Richard," she said faintly, "do you really mean it? We can get away from here? But I thought you said, what about... Where will the money come from?" "There are always ways of acquiring money," said Richard grimly. There was alarm in Lucia's voice as she asked, "What do you mean?" "I mean," said her husband, that when a man cares about a woman as much as I care about you, he'll do anything. Anything. It does not flatter me to hear you say that, Lucia responded. It only tells me that you still do not trust me, that you think you must buy my love with— She broke off and looked around as the door to the study opened and Edward Raynor returned. Raynor walked over to the coffee table and picked up a cup of coffee, as Lucia changed her position on the settee, moving down to one end of it. Richard had wandered moodily across to the fireplace and was staring into the unlit fire. Barbara, beginning a tentative foxtrot alone, looked at her cousin Richard as though considering whether to invite him to dance, but apparently put off by his stony countenance, she turned to Raynor. "Care to dance, Mr. Raynor?" she asked. "I'd love to, Miss Amory," the secretary replied. "Just a moment, while I take Sir Claudius coffee." Lucia suddenly rose from the settee. "Mr. Raynor," she said hurriedly, "that isn't Sir Claude's coffee. You've taken the wrong cup." "Have I?" said Raynor. "I'm so sorry." Lucia picked up another cup from the coffee table and held it out to Raynor. They exchanged cups. "That," said Lucia as she handed her cup to Raynor, "is Sir Claude's coffee." She smiled enigmatically to herself, placed the cup Raynor had given her on the coffee table, and returned to the settee. Turning his back to Lucia, the secretary took some tablets from his pocket and dropped them into the cup he was holding. As he was walking with it towards the study door, Barbara intercepted him. "Do come and dance with me, Mr. Raynor," she pleaded with one of her most engaging smiles. "I'd force Dr. Corelli to, except that I can tell he's simply dying to dance with Lucia." As Raynor hovered indecisively, Richard Amory approached. "May as well give in to her, Raynor," he advised. "Everyone does, eventually. Here, give the coffee to me. I'll take it to my father." Reluctantly, Raynor allowed the coffee cup to be taken from him. Turning away, Richard paused momentarily, and then went through into Sir Claude's study. Barbara and Edward Raynor, having first turned over the gramophone record on the machine, were now slowly waltzing in each other's arms. Corelli watched them for a moment or two with an indulgent smile before approaching Lucia, who, wearing a look of utter dejection, was still seated on the settee. Corelli addressed her. "It was most kind of Miss Amory to allow me to join you for the weekend," he said. Lucia looked up at him. For a few seconds she did not speak, but then said finally, "She is the kindest of people. And this is such a charming house," continued Corelli, moving behind the settee. "You must show me over it sometime. I am extremely interested in the domestic architecture of this period." While he was speaking, Richard Amory had returned from the study. Ignoring his wife and Corelli, he went across to the box of drugs on the center table and began to tidy its contents. "Miss Amory can tell you much more about this house than I can," Lucia told Dr. Corelli. "I know very little of these things." Looking around first to confirm that Richard Amory was busying himself with the drugs, that Edward Raynor and Barbara Amory were still waltzing at the far end of the room, and that Caroline Amory appeared to be dozing, Corelli moved to the front of the settee and sat next to Lucia. In low, urgent tones he muttered, "Have you done what I asked?" Her voice even lower, almost a whisper, Lucia said desperately, "Have you no pity?" "Have you done what I told you to do?" Corelli asked more insistently. I, Lucia began, but then, faltering, rose, turned abruptly, and walked swiftly to the door which led into the hall. Turning the handle, she discovered that the door would not open. "There's something wrong with this door," she exclaimed, turning to face the others. "I can't get it open." "What's that?" called Barbara, still waltzing with Raynor. "I can't get this door open," Lucia repeated. Barbara and Raynor stopped dancing and went across to Lucia at the door. Richard Amory moved to the gramophone to switch it off before joining them. They took it in turns to attempt to get the door open, but without success, observed by Miss Amory, who was awake but still seated, and by Dr. Corelli, who stood by the bookcase. Unnoticed by any of the company, Sir Claude emerged from his study, coffee cup in hand, and stood for a moment or two observing the group clustered around the door to the hall. "What an extraordinary thing!" Rayner exclaimed, abandoning his attempt to open the door and turning to face the others. "It seems to have got stuck somehow." Sir Claude's voice rang across the room, startling them all. No, it's not stuck. It's locked. Locked from the outside." His sister rose and approached Sir Claude. She was about to speak, but he forestalled her. "It was locked by my orders, Caroline," he told her. With all eyes upon him, Sir Claude walked across to the coffee table, took a lump of sugar from the bowl, and dropped it into his cup. "I have something to say to you all," he announced to the assembled company. "Richard, would you be so kind as to ring for Treadwell?" His son looked as though he were about to make some reply. However, after a pause, he went to the fireplace and pressed a bell in the wall nearby. "I suggest that you all sit down," Sir Claude continued, with a gesture towards the chairs. Dr. Carelli, with raised eyebrows, crossed the room to sit on the stool. Edward Rayner and Lucia Amory found chairs for themselves, while Richard Amory chose to stand in front of the fireplace, looking puzzled. Caroline Amory and her niece Barbara occupied the settee. When all were comfortably seated, Sir Claude moved the armchair to a position where he could most easily observe all the others. He sat. Door on the left opened, and Treadwell entered. "You rang, Sir Claude?" "Yes, Treadwell." "Did you call the number I gave you?" "Yes, sir." "Was the answer satisfactory?" "Perfectly satisfactory, sir." "And a car has gone to the station?" "Yes, sir. The car has been ordered to meet the train." "Very well, Treadwell," said Sir Claude. "You may lock up now." "Yes, sir," replied Treadwell as he withdrew. After the butler had closed the door behind him, the sound of a key turning in the lock could be heard. "Claude," Miss Amory exclaimed, "what on earth does Treadwell think?" "Treadwell is acting on my instructions, Caroline," Sir Claude interrupted sharply. Richard Amory addressed his father. "May we ask the meaning of all this?" he inquired coldly. "I am about to explain," replied Sir Claude. "Please listen to me calmly, all of you. To begin with, as you now realize, those two doors," he gestured towards the two doors on the hall side of the library, "are locked on the outside. From my study next door there is no way out except through this room. The French windows in this room are locked." Swiveling around in his seat to Carelli, he explained, as though in parenthesis, "Locked, in fact, by a patent device of my own, which my family knows of, but which they do not know how to immobilize." Again addressing everyone, Sir Claude continued, "This place is a rat trap." He looked at his watch. "It is now 10 minutes to 9. At a few minutes past 9, the rat catcher will arrive." "The rat catcher?" Richard Amory's face was a study in perplexity. "What rat catcher?" "A detective," explained the famous scientist dryly, as he sipped his coffee. Consternation greeted Sir Claude's announcement. Lucia uttered a low cry, and her husband stared at her intently. Miss Amory gave a shriek. Barbara exclaimed, "Crikey!" and Edward Rayner contributed an ineffectual, "Oh, I say, Sir Claude." Only Dr. Carelli seemed unaffected. Sir Claude settled in his armchair, holding his coffee cup in his right hand and the saucer in his left. "I seem to have achieved my little effect," he observed with satisfaction. Finishing his coffee, he set the cup and saucer down on the table with a grimace. "The coffee is unusually bitter this evening," he complained. His sister's countenance registered a certain annoyance at the aspersion cast on the coffee, which she took as a direct criticism of her housekeeping. She was about to say something when Richard Amory spoke. "What detective?" he asked his father. "His name is Hercule Poirot," replied Sir Claude. "He is a Belgian." "But why?" Richard persisted. Why did you send for him?" "A leading question," said his father with an unpleasantly grim smile. "Now we come to the point. For some time past, as most of you know, I have been engaged in atomic research. I have made a discovery of a new explosive. Its force is such that everything hitherto attempted in that line will be mere child's play beside it. Most of this you know already." Corelli got to his feet quickly. "I did not know," exclaimed eagerly. "I am much interested to hear of this." "Indeed, Dr. Corelli." Sir Claude invested the conventionally meaningless phrase with a curious significance, and Corelli, in some embarrassment, resumed his seat. "As I was saying," Sir Claude continued, "the force of Amorite, as I call it, is such that where we have hitherto killed by thousands, we can now kill by hundreds of thousands." "How horrible!" exclaimed Lucia with a shudder. "My dear Lucia," her father-in-law smiled thinly at her as he spoke, "the truth is never horrible, only interesting." "But why," asked Richard, "are you telling us all this?" "Because I have had occasion for some time to believe that a member of this household was attempting to steal the Amorite formula. I had asked Monsieur Poirot to join us tomorrow for the weekend so that he could take the formula back to London with him on Monday and deliver it personally to an official at the Ministry of Defence." "But, Claude, that's absurd. Indeed, it's highly offensive to all of us," Caroline Amory expostulated. "You can't seriously suspect—" "I have not finished, Caroline," her brother interrupted. "And I assure you there is nothing absurd about what I am saying. I repeat, I had invited Hercule Poirot to join us tomorrow, but I have had to change my plans and ask Monsieur Poirot to hurry down here from London this evening. I have taken this step because—" Sir Claude paused. When he resumed speaking, it was more slowly, and with a much more deliberate emphasis. "Because," he repeated, as his glance swept around the assembled company, "the formula, written on an ordinary sheet of notepaper and enclosed in a long envelope, was stolen from the safe in my study some time before dinner this evening. It was stolen by someone in this room." A chorus of shocked exclamations greeted the eminent scientist's announcement. Then everyone began to speak at once. "Stolen formula?" Caroline Amory began. "What, from the safe? Impossible!" Edward Raynor exclaimed. The babble of voices did not include that of Dr. Corelli, who remained seated with a thoughtful expression on his face. The others, however, were silenced only when Sir Claude raised his voice and continued. "I am in the habit of being certain of my facts," he assured his hearers. "At 20 minutes past 7 exactly, I placed the formula in the safe. As I left the study, Raynor here entered it." Blushing either from embarrassment or from anger, the secretary began. "Sir Claude, really, I must protest." Sir Claude raised a hand to silence him. "Raynor remained in the study," he went on, "and was still there working when Dr. Corelli appeared at the door. After greeting him, Raynor left Corelli alone in the study while he went to let Lucia know—" "I protest," Corelli began, but again Sir Claude raised his hand for silence and continued his narrative. "Raynor, however," he said, "did not get further than the door of this room, where he met my sister Caroline with Barbara. The three of them remained in this room, and Dr. Corelli joined them. Caroline and Barbara were the only two members of the party who did not enter the study." Barbara glanced at her aunt and then addressed Sir Claude. "I'm afraid your information about our movements isn't quite correct, Uncle Claude," she said. "I can't be excluded from your list of suspects. Do you remember, Aunt Caroline? You sent me into the study to look for a knitting needle you said you'd mislaid. You wondered if it might be in there." Ignoring his niece's interruption, the scientist continued. "Richard came down next. He strolled into the study by himself and remained there for some minutes." "My God!" Richard exclaimed. "Really, Father, you surely don't suspect that I'd steal your wretched formula, do you?" Looking directly at his son, Sir Claude replied meaningfully, "That piece of paper was worth a great deal of money." "I see." His son regarded him steadily. "And I'm in debt. That's what you mean, isn't it?" Sir Claude made no reply to him. His gaze sweeping over the others, he continued, "As I was saying, Richard remained in the study for some minutes. He reappeared in this room just as Lucia came in. When dinner was announced a few minutes later, Lucia was no longer with us. I found her in the study, standing by the safe." "Father!" exclaimed Richard, moving to his wife and putting an arm protectively about her. "I repeat, standing by the safe," Sir Claude insisted. "She seemed very much agitated. When I asked what was the matter, she told me she felt unwell. I suggested that a glass of wine might be good for her. She assured me, however, that she was quite all right again, and then left me to join the others. Instead of following Lucia immediately to the dining room, I remained behind in my study. I don't know why, but some instinct urged me to look in the safe. The envelope with the formula in it had disappeared." There was a pause. No one spoke. The immense seriousness of the situation appeared to be dawning on everyone. Then Richard asked, "How have you assembled this information about our movements, Father?" "By taking thought, of course," Sir Claude replied. "By observation and deduction. By the evidence of my own eyes. And by what I learned from questioning Treadwell." "I notice you don't include Treadwell or any of the other servants among your suspects, Claude," Caroline Amory observed tartly. "Only your family." "My family and our guest," her brother corrected her. "That is so, Caroline. I have established to my own satisfaction that neither Treadwell nor any of the domestics were in the study between the time I placed the formula in the safe and the time I opened the safe again to find it missing." He looked at each of them in turn before adding, "I hope the position is clear to you all. Whoever took the formula must still have it. Since we returned here from dinner, the dining room has been thoroughly searched. Treadwell would have informed me if the piece of paper had been found hidden there. And as you now realize, I have seen to it that no one has had the opportunity to leave this room." For some moments there was a tense silence, broken only when Dr. Corelli asked politely, "Is it your suggestion then, Sir Claude, that we should all be searched?" "That is not my suggestion," replied Sir Claude, consulting his watch. "It is now 2 minutes to 9. Hercule Poirot will have arrived at Market Cleave, where he is being met. At 9 o'clock precisely, Treadwell has orders to switch off the lights from the main switch in the basement. We shall be in complete darkness in this room for 1 minute, and 1 minute only. When the lights go on again, matters will be out of my hands. Hercule Poirot will be here shortly, and he will be in charge of the case. But if, under cover of darkness, the formula is placed here," and Sir Claude slapped his hand down on the table, "then I shall inform Monsieur Poirot that I have made a mistake, and that I have no need of his services." "That's an outrageous suggestion," Richard declared heatedly. He looked around at the others. "I say we should all be searched. I'm certainly willing." "So am I, of course," Edward Rayner made haste to announce. Richard Amory looked pointedly at Corelli. The Italian smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "And I—" Richard's glance moved to his aunt. "Oh, very well, if we must, we must," Miss Amory grumbled. "Lucia?" Richard asked, turning to his wife. No, Richard," Lucia replied breathily. "Your father's planned his best." Richard looked at her in silence for a moment. "Well, Richard?" queried Sir Claude. A heavy sigh was at first his only reply, and then, Well, I agree." He looked at his cousin Barbara, who gave a gesture of assent. Sir Claude leaned back in his chair wearily, but spoke in a slow, dragging voice. "The taste of red coffee is still in my mouth," he said, and then yawned. The clock on the mantelpiece began to strike, and there was complete silence as all turned to listen. Sir Claude turned slowly in his chair and looked steadily at his son Richard. On the last stroke of 9, the lights suddenly went out, and the room was plunged into darkness. There were a few gasps and some stifled exclamations from the women, and then Miss Amory's voice rang out clearly. "I don't care for this at all." "Do be quiet, Aunt Caroline," Barbara ordered her. "I'm trying to listen." For a few seconds there was absolute silence, followed by the sounds of heavy breathing, and then a rustling of paper. Silence again, before they all heard a kind of metallic clink, the sound of something tearing, and a loud bang, which must surely have been a chair being knocked over. Suddenly Lucia screamed, Sir Claude, I can't bear it. I must have a light. Somebody, please." The room remained in darkness. There was a sharp intake of breath, and then a loud knock at the door leading to the hall. Lucia screamed again. As though in response, the light suddenly came on again. Richard was now standing by the door, apparently unable to decide whether or not to attempt to open it. Edward Raynor was on his feet by his chair, which had overturned. Lucia lay back in her chair as though about to faint. Sir Claude sat absolutely still in his armchair with his eyes closed. His secretary suddenly pointed to the table beside his employer. "Look," he exclaimed, "the formula." On the table beside Sir Claude was a long envelope of the type he had earlier described. "Thank God," cried Lucia. "Thank God." There was another knock at the door, which now opened slowly. Everyone's attention was fixed on the doorway as Treadwell ushered in a stranger, and then withdrew. The assembled company stared at the stranger. What they saw was an extraordinary-looking little man, hardly more than 5 feet 4 inches in height, who carried himself with great dignity. His head was exactly the shape of an egg, and he carried it at a slight angle like an inquiring terrier. His moustache was distinctly stiff and military. He was very neatly dressed. "Hercule Poirot, at your service," said the stranger, and bowed. Richard Amory held out a hand. "Monsieur Poirot," he said as they shook hands. "Sir Claude?" asked Poirot. "Ah, no. You are too young, of course. You are his son, perhaps?" He moved past Richard into the center of the room. Behind him, another man, tall, middle-aged, and of military bearing, had unobtrusively entered. As he moved to Poirot's side, the detective announced, "My colleague, Captain Hastings." "What a delightful room," Hastings observed as he shook hands with Richard Amory. Richard turned back to Poirot. "I'm sorry, Monsieur Poirot," he said, "but I fear we brought you down here under a misapprehension. The need for your services has passed." "Indeed," replied Poirot. "Yes, I'm sorry," Richard continued. "It's too bad, dragging you all the way down here from London. Of course, your fee, your expenses, well, they'll be all right, of course." "I comprehend perfectly," said Poirot, "but for the moment it is neither my fee nor my expenses which interest me." "No? Then what does interest me, Mr. Amory? I will tell you. It is just a little point of no consequence, of course, but it was your father who sent for me to come." "Why is it not he who tells me to go?" "Oh, of course, I'm sorry," said Richard, turning towards Sir Claude. "Father, would you please tell Monsieur Poirot that we no longer have any need of his services?" Sir Claude did not answer. "Father!" Richard exclaimed, moving quickly to Sir Claude's armchair. He bent over his father and then turned around wildly. "Dr. Carelli," he called. Miss Amory rose, white-faced. Carelli swiftly crossed to Sir Claude and felt his pulse. Frowning, he placed his hand over Sir Claude's heart, and then shook his head. Poirot moved slowly to the armchair and stood looking down at the motionless body of the scientist. "Yes, I feel," he murmured as though to himself. "I very much feel." "What do you fear?" asked Barbara, moving towards him. Poirot looked at her. "I fear that Sir Claude has sent for me too late, mademoiselle." Stunned silence followed Hercule Poirot's statement. Dr. Carelli continued his examination of Sir Claude for a few moments before straightening himself and turning to the others. Addressing Richard Amory, "I am afraid your father is dead," he confirmed. Richard stared at him in disbelief, as though he were unable to take in the Italian doctor's words. Then, "My God, what was it?" "Heart failure?" he asked. "I suppose so," replied Corelli somewhat doubtfully. Barbara moved to her aunt to comfort her, for Miss Amory seemed about to faint. Edward Reynolds joined them, helping to support Miss Amory and whispering to Barbara as he did so, "I suppose that fellow is a real doctor?" "Yes, but only an Italian one," Barbara murmured in reply as between them they settled Miss Amory into a chair. Overhearing Barbara's remark, Poirot shook his head energetically. Then, stroking his luxuriant moustache with exquisite care, he smiled as he commented softly, "Me, I am a detective, but only a virgin one. Nevertheless, mademoiselle, we foreigners do arrive at the correct answer occasionally." Barbara had the grace to look at least a trifle embarrassed. She and Reno remained in conversation for a few moments, but then Lucia approached Poirot, taking his arm and drawing him aside from the others. "Monsieur Poirot," she urged him breathlessly, "you must stay. You must not let them send you away." Poirot regarded her steadily. His face remained quite impassive as he asked her, "Is it that you wish me to stay, madame?" Yes, replied Lucia, glancing anxiously towards the body of Sir Claude, still seated in its upright position in the armchair. "There's something wrong about all this. My father-in-law's heart was perfectly all right. Perfectly, I tell you. Please, Monsieur Poirot, you must find out what has happened." Dr. Corelli and Richard Amory continued to hover near the body of Sir Claude. Richard, in an agony of indecision, appeared to be almost petrified into immobility. "I would suggest, Mr. Amory," Dr. Corelli urged him, "that you send for your father's own physician. I assume he had one?" Richard roused himself with an effort. "What? Oh, yes," he responded. "Yes, Dr. Graham, young Kenneth Graham. He has a practice in the village. In fact, he's rather keen on my cousin Barbara. I'm sorry, that's irrelevant, isn't it?" Glancing across the room at Barbara, he called to her. "What's Kenneth Graham's phone number?" "Market T5, Barbara told him. Richard moved to the phone, lifted the receiver, and asked for the number. While he was waiting to be connected, Edward Reynolds, recalling his secretarial duties, asked Richard, "Do you think I should order the car for Monsieur Poirot?" Poirot spread out his hands apologetically. He was about to speak when Lucia forestalled him. "Monsieur Poirot is remaining at my request," she announced to the company in general. Still holding the telephone receiver to his ear, Richard turned, startled. "What do you mean?" he asked his wife, tersely. Yes, Richard, he must stay," Lucia insisted. Her voice sounded almost hysterical. Miss Amory looked up in consternation. Barbara and Edward Rayner exchanged worried glances. Dr. Carelli stood looking down thoughtfully at the lifeless body of the great scientist, while Hastings, who had been absent-mindedly examining the books on the library shelves, turned to survey the gathering. Richard was about to respond to Lucia's outburst when his attention was claimed by the telephone he was holding. "Oh, what? Is that Dr. Graham?" he asked. "Kenneth, it's Richard Amory speaking. My father has had a heart attack. Can you come up at once?" "Oh, well, actually, I'm afraid there's nothing to be done." "Yes, he's dead." "No. I'm afraid so. Thank you." Replacing the receiver, he crossed the room to his wife, and in a low, agitated voice muttered, "Lucia, are you mad? What have you done? Don't you realize we must get rid of this detective?" Astonished, Lucia rose from her chair. "What do you mean?" she asked Richard. Their exchange continued quietly but urgently. "Didn't you hear what father said?" His tone fraught with meaning, he murmured, "The coffee is very bitter." At first, Lucia seemed not to understand. "The coffee's very bitter?" she repeated. She looked at Richard uncomprehendingly for a moment, and then suddenly uttered a cry of horror which she quickly stifled. "You see, do you understand now?" Richard asked. Lowering his voice to a whisper, he added, He's been poisoned, and obviously by a member of the family. You don't want a ghastly scandal, do you?" "Oh, my God," murmured Lucia, staring straight in front of her. "Oh, merciful God." Turning away from her, Richard approached Poirot. "Monsieur Poirot," he began, and then hesitated. "Monsieur?" Poirot queried politely. Summoning up his determination, Richard continued. "Monsieur Poirot, I'm afraid I do not quite understand what it is that my wife has asked you to investigate." Poirot considered for a moment before replying, then, smiling pleasantly, he answered, "Shall we say the theft of a document? That mademoiselle tells me," he continued, gesturing towards Barbara, "is what I was called down for." Casting a glance of reproach at Barbara, Richard told Poirot, "The document in question has been returned." "Has it?" asked Poirot, his smile becoming rather enigmatic. The little detective suddenly had the attention of everyone present as he moved to the table in the centre of the room and looked at the envelope still lying on it, which had been generally forgotten in the excitement and commotion caused by the discovery of Sir Claude's death. "What do you mean?" Richard Amory asked Hercule Poirot. Poirot gave a flamboyant twist to his moustache and carefully brushed an imaginary speck of dust from his sleeve. Then, "It is, just no doubt, foolish idea of mine," the little detective finally replied. "You see, someone told me the other day a most amusing story. This story of the empty bottle. There was nothing in it." "No, sorry, I don't understand you," Richard Amory declared. Picking up the envelope from the table, Poirot murmured, "I just wondered." He glanced at Richard, who took the envelope from him and looked inside. "It's empty," Richard exclaimed. Screwing up the envelope, he threw it on the table and looked searchingly at Lucia, who moved away from him. "Then," he continued uncertainly, "I suppose we must be searched. Richard's voice trailed away, and he looked around the room as though seeking guidance. He was met with looks of confusion from Barbara and her aunt, indignation from Edward Rayner, and blandness from Dr. Corelli. Lucia continued to avoid his eye. "Why do you not take my advice, monsieur?" Poirot suggested. "Do nothing until the doctor comes." "Tell me," he asked, pointing towards the study. "That doorway. Where does he go?" "Oh, that's my father's study in there," Richard told him. Poirot crossed the room to the door, put his head around it to look into the study, and then turned back into the library, nodding as though satisfied. "I see," he murmured. Then, addressing Richard, he added, "Eh bien, monsieur, I see no need why any of you should remain in this room if you would prefer not to." There was a general stir of relief. Dr. Corelli was the first to move. "It is understood, of course," Poirot announced, looking at the Italian doctor, "that no one should leave the house." "I will hold myself responsible for that," Richard declared as Barbara and Rayner left together, followed by Corelli. Caroline Amory lingered by her brother's chair. "Poor dear Claude," she murmured to herself. "Poor dear Claude." Poirot approached her. "You must have courage, mademoiselle," he told her. "This shock to you has been great, I know." Miss Amory looked at him with tears in her eyes. "I'm so glad that I ordered the cook to prepare fried sole tonight," she said. "It was one of my brother's favorite dishes." With a brave attempt to look serious and to match the solemnity of her delivery, Poirot answered, yes, that must be a real comfort to you, I am sure." He shepherded Miss Amory out of the room. Richard followed his aunt out, and after a moment's hesitation, Lucia made a brisk exit. Poirot and Hastings were left alone in the room with the body of Sir Claude. As soon as the room was empty, Hastings addressed Poirot eagerly. "Well, what do you think?" he asked. "Shut the door, please, Hastings," was the only reply he received. As his friend complied, Poirot shook his head slowly and looked around the room. He moved about, casting an eye over the furniture and occasionally looking down at the floor. Suddenly he stooped down to examine the overturned chair, the chair in which the secretary, Edward Rayner, had been sitting when the lights had gone out. From beneath the chair, Poirot picked up a small object. "What have you found?" Hastings asked him. "A key," Poirot replied. "It looks to me as though it might be the key to a safe. I observed a safe in Sir Claude's study. Will you have the goodness, Hastings, to try this key and tell me if it fits?" Hastings took the key from Poirot and went into the study with it. Meanwhile, Poirot approached the body of the scientist, and feeling in the trouser pocket, removed from it a bunch of keys, each of which he examined closely. Hastings returned, informing Poirot that indeed the key fitted the safe in the study. "I think I can guess what happened," Hastings continued. "I imagine Sir Claude must have dropped it, and, He broke off, and Poirot slowly shook his head doubtfully. No, mon ami. Give me the key, please," he requested, frowning to himself as though perplexed. He took the key from Hastings and compared it with one of the keys on the bunch. Then, putting them back in the dead scientist's pocket, he held up the single key. "This," he told Hastings, "is a duplicate. It is indeed clumsily made, but no doubt it served its purpose." In great excitement, Hastings exclaimed, "Ben, that means—" He was stopped by a warning gesture from Poirot. The sound of a key being turned in the lock of the door which led to the front hall and the staircase to the upper floors of the house was heard. As the two men turned, it opened slowly, and Treadwell, the butler, stood in the doorway. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Treadwell as he came into the room and shut the door behind him. "The master told me to lock this door as well as the other one leading from this room until you arrived. The master—" He stopped on seeing the motionless figure of Sir Claude in the chair. "I am afraid your master is dead," Poirot told him. "May I ask your name?" "Treadwell, sir." The servant moved to the front of the desk, looking at the body of his master. "Oh, dear. Poor Sir Claude," he murmured. Turning to Poirot, he added, "Do please forgive me, sir, but it's such a shock. May I ask what happened? Is it murder?" "Why should you ask that?" said Poirot. Lowering his voice, the butler replied, "There have been strange things happening this evening, sir." "Oh?" exclaimed Poirot as he exchanged glances with Hastings. "Tell me about these strange things." "Well, I hardly know where to begin, sir," Treadwell replied. I think I first felt that something was wrong when the Italian gentleman came to tea." "The Italian gentleman, Dr. Corelli, sir? He came to tea unexpectedly?" asked Poirot. "Yes, sir, and Miss Amory asked him to stay, seeing as how he was a friend of Mrs. Richards, but if you ask me, sir—" He stopped, and Poirot gently prompted him. "Yes?" "I hope you will understand, sir," said Treadwell, "that it is not my custom to gossip about the family, but seeing that the master is dead—" He paused again, and Poirot murmured sympathetically, Yes, I understand. I am sure you were very attached to your master." Treadwell nodded, and Poirot continued, "Sir Claude sent for me in order to tell me something. You must tell me all you can." "Well, then," Treadwell responded, "in my opinion, sir, Mrs. Richard Amory did not want the Italian gentleman asked to dinner. I observed her face when Miss Amory gave the invitation." "What is your own impression of Dr. Cavani?" asked Poirot. "And Dr. Corelli, sir," replied the butler rather haughtily, "is not one of us." Not quite understanding Treadwell's remark, Poirot looked inquiringly at Hastings, who turned away to hide a smile. Throwing his colleague a glance of mild reproof, Poirot turned again to Treadwell. The butler's countenance remained perfectly serious. "But did you feel," Poirot queried, "that there was something odd about Dr. Corelli's coming to the house in the way that he did?" "Precisely, sir. It wasn't natural, somehow. And it was after he arrived that the trouble began, with the master telling me earlier this evening to send for you and giving orders about the doors being locked. Mrs. Richard, too, hasn't been herself all the evening. She had to leave the dinner table. Mr. Richard, he was very upset about it. Ah, said Poirot. She had to leave the table. Did she come into this room? Yes, sir, Treadwell replied. Poirot looked around the room. His eye alighted on the handbag which Lucia had left on the table. One of the ladies has left her bag, I see, he observed as he picked it up. Moving closer to him to look at the handbag, Treadwell told Poirot, That is Mrs. Richards, sir. Yes, Hastings confirmed. I noticed her laying it down there just before she left the room. Just before she left the room, eh? Said Poirot. How curious. He put the bag down on the settee, frowned perplexedly, and stood apparently lost in thought. About locking the doors, sir, Treadwell continued after a brief pause, the master told me. Suddenly starting out of his reverie, Poirot interrupted the butler. Yes, I must hear all about that. Now, let us go through here, he suggested, indicating the door to the front of the house. Treadwell went to the door, followed by Poirot. Hastings, however, declared rather importantly, I think I'll stay here. Poirot turned and regarded Hastings quizzically. No, please come with us, he requested his colleague. But don't you think it better, Hastings began, when Poirot interrupted him, now speaking solemnly and meaningfully. I need your cooperation, my friend, he said. Oh, well, of course, in that case. The three men left the room together, closing the door behind them. No more than a few seconds later, the door leading to the hallway was opened cautiously, and Lucia entered surreptitiously. After a hurried glance around the room, as though to assure herself that there was no one there, she approached the round table in the centre of the room and picked up Sir Claude's coffee cup. A shrewd, hard look came into her eyes, which belied their customary innocent appearance, and she suddenly looked a good deal older. Lucia was still standing with the cup in her hand, as though undecided what to do, when the other door leading to the front of the house opened and Poirot entered the library alone. Permit me, madame, said Poirot, causing Lucia to start violently. He moved across to her and took the cup from her hand with the air of one indulging in a gesture of simple politeness. I came back for my bag, Lucia gasped. Oh, yes, said Poirot. Now let me see, what did I observe a lady's handbag? Ah, yes, over here. He went to the settee, picked up the bag, and handed it to Lucia. Thank you so much, she said, glancing around distractedly as she spoke. Not at all, madame. After a brief, nervous smile at Poirot, Lucia quickly left the room. When she had gone, Poirot stood quite still for a moment or two, and then picked up the coffee cup. After smelling it cautiously, he took from his pocket a test tube, poured some of the dregs from Sir Claude's cup into it, and sealed the tube. Replacing it in his pocket, he then proceeded to look around the room, counting the cups aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 6 coffee cups. A perplexed frown was beginning to gather between Poirot's brows, when suddenly his eyes shone with that green light that always betokened inward excitement. Moving swiftly to the door through which he had recently entered, he opened it and slammed it noisily shut again, and then darted to the French windows, concealing himself behind the curtains. After a few moments, the other door, the one to the hallway, opened, and Lucia entered again, this time even more cautiously than before, appearing to be very much on her guard. Looking about her in an attempt to keep both doors in her sight, she snatched up the coffee cup from which Sir Claude had drunk and surveyed the entire room. Her eye alighted on the small table near the door to the hall, on which there stood a large bowl containing a house-plant. Moving to the table, Lucia thrust the coffee cup upside down into the bowl. Then, still watching the door, she took one of the other coffee cups and placed it near Sir Claude's body. She then moved quickly to the door, but as she reached it, the door opened, and her husband Richard entered with a very tall, sandy-haired man in his early 30s, whose countenance, though amiable, had an air of authority about it. The newcomer was carrying a Gladstone bag. "Rutia!" Richard exclaimed, startled. "What are you doing here?" I came to get my handbag," Lucia explained. "Hello, Dr. Graham. Excuse me, please," she added, hurrying past them. As Richard watched her go, Poirot emerged from behind the curtains, approaching the two men as though he had just entered the room by the other door. "Ah, here is Monsieur Poirot. Let me introduce you. Poirot, this is Dr. Graham, Kenneth Graham." Poirot and the doctor bowed to each other, and Dr. Graham went immediately to the body of the dead scientist to examine it, watched by Richard. Hercule Poirot, to whom they paid no further attention, moved about the room, counting the coffee cups again with a smile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he murmured. 5 indeed. A light of pure enjoyment lit up Poirot's face, and he smiled in his most inscrutable fashion. Taking the test tube out of his pocket, he looked at it, and slowly shook his head. Meanwhile, Dr. Graham had concluded a cursory examination of Sir Claude Amory's body. "I'm afraid," he said to Richard, "that I shan't be able to sign a death certificate. Sir Claude was in perfectly healthy condition. It seems extremely unlikely to me that he could have suffered a sudden heart attack. I fear we shall have to find out what he had eaten or drunk in his last hours." "Good heavens, man, is that really necessary?" asked Richard, with a note of alarm in his voice. "He hadn't eaten or drunk anything that the rest of us didn't. It's absurd to suggest—" "I'm not suggesting anything," Dr. Graham interrupted, speaking firmly and with authority. "I'm telling you that there will have to be an inquest, by law. That the coroner will certainly want to know the cause of death. At present, I simply do not know what caused Sir Claude's death. I'll have his body removed, and I'll arrange for an autopsy to be done first thing tomorrow morning as a matter of urgency. I shall be able to get back to you later tomorrow with some hard facts." He left the room swiftly, followed by a still expostulating Richard. Poirot looked after them, and then assumed a puzzled expression as he turned to look again at the body of the man who had called him away from London with such urgency in his voice. "What was it you wanted to tell me, my friend? I wonder. What did you fear? Was it simply the theft of your formula, or did you fear for your life as well? You relied on Hercule Poirot for help. You called for help too late. But I shall try to discover the truth." Shaking his head thoughtfully, Poirot was about to leave the room when Treadwell entered. "I've shown the other gentleman to his room, sir," he told Poirot. "May I take you to yours, which is the adjoining one at the top of the stairs? I've also taken the liberty of providing a little cold supper for you both after your journey. On the way upstairs, I'll show you where the dining room is." Poirot inclined his head in polite acceptance. "Thank you very much, Treadwell," he said. "Incidentally, I am going to advise Mr. Emery most strongly that this room should be kept locked until tomorrow, when we should have further information about this evening's distressing occurrence. Would he be so kind as to make it secure after we leave it now?" "Most certainly, sir, if that is your wish," replied Treadwell, as Poirot preceded him out of the library. When Hastings came down to breakfast late the following morning, after having slept long and well, he found himself eating alone. From Treadwell he learned that Edward Raynor had breakfasted much earlier and had gone back to his room to put some of Sir Claude's papers in order, that Mr. and Mrs. Amory had had breakfast in their suite of rooms and had not yet appeared, and that Barbara Amory had taken a cup of coffee out into the garden where she was presumably still sunning herself. Miss Caroline Amory had ordered breakfast in her room, pleading a slight headache, and Treadwell had not seen her subsequently. "Have you caught sight of Monsieur Poirot at all this morning, Treadwell?" Hastings asked, and was told that his friend had risen early and had decided to take a walk to the village. "I understood Monsieur Poirot to say that he had some business to conduct there," Treadwell added. After finishing a lavish breakfast of bacon, sausage and eggs, toast and coffee, Hastings returned to his comfortable room on the first floor, which offered a splendid view of part of the garden and, for a few minutes, which Hastings found rewarding, of the sunbathing Barbara Amory as well. It was not until Barbara had come indoors that Hastings settled down in an armchair with that morning's Times, which had of course gone to press too early to contain any mention of Sir Claude Amory's death the previous evening. Hastings turned to the editorial page and began to read. A good half-hour later he awakened from a light slumber to find Hercule Poirot standing over him. Monsieur, you are hard at work on the case, I see," Poirot chuckled. "As a matter of fact, Poirot, I was thinking about last night's event for quite some time," Hastings asserted. I must have dozed off." "Then why not, my friend?" Poirot assured him. "Me, I have been thinking about the death of Sir Claude as well, and of course the theft of his so important formula. I have, in fact, already taken some action, and I am expecting at any minute a telephone message to tell me if a certain suspicion of mine is correct or not." "What or whom do you suspect, Poirot?" Hastings asked eagerly. Poirot looked out of the window before replying. "No, I do not think I can reveal that to you at this stage of the game, my friend," he replied mischievously. "Let us say that, as the magicians on the stage like to assure us, the quickness of the hand deceives the eye." "Really, Poirot," Hastings exclaimed, "you can be extremely irritating at times. I do think you ought to at least let me know whom you suspect of having stolen the formula. After all, I might be able to help you by—" Poirot stopped his colleague with an airy gesture of his hand. The little detective was now wearing his most innocent expression and gazing out of the window meditatively into the far distance. "You are puzzled, Hastings?" he asked. "You are wondering to yourself why I do not launch myself in pursuit of a suspect?" "Well, something of the kind," Hastings admitted. "It is no doubt what you would do if you were in my place," observed Poirot complacently. "I understand that. But I am not of those who enjoy rushing about seeking a needle in a haystack, as you English say. For the moment I am content to wait. As to why I wait? Eh bien, to the intelligence of Hercule Poirot. Things are sometimes perfectly clear, which are not at all clear to those who are not so greatly gifted." "Good Lord, Poirot," Hastings exclaimed. "Do you know, I'd give a considerable sum of money to see you make a thorough ass of yourself, just for once. You're so compoundedly conceited." "Do not enrage yourself, my dear Hastings," Poirot replied soothingly. "In reality, I observe that there are times when you seem almost to detest me. Alas, I suffer the penalties of greatness." The little man puffed out his chest and sighed so comically that Hastings was forced to laugh. "Poirot, you really have the best opinion of yourself of anyone I've ever known," he declared. "What will you? When one is unique, one knows it. But now to serious matters, my dear Hastings. Let me tell you that I have asked Sir Claude's son, Mr. Richard Amory, to meet us in the library at noon. I say ask, Hastings, for I need you to be there, my friend, to observe closely." "As always, I shall be delighted to assist you, Poirot," his friend assured him. At noon, Poirot, Hastings, and Richard Amory met in the library from which the body of Sir Claude had been removed late the previous evening. While Hastings listened and observed from a comfortable position on the settee, the detective asked Richard Amory to recount in detail the events of the evening prior to his, Poirot's, arrival. When he had concluded his recital of events, Richard, sitting in the chair which his father had occupied the previous evening, added, "Well, that's about everything, I think. I hope I've made myself clear." "But perfectly, Monsieur Amory, perfectly," Poirot replied, leaning against an arm of the only armchair in the room. "I now have a clear tableau." Shutting his eyes, he attempted to conjure up a scene. There is Sir Claude in his chair, dominating the situation. Then the darkness, the knocking on the door, Yes, indeed. A dramatic little scene. Well, said Richard, making as if to rise, if that's all— just one little minute, said Poirot, with a gesture as though to detain him. Lowering himself to his chair again with an air of reluctance, Richard asked, Yes? What about earlier in the evening, Monsieur Amory? Earlier in the evening? Yes, Poirot reminded him. After dinner. Oh, that, said Richard. Oh, there's really nothing more to tell. My father and his secretary Rayner, Edward Rayner, went straight into my father's study. The rest of us were in here. Poirot beamed at Richard encouragingly. Adjective. What? Oh, we just talked. We had the gramophone on for most of the time. Poirot thought for a moment, then, Nothing took place that strikes you as worth recording? He asked. Nothing whatever, Richard affirmed very quickly. Watching him closely, Poirot pressed on. When was the coffee served? Immediately after dinner, was Richard's reply. Poirot made a circular motion with his hand. Did the butler hand it around, or did he leave it here to be poured out? I really can't remember, said Richard. Poirot gave a slight sigh. He thought for a moment, and then asked, Do you all take coffee? Yes, I think so. All except Rayner, that is. He doesn't drink coffee. And Sir Claude's coffee was taken to him in the study? I suppose so, replied Richard, with some irritation beginning to show in his voice. Are all these details really necessary? Poirot lifted his arms in a gesture of apology. I am so sorry, he said. It is just that I am very anxious to get the whole picture straight in my mind's eye. And after all, we do want to get this precious formula back, do we not? I suppose so, was again Richard's rather sullen rejoinder, at which Poirot's eyebrows shot up exaggeratedly, and he uttered an exclamation of surprise. No, of course we do, Richard hastened to add. Poirot, looking away from Richard Amory, asked, Now, when did Sir Claude come from the study into this room? Oh, just as they were trying to get their door open, Amory told him. They? Queried Poirot, rounding on him. Yes, Rayner and the others. May I ask who wanted it opened? My wife, Lucia, said Richard. She hadn't been feeling very well all the evening. Poirot's tone was sympathetic as he replied, La pauvre dame. I hope she finds herself better this morning. There are one or two things I urgently desire to ask her. Oh, I'm afraid that's quite impossible, said Richard. She's not up to seeing anyone or answering any questions. In any case, there's nothing she could tell you that I couldn't. Quite so, Poirot assured him. But women, Monsieur Amory, have a great capacity for observing things in detail. Still, doubtless your aunt, Miss Amory, will do as well. She's in bed, said Richard hastily. My father's death was a great shock to her. Yes, I see, murmured Poirot thoughtfully. And there was a pause. Richard, looking distinctly uncomfortable, rose and turned to the French windows. Let's have some air, he announced. It's very hot in here. You are like all the English, Poirot declared, smiling. The good open air, you will not leave it in the open. No, it must be brought inside the house. Well, you don't mind, I hope, Richard asked. Me? Said Poirot. No, of course not. I have adopted all the English habits. Everywhere I am taken for an Englishman. On the settee, Hastings could not help but smile to himself. But pardon me, Monsieur Amory, is not that window locked by some ingenious device? Yes, 'tis, replied Richard, but the key to it's on my father's bunch of keys, which I have here. Taking a bunch of keys from his pocket, he moved to the French windows and undid the catch, flinging the windows open wide. Moving away from him, Poirot sat on the stool, well away from the French windows and the fresh air, and shivered, while Richard took a deep breath of air and then stood for a moment, looking out at the garden before coming back to Poirot with the air of someone who has arrived at a decision. Monsieur Poirot, Richard Amory declared, I won't beat about the bush. I know my wife begged you last night to remain, but she was upset and hysterical and hardly knew what she was doing. I'm the person concerned, and I tell you frankly that I don't care a damn about the formula. My father was a rich man. This discovery of his was worth a great deal of money, but I don't need more than I've got, and I can't pretend to share his enthusiasm in the matter. There are explosives enough in the world already." "Yes, murmured Poirot thoughtfully. "What I say," continued Richard, "is that we should let the whole thing drop." Poirot's eyebrows shot up as he made his familiar gesture of surprise. "You prefer that I should keep out?" he asked. "That I should make no further investigations?" "Well, yes, that's it." Richard Amory sounded uncomfortable as he half turned away from Poirot. "But," the detective persisted, "whoever stole the formula would not do so in order to make no use of it." "No," Richard admitted. He turned back to Poirot, "but still—" Slowly and meaningfully, Poirot continued, "Then you do not object to how shall I put it, the stigma?" "Stigma?" exclaimed Richard sharply. 5 people, Poirot explained to him. 5 people had the opportunity of stealing the formula. Until one is proved guilty, the other 4 cannot be proved innocent." Treadwell had entered the room while Poirot was speaking. As Richard began to stammer irresolutely, the butler interrupted him. "I beg your pardon, sir," he said to his employer, "but Dr. Graham is here and would like to see you." Clearly glad of the opportunity to escape further questioning from Poirot, Richard replied, "Well, I'll come at once," moving to the door as he spoke. Turning to Poirot, he asked formally, "Would you excuse me, please?" as he left with Treadwell. When the 2 men had departed, Hastings rose from the settee and approached Poirot, bursting with suppressed excitement. "I say," he exclaimed, "poison, eh?" "What, my dear Hastings?" asked Poirot. "Poison, surely," Hastings repeated, nodding his head vigorously. Poirot surveyed his friend with an amused twinkle in his eye. "How dramatic you are, my dear Hastings," he exclaimed. "With what swiftness and brilliance you leap to conclusions." "Now then, Poirot," Hastings protested, "you can't put me off that way. You're not going to pretend that you think the old fellow died of heart disease. What happened last night positively leaps to the eye. But I must say Richard Amory can't be a very bright sort of chap. I mean, the possibility of poison doesn't seem to have occurred to him." "You think not, my friend?" asked Poirot. "I spotted it last night when Dr. Graham announced that he couldn't issue a death certificate and said that there'd have to be an autopsy." Poirot gave a slight sigh. Yes, he murmured placatingly. "It is the result of the autopsy that Dr. Graham comes to announce this morning. We shall know whether you are right or not in a very few minutes." Poirot seemed to be about to say something further, but then checked himself. He moved to the mantelpiece and began to adjust the vase containing the spills used for lighting the fire. Hastings watched him affectionately. "I say, Poirot," he laughed, "what a fellow you are for neatness." "Is not the effect more pleasing now?" asked Poirot as he surveyed the mantelpiece with his head on one side. Hastings snorted. "Can't say it worried me greatly before." "Beware," said Poirot, shaking an admonishing finger at him. "This cemetery, it is everything. Everywhere there should be neatness and order, especially in the little grey cells of the brain." He tapped his head as he spoke. "Oh, come on, don't leap onto your hobby horse," Hastings begged him. "Just tell me what your precious little grey cells make of this business." Poirot moved to the settee and sat before replying. He regarded Hastings steadily, his eyes narrowing like a cat's until they shed only a gleam of green. "If you would use your grey cells and attempt to see the whole case clearly, as I attempt to do, you would perhaps perceive the truth, my friend," he announced smugly. "However," he continued in a tone which suggested that he considered he was behaving with great magnanimity, "before Dr. Graham arrives, let us first hear the ideas of my friend Hastings." "Well," Hastings began eagerly, "a key being found under the secretary's chair is suspicious." "You think so, do you, Hastings?" "Of course," his friend replied. "Highly suspicious. But on the whole, I plump for the Italian." "Ah," Poirot murmured, "the mysterious Dr. Cavalli." "Mysterious, exactly," Hastings continued. "That's precisely the right word for him. What's he doing down here in the country? Well, I'll tell you. He was after Sir Claude Amory's formula. He's almost certainly the emissary of a foreign government. You know the kind of thing I mean." "I do indeed, Hastings," Poirot responded with a smile. "After all, I do occasionally go to the cinema, you know." "And if it turns out that Sir Claude was indeed poisoned," Hastings was now well into his stride, "it makes Dr. Corelli more than ever the prime suspect. Remember the Borgias? Poison is a very Italian sort of crime. But what I'm afraid of is that Corelli will get away with the formula in his possession." "He will not do that, my friend," said Poirot, shaking his head. "Well, how on earth can you be so sure?" Hastings inquired. Poirot leaned back in his chair and brought the tips of his fingers together in his familiar manner. "I do not exactly know, Hastings," he admitted. "I cannot be sure, of course, but I have a little idea." "What do you mean?" "Where do you think that formula is now, my clever collaborator?" Poirot asked. "Well, how should I know?" Poirot looked at Hastings for a moment, as though giving his friend a chance to consider the question. Then, "Think, my friend," he said encouragingly. "Arrange your ideas. Be methodical. Be orderly. That is the secret of success." When Hastings merely shook his head with a perplexed air, the detective attempted to give his colleague a clue. "There is only one place where it can be," Poirot told him. "And where's that, for heaven's sake?" Hastings asked, with a distinct note of irritation in his voice. "In this room, of course," Poirot announced, a triumphant Cheshire cat-like grin appearing on his face. "What on earth do you mean?" "But yes, Hastings, just consider the facts. We know from the good Treadwell that Sir Claude took certain precautions to prevent the formula from being removed from this room. When he sprang his little surprise and announced our imminent arrival, it is quite certain, therefore, that the thief still had the formula on his person. What must he do? He dare not risk having it found on him when I arrived. He can do only two things. He can return it in the manner suggested by Sir Claude, or else he can hide it somewhere under cover of that 1 minute of total darkness. Since he did not do the first, he must have done the second. Voila! It is obvious to me that the formula is hidden in this room." "By God, Poirot!" Hastings exclaimed in great excitement. "I believe you're right. Let's look for it." He rose quickly and moved to the desk. "By all means, if it amuses you," Poirot responded, "but there is someone who will be able to find it more easily than you can." "Oh? And who is that?" asked Hastings. Poirot twirled his moustache with enormous energy. "Why, the person who hid it, Purple," he exclaimed, accompanying his words with the kind of gesture more suitably employed by a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. "You mean the—" "I mean," Poirot explained patiently to his colleague, "that sooner or later the thief will try to recapture his booty. One or the other of us, therefore, must constantly remain on guard." Hearing the door being opened slowly and cautiously, he broke off and beckoned Hastings to join him by the gramophone, out of the immediate sight of anyone entering the room. The door opened, and Barbara Amory entered the room cautiously. Taking a chair from near the wall, she placed it in front of the bookcase, climbed on it, and reached for the tin box containing the drugs. At that moment Hastings suddenly sneezed, and Barbara, with a start, dropped the box. "Oh!" she exclaimed in some confusion. I didn't know there was anyone here." Hastings rushed forward and retrieved the box, which Poirot then took from him. "Permit me, mademoiselle," said the detective. "I am sure that it is too heavy for you." He moved to the table and placed the tin box upon it. "It is a little collection of yours?" he asked. "The bird's eggs, the seashells, perhaps?" "No, I'm afraid it's much more prosaic, Monsieur Poirot," replied Barbara with a nervous laugh. "Nothing but pills and powders." "But surely," said Poirot, "one so young, so full of health and vigor, has no need of these bagatelles." "Oh, it's not for me," Barbara assured him. "It's for Lucia. She's got such an awful headache this morning." "Oh, la pauvre dame," murmured Poirot, his voice dripping with sympathy. "She sent you for these pills, then?" "Yes," replied Barbara. "I gave her a couple of aspirin, but she wanted some real dope. I said I'd bring up the whole outfit. That is, if no one were here." Poirot, leaning his hands on the box, spoke thoughtfully. "If no one were here? Now, why would that matter, mademoiselle? "Well, you know what it is in a place like this," Barbara explained. "Fuss, fuss, fuss. I mean, Aunt Caroline, for instance, like a clucky old hen, and Richard's a damn nuisance and completely useless into the bargain, as men always are when you're ill." Poirot nodded in comprehension. I understand, he told Barbara, bowing his head as a sign that he accepted her explanation. He rubbed his fingers along the lid of the case containing the drugs and then looked quickly at his hands. Pausing for a moment, he cleared his throat with a slightly affected sound and then went on. "Do you know, mademoiselle, that you are very fortunate in your domestic servants?" "What do you mean?" asked Barbara. Poirot showed her the tin box. "See," he pointed out. "On this box there is no speck of dust. To mount on a chair and bother to dust so high up there, not all domestics would be so conscientious." "Yes," Barbara agreed. "I thought it odd last night that it wasn't dusty." "You had this case up the racks down last night?" Poirot asked her. "Yes, after dinner. It's full of old hospital stuff, you know." "Let us have a look at these hospital drugs," suggested Poirot as he opened the box. Taking out some files and holding them up, he raised his eyebrows exaggeratedly. "Ah, strychnine, atropine. Ah, very pretty little collection. Ah, here is a tube of hyacinth, nearly empty." "What?" exclaimed Barbara. "Why, they were all full last night. I'm sure they were. Voila!" Poirot held out a tube to her, and then replaced it in the box. "This is very curious. You say that all these little, what do you call them, files were full?" "Where exactly was this case of drugs last night, mademoiselle?" "Well, when we took it down, we placed it on this table," Barbara informed him, "and Dr. Corelli was looking through the drugs, commenting on them, and—" She broke off as Lucia entered the room. Richard Amory's wife looked surprised to see the two men. Her pale, proud face seemed careworn in the daylight, and there was something wistful in the curve of her mouth. Barbara hastened to her. "Oh, darling, you shouldn't have got up," she told Lucia. "I was just coming up to you." "My headache is much better, Barbara, dear," Lucia replied, her eyes fixed on Poirot. "I came down because I wanted to speak to Monsieur Poirot. Oh, but my pet, don't you think you should—" "Please, Barbara." "Oh, very well, you know best," said Barbara as she moved to the door, which Hastings rushed to open for her. When she'd gone, Lucia moved to a chair and sat down. "Monsieur Poirot," she began. "I am at your service, madame," Poirot responded politely. Lucia spoke hesitantly, and her voice trembled a little. "Monsieur Poirot," she began again, "last night I made a request to you. I asked you to stay on here. I begged you to do so. This morning I see that I made a mistake." "Are you sure, madame?" Poirot asked her quietly. "Quite sure. I was nervous last night and overwrought. I am most grateful to you for doing what I asked, but now it is better that you should go." "Ah, c'est comme ça," Poirot murmured beneath his breath. Aloud, his response was merely a noncommittal, "Ainsi, madame." Rising, Lucia glanced at him nervously as she asked, "That is settled, then?" "Not quite, madame," replied Poirot, taking a step towards her. "If you remember, you expressed the doubt that your father-in-law had died in natural death." "I was hysterical last night," Lucia insisted. "I did not know what I was saying." "Then you are now convinced," Poirot persisted, "that his death was after all natural?" "Absolutely," Lucia declared. Poirot's eyebrows rose a trifle. He looked at her in silence. "Why do you look at me like that?" Lucia asked with alarm in her voice. "Because, madame, it is sometimes difficult to set a dog on the scent. But once he has found it, nothing on earth will make him leave it, not if he is a good dog. And I, madame, I, Hercule Poirot, am a very good dog." In great agitation, Lucia declared, "Oh, but you really must go. I beg you, I implore you. You don't know what harm you may do by remaining." "Harm?" asked Poirot. "To you, madame?" "To all of us, Monsieur Poirot. I can't explain further, but I beg you to accept my word that it is so. From the first moment I saw you, I trusted you. Please." She broke off as the door opened, and Richard, looking shocked, entered with Dr. Graham. "Lucia," her husband exclaimed as he caught sight of her. "Richard, what is it?" asked Lucia anxiously as she rushed to his side. "What has happened?" "Something new has happened. I can see it in your face. What is it?" "Nothing, my dear," replied Richard with an attempt at reassurance in his tone. Do you mind leaving us for a moment?" Lucia's eyes searched his face. "Can't I—" she began, but hesitated as Richard moved to the door and opened it. "Please," he repeated, with a final backward glance in which there was a distinct element of fear. Lucia left the room. Putting his Gladstone bag on the coffee table, Dr. Graham crossed to the settee and sat down. "I'm afraid this is a bad business, Monsieur Poirot," he announced to the detective. "A bad business, you say? You have discovered what caused the death of Sir Claude?" asked Poirot. "His death was due to poisoning by a powerful vegetable alkaloid," Graham declared. "Such as hyoscine, perhaps?" Poirot suggested, picking up the tin box of drugs from the table. "Why, yes, exactly." Dr. Graham sounded surprised at the detective's accurate surmise. Poirot took the case to the other side of the room, placing it on the gramophone table, and Hastings followed him there. Meanwhile, Richard Amory joined the doctor on the settee. "What does this mean, actually?" Richard asked Dr. Graham. "For one thing, it means the involvement of the police," was Graham's prompt reply. "Oh, my God!" exclaimed Richard. "This is terrible. Can't you possibly hush it up?" Dr. Graham looked at Richard Amory steadily before he spoke slowly and deliberately. "My dear Richard," he said, "believe me, nobody could be more pained and grieved at this horrible calamity than I am, especially since, under the circumstances, it does not seem likely that the poison could have been self-administered." Richard paused for several seconds before he spoke. "Are you saying it was murder?" he asked in an unsteady voice. Dr. Graham did not speak, but nodded solemnly. "Murder," exclaimed Richard. "What on earth are we going to do?" Adopting a brisker, more businesslike manner, Graham explained the procedure to be followed. "I have notified the coroner. The inquest will be held tomorrow at the King's Arms. And you mean the police will have to be involved? There's no way out of it." "There is not." "Surely you must realize that, Richard," said Dr. Graham. Richard's tone was frantic as he began to explain. "But why didn't you warn me?" "Now, come on, Richard, take a hold of yourself. I'm sure you understand that I have only taken such steps as I thought absolutely necessary," Graham interrupted him. "After all, no time should be lost in matters of this kind." "My God!" exclaimed Richard. Dr. Graham addressed Amory in a kindlier tone. "Richard, I do understand. This has been a terrible shock to you, but there are things I must ask you about. Do you feel equal to answering a few questions?" Richard made a visible effort to pull himself together. "What do you want to know?" he asked. "First of all," said Graham, "what food and drink did your father have at dinner last night? Or let's see, we all had the same. Soup, fried sole, cutlets, and we finished off with a fruit salad." "Now, what about drink?" continued Dr. Graham. Richard considered for a moment before replying. My father and my aunt drank Burgundy, so did Raymer, I think. I stuck with whiskey and soda, and Dr. Corelli drank white wine throughout the meal." "Ah, yes, the mysterious Dr. Corelli," Graham murmured. "You'll excuse me, Richard, but how much precisely do you know about this man?" Interested to hear Richard Amory's reply to this, Hastings moved closer to the two men. In answer to Dr. Graham, Richard declared, "I know nothing about him. I never met him or even heard of him until yesterday." "But he is a friend of your wife?" asked the doctor. "Apparently he is." "Does she know him intimately?" "Oh, no, she's a mere acquaintance, I gather." Graham made a little clicking sound with his tongue and shook his head. "You've not allowed him to leave the house, I hope?" he asked. No, Richard assured him. "I pointed out to him last night that until this matter was cleared up, the business of the formula being stolen, it would be best for him to remain here at the house. In fact, I sent down to the inn where he had a room and had his things brought up here." "Didn't he make any protest at all?" Graham asked in some surprise. "Oh, no, in fact, he's agreed quite eagerly." Was Graham's only response to this. Then, looking about him, he asked, "Well, now, what about this room?" Poirot approached the two men. "The doors were locked last night by Treadwell the butler," he assured Dr. Graham, "and the keys were given to me. Everything is exactly as it was, except that we have moved the chairs, as you see." Dr. Graham looked at the coffee cup on the table. Pointing to it, he asked, "Is that the cup?" He went across to the table, picked up the cup, and sniffed at it. "Richard," he asked, "is this the cup your father drank from? I better take it. It'll have to be analyzed." Carrying the cup over to the coffee table, he opened his bag. Richard sprang to his feet. "Well, surely you don't think—" he began, but then broke off. "It seems highly unlikely," Graham told him, "that the poison could have been administered at dinner. The most likely explanation is that the hyoscine was added to Sir Claude's coffee. I— Richard tried to utter as he rose and took a step towards the doctor, but then broke off with a despairing gesture and left the room abruptly through the French windows into the garden. Dr. Graham took a small cardboard box of cotton wool from his bag and carefully packed the cup in it, talking to Poirot as he did so. "A nasty business," he confided. "I'm not at all surprised that Richard Amory is upset. The newspapers will make the most of this Italian doctor's friendship with his wife, and mud tends to stick, Monsieur Poirot, mud tends to stick. Poor lady. She was probably wholly innocent. The man obviously made her acquaintance in some plausible way. They're astonishingly clever, these foreigners. Of course, I suppose I shouldn't be talking this way as though the thing were a foregone conclusion, but what else is one to imagine?" "You think it leaps to the eye, yes?" Poirot asked him, exchanging glances with Hastings. "Well, after all," Dr. Graham explained, "Sir Claude's invention was valuable. This foreigner comes along of whom nobody knows anything, an Italian. Sir Claude is mysteriously poisoned." "Ah, yes, the Borgias," exclaimed Poirot. "I beg your pardon?" asked the doctor. Nothing. Dr. Graham picked up his bag and prepared to leave, holding out his hand to Poirot. "Well, I'd best be off." "Goodbye for the present, Monsieur le Docteur," said Poirot as they shook hands. At the door, Graham paused and looked back. "Goodbye, Monsieur Poirot. You will see that nobody disturbs anything in this room until the police arrive, won't you? That's extremely important." "Most certainly. I shall make myself responsible for it," Poirot assured him. As Graham left, closing the door behind him, Hastings observed dryly, "You know, Poirot, I shouldn't like to be ill in this house. For one thing, there appears to be a poisoner loose in the place, and for another, I'm not at all sure I'd trust that young doctor." Poirot gave Hastings a quizzical look. "Let us hope that we will not be in this house long enough to become ill," he said, moving to the fireplace and pressing the bell. "And now, my dear Hastings, to work," he announced, as he rejoined his colleague, who was contemplating the coffee table with a puzzled expression. "What are you going to do?" Hastings asked. "You and I, my friend," replied Poirot with a twinkle in his eye, "are going to interview Cesare Borgia." Treadwell entered in response to Poirot's call. "You ran, sir?" the butler asked. "Yes, Treadwell. Will you please ask the Italian gentleman, Dr. Cavalli, if he would be kind enough to come here?" "Certainly, sir," Treadwell replied. He left the room, and Poirot went to the table to pick up the case of drugs. "It would be well, I think," he confided to Hastings, "if we were to put this box of so very dangerous drugs back in its proper place. Let us, above all things, be neat and orderly." Handing the tin box to Hastings, Poirot took a chair to the bookcase and climbed onto it. "The old cry for neatness and symmetry, eh?" Hastings exclaimed. "But there's more to it than that, I imagine." "What do you mean, my friend?" asked Poirot. "I know what it is. You don't want to scare Corelli. After all, who handled those drugs last night? Most others he did. If he saw them down on the table, it might put him on his guard, eh, Poirot?" Poirot tapped Hastings on the head. "How astute is my friend Hastings," he declared, taking the case from him. "I know you too well," Hastings insisted. "You can't throw dust in my eyes." As Hastings spoke, Poirot drew a finger along the top of the bookshelf, sweeping dust down into his friend's upturned face. It seems to me, my dear Hastings, that is precisely what I have done, Poirot exclaimed as he gingerly drew a finger along the shelf again, making a grimace as he did so. It appears that I have praised the domestics too soon. The shelf is thick with dust. I wish I had a good wet duster in my hand to clean it up. My dear Poirot, Hastings laughed, you're not a housemaid. Alas, no, observed Poirot sadly. I am only a detective. Well, there's nothing to detect up there, Hastings declared, so get down. As you say, there is nothing, Poirot began, and then stopped dead, standing quite still on the chair as though turned to stone. What is it? Hastings asked him impatiently, adding, Do get down, Poirot. Dr. Corelli will be here at any minute. You don't want him to find you up there, do you? You're right, my friend, Poirot agreed as he got down slowly from the chair. His face wore a solemn expression. What on earth's the matter? Asked Hastings. It is that I am thinking of something, Poirot replied with a faraway look in his eyes. What are you thinking of? Dust, Hastings. Dust, said Poirot in an altered voice. The door opened and Dr. Corelli entered the room. He and Poirot greeted each other with the graces of ceremony, each politely speaking the other's native tongue. Ah, Monsieur Poirot, Corelli began, vous voulez me questionner? Si, signor dottore, si le permette, Poirot replied. Ah, lei parla italiano. Si, ma preferisco parlarvi in francese. Alors, said Corelli, qu'est-ce que vous voulez me demander? I say, Hastings interjected, with a certain irritation in his voice, what the devil is all this? Ah, the poor Hastings is not a linguist. I had forgotten, Poirot smiled. We had better speak English. I beg your pardon, of course, Corelli agreed. He addressed Poirot with an air of great frankness. I am glad that you have sent for me, Monsieur Poirot, he declared. Had you not done so, I should myself have requested an interview. Indeed, remarked Poirot, indicating a chair by the table. Corelli sat, while Poirot seated himself in the armchair, and Hastings made himself comfortable on the settee. Yes, the Italian doctor continued, as it happens I have business in London of an urgent nature. Pray continue, Poirot encouraged him. Yes. Of course, I quite appreciated the position last night. A valuable document has been stolen. I was the only stranger present. Naturally, I was only too willing to remain, to permit myself to be searched, in fact, to insist on being searched. As a man of honor, I could do nothing else. Quite so, Poirot agreed. But today is different, replied Corelli. I have, as I say, urgent business in London. And you wish to take your departure? Exactly. It seems most reasonable, Poirot declared. Do you not think so, Hastings? Hastings made no reply, but looked as though he did not think it at all reasonable. Perhaps a word from you, Monsieur Poirot, to Mr. Amory would be in order, Corelli suggested. I should like to avoid any unpleasantness. My good offices are at your disposal, Monsieur le Docteur, Poirot assured him. And now, perhaps you can assist me with one or two details. I should be only too happy to do so, Corelli replied. Poirot considered for a moment before asking, Is Madame Richard Amory an old friend of yours? A very old friend, said Corelli. He sighed. It was a delightful surprise to running across her so unexpectedly in this out-of-the-way spot. Unexpectedly, you say? Poirot asked. Quite unexpectedly, Corelli replied with a quick glance at the detective. Quite unexpectedly, Poirot repeated. Fancy that. A certain tension had crept into the atmosphere. Corelli looked at Poirot sharply, but said nothing. You are interested in the latest discoveries of science? Poirot asked him. Certainly. I am a doctor. Ah, but that does not quite follow, surely, Poirot observed. A new vaccine, a new ray, a new germ, all these, yes, but a new explosive? Surely that is not quite the province of a doctor of medicine. Science should be of interest to all of us, Corelli insisted. It represents the triumph of man over nature. Man wrings his secrets from nature in spite of her bitter opposition. Poirot nodded his head in agreement. It is indeed admirable what you say there. It is poetic, but, as my friend Hastings reminded me just now, I am only a detective. I appreciate things from a more practical standpoint. This discovery of Sir Claude's, it was worth a great amount of money, eh? Possibly. Corelli's tone was dismissive. I have not given that side of the matter much thought. You are evidently a man of lofty principles, observed Poirot, and also, no doubt, a man of means. Travelling, for instance, is an expensive hobby. One should see the world one lives in, said Corelli dryly. Indeed, Poirot agreed, and the people who live in it. Curious people, some of them. The thief, for instance. What a curious mentality he must have. As you say, Corelli agreed, most curious. And the blackmailer, Poirot continued. What do you mean? Corelli asked sharply. I said the blackmailer, Poirot repeated. There was an awkward pause before he continued. But we are wandering from our subject, the death of Sir Claude Emery. The death of Sir Claude Emery? Why is that our subject? Ah, of course, Poirot recalled, you do not yet know. I am afraid that Sir Claude did not die as the result of a heart attack. He was poisoned. He watched the Italian closely for his reaction. Ah, murmured Corelli with a nod of the head. That does not surprise you? Asked Poirot. Frankly, no, Corelli replied. I suspected as much last night. You see then, Poirot continued, that the matter has become much more serious. His tone changed. You will not be able to leave the house today, Dr. Calhoun. Leaning forward to Poirot, Corelli asked, Do you connect Sir Claude's death with the stealing of the formula? Certainly, Poirot replied. Do not you? Corelli spoke quickly and urgently. Is there no one in this house, no member of his family, who desired the death of Sir Claude, quite apart from any questions of the formula? What does his death mean to most of the people in this house? I will tell you, it means freedom, Monsieur Poirot. Freedom. And what you mentioned just now, money. That old man was a tyrant, and apart from his beloved work, he was a miser. Did you observe all this last night, Monsieur le Docteur? Asked Poirot innocently. What have I did? Replied Corelli. I have eyes. I can see. At least 3 of the people in this house wanted Sir Claude out of the way. He rose and looked at the clock on the mantelpiece. But that does not concern me now. Hastings leaned forward, looking very interested, as Corelli continued, I am vexed that I cannot keep my appointment in London. I am desolated, Monsieur le Docteur, said Poirot, but what can I do? Well, then, you have no further need of me, asked Corelli. For the moment, no, Poirot told him. Dr. Corelli moved to the door. I will tell you one thing more, Monsieur Poirot, he announced, opening the door and turning back to face the detective. There are some women whom it is dangerous to drive too far. Poirot bowed to him politely, and Corelli returned his bow somewhat more ironically before making his exit. When Corelli had left the room, Hastings stared after him for a few moments. I say, Poirot, he asked finally, what do you think he meant by that? Poirot shrugged his shoulders. It was a remark of no consequence, he declared. But Poirot, Hastings persisted, I'm sure Corelli was trying to tell you something. Ring your bell once more, Hastings, was the little detective's only response. Hastings did as he was bidden, but could not refrain from a further inquiry. What are you going to do now? Poirot's reply was in his most enigmatic vein. You will see, my dear Hastings. Patience is a great virtue. Treadwell entered the room again with his usual respectful inquiry of, Yes, sir? Poirot beamed at him genially. Ah, Treadwell, will you present my compliments to Miss Caroline Emery and ask her if she will be good enough to allow me a few minutes of her time? Certainly, sir. I thank you, Treadwell. When the butler had left, Hastings exclaimed, "But the old soul's in bed. Surely you're not going to make her get up if she isn't feeling well." "My friend Hastings knows everything. So, she's in bed, yes? What isn't she?" Poirot patted his friend's shoulder affectionately. "That is just what I want to find out." "But surely," Hastings elaborated, "don't you remember? And Richard Amory said so." The detective regarded his friend steadily. "Hastings," he declared, "here is a man killed. And how does his family react? With lies, lies, lies everywhere. Why does Madame Amory want me to go? Why does Monsieur Amory want me to go? Why does he wish to prevent me from seeing his aunt? What can she tell me that he does not want me to hear? I tell you, Hastings, what we have here is drama. Not a simple, sordid crime, but drama. Poignant, human drama." He looked as though he would have expanded on this theme, had not Miss Amory entered at that moment. "Oh, Monsieur Poirot," she addressed him as she closed the door, "Treadwell tells me you wanted to see me." "Ah, yes, mademoiselle," Poirot declared as he went to her. "It is just that I would like to ask you a few questions. Will you not sit down?" He led her to a chair by the table, and she sat, looking at him nervously. "But I understood that you were prostrated, ill," Poirot continued as he sat on the other side of the table and regarded her with an expression of anxious solicitude. "Oh, it's all been a terrible shock, of course," Caroline Amory sighed. "Really terrible. But what I always say is, somebody must keep their head. The servants, you know, are in a turmoil. Well," she continued, speaking more quickly, "you know what servants are, Monsieur Poirot. They positively delight in funerals. They prefer a death to a wedding, I do believe. Now, dear Dr. Graham, he is so kind, such a comfort, a really clever doctor, and of course he's so fond of Barbara. I think it's a pity that Richard doesn't seem to care for him, but what was I saying? Oh, yes, Dr. Graham, so young, and he quite cured my neuritis last year. Not that I'm often ill. Now, this rising generation doesn't seem to be at all strong. I mean, there was poor Lucia last night, having to come out from a dinner feeling faint. And of course, poor child, she's a mass of nerves. And what else can you expect with Italian blood in her veins? Though she was not so bad, I remember, when her diamond necklace was stolen." Miss Amory paused for breath. Poirot, while she was speaking, had taken out his cigarette case and was about to light a cigarette, but he paused and took the opportunity to ask her, "Madame Amory's diamond necklace was stolen? When was this, mademoiselle?" Miss Amory assumed a thoughtful expression. "Let me see, it must have been, yes, it was 2 months ago, just about the same time that Richard had such a quarrel with his father." Poirot looked at the cigarette in his hand. "You permit that I smoke, mademoiselle?" he asked, and on receiving a smile and a gracious nod of assent, he took a box of matches from his pocket, lit his cigarette, and looked at Miss Amory encouragingly. When that lady made no effort to resume speaking, Poirot prompted her. "I think you are saying that Monsieur Amory quarrelled with his father," he suggested. "Oh, it was nothing serious," Miss Amory told him. "It was only over Richard's debts. Of course, all young men have debts, although indeed Claude himself was never like that. He was also studious, even when he was a lad. Later, of course, his experiments always used up a lot of money. I used to tell him he was keeping Richard too short of money, you know. But yes, about 2 months ago they had quite a scene, and what with that and Lucia's necklace missing and her refusing to call in the police, it was a very upsetting time, and so absurd, too. Nerves, all nerves." "You are sure that my smoke is not deranging you, mademoiselle?" asked Poirot, holding up his cigarette. "Oh, no, not at all," Miss Amory assured him. "I think gentlemen ought to smoke." Only now noticing that his cigarette had failed to light properly, Poirot retrieved his box of matches from the table in front of him. "Surely it is a very unusual thing for a young and beautiful woman to take the loss of her jewels so calmly?" he asked, as he lit his cigarette again, carefully replacing 2 dead matches in the box, which he then returned to his pocket. "I guess it is odd. That's what I call it," Miss Amory agreed. "Distinctly odd. But there, she didn't seem to care a bit. Oh dear, here I am gossiping on about things which can't possibly interest you, Monsieur Poirot. But you interest me enormously, mademoiselle, Poirot assured her. Tell me, when Madame Emery came out from dinner last night feeling faint, did she go upstairs? Oh, no, replied Caroline Amory. Oh, she came into this room. I settled her here on the sofa, and then I went back to the dining room, leaving Richard with her. Young husbands and wives, you know, Monsieur Poirot. Not that young men are nearly so romantic as they used to be when I was a girl. Oh, dear. I remember a young fellow called Aloysius Jones. We used to play croquet together. Foolish fellow, foolish fellow. Oh, but there I'm wandering from the point again. No, we were talking about Richard and Lucia, a very handsome couple they make. Don't you think so, Monsieur Poirot? He met her in Italy, you know, on the Italian lakes last November. It was love at first sight. They were married within a week. She was an orphan, alone in the world. Very sad, although I sometimes wonder whether it wasn't a blessing in disguise. If she'd had a lot of foreign relations, that would be a bit trying, don't you think? After all, you know what foreigners are. Oh. She suddenly broke off, turning in her chair to look at Poirot in embarrassed dismay. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Not at all, murmured Poirot with an amused glance at Hastings. So stupid of me, Miss Amory apologized, highly flustered. I didn't mean it. Of course it's so different in your case. Les braves Belges, as we used to say during the war. Please do not concern yourself, Poirot assured her. After a pause, he continued, as though her mention of the war had reminded him. I believe, that is, I understand that the box of drugs above the bookcase is a relic of the war. You were all examining it last night, were you not? Yes, that's right, so we were. Now, how did that come about? Inquired Poirot. Miss Amory considered for a moment before replying. Now, how did it happen? Ah, yes, I remember. I said I wished I had some sal volatile, and Barbara got the box down to look through it, and then the gentleman came in, and Dr. Corelli frightened me to death with the things he said. Hastings began to show great interest in the turn being taken by the discussion, and Poirot prompted Miss Amory to continue. You mean the things Dr. Corelli said about the drugs? He looked through them and examined them thoroughly, I suppose? Yes, Miss Amory confirmed, and he held one glass tube up, something with the most innocent name, bromide, I think, which I've often taken for seasickness, and he said it would kill 12 strong men. Hyoscine hydrobromide? Asked Poirot. I beg your pardon? Was it hyoscine hydrobromide that Dr. Corelli was referring to? Yes, that was it, Miss Amory exclaimed. How clever of you. And then Lucia took it from him and repeated something he had said about a dreamless sleep. I detest this modern neurotic poetry. I always say that ever since dear Lord Tennyson died, no one has written poetry of any— Oh, dear, muttered Poirot. Beg your pardon? Asked Miss Amory. I was just thinking of the dear Lord Tennyson. But please go on. What happened next? Next, you were telling us about last night, here in this room. Ah, yes. Well, Barbara wanted to put on an extremely vulgar song, on the gramophone, I mean. Fortunately, I stopped her. I see, murmured Poirot. And this little tube that the doctor held out, was it full? Oh, yes, Miss Amory replied without hesitation, because when the doctor made his quotation about dreamless sleep, he said that half the tablets in the tube would be sufficient. Miss Amory got up from her chair and moved away from the table. You know, Monsieur Poirot, she continued as Poirot rose to join her, I said all along that I didn't like that man, that Dr. Corelli. There's something about him not sincere, and so oily in manner. Of course, I couldn't say anything in front of Lucia, since he is supposed to be a friend of hers, but I did not like him. You see, Lucia is so trusting. I'm certain that the man must have wormed his way into her confidence with a view to getting asked to the house and stealing the formula. Poirot regarded Miss Amory quizzically before he asked, You have no doubt, then, that it was Dr. Corelli who stole the subclothes formula? Miss Amory looked at the detective in surprise. What, dear Monsieur Poirot, she exclaimed. Who else could have done so? He was the only stranger present. Well, naturally, my brother would not have liked to accuse a guest, so he made an opportunity for the document to be returned. I thought it was very delicately done, very delicately indeed." "Quite so," Poirot agreed tactfully, putting a friendly arm around Miss Amory's shoulder, to that lady's evident displeasure. "Now, mademoiselle, I am going to try a little experiment in which I would like your cooperation." He removed his arm from her. "Where were you sitting last night when the lights went out?" "There," Miss Amory declared, indicating the settee. "Then would you be so good as to sit there once again?" Miss Amory moved to the settee and sat. "Now, mademoiselle," announced Poirot, "I want you to make a strong effort of the imagination. Shut your eyes, if you please." Miss Amory did as she was asked. "That is right," Poirot continued. "Now, imagine that you are back again where you were last night. It is dark. You can see nothing, but you can hear. Throw yourself back." Interpreting his words literally, Miss Amory flung herself backwards on the settee. "No, no," said Poirot. "I mean, throw your mind back. What can you hear? That is right, cast your mind back. Now, tell me what you hear in the darkness." Impressed by the detective's evident earnestness, Miss Amory made an effort to do as he requested. Pausing for a moment, she then began to speak slowly and in jerks. "Gasps," she said. "A lot of little gasps, and then the noise of a chair falling and a metallic kind of clink." "Was it like this?" asked Poirot, taking a key from his pocket and throwing it down on the floor. It made no sound, and Miss Amory, after waiting for a few seconds, declared that she could hear nothing. "Well, like this, perhaps." Poirot tried again, retrieving the key from the floor and hitting it sharply against the coffee table. "Why, that's exactly the sound I heard last night," Miss Amory exclaimed. "How curious." "Continue, I pray, mademoiselle," Poirot encouraged her. "Well, I heard Lucia scream and call out to Sir Claude, and then the knocking came on the door." "That was all? You are sure?" "Yes, I think so." "Oh, wait a minute. Right at the beginning, there was a curious noise, like the tearing of silk. Somebody's dress, I suppose." "Whose dress do you think?" asked Poirot. "Well, it must have been Lucia's. It wouldn't have been Barbara's, because she was sitting right next to me here." "That is curious," murmured Poirot thoughtfully. "And that really is all," Miss Amory concluded. "May I open my eyes now?" "Oh, yes, certainly, mademoiselle." As she did so, Poirot asked her, "Who poured out Sir Claude's coffee? Was it you?" "No," Miss Amory told him. "Lucia poured out the coffee." "When was that exactly?" "It must have been just after we were talking about those dreadful drugs." "Did Mrs. Amory take the coffee to Sir Claude herself?" Caroline Amory paused for thought. "No," she finally decided. "No?" asked Poirot. "Then who did?" "I don't know. I'm not sure. Let me see now. Oh, yes, I remember. Sir Claude's coffee cup was on the table beside Lucia's own cup. I remember that because Mr. Raynor was carrying the cup to Sir Claude in the study, and Lucia called him back and said he had taken the wrong cup, which was really very silly because they were both exactly the same, black without sugar." "So," Poirot observed, "Monsieur Raynor took the coffee to Sir Claude." "Yes, or at least, no, that's right. No, Richard took it from him because Barbara wanted to dance with Mr. Raynor." "Oh, so Monsieur Amory took the coffee to his father?" "Yes, that's correct," Miss Amory confirmed. "Ah," exclaimed Poirot. "Tell me, what had Monsieur Amory been doing just before that? Dancing?" "Oh, no," Miss Amory replied. "He'd been packing away the drugs, putting them all back in the box, tidily, you know." I see. Sir Claude then drank his coffee in his study." Why, I suppose he began to do so, Miss Amory remembered, but he came back in here with the cup in his hand. I remember his complaining about the taste, saying that it was bitter. And I assure you, Monsieur Poirot, it was the very best coffee. And a special mixture that I had ordered myself from the Army and Navy stores in London. You know, that wonderful department store in Victoria Street. It's so convenient, not far from the railway station, and She broke off as the door opened, and Edward Rayner entered. "Am I interrupting?" the secretary asked. "I'm so sorry. I wanted to speak to Monsieur Poirot, but I can come back later." No, declared Poirot. "I have finished putting this poor lady upon the rack." Miss Amory rose. "I'm afraid I haven't been able to tell you anything useful," she apologized as she went to the door. Poirot rose and walked ahead of her. "You have told me a great deal, mademoiselle." "More than you realize, perhaps," he assured Miss Amory as he opened the door for her. After seeing Miss Amory out, Poirot turned his attention to Edward Rayner. "Ah, Monsieur Rayner," he said as he gestured the secretary to a chair. "Let me hear what you have to tell me." Rayner sat and regarded Poirot earnestly. "Mr. Amory has just told me the news about Sir Claude. The cause of his death, I mean. This is a most extraordinary business, monsieur." "It has come as a shock to you?" asked Poirot. "Well, certainly I never suspected such a thing." Approaching him, Poirot handed Rayner the key that he had found, watching the secretary keenly as he did so. "Have you ever seen this key before, Monsieur Rayner?" he asked. Rayner took the key and turned it about in his hands with a puzzled air. "Well, it looks rather like the key to Sir Claude's safe," he observed. "But I understand from Mr. Amory that Sir Claude's key was in its proper place on his chain." He handed the key back to Poirot. "Yes, this is a key to the safe in Sir Claude's study, but it is a duplicate key," Poirot told him, adding slowly and with emphasis, "a duplicate which was lying on the floor beside the chair you occupied last night." Rayner looked at the detective unflinchingly. "If you think it was I who dropped it, you are mistaken," he declared. Poirot regarded him searchingly for a moment, and then nodded his head as if satisfied. "I believe you," he said. Moving briskly to the settee, he sat down and rubbed his hands together. "Now, let us get to work, Monsieur Rayner. You were Sir Claude's confidential secretary, were you not?" "That is correct." "Then you know a lot about his work." "Yes, I have a certain amount of scientific training, and I occasionally helped him with his experiments." "Do you know anything," asked Poirot, "that can throw light upon this unfortunate affair?" Rayner took a letter from his pocket. "Only this," he replied as he rose, moved across to Poirot and handed him the letter. "One of my tasks was to open and sort out all of Sir Claude's correspondence. This came 2 days ago." Poirot took the letter and read it aloud. "You are nourishing a viper in your bosom." "Bosom?" he queried, turning to Hastings before continuing. "Beware of Selma Gertz and her brood. Your secret is known. Be on your guard. It is signed Watcher." Very picturesque and dramatic. "Hastings, you will enjoy this," Poirot remarked, passing the letter to his friend. "What I would like to know," declared Edward Rayner, "is this. Who is Selma Gertz?" Leaning back and putting his fingertips together, Poirot announced, "I think I can satisfy your curiosity, monsieur. Selma Gertz was the most successful international spy ever known. She was also a very beautiful woman. She worked for Italy, for France, for Germany, and eventually, I believe, for Russia. Yes, she was an extraordinary woman, Selma Gertz." Rayner stepped back a pace and spoke sharply. "Was?" "She's dead," Poirot declared. "She died in Genoa last November." He retrieved the letter from Hastings, who had been shaking his head over it with a perplexed expression. "Then this letter must be a hoax," Rayner exclaimed. "I wonder," Poirot murmured. Selma Goetz and her brood, it says. Selma Goetz left a daughter, Monsieur Reynard, a very beautiful girl. Since her mother's death, she has disappeared completely. He put the letter in his pocket. Could it be possible that... Reynard began, then paused. Yes? You were going to say something, Monsieur? Poirot prompted him. Moving to the detective, Reynard spoke eagerly. Mrs. Amory's Italian maid. She brought her from Italy with her, a very pretty girl. Vittoria Muzio, her name is. Could she possibly be this daughter of Selma Goetz? Ah, it is an idea, that. Poirot sounded impressed. Well, let me send her to you, Reynard suggested, turning to go. Poirot rose. No, a little minute. Above all, we must not alarm her. Let me speak to Madame Amory first. She will be able to tell me something about this girl. Perhaps you're right, Reynard agreed. I'll tell Mrs. Amory at once. The secretary left the room with the air of a determined man, and Hastings approached Poirot in great excitement. That's it, Poirot. Corelli and the Italian maid in collusion, working for a foreign government. Don't you agree? Deep in thought, Poirot paid his colleague no heed. Poirot, don't you think so? I said it must be Corelli and the maid working together. Ah, yes, that is exactly what you would say, my friend. Hastings looked affronted. Well, what's your idea? He asked Poirot in an injured tone. There are several questions to be answered, my dear Hastings. Why was Madame Amory's necklace stolen 2 months ago? Why did she refuse to call in the police on that occasion? Why... He broke off as Lucia Amory entered the room, carrying her handbag. I understand you wanted to see me, Monsieur Poirot. Is that correct? She asked. Yes, madame. I would like simply to ask you a few questions. He indicated a chair by the table. Won't you sit down? Lucia moved to the chair and sat as Poirot turned to Hastings. My friend, the garden outside that window is very fine, Poirot observed, taking Hastings by the arm and propelling him gently towards the French windows. Hastings looked distinctly reluctant to leave, but Poirot's insistence, though gentle, was firm. Yes, my friend. Observe the beauties of nature. Do not ever lose a chance of observing the beauties of nature. Somewhat unwillingly, Hastings allowed himself to be bundled out of doors. Then, the day being warm and sunny, he decided to make the best of his present situation and explore the Amory's garden. Ambling across the lawn, he made his way towards a hedge, beyond which a formal garden looked extremely inviting. As he walked along the length of the hedge, Hastings became aware of voices quite close by, voices which, as he approached, he recognized as those of Barbara Amory and Dr. Graham, who were, it seemed, enjoying a tete-a-tete on a bench just the other side of the hedge. In the hope that he might overhear something relevant to Sir Claude Amory's death, or the disappearance of the formula that it would be useful for Poirot to know, Hastings stopped to listen. It's perfectly clear that he thinks his beautiful young cousin can do better for herself than a country doctor. That seems to be the basis of his lack of enthusiasm for our seeing each other, Kenneth Graham was saying. Oh, I know Richard can be an old stick in the mud at times and carry on like someone twice his age, Barbara's voice replied, but I don't think you ought to allow yourself to be affected by it, Kenny. I certainly don't take any notice of him. Well, I shan't either, said Dr. Graham. But look here, Barbara, I asked you to meet me out here because I wanted to talk to you privately, without being seen or heard by the family. Now, first of all, I ought to tell you that there can be no doubt about it. Your uncle was poisoned last night. Oh, yes. Barbara sounded bored. You don't seem at all surprised to hear that. Oh, I suppose I'm surprised. After all, members of one's family don't get poisoned every day, do they? I have to admit that I'm not particularly upset that he's dead. In fact, I think I'm glad. Barbara. Now, don't you start pretending you're surprised to hear that, Kenny. You've listened to me going on about the mean old so-and-so on countless occasions. He didn't really care for any of us. He was only interested in his mouldy old experiments. He treated Richard very badly, and he wasn't particularly welcome to Lucia when Richard brought her back from Italy as his bride. And Lucia's so sweet, so absolutely right for Richard. Barbara, darling, I have to ask you this. Now, I promise that anything you say to me will go no further. I'll protect you if necessary. But tell me, do you know something? Anything at all about your uncle's death? Have you any reason to suspect that Richard, for example, might have felt so desperate about his financial situation that he would think of killing his father in order to get his hands now on what would eventually be his inheritance? I don't want to continue this conversation, Kenny. I thought you asked me out here to whisper sweet nothings to me, not to accuse my cousin of murder. Now, darling, I'm not accusing Richard of anything. But you must admit there's something wrong here. Richard doesn't seem to want a police investigation into his uncle's death. It's almost as though he were afraid of what it might reveal. There's no way he can stop the police from taking over, of course, but he's made it perfectly clear that he's furious with me for having instigated an official investigation. I was only doing my duty as a doctor, after all. How could I possibly have signed a death certificate stating that Sir Claude had died of a heart attack? For heaven's sake, there was absolutely nothing wrong with his heart when I last gave him a regular checkup only a few weeks ago. Kenny, I don't want to hear any more. I'm going indoors. You'll make your own way out through the garden, won't you? I'll see you another time. Oh, Barbara, I only want— But she had already gone. Dr. Graham emitted a deep sigh that was almost a groan. At that moment, Hastings thought it expedient to retrace his steps quickly back to the house without being seen by either of them. Back in the library, it was only after Hastings, propelled by Hercule Poirot, had made his unwilling exit into the garden that the little detective turned his attention again to Lucia Amory, first taking care to close the French windows. Lucia looked at Poirot anxiously. "You want to ask me about my maid, I understand, Monsieur Poirot? That is what Mr. Reynolds told me. But she is a very good girl. I am sure there is nothing wrong with her." "Madame," Poirot replied, "it is not about your maid that I wish to speak to you." Lucia sounded startled as she began. But Mr. Reynolds said," Poirot interrupted her. "I am afraid I allowed Mr. Reynolds to think so for reasons of my own." "Well, what is it then?" Lucia's voice was guarded now. "Madame," Poirot observed, "you paid me a very pretty compliment yesterday. You said when you first saw me, you said that you trusted me. Well, madame, I ask you to trust me now." "What do you mean?" Poirot observed her solemnly. "You have youth, beauty, admiration, love, all the things a woman wants and craves. But there is one thing, madame, that you lack. A father confessor. Let Papa Poirot offer himself for the post." Lucia was about to speak when Poirot interrupted her. "Now, think well before you refuse, madame. It was at your request that I remained here. I stayed to serve you. I still wish to serve you." With a sudden flash of temperament, Lucia replied, "You can serve me best now by going, monsieur." "Madame," Poirot continued imperturbably, "do you know that the police have been called in?" "The police?" "Yes. But by whom? And why?" "Dr. Graham and the other doctors, his colleagues," Poirot told her, "have discovered that Sir Claude Amory was poisoned." "Oh, no. No. Hold on, that?" Lucia sounded more horrified than surprised. "Yes. So you see, madame, there is very little time for you to decide on the most prudent course of action. At present I serve you. Later, I may have to serve justice." Lucia's eyes searched Poirot's face as though trying to decide whether to confide in him. At last, "What do you want me to do?" she asked falteringly. Poirot sat and faced her. "What will you?" he murmured to himself, and then, addressing Lucia, he suggested gently, "Why not simply tell me the truth, madame?" Lucia paused. Stretching out her hand towards him, she began, I... She paused again irresolutely, and then her expression hardened. "Really, Monsieur Poirot, I am at a loss to understand you." Poirot eyed her keenly. "Ah, It is to be like that, is it? I am very sorry. Her composure somewhat regained, Lucia spoke coldly. If you will tell me what you want with me, I will answer any questions you wish to ask. So, the little detective exclaimed, you pit your wits against Hercule Poirot, do you? Very well, then. Be assured, however, madame, that we shall get at the truth just the same. He tapped the table, but by a less pleasant process. I have nothing to conceal, Lucia told him defiantly. Taking from his pocket the letter Edward Raynor had given him, Poirot handed it to Lucia. A few days ago, Sir Claude received this anonymous letter, he revealed. Lucia glanced through the letter, apparently unmoved. Well, what of it? She commented as she handed it back to Poirot. Have you heard the name Selma Goetz before? Never. Who is she? Asked Lucia. She died in Genoa last November, Poirot informed her. Indeed? Perhaps you met her there, Poirot remarked, replacing the letter in his pocket. In fact, I think you did. I was never in Genoa in my life, Lucia insisted sharply. Then if anyone were to say that they had seen you there, they would be mistaken. Poirot persisted. But I understand, madame, that you first met your husband in Genoa. Did Richard say that? How stupid of him. We met first in Milan. Then the woman you were with in Genoa, Lucia interrupted him angrily. I tell you, I was never in Genoa. Ah, pardon, exclaimed Poirot. Of course. You said so just now. Yet it is odd. What is odd? Poirot closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. His voice came purringly from between his lips. I will tell you a little story, madame, he announced, taking out a pocketbook. I have a friend who does the photography for certain London journals. He takes, how do you say, these snapshots of countesses and other fashionable ladies who bathe themselves on the Lido, that sort of thing. Poirot searched in the pocketbook before continuing. Last November, this friend of mine, he finds himself in Genoa, and he recognizes a very notorious lady, the Baronne de Giers, she calls herself at this time, and she is the chère amie of a very noted French diplomat. The world talks, but that does not matter to the lady, because the diplomat, he talks also, and that is what she wants. He is more amorous than discreet, you understand. Poirot broke off with an innocent air. I do not bore you, I hope, madame. Not at all, but I hardly see the point of this story. Looking through the contents of his pocketbook, Poirot continued, I am arriving at the point, I assure you, madame. My friend, he shows me a snapshot he has taken. We agree with each other that the Baronne de Giers is une très belle femme, and we are not at all surprised at the behavior of the diplomat. Is that all? No, madame. You see, the lady was not alone. She was photographed walking with her daughter, and that daughter, madame, had a very beautiful face, and one, moreover, that it would not be at all easy to forget. Poirot rose, made his most gallant bow, and closed his pocketbook. Of course, I recognized their face as soon as I arrived here. Lucia looked at Poirot and drew her breath in sharply. Ah! She exclaimed. After a moment she pulled herself together and laughed. Oh, my dear Monsieur Poirot, what a curious mistake. Of course I see the point of all your questions now. I remember the Baronne de Giers perfectly, and her daughter as well. The daughter was rather a dull girl, but the mother fascinated me. I was quite romantic about her, and went out walking with her on several occasions. I think my devotion amused her. Oh, that was doubtless how the mistake arose. That is how someone thought that I must be the woman's daughter. Lucia sank back in her chair. Poirot nodded slow appreciation, at which Lucia appeared visibly to relax. Then suddenly, Leaning over the table towards her, the detective remarked, "But I thought you had never been to Genoa." Taken unawares, Lucia gasped. She stared at Poirot as he put his pocketbook back in an inner pocket of his jacket. "You have no photograph," she said. It was half question, half statement. "No," Poirot confessed. "I have no photograph, madame. I knew the name that Selma Goetz passed on to in Genoa. The rest, my friend and his photography, all of that was a harmless little invention of mine." Lucia leapt to her feet, her eyes blazing with anger. "You set a trap for me," she exclaimed furiously. Poirot shrugged his shoulders. "Yes, madame," he affirmed. "I fear I had no alternative." "What has all this to do with Sir Claude's death?" Lucia muttered, as though to herself, looking wildly about the room. Poirot affected a tone of indifference as, instead of answering, he posed another question. "Madame," he asked, brushing an imaginary speck of dust from his jacket as he spoke, "is it true that you lost a valuable diamond necklace a little while ago?" Lucia glared at him. "Again I ask," her words emerging as though through clenched teeth, "what has that to do with Sir Claude's death?" Poirot spoke slowly and deliberately. "First, a stolen necklace, then a stolen formula. Both would bring in a very large sum of money." "What do you mean?" Lucia gasped. "I mean, madame, that I would like you to answer this question. How much did Dr. Corelli want this time?" Lucia turned away from Poirot. I will not answer any more questions," she whispered. "Because you are afraid?" asked Poirot, moving to her. Lucia turned to face him again, flinging her head back in a gesture of defiance. "No," she asserted, "I'm not afraid. I simply don't know what you are talking about. Why should Dr. Corelli ask me for money?" "To buy his silence," Poirot replied. "The Amorys are a proud family, and you would not have wanted them to know that you are the daughter of Selma Goetz." Lucia glared at Poirot for a moment without replying, and then, her shoulders sagging, she collapsed onto a stool, resting her head on her hands. At least a minute elapsed before she looked up with a sigh. "Does Richard know?" she murmured. "He does not know yet, madame," Poirot replied slowly. Lucia sounded desperate as she pleaded. "Don't tell him, Monsieur Poirot. Please, don't tell him. He's so proud of his family name, so proud of his honor. I was wicked to have married him, but I was so miserable. I hated that life, that awful life. I was forced to live with my mother. I felt degraded by it, but what could I do? And then, when Mamma died, I was at last free to be honest, free to get away from that life of lies and intrigue. I met Richard. That was the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me. Richard came into my life. I loved him, and he wanted to marry me. How could I tell him who I was? Why should I tell him?" "And then," Poirot prompted her gently, "Corelli recognized you somewhere with Monsieur Amory and began to blackmail you?" "Yes, but I had no money of my own," Lucia gasped. "I sold the necklace and paid him. I thought that was the end of it all, but yesterday he turned up here. He had heard of this formula that Sir Claude had invented. He wanted you to steal it for him." "Yes." "And did you?" asked Poirot, moving closer to her. "He won't believe me now," murmured Lucia, shaking her head sorrowfully. Poirot contemplated the beautiful young woman with a look of sympathy. "Yes, yes, my child," he assured her. "I will still believe you. Have courage, and trust Papa Poirot, yes? Just tell me the truth." Did you take Sir Claude's secret formula? No, no, I didn't, Lucia declared vehemently. But it's true that I meant to. Carelli made a key to Sir Claude's safe from an impression I took. Taking a key from his pocket and showing it to her, Poirot asked, "Is this it?" Lucia looked at the key. Yes. It was all quite easy. Carelli gave me that key. I was in the study, just steeling myself to open the safe, when Sir Claude came in and found me. That's the truth, I swear it. I believe you, madame, said Poirot. He returned the key to his pocket, moved to the armchair and sat, placing the tips of his fingers together and pondering for a moment. And yet you acquiesced eagerly in Sir Claude's scheme of plunging the room into darkness. I didn't want to be searched, Lucia explained. Carelli had passed me a note at the same time as the key, and they were both in my dress. What did you do with them? Poirot asked her. When the lights went out, I threw the key as far from me as I could, over there. She pointed in the direction of the chair in which Edward Raynor had sat on the previous evening. And the note that Carelli passed to you? Poirot continued. I didn't know what to do with the note. Lucia rose and went to the table, so I slipped it between the leaves of a book. Taking a book from the table, she searched in it. Yes, it is still here, she declared, as she removed a piece of paper from the book. Do you wish to see it? No, madame, it is yours, Poirot assured her. Sitting in a chair by the table, Lucia tore the note into small pieces, which she put in her handbag. Poirot watched her, but paused before asking, One little thing more, madame. Did you by any chance tear your dress last night? I? No? Lucia sounded surprised. During those moments of darkness, asked Poirot, did you hear this sound of a dress tearing? Lucia considered for a few seconds, then, Yes, now that you mention it, she said, I believe I did, but it was not mine. It must have been Miss Amory's or Barbara's. Well, we will not worry about that, remarked Poirot dismissively. Now, let us pass on to something else. Who poured out Sir Claude's coffee last night? I did. And you put it down on that table beside your own cup? Yes. Poirot rose, leaned forward over the table towards Lucia, and suddenly shot his next question at her. Into which cup did you put the hyacinth? Lucia looked at him wildly. How did you know? She gasped. It is my business to know things. Into which cup, madame? Lucia sighed. Ah, my own. Why? Because I wanted to die. Richard suspected that there was something between Carelli and me, that we were having an affair. You could not have been further from the truth. I hated Carelli. I hate him now. But as I had failed to obtain the formula for him, I was sure he would expose me to Richard. To kill myself was a way out. The only way. A swift, dreamless sleep, and no awakening. That's what he said. Who said that to you? Dr. Carelli. I begin to see, said Poirot slowly. He pointed to the cup on the table. This is your cup, then, a full cup untasted? Yes. What made you change your mind about drinking it? Richard came over to me. He said that he would take me away, abroad, that he would get the money to do so somehow. He gave me back hope. Now listen to me carefully, madame, said Poirot gravely. This morning, Dr. Gohem took away the cup that was beside Sir Claude's chair. Yes? His fellow doctors will have found nothing but the dregs of coffee in it. He paused. Without looking at him, Lucia answered, Of course. That is correct, yes? Poirot persisted. Lucia looked straight ahead of her without replying. Then, looking up at Poirot, she exclaimed, Why are you staring at me like that? You frighten me. I said, Poirot repeated, that they took away the cup that was beside Sir Claude's chair this morning. And let us suppose, instead, that they had taken away the cup that was by his chair last night. He moved to the table near the door and took a coffee cup from the plant bowl. Let us suppose that they had taken this cup. Lucia rose quickly, put her hands up to her face. "You know," she gasped. Poirot moved to her. "Madame," his voice now was stern, "they will test their cup, if they have not already done so, and they will find nothing. But last night I took some of the dregs from the original cup. What would you say if I were to tell you that there was hyacinth in Sir Claude's cup?" Lucia looked stricken. She swayed, but then recovered herself. For a moment she said nothing. Then, "You are right," she whispered. "You are quite right. I killed him." Her voice rang out suddenly. "I killed him. I put the hyacinth in his cup." Going to the table, she grasped the full cup of coffee. "This one is only coffee." She raised the full cup to her lips, but Poirot sprang forward, interposing his hand between the cup and her lips. They looked at each other intently for a time. Then Lucia burst into sobs. Poirot took the cup from her and placed it on the table. "Madame," he exclaimed. "Why did you stop me?" Lucia murmured. "Madame," Poirot told her, "the world is very beautiful. Why should you wish to leave it?" Oh. Lucia collapsed onto the settee, sobbing bitterly. When Poirot spoke, his voice was warm and gentle. "You told me the truth. You put the hyacinth in your own cup. I believe you. But there was hyacinth in the other cup as well. Now speak the truth to me again. Who put the hyacinth in Sir Claude's cup?" Lucia stared at Poirot in terror. No, you're wrong. He didn't. I killed him," she cried hysterically. "Who didn't? Whom are you shielding, madame? Tell me," Poirot demanded. "He didn't, I tell you," Lucia sobbed. There was a knock at the door. "That will be the police," declared Poirot. "We have fairly little time. I will make you two promises, madame. Promise number one is that I will save you. But I killed him, I tell you." Lucia's voice was almost at screaming pitch. "Promise number two," Poirot continued imperturbably, "is that I will save your husband." "Ha!" Lucia gasped, gazing at him in bewilderment. The butler, Treadwell, entered the room. Addressing Poirot, he announced, "Inspector Japp from Scotland Yard." 15 minutes later, Inspector Japp, accompanied by Johnson, a young constable, had finished his initial inspection of the library. Japp, a bluff, hearty, middle-aged man with a thick-set figure and a ruddy complexion, was reminiscing with Poirot and Hastings, who had returned from his exile in the garden. "Yes," Japp told his constable, "Mr. Poirot and I go back a long way. You heard me speak often of him. He was still a member of the Belgian police force when we first worked together. It was the Abercrombie forgery case, wasn't it, Poirot? Yes, we ran him down in Brussels. Oh, those were great days. And do you remember Baron Altara? Oh, that was a pretty rogue for you. He eluded the clutches of half the police in Europe, but we nailed him in Antwerp, thanks to Mr. Poirot here." Japp turned from Johnson to Poirot. "And then we met again in this country, didn't we, Poirot?" he exclaimed. "You'd retired by then, of course. You solved that mysterious affair at Styles, remember? Last time we collaborated on a case was about 2 years ago, wasn't it? That affair of the Italian nobleman in London. Well, it's really good to see you again, Poirot. You could have knocked me down with a feather when I came in a few minutes ago and saw your funny old mug." "My mug?" asked Poirot, looking puzzled. English slang never failed to mystify him. "Your face, I mean, old chap," Japp explained with a grin. Well, shall we work together on this? Poirot smiled. My good chap, you know my little weaknesses. Secretive old beggar, aren't you? Remarked Japp, smacking Poirot on the shoulder. I say that Mrs. Amory you were talking to when I came in, she's a good looker. Richard Amory's wife, I suppose. I'll bet you were enjoying yourself, you old dog. The inspector gave a rather coarse laugh and seated himself on a chair by the table. Anyway, he continued, this is just the sort of case that suits you down to the ground. It pleases your tortuous mind. Now, I loathe a poisoning case. Nothing to go on. I have to find out what they ate and drank and who handled it and who so much as breathed on it. Now, I admit Dr. Graham seems pretty clear on the case. He says the dope must have been in the coffee. According to him, such a large dose would have had an almost instantaneous effect. Of course, we shall know for certain when we get the analyst's report, but we've got enough to go on. Japp rose to his feet. Well, I've finished with this room, he declared. I'd better have a few words with Mr. Richard Amory, I suppose. And then I'll see this Dr. Corelli. Looks as though he's our man. But keep an open mind, that's what I always say, keep an open mind. He moved to the door. Come in, Poirot. But certainly I will accompany you, said Poirot, joining him. Captain Hastings, too, I've no doubt. Japp laughed. Sticks as close to you as your shadow, doesn't he, Poirot? Poirot threw a meaningful glance at his friend. Perhaps Hastings would prefer to remain here, he remarked. Taking his cue in a somewhat obvious manner, Hastings replied, yes, I think I'll stay here. Well, as you please. Japp sounded surprised. He and Poirot left, followed by the young constable, and a moment later Barbara Amory entered from the garden through the French windows, wearing a pink blouse and light-coloured slacks. Ah, there you are, my pet. I say, what's this that's just blown in upon us? She asked Hastings as she moved across to the settee and sat down. Is it the police? Yes, Hastings told her. He joined her on the settee. It's Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard. He's got to see your cousin now to ask him a few questions. Will you want to ask me questions, do you think? Why, I don't imagine so. But even if he does, Hastings assured her, there's nothing to be alarmed about. Oh, I'm not alarmed, Barbara declared. In fact, I think it would be absolutely wizard. But it would be so tempting to embroider a bit, just to make a sensation. I adore sensation, don't you? Hastings looked puzzled. I really don't know. No, I don't think I adore sensation. Barbara Amory regarded him quizzically. You know, you intrigue me, she declared. Where have you been all your life? Well, I've spent several years in South America. I knew it, Barbara exclaimed. She gestured with her hand over her eyes, the wide open spaces. That's why you're so deliciously old-fashioned. Hastings now looked offended. Why, I'm sorry, he said stiffly. Oh, but I adore it, Barbara hastened to explain. I think you're a pet, absolute pet. Oh, what exactly do you mean by old-fashioned? Well, Barbara continued, I'm sure you believe in all sorts of stuffy old things like decency and not telling lies except for a very good reason, putting a good face on things. Not quite, agreed Hastings in some surprise. Don't you? Me? Well, for example, do you expect me to keep up the fiction that Uncle Claude's death is a regrettable incident? What, isn't it? Hastings sounded shocked. My dear, exclaimed Barbara. She rose and perched herself on the edge of the coffee table. As far as I'm concerned, it's the most marvellous thing that ever happened. You don't know what an old skinflint he was. You don't know how he ground us all down. She stopped, overcome by the strength of her feelings. Embarrassed, Hastings began, I wish you wouldn't, but was interrupted by Barbara. You don't like honesty? She asked. That's just what I thought you'd be like. You'd prefer me to be wearing black instead of this, and be talking in a hushed voice about poor Uncle Claude, so good to us all. Oh, Gurney, Hastings exclaimed. Oh, you needn't pretend, Barbara went on. I knew that's what you'd turn out to be like if I got to know you properly. But what I say is that life isn't long enough for all that lying and pretense. Uncle Claude wasn't good to us at all. I'm certain we're all glad he's dead, really, in our heart of hearts. Yes, even Aunt Caroline. Poor dear, she stood him longer than any of us. Barbara suddenly calmed down. When she spoke again, it was in a milder tone. You know, I've been thinking. Scientifically speaking, Aunt Caroline might have poisoned Uncle Claude. That heart attack last night was really very queer. I don't believe it was a heart attack at all. I'm just surprised that suppressing her feelings all these years had led to Aunt Caroline developing some powerful complex. Well, I suppose it's theoretically possible, Hastings murmured guardedly. I wonder who pinched the formula, though, Barbara continued. Everyone says it was the Italian, but personally I suspect Treadwell. Your butler? Good heavens, why? Because he never went near the study. Hastings looked perplexed. Well, then, I'm very orthodox in some ways, Barbara remarked. I've been brought up to suspect the least likely person. That's who it is in all the best murder mysteries, and Treadwell is certainly the least likely person. Well, except you, perhaps, Hastings suggested with a laugh. Oh, me? Barbara smiled uncertainly as she rose and moved away from him. How curious, she murmured to herself. What's curious? Hastings asked, rising to his feet. Well, something I've just thought of. Let's go out in the garden. I hate it in here. She moved towards the French windows. Oh, I am afraid I have to stay here, Hastings told her. Why? I mustn't leave this room. You know, Barbara observed, you've got a complex about this room. Do you remember last night? There we all were, completely shattered by the disappearance of the formula, and in you strode and produced the most marvellous anticlimax by saying in your best conversational manner, "What a delightful room, Mr. Amory." It was so funny when the two of you walked in. There was this extraordinary little man with you, no more than 5'4", but with an air of immense dignity, and you being, oh, so polite. Well, Poirot is rather odd at first sight, I admit, Hastings agreed, and he has all kinds of little foibles. For instance, he has an absolute passion for neatness of any kind. If he sees an ornament set crookedly, or a speck of dust, or even a slight disarray in someone's attire, it's absolute torture to him. You make such a wonderful contrast to each other, Barbara said, laughing. Poirot's methods of detection are very much his own, you know, Hastings continued. Order and method are his gods. He has a great disdain for tangible evidence, things like footprints and cigarette ash, you know what I mean. In fact, he maintains that taken by themselves they would never enable a detective to solve a problem. The true work, he says, is done from within. And then he taps that egg-shaped head of his and remarks with great satisfaction, "The little grey cells of the brain. Always remember the little grey cells, mon ami." Oh, I think he's a poppet, Barbara declared. Not as sweet as you, with your what a delightful room. But it is a delightful room, Hastings insisted, sounding rather nettled. Personally, I don't agree with you, said Barbara. She took his hand and tried to pull him towards the open French windows. Anyway, you've had quite enough of it for now. Come along. No, you don't understand, Hastings declared, taking his hand away from her. I promised Poirot. Barbara spoke slowly. You promised Monsieur Poirot that you would not leave this room. But why? Oh, I can't tell you that. Oh. Barbara was silent for a moment or two. Then her manner changed. She moved behind Hastings and began to recite in an exaggerated dramatic voice, "The boy stood on the burning deck. I beg your pardon, whence all but he had fled." Well, my pet? I simply cannot understand you, Hastings declared in exasperation. Oh, why should you understand me? Oh, you really are a delight, declared Barbara, slipping her arm through his. Come and be vamped. Oh, really, you know, I think you're adorable. You're pulling my leg. Not at all, Barbara insisted. I'm crazy about you. You're positively pre-war. She pulled him to the French windows, and this time Hastings allowed himself to yield to the pressure of her arm. You really are an extraordinary person, he told her. You're quite different from any girl I've ever met. I'm delighted to hear it. That's a very good sign, said Barbara, as they now stood face to face, framed in the open windows. A good sign? Yes. Makes a girl feel hopeful. Hastings blushed, and Barbara laughed light-heartedly as she dragged him out into the garden. After Barbara's exit with Hastings into the garden, the library remained unoccupied for no longer than a moment or two. Then the door to the hall opened, and Miss Amory entered, carrying the small work-bag. She went over to the settee, put the bag down, knelt, and began to feel at the back of the seat. As she did so, Dr. Corelli entered by the other door, carrying a hat and a small suitcase. Seeing Miss Amory, Corelli stopped and murmured a word of apology at having intruded upon her. Miss Amory rose from the settee, looking a trifle flustered. I was searching for a knitting needle," she explained, unnecessarily brandishing her discovery as she spoke. "It had slipped down behind the seat." Then, taking in the significance of his suitcase, she asked, "Are you leaving us, Dr. Corelli?" Corelli put his hat and suitcase on a chair. "I feel I can no longer trespass on your hospitality," he announced. Obviously delighted, Miss Amory was polite enough to murmur, "Oh, well, of course, if you feel like that." And then, remembering the situation in which the occupants of the house currently found themselves, she added, but I thought there was some tiresome formalities and—" Her voice trailed off indecisively. "Oh, that is all arranged," Corelli assured her. "Well, if you feel you must go, I do indeed. Then I will order the car," Miss Amory declared, briskly moving to the bell above the fireplace. "No," Corelli insisted. "That, too, is all arranged." "But you even had to carry your suitcase down yourself. Really, the servants, they're all demoralized, completely demoralized." She returned to the settee and took her knitting from her bag. "They can't concentrate, Dr. Corelli. They cannot keep their heads. So curious, is it not?" Looking distinctly on edge, Corelli replied offhandedly, "Very curious." He glanced at the telephone. Miss Amory began to knit, keeping up a flow of aimless conversation as she did so. "I suppose you are catching the 12:15. You mustn't write too fine. Oh, not that I want to fuss, of course. I always say that fussing—" "Yes, indeed," Dr. Corelli interrupted her peremptorily. "There is plenty of time, I think. I wondered if I might use the telephone." Miss Amory looked up momentarily. "Oh, yes, of course," she said, as she continued to knit. It seemed not to have occurred to her that Dr. Corelli might have wanted to make his telephone call in private. "Thank you," murmured Corelli, moving to the desk and making a pretense of looking up a number in the telephone directory. He glanced across impatiently at Miss Amory. "I think your niece was looking for you," he remarked. Miss Amory's only reaction to this information was to talk about her niece while continuing with her knitting undisturbed. "Dear Barbara," she exclaimed, "such a sweet creature. You know she leads rather a sad life here, far too dull for a young girl. Oh, well, things will be different now, I dare say." She dwelt pleasurably on this thought for a moment before continuing. "Not that I hadn't done all I could, but what a girl needs is a little gaiety. All the beeswax in the world won't make up for that." Dr. Corelli's face was a study in incomprehension, mixed with more than a little irritation. "Beeswax?" he felt obliged to ask. "Yes, beeswax. Or is it Bemax? Vitamins, you know, or at least that's what it says on the tin. A and B and C and D, all of them, except the one that keeps you from having beriberi. And I really think there's no need for that if one is living in England. It's not a disease one encounters here. It comes, I believe, from polishing the rice in native countries. So interesting. I made Mr. Raynor take it. Beeswax, I mean, after breakfast every day. He was looking pale, poor young fellow. I tried to make Lucia take it too, but you wouldn't." Miss Amory shook her head disapprovingly. "And to think when I was a girl I was strictly forbidden to eat caramels because of the beeswax. No, I mean beeswax, Bemax. Yeah, but times change, you know. Times do change." Though he attempted to disguise the fact, by now Dr. Corelli was positively fuming. Yes, Miss Amory," he replied as politely as he could manage. Moving towards her, he tried a somewhat more direct approach. "I think your niece is calling you." "Calling me?" "Yes, do you not hear?" Miss Amory listened. No, she confessed. "How curious." She rolled up her knitting. "You must have keen ears, Dr. Corelli." "Not that my hearing is bad. Indeed, I've been told that—" She dropped her ball of wool, and Corelli picked it up for her. "Oh, thank you so much," she said. "All the Amorys have keen hearing, you know." She rose from the settee. "And my father kept his faculties in the most remarkable way. He could read without glasses when he was 80. She dropped the ball of wool again, and again Corelli stooped to retrieve it for her. "Oh, thank you so much," Miss Amory continued. "A remarkable man, Dr. Corelli. My father, I mean, such a remarkable man. He always slept in a 4-post feather bed, and the windows of his bedroom were never opened. A night air, he was to say, was most injurious. Unfortunately, when he had an attack of gout, he was nursed by a young woman who insisted on the window being opened at the top, and my poor father died of it." She dropped the ball of wool yet again. This time, after picking it up, Carelli planted it firmly in her hand and led her to the door. Miss Amory moved slowly, talking all the time. "I do not care at all for hospital nurses, Dr. Corelli," she informed him. "They gossip about their cases, they drink far too much tea, and they always upset the servants." "Very true, dear lady, very true," Corelli agreed hastily, opening the door for her. "Thank you so much," Miss Amory said as he propelled her out of the room. Shutting the door after her, Corelli moved quickly to the desk and lifted the telephone receiver. After a pause, he spoke into it softly but urgently. "This is Market Cleave, 314. I want London. Soho 8853. No, 53. That's all right. Will you call me?" "Right." He replaced the receiver and then stood, biting his nails impatiently. After a moment, he crossed to the door of the study, opened it, and entered the room. Hardly had he done so when Edward Raynor came into the library from the hall. Glancing around, Raynor strolled casually to the fireplace. He touched the vase of spills on the mantelpiece, and as he did so, Carelli came back into the room from the study. As Carelli closed the study door, Raynor turned and saw him. "I didn't know you were in here," said the secretary. "I am waiting for a phone call," Carelli explained. "Oh." After a pause, Corelli spoke again. "When did the police inspector come?" "About 20 minutes ago, I believe. Have you seen him?" "Only in the distance," replied Corelli. "He's a Scotland Yard man," Raynor informed him. "Apparently he happened to be down in the neighbourhood clearing up some other case, so he was called in by the local police." "Oh, that was a piece of luck, observed Corelli. "Wasn't it?" The telephone rang, and Raynor moved towards it. Walking quickly ahead of him to the phone, Corelli said, "I think that would be my call." He looked at Raynor. "I wonder if you'd mind, "Oh, certainly, my dear fellow," the secretary assured him. "I'll clear out." Raynor left the room, and Corelli lifted the receiver. He spoke quietly. "Hello? Is that Miguel?" "Yes?" "No, damn it, I haven't. It's been impossible. No, you don't understand. The old gentleman died last night. I will leave here at once. Jap's here." "Jap? You know this Scotland Yard man?" "No, I've not met him yet." "I hope so too. At the usual place. 9:30 tonight. Right." Replacing the receiver, Carelli moved to the recess, picked up his suitcase, put on his hat, and went towards the French windows. At that moment, Hercule Poirot entered from the garden, and he and Carelli collided. "I beg your pardon," said the Italian. "Not at all," replied Poirot politely, continuing to block the way out. "If you would allow me to pass." "Impossible," said Poirot mildly. "Quite impossible. I insist." "I shouldn't," murmured Poirot with a friendly smile. Suddenly Carelli charged at Poirot. The little detective stepped briskly aside, tripping Carelli up neatly with an unexpected movement and taking the Italian doctor's suitcase from him at the same time. At that moment, Jap slid into the room behind Poirot, and Carelli fell into the inspector's arms. "Allah, what's all this?" exclaimed Inspector Jap. "Why, bless me if it isn't Tonio." "Ah!" Poirot gave a little laugh as he moved away from them both. "I thought, my dear Jap, that you would probably be able to give a name to this gentleman." "Oh, I know all about him," Jap affirmed. "Tonio's quite a public character, aren't you, Tonio? I bet you were surprised at Monsieur Poirot's move just then. Would you call that stuff, Poirot, jiu-jitsu or such like, isn't it? Poor old Tonio." As Poirot placed the Italian's suitcase on the table and opened it, Carelli growled at Jap. "You've got nothing against me. You can't hold me." "I wonder," said the inspector. "I'll bet we went have far to look for the man who stole that formula and did in the old gentleman." Turning to Poirot, he added, "That formula is absolutely bang in Tonio's line, and since we've found him trying to make a getaway, I shouldn't be surprised if he's got the goods on him this minute." I agree with you, declared Poirot. Japp ran his hands over Corelli while Poirot went through the suitcase. Well, Japp asked Poirot. Nothing, the detective replied, posing the suitcase. Nothing. I am disappointed. You think your sir is very clever, do you not? Snarled Corelli. But I could tell you, Poirot interrupted him, speaking quietly and significantly. You could, perhaps, but it would be very unwise. Startled, Corelli exclaimed, What do you mean? Monsieur Poirot's quite right, Japp declared. You'd better keep your mouth shut. Moving to the hall door, he opened it and called, Johnson. The young constable put his head around the door. Get the whole family together for me, will you? Japp asked him. I want them all here. Yes, sir, said Johnson as he left the room. I protest. Corelli gasped. Suddenly he grabbed his suitcase and made a dash towards the French windows. Japp rushed after him, grabbed him, and threw him onto the settee, taking the suitcase from him as he did so. No one's hurt you yet, so don't squeal, Japp barked at the now thoroughly cowed Italian. Poirot strolled towards the French windows. Please don't go away now, Monsieur Poirot, Japp called after him, putting Corelli's suitcase down by the coffee table. This should be interesting. No, my dear Japp, I am not leaving, Poirot assured him. I shall be right here. This family gathering, as you say, will be most interesting indeed. A few minutes later, when the Amory family began to assemble in the library, Corelli was still seated on the settee, looking rather sullen, while Poirot continued to hover by the French windows. Barbara Amory, with Hastings in tow, returned from the garden through the French windows, and Barbara moved to share the settee with Corelli, while Hastings went to stand by Poirot's side. Poirot whispered to his colleague, It would be helpful, Hastings, if you would make a mental note, you understand, of where they all choose to sit. Helpful? How? Asked Hastings. Psychologically, my friend, was Poirot's only reply. When Lucia entered the room, Hastings watched her as she sat in the chair to the right of the table. Richard arrived with his aunt, Miss Amory, who sat on the stool as Richard moved behind the table to keep a protective eye on his wife. Edward Raynor was the last to arrive, taking up a position behind the armchair. He was followed into the room by the Constable Johnson, who shut the door and stood close to it. Richard Amory introduced Inspector Japp to those two members of the family whom Japp had not already met. My aunt, Miss Amory, he announced, and my cousin, Miss Barbara Amory. Acknowledging the introduction, Barbara asked, What's all the excitement, Inspector? Japp avoided her question. Now, I think we're all here, are we not? He remarked, moving to the fireplace. Miss Amory looked bewildered and a little apprehensive. I don't quite understand, she said to Richard. What is this gentleman doing here? I think perhaps I ought to tell you something, Richard answered her. You see, Aunt Caroline and all of you, he added, glancing around the room. Dr. Graham has discovered that my father was poisoned. What? Exclaimed Raynor sharply. Miss Amory gave a cry of horror. He was poisoned with hyoscine, Richard continued. Raynor gave a start. With hyoscine? Why, I saw... He stopped dead, looking at Lucia. Taking a step towards him, Inspector Japp asked, What did you see, Mr. Raynor? The secretary looked embarrassed. Nothing, at least, he began uncertainly. His voice trailed off into silence. I'm sorry, Mr. Raynor, Japp insisted, but I've got to have the truth. Come now. Everyone realizes you're keeping something back. It's nothing really, said the secretary. I mean, there's obviously some quite reasonable explanation. Explanation for what, Mr. Raynor? Asked Japp. Raynor still hesitated. Well? Japp prompted him. Well, it was only that... Raynor paused again and then made up his mind to continue. It was only that I saw Mrs. Amory emptying out some of those little tablets into her hand. When was this? Japp asked him. Last night. I was coming out of Sir Claude's study, and the others were busy with the gramophone. Yeah, they were all clustered around it. I noticed her pick up a tube of tablets. I thought it was the hyacinth, and pour most of them out into the palm of her hand. And then Sir Claude called me back into the study for something. "Well, why didn't you mention this before?" asked Japp. Lucia began to speak, but the inspector silenced her. "1 minute, please, Mrs. Amory," he insisted. "I'd like to hear from Mr. Rayner first." "Well, I never thought of it again," Rayner told him. "It was only when Mr. Amory said just now that Sir Claude had been poisoned with the hyacinth that it came back to me. Of course, I realize it's perfectly all right. It was just the coincidence that startled me. The tablets might not have been hyacinth at all. It could have been one of the other tubes that she was handling." Japp now turned to Lucia. "Well, ma'am," he asked, "what have you got to say about it?" Lucia seemed quite composed as she answered, "I wanted something to make me sleep." Addressing Raynor again, Japp asked, "You say she pretty well emptied the tube?" "It seemed so to me," said Rayner. Japp turned again to Lucia. "Well, you wouldn't have needed so many tablets to make you sleep. 1 or 2 would have been sufficient." "What did you do with the rest?" Lucia thought for a moment before replying, "I can't remember." She was about to continue when Corelli rose to his feet and burst out venomously, "You see, Inspector, there is your murderess." Barbara rose quickly from the settee and moved away from Corelli, while Hastings hurried to her side. The Italian continued, "You shall have the truth, Inspector. I came down here especially to see that woman. She had sent for me. She said she would get Sir Claude's formula, and she offered to sell it to me. I'll admit that I've dealt with such things in the past." "That's not much of an admission," Japp advised him, moving between Corelli and Lucia. "We know as much already." He turned to Lucia. "What have you to say to all this, madam?" Lucia rose, her face drained of colour, and Richard went to her. "I'm not going to allow," he began when Japp stopped him. "If you please, sir." Corelli spoke again. "Just a look at that woman. None of you know who she is, but I do. She's the daughter of Selma Goetz, the daughter of one of the most infamous women the world has ever known." "It's not true, Richard," Lucia cried. "It's not true. Don't listen to him." "I'll break every bone in your body," Richard Amory growled at Corelli. Japp took a pace towards Richard. "Keep calm, sir. Do keep calm, please," he admonished. "We've got to get to the bottom of this." Japp turned to Lucia. "Now then, Mrs. Amory." There was a pause, and Lucia tried to speak. I, she began. She looked at her husband, and then at Poirot, holding out her hand helplessly to the detective. "Have courage, madame," Poirot advised her, "trusting me. Tell them the truth. We have come to the point where lies will serve no longer. The truth will have to come out." Lucia looked pleadingly at Poirot, but he merely repeated, "Have courage, madame. Si. Be brave and speak." He returned to his position by the French windows. After a long pause, Lucia began to speak, her voice low and stifled. "It is true that I am Selma Goetz's daughter. It is not true that I asked that man to come here, or that I offered to sell him Sir Claude's formula. He came here to blackmail me." "Blackmail?" gasped Richard, moving to her. Lucia turned to Richard. There was an urgency in her tone as she spoke. "He threatened to tell you about my mother unless I got the formula for him. But I didn't do it. I think he must have stolen it. He had the chance. He was alone in there, in the study, and I see now that he wanted me to take the hyacinth and kill myself, so that everyone would think that it was I who had stolen the formula. He almost hypnotized me." She broke down and sobbed on Richard's shoulder. With a cry of, "Lucia, my darling," Richard embraced her. Then, passing his wife over to Miss Amory, who had risen, and who now embraced the distressed young woman consolingly, Richard addressed Japp. "Inspector, I want to speak to you alone." Japp looked at Richard Amory for a moment and then gave a brief nod to Johnson. "Very well," he agreed, as the constable opened the door for Miss Amory and Lucia. Barbara and Hastings took the opportunity of returning to the garden through the French windows, while Edward Raynor, as he left, murmured to Richard, "I'm sorry, Mr. Amory, very sorry." As Corelli picked up his suitcase and followed Raynor out, Japp instructed his constable, "Keep your eye on Mrs. Amory, and also on Dr. Corelli." Corelli turned at the door, and Japp continued to the constable, "Must be no funny business for anyone, you understand?" "I understand, sir," replied Johnson as he followed Corelli out of the room. "I'm sorry, Mr. Amory," said Japp to Richard Amory, "but after what Mr. Raynor has told us, I'm bound to take every precaution, and I want Mr. Poirot to remain here as a witness to whatever you tell me." Richard approached Japp with the air of a man who has come to a momentous decision. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with determination. "Inspector, what is it?" asked Japp. Very deliberately and slowly, Richard replied, "I think it's time I confessed. I killed my father." Japp smiled. "I'm afraid that won't wash, sir." Richard looked astonished. "What do you mean?" "No, sir," Japp continued, "or to put it differently, that cat won't jump. You're very set on your good lady, I realize, newly married and all that. But to speak plainly to you, it's no manner of use putting your neck in a halter for the sake of a bad woman. No, she's a good looker and no mistake, I'll admit." "Inspector Japp," exclaimed Richard angrily, "there's no point in getting upset with me, sir," Japp continued imperturbably. "I've told you the plain truth without beating about the bush, and I've no doubt that Mr. Poirot here will tell you the same. I'm sorry, sir, but duty is duty, and murder is murder. That's all there is to it." Japp nodded decisively and left the room. Turning to Poirot, who had been observing the scene from the settee, Richard asked coldly, "Well, are you here to tell me the same, Monsieur Poirot?" Rising, Poirot took a cigarette case from his pocket and extracted a cigarette. Instead of answering Richard's question, he posed one of his own. "Monsieur Amory, when did you first suspect your wife?" he asked. "I never—" Richard began, but Poirot interrupted, picking up a box of matches from the table as he spoke. "'Tis, I beg of you, Monsieur Amory, nothing but the truth. You did suspect her, I know it. You suspected her before I arrived. That is why you were so anxious to get me away from this house. Now do not deny it. It is impossible to deceive Hercule Poirot." He lit his cigarette, replaced the box of matches on the table, and smiled up at the much taller man who towered over him. They made a ridiculous contrast. "You're mistaken," Richard told Poirot stiffly. "Utterly mistaken. How could I suspect Lucia? And yet, of course, there is an equally good case to be made against you," Poirot continued reflectively as he resumed his seat. "You handle the drugs. You handle the coffee. You were short of money and desperate to acquire some. Oh, yes, anyone might be excused for suspecting you." "Inspector Japp doesn't seem to agree with you," Richard observed. "Ah, Japp. He has the common sense," Poirot smiled. "He is not a woman in love." "Woman in love?" Richard sounded puzzled. "Let me give you a lesson in psychology, monsieur," Poirot offered. "When I first arrived, your wife came up to me and begged me to stay here and discover the murderer. Would a guilty woman have done that?" "You mean—" Richard began quickly. "I mean," Poirot interrupted him, "that before the sun sets tonight, you will be asking her pardon upon your knees." "What are you saying?" "I am saying too much, perhaps," Poirot admitted, rising. "Now, monsieur, place yourself in my hands, in the hands of Hercule Poirot." "You can save her?" Richard asked with desperation in his voice. Poirot regarded him solemnly. "I have pledged you my word, although when I did so, I did not realize how difficult it was going to be. You see, the time is very short, and something must be done quickly. You must promise me that you will do exactly as I tell you, without asking questions or making difficulties. Do you promise me that?" "Very well," replied Richard rather unwillingly. "That is good. And now listen to me. What I suggest is neither difficult nor impossible. It is, in fact, The common sense. This house will shortly be given over to the police. They will swarm all over it. They will make their investigations everywhere. For yourself and your family, it could be very unpleasant. I suggest that you leave." "Or give the house over to the police?" Richard asked incredulously. "That is my suggestion," Poirot repeated. "Of course, you will have to remain in the neighborhood, but they say the local hotel is very comfortable. Engage your room, sir. Then you will be close at hand when the police wish to question you." "But when do you suggest that this should take place?" Poirot beamed at him. "My idea was immediately." "Well, surely it will all look very odd." "Not at all, not at all," the little detective assured Richard, smiling again. "It will appear to be a move of the utmost, how do you say, the utmost sensitivity. The associations here are hateful to you. You cannot bear to remain another hour. I assure you it will sound very well." "But how about the inspector?" "I myself will fix it up with the inspector chap." "I can't see what good this is going to achieve," Richard persisted. "No, of course you do not see." Poirot sounded more than a trifle smug. He shrugged his shoulders. "It is not necessarily that you should see. But I see. I, Hercule Poirot. That is enough." He took Richard by the shoulders. "Go and make the arrangement. Or if you cannot give your mind to it, let Raynor make them for you. Go, go." He almost pushed Richard to the door. With a final anxious look back at Poirot, Richard left the room. "Oh, these English, how obstinate," muttered Poirot. He moved to the French windows and called, "Mademoiselle Barbara." In answer to Poirot's call, Barbara Amory appeared outside the French windows. "What is it? Has something else happened?" she asked. Poirot gave her his most winning smile. "Ah, mademoiselle," he said, "I wonder if you might be able to spare my colleague Hastings for just a little minute or two, perhaps." Barbara's reply was accompanied by a skittish glance. "So, you want to take my little pet away from me, do you?" "Just for a very short time, mademoiselle, I promise you." "Then you shall, Monsieur Poirot." Turning back into the garden, Barbara called, "My pet, you're wanted." "I thank you." Poirot smiled again with a polite bow. Barbara returned to the garden, and a few moments later Hastings entered the library through the French windows, looking somewhat ashamed. "And what have you to say for yourself?" Poirot asked in a tone of mock annoyance. Hastings attempted an apologetic smile. "It is all very well to put on the grin of the sheep," Poirot admonished him. "I leave you here, on guard, and the next thing I know you are promenading yourself with that very charming young lady in the garden. You are generally the most reliable of men, mon cher, but as soon as a pretty young woman appears upon the scene, your judgment flies out of the window. Zut alors." Hastings' sheepish grin faded, to be replaced by a blush of embarrassment. "I say, I'm awfully sorry, Poirot," he exclaimed. I just stepped outside for a second, and then I saw you through the window coming into the room, so I thought it didn't matter." "You mean you thought it better not to return to face me?" declared Poirot. "Well, my dear Hastings, you may have done the most irreparable damage. I found Cavalier in here. The good Lord alone knows what he was doing, or what evidence he was tampering with." "Oh, I say, Poirot, I really am sorry." Hastings apologized again. "I'm most awfully sorry." "If you have not done the damage irreparable, it is more by good luck than for any other reason. But now, mon ami, the moment has come when we must employ our little grey selves." Pretending to smack Hastings on the cheek, Poirot in fact gave his colleague an affectionate pat. "Ah, good. Let's get to work," Hastings exclaimed. "No, it is not good, my friend," Poirot told him. "It is bad. It is obscure." His face wore a troubled look as he continued. "It is dark as it was last night." He thought for a moment and then added, "But yes, I think there is perhaps an idea, the germ of an idea. Yes, we will start there." Looking completely mystified, Hastings asked, "What on earth are you talking about?" The tone of Poirot's voice changed. He spoke gravely and thoughtfully. "Why did Sir Claude die, Hastings? Answer me that. Why did Sir Claude die?" Hastings stared at him. "But we know that," he exclaimed. "Do we?" asked Poirot. "Are you so very sure?" Well, yes," Hastings responded, though somewhat uncertainly. "He died, well, he died because he was poisoned." Poirot made an impatient gesture. "Yes, but why was he poisoned?" Hastings thought carefully before replying. Then, "Well, surely it must be because the thief suspected—" he began. Poirot slowly shook his head as Hastings continued. "Because the thief suspected that he'd been discovered." He broke off again as he observed Poirot continuing to shake his head. "Suppose, Hastings," Poirot murmured, "just suppose that the thief did not suspect." "Why, I don't quite see," Hastings confessed. Poirot moved away, and then turned back with his arm raised in a gesture that seemed intended to hold his friend's attention. He paused and cleared his throat. "Let me recount to you, Hastings," he declared, "the sequence of events as they might have gone, or rather as I think they were meant to go." Hastings sat in the chair by the table as Poirot continued. "Sir Claude dies in his chair one night." Poirot moved to the armchair, sat, and paused for a moment before repeating thoughtfully, "Yes, Sir Claude dies in his chair. There are no suspicious circumstances attending that death. In all probability it will be put down to heart failure. It will be some days before his private papers are examined. His will is the only document that will be searched for. After the funeral, in due course, it will be discovered that his notes on the new explosive are incomplete. It may never be known that the exact formula existed. You see what that gives to our thief, Hastings?" "Yes." "What?" asked Poirot. Hastings looked puzzled. "What?" he repeated. "Security. That is what it gives the thief. He can dispose of his booty quite safely, whenever he wishes to. There is no pressure upon him. Even if the existence of the formula is known, he will have had plenty of time to cover his tracks." "Well, it's an idea, yes, I suppose so," Hastings commented in a dubious tone. "But naturally it is an idea, and might not Hercule Poirot. But see now where this idea leads us. It tells us that the murder of Sir Claude was not a chance maneuver executed on the spur of the moment. It was a plan beforehand. Beforehand. Just see now where we are." "No," Hastings admitted with an engaging candor. "You know very well I never see these things. I know that we're in the library of Sir Claude's house, and that's all." "Yes, my friend, you are right," Poirot told him. "We are in the library of Sir Claude Amory's house. It is not morning, but evening. The lights have just gone out. The thief's plans have gone awry." Poirot sat very upright and wagged his forefinger emphatically to emphasize his points. "Sir Claude, who, in the normal course of things, would not have gone to that safe until the following day, has discovered his loss by a mere chance. And as the old gentleman himself said, the thief is caught like a rat in a trap. Yes, but the thief, who is also the murderer, knows something too that Sir Claude does not. The thief knows that in a very few minutes Sir Claude will be silenced forever. He or she has one problem that has to be solved, and one only: to hide the paper safely during those few moments of darkness. Shut your eyes, Hastings, as I shut mine. The lights have gone out. We can see nothing, but we can hear. Repeat to me, Hastings, as accurately as you can, the words of Miss Amory when she described the scene for us." Hastings shut his eyes. Then he began to speak, slowly, with an effort of memory and several pauses. Gasps, he uttered. Poirot nodded. A lot of little gasps, Hastings went on, and Poirot nodded again. Hastings concentrated for a time and then continued. The noise of a chair falling, a metallic clink, that must have been the key, I imagine. Quite right, said Poirot. The key. Continue. A scream. No, that was Lucia screaming. She called out to Sir Claude. Then the knocking came at the door. Oh, wait a moment. Right at the beginning, the noise of tearing silk. Hastings opened his eyes. Yes. Tearing silk, Poirot exclaimed. He rose and moved to the desk and then crossed to the fireplace. It is all there, Hastings, in those few moments of darkness. All there. And yet our ears tell us nothing. He stopped at the mantelpiece and mechanically straightened the vase of spills. Oh, do stop straightening those damn things, Poirot, Hastings complained. You're always at it. His attention rested. Poirot removed his hand from the vase. What is that you say? He asked. Yes, it is true. He stared at the vase of spills. I remember straightening them but a little hour ago. And now it is necessary that I straighten them again. He spoke excitedly. Why, Hastings? Why is that? Well, because they're crooked, I suppose, Hastings replied in a bored tone. It's just your little mania for neatness. Tearing silk, exclaimed Poirot. No, Hastings. The sound is the same. He stared at the paper spills and snatched up the vase that contained them. Tearing paper, he continued as he moved away from the mantelpiece. His excitement communicated itself to his friend. What is it? Hastings asked, springing up and moving to him. Poirot stood tumbling out the spills onto the settee and examining them. Every now and then he handed one to Hastings, muttering, Here is one. Another. And yet another. Hastings unfolded the spills and scrutinized them. C19, N23, began to read aloud from one of them. Yes, exclaimed Poirot. It is the formula. I say, that's wonderful. Quick, fold them up again, Poirot ordered, and Hastings began to do so. Oh, you are so slow, Poirot admonished him. Quick. Snatching the spills from Hastings, he put them back into the vase and hastened to return it to the mantelpiece. Looking dumbfounded, Hastings joined him there. Poirot beamed. It intrigues you what I do there, yes? Tell me, Hastings, what is it that I have here in this vase? Why, spills, of course, Hastings replied in a tone of tremendous irony. No, mon ami. It is cheese. Cheese? Precisely, my friend. Cheese. I say, Poirot, Hastings inquired sarcastically, you're all right, aren't you? I mean, you haven't got a headache or anything. Poirot's reply ignored his friend's frivolous question. For what do you use cheese, Hastings? I will tell you, mon ami. You use it to bait a mousetrap. We wait now for one thing only. The mouse. And the mouse? The mouse will come, my friend, Poirot assured Hastings. Rest assured of that. I have sent him a message. He will not fail to respond. Before Hastings had time to react to Poirot's cryptic announcement, the door opened and Edward Rayner entered the room. Oh, you're here, Monsieur Poirot, the secretary observed, and Captain Hastings also. Inspector Japp would like to speak to you both upstairs. We will come at once, Poirot replied. Followed by Hastings, he walked to the door as Rayner entered the library and crossed to the fireplace. At the door, Poirot suddenly wheeled round to look at the secretary. By the way, Mr. Rayner, the detective asked as he moved back to the centre of the room, do you by any chance know whether Dr. Cavalry was here in the library at all this morning? Yes, he was, Rayner told the detective. I found him here. Poirot seemed pleased at this. And what was he doing? Why, he was telephoning, I believe. Was he telephoning when you came in? No, he was just coming back into the room. He'd been in Sir Claude's study. Poirot considered this for a moment and then asked Rayner, "Where exactly were you then? Can you remember?" Still standing by the fireplace, Rayner replied, "Somewhere about here, I think." "Did you hear any of Dr. Garrage's conversation on the phone?" "No," said the secretary. "He made it perfectly clear that he wanted to be alone, so I cleared out." "I see." Poirot hesitated and then took a notebook and pencil from his pocket. Writing a few words on a page, he tore it out. "Hastings," he called. Hastings, who had been hovering by the door, came to him, and Poirot gave his friend the folded page. "Would you be so kind as to take that up to Inspector Shep?" Rayner watched Hastings leave the room on his errand and then asked, "What was that all about?" Putting the notebook and pencil back in his pocket, Poirot replied, "I told Shep that I would be with him in a few minutes, and that I might be able to tell him the name of the murderer." "Really? You know who it is?" asked Rayner in a state of some excitement. There was a momentary pause. Hercule Poirot seemed to hold the secretary under the spell of his personality. Rayner watched the detective, fascinated, as he slowly began to speak. "Yes, I think I know who the murderer is," at last, Poirot announced. "I am reminded of another case not so long ago. Never shall I forget the killing of Lord Edgware. I was nearly defeated, yes, I, Hercule Poirot, by the extremely simple cunning of a vacant brain. You see, Monsieur Reynard, the very simple-minded have often the genius to commit an uncomplicated crime and then leave it alone. Let us hope that the murderer of Sir Claude, on the other hand, is intelligent and superior and thoroughly pleased with himself and unable to resist, how do you say, painting the lily." Poirot's eyes lit up in vivid animation. "Now, not sure that I understand you," said Rayner. "You mean to say that it's not Mrs. Amory?" "No, it is not Mrs. Amory," Poirot told him. "That is why I wrote my little note. That poor lady has suffered enough. She must be spared any further questioning." Rayner looked thoughtful and then exclaimed, "Then I'll bet it's Corelli, yes?" Poirot wagged a finger at him playfully. "Monsieur Rayner, you must permit me to keep my little secret until the last moment." Taking out a handkerchief, he mopped his brow. "Oh, mon Dieu, how hot it is today," he complained. "Would you like a drink?" asked Rayner. "I'm forgetting my manners. I should have offered you one earlier." Poirot beamed. "You are very kind. I will have a whiskey, please, if I may." "Certainly. Just a moment." Rayner left the room while Poirot wandered across to the French windows and looked out into the garden for a moment. Then, moving to the settee, he shook the cushions before drifting across to the mantelpiece to examine the ornaments. In a few moments, Rayner returned with 2 whiskies and sodas on a tray. He watched as Poirot lifted a hand to an ornament on the mantelpiece. "This is a valuable antique, I fancy," Poirot remarked, picking up a jug. "Is it?" was Rayner's uninterested comment. "I don't know much about that kind of thing. Come and have a drink," he suggested as he set his tray down on the coffee table. "Thank you," murmured Poirot, joining him there. "Well, here's luck," said Rayner, taking a glass and drinking. With a bow, Poirot raised the other glass to his lips. "To you, my friend. And now let me tell you of my suspicions. I first realized that—" He broke off suddenly, jerking his head over his shoulder as though some sound had caught his ear. Looking first at the door and then at Rayner, he put his finger to his lips, indicating that he thought someone might be eavesdropping. Rayner nodded in comprehension. The 2 men crept stealthily up to the door, and Poirot gestured to the secretary to remain in the room. Poirot opened the door sharply and bounced outside, but returned immediately, looking extremely crestfallen. "Surprising," he admitted to Rayner. "I could have sworn I heard something. However, I made a mistake. It does not happen very often. À votre santé, my friend." He drained the contents of his glass. "Ah," exclaimed Rayner, as he also rang. "I beg your pardon?" asked Poirot. "Nothing. A load off my mind, that's all." Poirot moved to the table and put his glass down. "Do you know, Monsieur Rayner," he confided, "to be absolutely honest with you, I have never become quite used to your English national drink, the whiskey. The taste, it pleases me not. It is bitter." He moved to the armchair and sat. "Really? I'm so sorry. Mine didn't taste at all bitter." Rayner put his glass down on the coffee table and continued. "I think you were about to tell me something just now, were you not?" Poirot looked surprised. "Was I? What can it have been? Can I have forgotten already? I think that perhaps I wanted to explain to you how I proceed in an investigation. Voyons. One fact leads to another, so we continue. Does the next one fit in with that? Very good. We can proceed. This next little fact? No. That is curious. There is something missing, a link in the chain that is not there. We examine, we search, and that little curious fact, that perhaps paltry little detail that will not tally, we put it here." Poirot made an extravagant gesture to his head with his hand. "It is significant. It is tremendous." "Yes, I see," Rayner murmured dubiously. Poirot shook his forefinger so fiercely in Rayner's face that the secretary almost quailed before it. Beware. Peril to the detective who says, "It is so small it does not matter. It will not agree, I will forget it." That way lies confusion. Everything matters. Poirot suddenly stopped and tapped his head. Now I remember what I wanted to talk to you about. It was one of those small, unimportant little facts. I wanted to talk to you, Monsieur Rayner, about dust." Rayner smiled politely. "Dust?" "Precisely, dust," Poirot repeated. "My friend Hastings here imagined me just now that I am a detective and not a housemaid. He thought himself very clever to make such a remark, but I am not so sure. The housemaid and the detective, after all, have something in common. The housemaid, what does she do? She explores all the dark corners with her broom. She brings into the light of day all the hidden things that have rolled conveniently out of sight. Does not the detective do much the same?" Rayner looked bored, but murmured, "Yes, very interesting, Monsieur Poirot." He moved to the chair by the table and sat before asking, "But is that all you were intending to say?" "No, not quite," replied Poirot. He leaned forward. "You did not throw dust in my eyes, Monsieur Rayner, because there was no dust. Do you understand?" The secretary stared at him intently. "No, I'm afraid I don't." "There was no dust on that box of drugs. Mademoiselle Barbara commented on the fact, but there should have been dust. That shelf on which it stands," and Poirot gestured towards it as he spoke, "is thick with dust. It was then that I knew." "Knew what?" "I knew," Poirot continued, "that someone had taken that box down recently, that the person who poisoned Sir Claude Amory would not need to go near the box last night, since he had on some earlier occasion helped himself to all the poison he needed, choosing a time when he knew he would not be disturbed. You did not go near the box of drugs last night because you had already taken from it the hyacinth you needed, but you did handle the coffee, Monsieur Rayner." Rayner smiled patiently. "Dear me, to accuse me of murdering Sir Claude." "Do you deny it?" asked Poirot. Rayner paused before replying. When he spoke again, a harsher tone had entered his voice. "Oh, no," he declared. "I don't deny it. Why should I? I'm really rather proud of the whole thing. It ought to have gone off without a hitch. It was sheer bad luck that made Sir Claude open the safe again last night. He's never done such a thing before." Poirot sounded rather drowsy as he asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" "Oh, why not? You're so sympathetic. It's a pleasure to talk to you." Rayner laughed and continued, "Yes, things very nearly went wrong. But that's what I really pride myself on, turning a failure into a success." A triumphant expression appeared on his face. To devise a hiding place on the spur of the moment was really rather creditable. "Would you like me to tell you where the formula is now?" His drowsiness now accentuated. Poirot seemed to find difficulty in speaking clearly. I do not understand you," he whispered. "Made one little mistake, Monsieur Poirot," Rayner told him with a sneer. "You underestimated my intelligence. I wasn't really taken in just now by your ingenious red herring about poor old Corelli. A man with your brains couldn't seriously have believed that Corelli were worth thinking about. You see, I'm playing for big stakes. That piece of paper, delivered in the right quarters, means £50,000 to me." He leaned back. "Just think what a man of my ability can do with £50,000. In a voice of increasing drowsiness, Poirot managed to reply, I do not like to think of it." "Well, perhaps not. I appreciate that," Rayner conceded. "One has to allow for a different point of view." Poirot leaned forward and appeared to be making an effort to pull himself together. "And it will not be so," he exclaimed. "I will denounce you. I, Hercule Poirot." He broke off suddenly. "Hercule Poirot will do nothing," declared Rayner, as the detective sank back in his seat. With a laugh which was close to a sneer, the secretary continued, "You never guessed, did you, even when you said that the whiskey was bitter? You see, my dear Monsieur Poirot, I took not just one, but several tubes of hyacinth from that box. If anything, you've had slightly more than I gave Sir Claude." Ah, mon Dieu," Poirot gasped, struggling to rise. In a weak voice he tried to call, "Hasty, haste." His voice faded away, and he sank back into his chair. His eyelids closed. Rayner got to his feet, pushed his chair aside, and moved to stand over Poirot. "Try to keep awake, Monsieur Poirot," he said. "Surely you'd like to see where the formula was hidden, wouldn't you?" He waited for a moment, but Poirot's eyes remained closed. "A swift, dreamless sleep and no awakening, as our dear friend Corelli puts it," Rayner commented dryly as he went to the mantelpiece, took the spills, folded them, and put them in his pocket. He moved towards the French windows, pausing only to call over his shoulder, "Goodbye, my dear Monsieur Poirot." He was about to step out into the garden when he was halted by the sound of Poirot's voice speaking cheerfully and naturally. "Would you not like the envelope as well?" Rayner spun around, and at the same moment Inspector Japp entered the library from the garden. Moving back a few steps, Rayner paused irresolutely and then decided to bolt. He rushed to the French windows, only to be seized by Japp and by Constable Johnson, who also suddenly appeared from the garden. Poirot rose from his chair, stretching himself. "Well, my dear chap," he asked, "did you get it all?" Dragging Rayner back to the centre of the room with the aid of his constable, Japp replied, "Every word, thanks to your note, Poirot. You can hear everything perfectly from the terrace there, just outside the window. Now, let's go over him and see what we can find." He pulled the spills from Rayner's pocket and threw them onto the coffee table. He next pulled out a small tube. Aha! Hyacinth. Empty. "Ah, Hastings," Poirot greeted his friend as he entered from the hall, carrying a glass of whisky and soda, which he handed to the detective. "You see," Poirot addressed Rayner in his kindliest manner, "I refused to play in your comedy. Instead, I made you play in mine. In my note, I gave instructions to Shap and also to Hastings. Then I make things easy for you by complaining of the heat. I know you will suggest a drink. It is, after all, the opening that you need. After that, it is all so straightforward. When I go to the door, the good Hastings is ready outside with another whiskey and soda. I change glasses, and I am back again. And so, on with the comedy. Poirot gave the glass back to Hastings. And myself. I think I play my part rather well, he declared. There was a pause while Poirot and Rayner surveyed each other. Then Rayner spoke. I've been afraid of you ever since you came into this house. My scheme could have worked. I could have set myself up for life with the £50,000, perhaps even more, that I would have got for that wretched formula. But from the moment you arrived, I stopped feeling absolutely confident that I'd get away with killing that pompous old fool and stealing his precious scrap of paper. I have observed already that you are intelligent, Poirot replied. He sat again in the armchair, looking distinctly pleased with himself, as Jack began to speak rapidly. Edward Rayner, I arrest you for the wilful murder of Sir Claude Amory, and I warn you that anything you say may be used in evidence. Jack made a gesture to the constable to take Rayner away. As Rayner made his exit in the custody of Constable Johnson, the two men passed Miss Amory, who was entering the library at the same moment. She looked back at them anxiously and then hastened to Poirot. "Oh, Monsieur Poirot," she gasped, as Poirot rose to greet her. "Is this true? Was it Mr. Rayner who murdered my poor brother?" "I am afraid so, mademoiselle," said Poirot. Miss Amory looked dumbfounded. "Oh! Oh!" she exclaimed. "I can't believe it. What wickedness! We've always treated him like one of the family, and the beeswax and everything." She turned abruptly and was about to leave when Richard entered and held the door open for her. As she almost ran from the room, her niece Barbara entered from the garden. "This is simply too shattering for words," Barbara exclaimed. "Edward Rayner, of all people, who would have believed it? Somebody's been frightfully clever to have found out. I wonder who." She looked meaningfully at Poirot, who, however, gave a bow in the direction of the police inspector as he murmured, "It was Inspector Japp who solved the case, mademoiselle." Japp beamed. "I will say for you, Monsieur Poirot, you're the goods, and a gentleman as well." With a nod to the assembled company, Japp made a brisk exit, snatching the whisky glass from a bemused Hastings as he did so, with the words, "I'll take charge of the evidence, if you please, Captain Hastings." "Yes, but was it really Inspector Japp who found out who killed Uncle Claude? Or," Barbara asked Poirot coyly as she approached him, "was it you, Monsieur Hercule Poirot?" Poirot moved to Hastings, putting an arm around his old friend. "Mademoiselle," he informed Barbara, "the real credit belongs to Hastings here. He made a remark of surpassing brilliance, which put me on the right track. Take him into the garden and make him tell you about it." He pushed Hastings towards Barbara and shepherded them both towards the French windows. "Ah, my pet," Barbara sighed comically to Hastings as they went out into the garden. Richard Amory was about to address Poirot when the door to the hall opened and Lucia entered. Giving a start when she saw her husband, Lucia murmured uncertainly, "Richard." Richard turned to look at her. "Lucia." Lucia moved a few steps into the room. She began and then broke off. Richard approached her and then stopped. "You—" They both looked extremely nervous and ill at ease with each other. Then Lucia suddenly caught sight of Poirot and went to him with outstretched hands. "Monsieur Poirot, how can we ever thank you?" Poirot took both her hands in his. "So, madame, your troubles are over," he announced. "A murderer has been caught." "But my troubles, are they really over?" Lucia asked wistfully. "It is true that you do not look quite happy yet, my child," Poirot observed. "Shall I ever be happy again, I wonder?" "I think so," said Poirot with a twinkle in his eye. "Trust in your old Poirot." Guiding Lucia to the chair by the table in the centre of the room, he picked up the spills from the coffee table, went across to Richard and handed them to him. "Monsieur," he declared, "I have pleasure in restoring to you Sir formula. It can be pieced together. What is the expression you use? It will be as good as new." "My God, the formula!" Richard exclaimed. "I'd almost forgotten it. I can hardly bear to look at it again. Think what it's done to us all. It cost my father his life, and it's all but ruined the lives of all of us as well." "What are you going to do with it, Richard?" Lucia asked him. "I don't know. What would you do with it?" Rising and moving to him, Lucia whispered, "Will you let me?" "It's yours," her husband told her, handing her the spills. "Do as you like with the wretched thing." "Thank you, Richard," murmured Lucia. She went to the fireplace, took a match from the box on the mantelpiece, and set fire to the spills, dropping the pieces one by one into the fireplace. "There is so much suffering already in the world. I cannot bear to think of any more." "Madame," said Poirot, "I admire the manner in which you burn many thousands of pounds with as little emotion as though they were just a few pence." "They are nothing but ashes," Lucia sighed. "Like my life." Poirot gave a snort. "Oh, la la, let us all order our coffees," he remarked in a tone of mock gloom. "No, me, I like to be happy, to rejoice, to dance, to sing. See you, my children," he continued, turning to address Richard as well. "I am about to take a liberty with you both. Madame looks down her nose and thinks, I have deceived my husband. Monsieur looks down his nose and thinks, I have suspected my wife. And yet what you really want, both of you, is to be in each other's arms, is it not?" Lucia took a step towards her husband. "Richard," she began in a low voice. "Madame," Poirot interrupted her, "I fear that Sir Claude may have suspected you of planning to steal his formula because, a few weeks ago, someone, no doubt an ex-colleague of Cavelli, for people of that kind are continually falling out with one another, someone, I say, sent Sir Claude an anonymous letter about your mother. But do you know, my foolish child, that your husband tried to accuse himself to Inspector Japp, that he actually confessed to the murder of Sir Claude in order to save you?" Lucia gave a little cry and looked adoringly at Richard. "And you, monsieur," Poirot continued, "figure to yourself that not more than half an hour ago your wife was shouting in my ear that she had killed your father, all because she feared that you might have done so." "Lucia," Richard murmured tenderly, going to her. "Being English," Poirot remarked as he moved away from them, "you will not embrace in my presence, I suppose?" Lucia went to him and took his hand. "Monsieur Poirot, I do not think I shall ever forget you. Ever." "Neither shall I forget you, madame," Poirot declared gallantly as he kissed her hand. "Poirot," Richard Amory declared, "I don't know what to say, except that you saved my life and my marriage. I can't express what I feel." "Do not derange yourself, my friend," replied Poirot. "I am happy to have been of service to you." Lucia and Richard went out into the garden together, looking into each other's eyes, his arm around her shoulders. Following them to the window, Poirot called after them, "Bless you, mes enfants. Oh, and if you encounter Miss Barbara in the garden, please ask her to return Captain Hastings to me. We must shortly begin our journey to London." Turning back into the room, his glance fell on the fireplace. "Ah," he exclaimed as he went to the mantelpiece over the fireplace and straightened the spill vase. "Voila! Now, order and neatness are restored." With that, Poirot walked towards the door, with an air of immense satisfaction. The affair at the Victory Ball. It was a fine morning in spring, and we were sitting in Poirot's rooms. My little friend, neat and dapper as ever, his egg-shaped head tilted on one side, was delicately applying a new pomade to his moustache. A certain harmless vanity was a characteristic of Poirot's, and fell into line with his general love of order and method. The Daily Newsmonger, which I had been reading, had slipped to the floor, and I was deep in a brown study when Poirot's voice recalled me. "Of what are you thinking so deeply, mon ami?" "To tell you the truth," I replied, "I was puzzling over this unaccountable affair at the Victory Ball. The papers are full of it." I tapped the sheet with my finger as I spoke. "Yes?" "The more one reads of it, the more shrouded in mystery the whole thing becomes." I warmed to my subject. "Who killed Lord Cronshaw? Was Coco Courtney's death on the same night a mere coincidence? Was it an accident? Or did she deliberately take an overdose of cocaine?" I stopped, and then added dramatically, "These are the questions I asked myself." Poirot, somewhat to my annoyance, did not play up. He was peering into the glass and merely murmured, "Decidedly, this new pomade, it is a marvel for the moustaches." Catching my eye, however, he added hastily, "Quite so, and how do you reply to your questions?" But before I could answer, the door opened, and our landlady announced Inspector Japp. The Scotland Yard man was an old friend of ours, and we greeted him warmly. "Ah, my good Japp," cried Poirot, "and what brings you to see us?" "Well, Monsieur Poirot," said Japp, seating himself and nodding to me, "I'm on a case that strikes me as being very much in your line, and I came along to know whether you'd care to have a finger in the pie." Poirot had a good opinion of Japp's abilities, though deploring his lamentable lack of method, but I, for my part, considered that the detective's highest talent lay in the gentle art of seeking favors under the guise of conferring them. "It's the Victory Ball," said Japp persuasively. "Come now, you'd like to have a hand in that." Poirot smiled at me. "My friend Hastings would at all events. He was just holding forth on the subject, n'est-ce pas, mon ami?" "Well, sir," said Japp condescendingly, "you shall be in it too. I can tell you, it's something of a feather in your cap to have inside knowledge of a case like this. Well, here's to business. You know the main facts of the case, I suppose, Monsieur Poirot?" "From the papers only, and the imagination of the journalist is sometimes misleading. Recount the whole story to me." Japp crossed his legs comfortably and began. "As all the world and his wife knows, on Tuesday last a grand Victory Ball was held. Every two-penny halfpenny hop calls itself that number nowadays, but this was the real thing, held at the Colossus Hall, and all London at it, including your Lord Cronshaw and his party." "His dossier?" interrupted Poirot. "I should say his bioscope. No, how do you call it? Biograph." Viscount Cronshaw was 5th Viscount, 25 years of age, rich, unmarried, and very fond of the theatrical world. There were rumours of his being engaged to Miss Courtney of the Albany Theatre, who was known to her friends as Coco, and who was, by all accounts, a very fascinating young lady. "Good. Continuez." Lord Cronshaw's party consisted of 6 people. He himself, his uncle, the Honourable Eustace Beltane, a pretty American widow, Mrs. Mallaby, a young actor, Chris Davidson, his wife, and last but not least, Miss Coco Courtney. It was a fancy dress ball, as you know, and the Cronshaw party represented the old Italian comedy, whatever that may be. "The Commedia dell'arte," murmured Poirot. "I know. Anyway, the costumes were copied from a set of china figures forming part of Eustace Beltane's collection. Lord Cronshaw was Harlequin. Beltane was Punchinello. Mrs. Mallaby matched him as Pulcinella. The Davidsons were Pierrot and Pierrette, and Miss Courtney, of course, was Columbine. Now, quite early in the evening, it was apparent that there was something wrong. Lord Cronshaw was moody and strange in his manner. When the party met together for supper in a small private room engaged by the host, everyone noticed that he and Miss Courtney were no longer on speaking terms. She had obviously been crying, and seemed on the verge of hysterics. The meal was an uncomfortable one, and as they all left the supper room, she turned to Chris Davidson and requested him audibly to take her home, as she was sick of the ball. The young actor hesitated, glancing at Lord Cronshaw, and finally drew them both back to the supper room. But all his efforts to secure a reconciliation were unavailing, and he accordingly got a taxi and escorted the now weeping Miss Courtenay back to her flat. Although obviously very much upset, she did not confide in him, merely reiterating again and again that she would make old Cronch sorry for this. That is the only hint we have that her death might not have been accidental, and it's precious little to go upon. By the time Davidson had quieted her down somewhat, it was too late to return to the Colossus Hall, and Davidson accordingly went straight home to his flat in Chelsea, where his wife arrived shortly afterwards, bearing the news of the terrible tragedy that had occurred after his departure. Lord Cronshaw, it seems, became more and more moody as the ball went on. He kept away from his party, and they hardly saw him during the rest of the evening. It was about 1:30 a.m., just before the grand cotillion, when everyone was to unmask, that Captain Digby, a brother officer who knew his disguise, noticed him standing in a box, gazing down on the scene. "Hello, Cronch," he called. "Come down and be sociable. What are you moping about up there for, like a boiled owl? Come along. There's a good old rag coming on now." "Right," responded Cronshaw. "Wait for me, or I'll never find you in the crowd." He turned and left the box as he spoke. Captain Digby, who had Mrs. Davidson with him, waited. The minutes passed, but Lord Cronshaw did not appear. Finally Digby grew impatient. "Does the fellow think we're going to wait all night for him?" he exclaimed. At that moment Mrs. Malaby joined them, and they explained the situation. "Say now," cried the pretty widow vivaciously, "he's like a bear with a sore head tonight. Let's go right away and rout him out." The search commenced, but met with no success, until it occurred to Mrs. Malaby that he might possibly be found in the room where they had supped an hour earlier. They made their way there. What a sight met their eyes! There was Harlequin, sure enough, but stretched on the ground with a table-knife in his heart. Japp stopped, and Poirot nodded, and said with the relish of the specialist, "Une belle affaire," and there was no clue as to the perpetrator of the deed. But how should there be? "Well," continued the inspector, "you know the rest. The tragedy was a double one. Next day there were headlines in all the papers, and a brief statement to the effect that Miss Courtenay, the popular actress, had been discovered dead in her bed, and that her death was due to an overdose of cocaine. Now, was it accident or suicide? Her maid, who was called upon to give evidence, admitted that Miss Courtenay was a confirmed taker of the drug, and a verdict of accidental death was returned. Nevertheless, we can't leave the possibility of suicide out of account. Her death is particularly unfortunate, since it leaves us no clue now to the cause of the quarrel the preceding night. By the way, a small enamel box was found on the dead man. It had Coco written across it in diamonds, and was half full of cocaine. It was identified by Miss Courtenay's maid as belonging to her mistress, who nearly always carried it about with her, since it contained her supply of the drug, to which she was fast becoming a slave. Was Lord Cronshaw himself addicted to the drug? Very far from it. He held unusually strong views on the subject of dope. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. But since the box was in his possession, he knew that Miss Courtenay took it. Suggestive, that is it not, my good Japp? "Ah," said Japp, rather vaguely. I smiled. "Well," said Japp, "that's the case. What do you think of it?" "You found no clue of any kind that has not been reported?" "Yes. There was this." Japp took a small object from his pocket and handed it over to Poirot. It was a small pompon of emerald green silk, with some ragged threads hanging from it, as though it had been wrenched violently away. "We found it in the dead man's hand, which was tightly clenched over it," explained the inspector. Poirot handed it back without any comment and asked, "Had Lord Cronshaw any enemies?" "None that anyone knows of. He seemed a popular young fellow." "Who benefits by his death?" "His uncle, the Honourable Eustace Beltane, comes into the title and estates. There are one or two suspicious facts against him. Several people declare that they heard a violent altercation going on in the little supper room, and that Eustace Beltane was one of the disputants. You see, the table knife being snatched up off the table would fit in with the murder being done in the heat of a quarrel. What does Mr. Beltane say about the matter? Declares one of the waiters was the worse for liquor, and that he was giving him a dressing down. Also, that it was nearer to 1 than half past. You see, Captain Digby's evidence fixes the time pretty accurately. Only about 10 minutes elapsed between his speaking to Cronshaw and the finding of the body. And in any case, I suppose Mr. Beltane, as Punchinello, was wearing a hump and a ruffle. I don't know the exact details of the costumes, said Japp, looking curiously at Poirot. And anyway, I don't quite see what that has got to do with it. No. There was a hint of mockery in Poirot's smile. He continued quietly, his eyes shining with the green light I had learned to recognize so well. There was a curtain in this little supper room, was there not? Yes, but with a space behind it sufficient to conceal a man. Yes, in fact, there's a small recess, but how you knew about it? You haven't been to the place, have you, Monsieur Poirot? No, my good Japp. I supplied the curtain from my brain. Without it, the drama is not reasonable, and always one must be reasonable. But tell me, did they not send for a doctor? At once, of course. But there was nothing to be done. Death must have been instantaneous. Poirot nodded rather impatiently. Yes, I understand. This doctor. Now, he gave evidence at the inquest. Yes. Did he say nothing of any unusual symptom? Was there nothing about the appearance of the body which struck him as being abnormal? Japp stared hard at the little man. Yes, Monsieur Poirot. I don't know what you're getting at, but he did mention that there was a tension and stiffness about the limbs, which he was quite at a loss to account for. Aha, said Poirot. Aha, mon Dieu. Japp, that gives one to think, does it not? I saw that it had certainly not given Japp to think. If you're thinking of poison, monsieur, who on earth would poison a man first and then stick a knife into him? In truth, that would be ridiculous, agreed Poirot placidly. Now, is there anything you want to see, monsieur? If you'd like to examine the room where the body was found. Poirot waved his hand. Not in the least. You have told me the only thing that interests me, Lord Cronshaw's views on the subject of drug-taking. Then there's nothing you want to see? Just one thing. What is that? The set of china figures from which the costumes were copied. Japp stared. Well, you're a funny one. You can manage that for me. Come round to Berkeley Square now, if you like. Mr. Beltane, or his lordship, as I should say now, won't object. We set off at once in a taxi. The new Lord Cronshaw was not at home, but at Japp's request we were shown into the china room, where the gems of the collection were kept. Japp looked round him rather helplessly. I don't see how you'll ever find the ones you want, monsieur. Be at spe. But Poirot had already drawn a chair in front of the mantelpiece, and was hopping up upon it like a nimble robin. Above the mirror, on a small shelf to themselves, stood 6 china figures. Poirot examined them minutely, making a few comments to us as he did so. Les voilà, the old Italian comedy, 3 pairs, Harlequin and Colombine, Pierrot and Pierrette, very dainty in white and green, and Punchinello and Pulcinella in mauve and yellow. Very elaborate, the costume of Punchinello, ruffles and frills, a hump, a high hat. Yes, as I thought, very elaborate. He replaced the figures carefully and jumped down. Japp looked unsatisfied, but as Poirot had clearly no intention of explaining anything, the detective put the best face he could upon the matter. As we were preparing to leave, the master of the house came in, and Japp performed the necessary introductions. The 6th Viscount Cronshaw was a man of about 50, suave in manner, with a handsome, dissolute face. Evidently an elderly roué, with the languid manner of a poseur. I took an instant dislike to him. He greeted us graciously enough, declaring he had heard great accounts of Poirot's skill, and placing himself at our disposal in every way. The police are doing all they can, I know, Poirot said, but I much fear the mystery of my nephew's death will never be cleared up. The whole thing seems utterly mysterious." Poirot was watching him keenly. "Your nephew had no enemies that you know of?" "None whatever, I'm sure of that." He paused, and then went on. "If there are any questions you would like to ask—" "Only one." Poirot's voice was serious. "The costumes, they were reproduced exactly from your figurines, to the smallest detail." "Thank you, Myler. That is all I wanted to be sure of. I wish you good day." "And what next?" inquired Japp as we hurried down the street. "I've got to report at the yard, you know." "Bien, I will not detain you. I have one other little matter to attend to, and then—" "Yes?" "The case will be complete." "What? You don't mean it. You know who killed Lord Cronshaw?" "Parfaitement." "Who was it? Eustace Beltane?" "Ah, mon ami, you know my little weakness. Always I have a desire to keep the threads in my own hands up to the last minute. But have no fear. I will reveal all when the time comes. I want no credit. The affair shall be yours, on the condition that you permit me to play out the denouement my own way." "That's fair enough," said Japp. "That is, if the denouement ever comes. But I say, you are an oyster, aren't you?" Poirot smiled. "Well, so long. I'm off to the yard." He strode off down the street, and Poirot hailed a passing taxi. "Where are we going now?" I asked in lively curiosity. "To Chelsea, to see the Davidsons." He gave the address to the driver. "What do you think of the new Lord Cronshaw?" I asked. "What says my good friend Hastings?" "I distrust him instinctively." "You think he is the wicked uncle of the storybooks, eh?" "Don't you?" "Me, I think he was most amiable towards us," said Poirot noncommittally, "because he had his reasons." Poirot looked at me, shook his head sadly, and murmured something that sounded like, "No method." The Davidsons lived on the third floor of a block of mansion flats. Mr. Davidson was out, we were told, but Mrs. Davidson was at home. We were ushered into a long, low room with garish oriental hangings. The air felt close and oppressive, and there was an overpowering fragrance of joss sticks. Mrs. Davidson came to us almost immediately, a small, fair creature whose fragility would have seemed pathetic and appealing had it not been for the rather shrewd and calculating gleam in her light blue eyes. Poirot explained our connection with the case, and she shook her head sadly. "Poor Cronch, and poor Coco too. We were both so fond of her, and her death has been a terrible grief to us. What is it you want to ask me? Must I really go over all that dreadful evening again?" "Oh, madame, believe me, I would not harass your feelings unnecessarily. Indeed, Inspector Japp has told me all that is needful. I only wish to see the costume you wore at the ball that night." The lady looked somewhat surprised, and Poirot continued smoothly. "You comprehend, madame, that I work on the system of my country. There we always reconstruct the crime. It is possible that I may have an actual representation, and if so, you understand the costumes would be important." Mrs. Davidson still looked a bit doubtful. "I've heard of reconstructing a crime, of course," she said, "but I didn't know you were so particular about details. But I'll fetch the dress now." She left the room and returned almost immediately with a dainty wisp of white satin and green. Poirot took it from her and examined it, handing it back with a bow. "Merci, madame. I see you have had the misfortune to lose one of your green pompons, the one on the shoulder here." "Yes, it got torn off at the ball. I picked it up and gave it to poor Lord Cronshaw to keep for me." "That was after supper?" "Yes." "Not long before the tragedy, perhaps?" A faint look of alarm came into Mrs. Davidson's pale eyes, and she replied quickly, "Oh, no, long before that. Quite soon after supper, in fact." "I see. Well, that is all. I will not derange you further. Bonjour, madame." "Well," I said as we emerged from the building, "that explains the mystery of the green pompon." "I wonder." "Why, what do you mean?" "You saw me examine the dress, Hastings?" "Yes." "Eh bien, the pompon that was missing had not been wrenched off, as the lady said. On the contrary, it had been cut off, my friend, cut off with scissors. The threads were all quite even. "Dear me," I exclaimed, "this becomes more and more involved." "On the contrary," replied Poirot placidly, "it becomes more and more simple." "Poirot," I cried, "one day I shall murder you. Your habit of finding everything perfectly simple is aggravating to the last degree." "But when I explain, mon ami, is it not always perfectly simple?" "Yes, that is the annoying part of it. I feel then that I could have done it myself." "And so you could, Hastings, so you could, if you would but take the trouble of arranging your ideas, without method." "Yes, yes," I said hastily, for I knew Poirot's eloquence when started on his favourite theme only too well. "Tell me, what do we do next? Are you really going to reconstruct the crime?" "Hardly that. Shall we say that the drama is over, but that I propose to add a harlequinade?" The following Tuesday was fixed upon by Poirot as the day for this mysterious performance. The preparations greatly intrigued me. A white screen was erected at one side of the room, flanked by heavy curtains at either side. A man with some lighting apparatus arrived next, and finally a group of members of the theatrical profession who disappeared into Poirot's bedroom, which had been rigged up as a temporary dressing room. Shortly before 8, Japp arrived, in no very cheerful mood. I gathered that the official detective hardly approved of Poirot's plan. Bit melodramatic, like all his ideas, but there, it can do no harm, and as he says, it might save us a good bit of trouble. He's been very smart over the case. I was on the same scent myself, of course. I felt instinctively that Japp was straining the truth here, but there, I promised to let him play the thing out, aid his own way. "Ah, here is the crowd." His lordship arrived first, escorting Mrs. Mallaby, whom I had not as yet seen. She was a pretty, dark-haired woman, and appeared perceptibly nervous. The Davidsons followed. Chris Davidson also I saw for the first time. He was handsome enough in a rather obvious style, tall and dark, with the easy grace of the actor. Poirot had arranged seats for the party facing the screen. This was illuminated by a bright light. Poirot switched out the other lights so that the room was in darkness, except for the screen. Poirot's voice rose out of the gloom. "Messieurs, mesdames, a word of explanation. 6 figures in turn will pass across the screen. They are familiar to you. Pierrot and his Pierrette, Punchinello the buffoon, and elegant Pulcinella, beautiful Columbine, lightly dancing, Harlequin, the sprite, invisible to man." With these words of introduction, the show began. In turn, each figure that Poirot had mentioned bounded before the screen, stayed there a moment, poised, and then vanished. The lights went up, and a sigh of relief went round. Everyone had been nervous, fearing they knew not what. It seemed to me that the proceedings had gone singularly flat. If the criminal was among us, and Poirot expected him to break down at the mere sight of a familiar figure, the device had failed signally, as it was almost bound to do. Poirot, however, appeared not a whit discomposed. He stepped forward, beaming. "Now, messieurs and mesdames, will you be so good as to tell me, one at a time, what it is that we have just seen? Will you begin, milord?" The gentleman looked rather puzzled. "I'm afraid I don't quite understand." "Just tell me what we have been seeing." Well, I should say we have seen 6 figures passing in front of a screen and dressed to represent the personages in the old Italian comedy, or, ourselves the other night." "Never mind the other night, Miller," broke in Poirot. "The first part of your speech was what I wanted. Madame, you agree with Milor Cronshaw?" He had turned as he spoke to Mrs. Mallaby. Yes, of course." "You agree that you have seen 6 figures representing the Italian comedy?" "Why, certainly." "Monsieur Davidson, you too?" "Yes." "Madame?" "Yes." "Hastings? Japp? Yes? You are all in accord?" He looked around upon us. His face grew rather pale, and his eyes were green as any cat's. "And yet, you are all wrong. Your eyes have lied to you, as they lied to you on the night of the Victory Ball. To see things with your eyes, as they say, is not always to see the truth. One must see with the eyes of the mind. One must employ the little cells of grey. Know, then, that tonight and on the night of the victory ball you saw not 6 figures, but 5. See?" The lights went out again. A figure bounded in front of the screen. "Poirot! Who is that?" demanded Poirot. "Is it Poirot?" "Yes," we all cried. "Look again." With a swift movement, the man divested himself of his loose Poirot garb. There in the limelight stood glittering Harlequin. At the same moment there was a cry and an overturned chair. "Curse you!" snarled Davidson's voice. "Curse you! How did you guess?" Then came the clink of handcuffs and Japp's calm official voice. "I arrest you, Christopher Davidson, charge of murdering Viscount Cronshaw. Anything you say will be used in evidence against you." It was a quarter of an hour later. A recherché little supper had appeared, and Poirot, beaming all over his face, was dispensing hospitality and answering our eager questions. It was all very simple. The circumstances in which the green pompon was found suggested at once that it had been torn from the costume of the murderer. I dismissed Pierrette from my mind, since it takes considerable strength to drive a table knife home, and fixed upon Poirot as the criminal. But Poirot left the ball nearly 2 hours before the murder was committed. So he must either have returned to the ball later to kill Lord Cronshaw, or, eh bien, he must have killed him before he left. Was that impossible? Who had seen Lord Cronshaw after supper that evening? Only Mrs. Davidson, whose statement, I suspected, was a deliberate fabrication uttered with the object of accounting for the missing pompon, which, of course, she cut from her own dress to replace the one missing on her husband's costume. But then Harlequin, who was seen in the box at 1:30, must have been an impersonation. For a moment earlier, I had considered the possibility of Mr. Beltane being the guilty party. But with his elaborate costume, it was clearly impossible that he could have doubled the roles of Punchinello and Harlequin. On the other hand, to Davidson, a young man of about the same height as the murdered man and an actor by profession, the thing was simplicity itself. But one thing worried me. Surely a doctor could not fail to perceive the difference between a man who had been dead 2 hours and one who had been dead 10 minutes. Eh bien, the doctor did perceive it. But he was not taken to the body and asked, "How long has this man been dead?" On the contrary, he was informed that the man had been seen alive 10 minutes ago, and so he merely commented at the inquest on the abnormal stiffening of the limbs for which he was quite unable to account. All was now marching famously for my theory. Davidson had killed Lord Cronshaw immediately after supper, when, as you remember, he was seen to draw him back into the supper-room. Then he departed with Miss Courtenay, left her at the door of her flat, instead of going in and trying to pacify her, as he affirmed, and returned post-haste to the Colossus, but as Harlequin, not Poirot, a simple transformation effected by removing his outer costume. The uncle of the dead man leaned forward, his eyes perplexed. But if so, he must have come to the ball prepared to kill his victim. What earthly motive could he have had? The motive, that's what I can't get. Ah, there we come to the second tragedy, that of Miss Courtenay. There was one simple point which everyone overlooked. Miss Courtenay died of cocaine poisoning, but her supply of the drug was in the enamel box, which was found on Lord Cronshaw's body. Where, then, did she obtain the dose which killed her? Only one person could have supplied her with it, Davidson. And that explains everything. It accounts for her friendship with the Davidsons, and her demand that Davidson should escort her home. Lord Cronshaw, who was almost fanatically opposed to drug-taking, discovered that she was addicted to cocaine, and suspected that Davidson supplied her with it. Davidson doubtless denied this, but Lord Cronshaw determined to get the truth from Miss Courtenay at the ball. He could forgive the wretched girl, but he would certainly have no mercy on the man who made a living by trafficking in drugs. Exposure and ruin confronted Davidson. He went to the ball determined that Cronshaw's silence must be obtained at any cost. Was Coco's death an accident, then? I suspect that it was an accident cleverly engineered by Davidson. She was furiously angry with Cronshaw, first for his reproaches and secondly for taking her cocaine from her. Davidson supplied her with more, and probably suggested her augmenting the dose as a defiance to old Cronch. "One other thing," I said. "The recess and the curtain. How did you know about them?" "Why, mon ami, that was the most simple of all. Waiters had been in and out of that little room, so, obviously, the body could not have been lying where it was found on the floor. There must be some place in the room where it could be hidden. I deduced a curtain and a recess behind it. Davidson dragged the body there, and later, after drawing attention to himself in the box, he dragged it out again before finally leaving the hall. It was one of his best moves. He is a clever fellow." But in Poirot's green eyes I read unmistakably the unspoken remark, "but not quite so clever as Hercule Poirot."